In the 61st volume of their great work, the Bollandists have given, as an introduction to his life, so complete a bibliography of Saint Alonso Rodriguez that little more remains to be done on the subject of the authorities for the biography of our saint. Father Nanel, by publishing the writings of Saint Alonso with full notes and appendices, has opened out access, for the first time, to the original text of the memorial or autobiography of the saint. This was written by the humble brother at the express order of his superiors, and was subjected to a most severe scrutiny during the process of canonization. Though it was written with care, it is often involved, is full of repetitions, and not unfrequently obscure. Here and there traces of his failing memory are apparent, especially where, as in the first portion, he is speaking of events then a long time past. But as a record of his interior life, it is simply invaluable. On the very day of St. Alonso's death, the 31st of October, 1617, Father Michael Julian wrote a short but most interesting notice, in Spanish, of the saint's life and death, in the form of a circular letter to the fathers of the province of Aragon. He was then rector of the Jesuit College of Montesión, Palma, Majorca, in which Rodriguez spent so many years. A Latin translation of this is the first of the two lives published by the Bollandists. Father Merriman had known Saint Alonso from 1575, when, as a boy in his 15th year, he began to attend the classes at the College of Montesión, where our saint held at the time the office of porter. After his entry into the Society of Jesus in 1580, Merriman came to know him still more intimately, on his return to Majorca, in 1601, as a professor. From that date he was almost always the saint's ordinary confessor, until the death of Saint Alonso in 1617. He was besides for 3 years the minister, or second in command in the college, and for some time the spiritual father or director of the community. Very soon after the death of our saint, he began to write our saint's life. In the following year, his appointment as rector gave him additional facilities in procuring materials. His book was finished within a 12-month after the saint's decease. It was read aloud in the refectory at Montesión, and was sent round to the other houses of the province for the same purpose, and those who had known our saint were invited to suggest any additions or alterations. A number of interesting letters, which still exist at Montesión and have been used in this biography, were the answer to this request. The life was also shown by the author, in manuscript, to many friends of our saint who were not members of his order. The work, however, was never published. It does not seem to have satisfied the literary requirements of a period which was the age of Cervantes. In fact, Merriman, who was a Majorcan, apologizes in his dedication to Father Vitaleski, the general of the society, for his small acquaintance with the pure Castilian idiom, which was to him almost a foreign tongue. Probably owing to Father Merriman's life being in manuscript, little direct use has been made of it, except by Fathers Colin and Bonavenia. It is, however, naturally of the highest value, and has been largely used in the following pages. In 1627, a curious anonymous life *breve relation* was printed at Majorca, of which rare tractate a copy is to be found in the British Museum. Father Nuremberg, in his Claros Verons *, published in 1643, a life of the saint somewhat longer than the last. Shortly after this, in 1648, Louis Janin published a new life in Latin. He held at the time the important position of assistant for France to the general of the society, and, in addition to the lives already mentioned, he had access to the juridical processes which had been completed in Majorca and in Segovia on the virtues and miracles of the saint. His life has been chosen by the Bollandists, together with that of Father Julian, as the basis of their text. To one whose name will be frequently mentioned in the latter pages of this work, we owe the most valuable printed life of our Saint Father Colin, when a scholastic of the society, had known Saint Alonso very intimately from 1610 to 1616. And, after a life of labor in the Philippine Isles, he wrote a life of his old friend, aided greatly by the manuscript life of Father Merriman, which had been sent to him. The work of Father Colin is now rare, but it is to be found in the choice library of the London Oratory. A French translation was made by Father Boissieu, Society of Jesus, with some slight additions facts which he had just received from Majorca. It was published in 1688 when the cause of beatification was practically concluded. Don Furio y Sastre published in 1851 at Palma, Majorca, a life of Brother Alonso, which is rich in topographical and historical facts in connection with that island. The remainder of the lives mentioned in the Bollandists, though numerous, are simply compilations from those of the preceding authors. Father Bonivinia, on the occasion of the canonization of Saint Alonso, wrote a life in Italian, which embodies, as has been said, much of the unpublished work of Father Merriman. It gives in detail the 2 miracles approved in the later processes, and is written with much charm and clearness. The standard work, however, upon the life of the saint, will henceforth be that of Father Nanel, to whom the author owes, in very large part, the chronological order of this work. Father Nanel, besides all his other qualifications, by the very fact of being the publisher of the saint's spiritual works, was eminently fitted to be his biographer. In addition to other original sources, a manuscript of the province, Society of Jesus of Aragon, and 4 most interesting manuscript histories of the Jesuit colleges of Montesión, Segovia, Valencia, and Barcelona, have largely aided Father Nanel in fixing the various dates in his life, and have been of extraordinary assistance to the author of the present work. The early life of the saint at Segovia demands a much more serious study in situ than it has as yet received, or than the author of this biography was able to give to it. But what local research a brief visit to that interesting city and the aid of kind friends, especially of the Father Fita, Society of Jesus, and Colonel Loriga, RSA, could furnish, are embodied in this volume. Last, but by no means least, in common with all the writers of the life of Saint Alonso, from Father Janin downwards, the depositions of the witnesses in the various processes of the beatification and canonization have been of the greatest possible use in this essay at biography. Unfortunately, unlike Father Janin and the writers of his time, the author has not had the advantage of consulting the full manuscript depositions, which either do not exist or are practically lost. But he has had before him the Elenchus Summary, which contains the sum of many and most interesting passages of the processes. The British Museum contains 2 distinct printed *Summarium de Miraculis*, while the Bibliothèque Nationale of Paris possess the valuable *Summarium de Virtutibus*, which, however, is much more brief and less rich in facts than the Elenchus*. Montesión possesses, besides the manuscript of Father Merriman, many other valuable documents, which with the archives of the Cathedral Chapter and those of the city and province of Majorca and the city archives of Segovia, have, by the extreme kindness of their archivists, been put under contribution for this work. The Spanish form of the saint's Christian name, Alonso, that which he used as his signature, that which he gave in baptism to one of his children, has been adopted to obviate any confusion, not only with the doctor of the Church, the saintly bishop of Sant'Agata, but also with the well-known spiritual writer, the author of Christian Perfection. With that single exception, the Christian names throughout the work have been given in their English form. The author finds it impossible to enumerate the large circle of friends who have kindly assisted him in this labor of love, but he cannot avoid mentioning the name of Father Nanel, who, by his constant help, has been the chief contributor to this work. To his name he joins those of Father Croze, Society of Jesus, and Mr. Henry Wilson, late of the British Museum, who have aided him by their topographical and archaeological research, Fathers Fita and Velez, Society of Jesus, of Madrid, and Don José María Cuadrado, the well-known writer upon Spain, and now the courteous archivist of Majorca. To know thoroughly the soul of Saint Alonso, one should read his spiritual works, which often throw more than an indirect light on his life. In the history of a soul so united with God, supernatural events meet us at every turn, and any attempt to explain them fully, much less to defend them against hostile objections and attack, would swell this volume, which is already sufficiently large, beyond all compass. It appears enough to say, once for all, that these events formed the subject of careful investigation during the long process of canonization, and that, to a Catholic, the judgment in their favor by the tribunal of the Congregation of Rites is all that he can require. Father G. 31, Farm Street, Berkeley Square, W. Feast of the Ascension *, 1889. 1531–1562. While Henry VI was about to sever England from the communion of the faith, and Martin Luther and Calvin were preaching revolt against the Church of Christ, God in his goodness was raising up valiant and holy souls to fight for his cause and to exalt his name. When the holiness of that church was most denied, he was pleased to give to earth a cloud of saintly witnesses, whose lives have been the best proof that she was still, as ever, spite of the wickedness of many, the unspotted spouse of her Lord. Among these many saints, who glorified the 16th and 17th centuries, is he whose life forms the subject of these pages. Our story is cast in Spain essentially Catholic, where the faith was living and strong, and whose children were to furnish so large a quota to that band of saints who were to make reparation for the scandals of a time of shame. To the north of the gaunt Guadarrama Mountains, the ancient city of Segovia is proudly seated, upon a ridge of rock rising high above the lofty tableland of arid Castile. A place for pleasure seekers in Roman days, a flourishing city under the Arabs, it had grown wealthy after its reconquest by the Christians, as a center of cloth manufacture, which was famous through all Europe. The broad steppes of the Guadarrama Range were what the Cotswolds have been for cloth workers of the west of England. They were pasture lands whose countless flocks furnished the raw material for the many looms of the busy city, from which came some of the finest and best cloth of the time. Segovia had been long time a fortress on the frontier, between Christian and Moslem. And next to the many noble descendants of those knights and fighting men who had borne the brunt of long struggles with the Moors, came, in honor and place, its wealthy manufacturers. Blood had, too lately, stained its streets in the insurrection of the Comuneros *, by whom the cathedral had been destroyed, but the firm hand of Charles Chapter 5 had given back internal peace to Spain, and the last of the medieval cathedrals of Spain was growing out of the ruins of its predecessor, thanks to the liberality of the nobles and burghers. The splendid Alcazar, or Moorish palace, which rises like the forecastle of an ancient galley from the farthest and highest point of the rock, just where it goes sheer down for many a fathom into the ravine below, was then frequently visited by the sovereigns of Spain, and the lofty bell towers of numerous and magnificent parish churches and churches of religious houses, within and without the circuit of the city walls, marked out Segovia as a place where God held his own. The Cyclopean aqueduct of Trajan's day spans the valley at the end of the city opposite to the Alcazar and loses itself in the city wall. Beneath the shadows of its many arches is a large suburb of the city, in the time of which we are speaking, a busy quarter where cloth merchants and cloth workers lived. Close beside the eastern limit of the city wall, not far from the gate of St. John, just at the foot of the immense arches of the magnificent Roman work, there lived in the parish of St. Coloma a fairly well-to-do cloth manufacturer, by name Diego Rodriguez. He had married a good lady, Mary Gomez de Alvarado, and God had blessed them with the large family of 7 boys and 4 girls. Both husband and wife were of good Catholic stock, without strain of Moorish or Jewish blood, a privilege then, as now, much esteemed in Spain. They had nothing more at heart than the good bringing up of their children, and, in fact, the whole family was noted through the city for its piety, and for its frequentation of the sacraments at a time when communions were so rare. The third child, the subject of this biography, was born on the feast of the great patron of Spain, St. James, the 25th of July. The year is not certain, for the baptismal register has never been discovered, but it was most probably in 1531. The name given at the font was the truly Spanish one of Alonso, as he was always called. At that very time, in face of the dangers that were threatening Holy Church, Ignatius de Loyola was recruiting his little company of apostles from some of the noblest spirits of the University of Paris. Alonso was early, like so many of the saints, marked out by God for his own. Love of Our Blessed Lady seems to have been born with him. Her glories were a favorite topic in his pious home, and he never heard her name without his eyes sparkling with delight. When still a baby, if he found a print of his heavenly mother or a prayer in her honor lying about, he would clutch it and hide it in his breast, and if anyone sought to take it from him, he would burst into tears. His relations noticed, too, that when but a child of 4, he often fixed his eyes wide open as if gazing at some object, which was unseen to all the rest, while at the top of his little voice he invoked Our Blessed Lady. He remained so utterly insensible to all around that though they shook and struck him, and even pulled his hair, they failed to rouse him from these strange trances. In afterlife, he told that he used then to see something small as a mustard seed spring from his breast and rise up, ever increasing, to the sky, till it grew as vast as a mighty church, and spreading abroad like a widening cloud, or like an island in the blue, then gradually faded away. When yet a child, Alonso was sent to school, probably with the Franciscans, whose church and convent were on the other side of the open space in which he then lived. When a boy of 10, 2 priests apparently of the Society of Jesus came to Segovia to preach. The order had only just received in the previous year, 1540, the formal approval of the Vicar of Christ. One of the 2 was the first companion of Saint Ignatius of Loyola, the prayerful Savoyard, Blessed Peter Faver, who had come into Spain as companion to Dr. Peter Ortiz, the faithful friend of Catherine of Aragon. While staying at Gallipagher, a town not far off Segovia, and where the doctor had a benefice, Blessed Peter, who had acquired Spanish, probably at Paris, evangelized the neighborhood. Who was his helper we do not know, but it was possibly one of 2 chaplains of the Infantas of Spain whom the holy apostle received into the society, John de Aragon and Alvaro Alfonso, or more probably his host, Don Peter Ortiz. For we read that when in Savoy, on his journey with Blessed Peter, Ortiz had been taken for a Jesuit, because he like Faver wore the dress of a Spanish ecclesiastic. Good Diego Rodriguez was only too glad to offer hospitality to the 2 fathers, and when their successful mission was over, he invited them, as rest for soul and body, to go and stay in a house which belonged to him in the country. There were hardly any Jesuit foundations at that date, in Spain. Faver and his companion were glad to be able to give some days there to quiet prayer. Not content with entrusting them to the care of his servants, their worthy host sent his little son, Alonso, to wait upon them during their retirement, and to learn holiness from their great example. The boy served them with such a will that they in return taught him his catechism, the way to say the rosary, to serve and to hear Mass, though he could not in after life recall the names of the 2 fathers or any details of their work. He always regarded it as a special grace to have lived under the same roof with those saints. And he was fond of recalling this his first meeting with the first Jesuits who had come to Segovia. The acquaintance which Diego Rodriguez had made in his own home with the Fathers of the Society of Jesus, and of their mode of life, made him anxious to entrust his sons to them, to be brought up by them and under their wing. To the new University of Alcalá, which the saintly Franciscan Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros had lately called into being, Father Simon Rodriguez, one of the 6 first of St. Ignatius companions sent from Coimbra Brother Peter Villanueva to continue his studies there. Peter was emphatically one of those whose foolishness confounds the wisdom of the world. Short, dark, ungainly, and uneducated, Peter was the son of poor tenants of a Count of Villanueva, from whose estate he borrowed his name. He had been sacristan to a small church at Placentia, and had gone to Rome to further some suit ecclesiastical which the priest who employed him had in hand. There he came to know Saint Ignatius, who, with his superhuman knowledge of character, saw what a pearl was hidden under so rough an outside. He tested his humility by severe trials, and then sent him to the University of Coimbra to be educated. At Alcalá, where he arrived in 1543, though a mere beginner in human learning, and lodged out of charity in a room of his aged master, so great was the spiritual light vouchsafed to him, that the most learned and best men in the university came to seek counsel and guidance at his hands. But specially wonderful was the reform which he wrought among the students of the college to which he was attached, nearly all of whom became religious. The wonderful work which this simple brother was doing gave promise of a great increase, if a regular college of the society was founded in the university town. Blessed Faver was then superior over the whole order in Spain, and he frequently came to preach before the 2 infantas of Spain, the daughters of Charles Chapter 5, whose residence was, at the time, in Alcalá. Encouraged by their promise of help, blessed Peter ordered Villanueva to look out for some place where he could receive 2 scholastics and a lay brother who were on their way from Coimbra. He did find a house, but so wretched that its owner was glad to let him have it for nothing, if only he would clean it out and set it in order. Did Favre remember his kind host of Segovia, and was it from him that Diego Rodriguez learnt that the society had begun a college at Alcalá? At all events, as soon as Diego heard of the new foundation, he hastened to send his 2 eldest sons, Diego and Alonso, to the university, confiding them to the care of Villanueva. If the 2 boys lived in the temporary college, they would have had poor lodgings and poor board, for everything was wanting there. Though the courage and holiness of the superior made all bear their hardships bravely, and on a soul so pure as that of St. Alonso, lessons in virtue from such a master as Villanueva must have produced great fruit. But before a 12-month had run, a terrible trial came on the 2 students. They lost their father, and both were recalled home. Mary Gomez, with her large family to support and the business to conduct, needed a helping hand. Diego, the eldest son on whose education and for whose degrees so much had been spent, had made such progress in his studies, and had no doubt shown such promise that it was decided that he should continue his education and study for the law. Alonso, who had but just begun his college course, was to stay at home and learn the business. He would then have been about 15. This was an early age at which to have the burden of supporting his family. So his mother continued to act as the head of the firm till Alonso reached his 23rd year, though we meet with Alonso's signature alone as early as 1552. The division of the property consequent on the death of the father, the number of the children, and, above all, the absence of the experienced head who had hitherto conducted the business, made the house in the little square feel somewhat the pinch of want. Diego, the eldest son, passed from the University of Alcalá after a few years to that of Salamanca, where he studied law under Covarrubias, the friend and patron of Saint Teresa, one of the first legists of his time, and in after years Bishop of Segovia. Diego took his law degree and then went to plead at the bar at Seville, where he appears to have been successful, but he never forgot the lessons of Father Villanueva and led a very holy life. In fact, later on in life, he grew disgusted with the turmoil and strife of the courts, left the bar, and devoted himself to writing a valuable work on wills. He married a girl of good family, of the name of Mary Iscara, and had a family of his own to support. Whatever was the cause, affairs began to go from bad to worse. The constant wars in which the Emperor Charles Chapter 5 involved Spain, the number of Spaniards drafted off to fill up the gaps in his armies, the immense emigration to the New World, and, still more than all this, the fiscal measures of the government, had probably their share in these domestic difficulties. In accordance with the economic ideas of the time, the Cortes, in 1552, forbade the export of cloth, as well as of all spun and combed wool, and heavy duties were levied on the exportation of all manufactured goods and on the importation of raw materials. The necessary result was the destruction of home manufactories, and fashion consummated the ruin of national prosperity by refusing to wear any but foreign materials. Partly in deference to his mother's wishes and to those of his relations, and partly in the hope that the dower of his bride would enable him to retrieve his fortune, Alonso, in 1557, married Mary Suarez. She was from the neighboring walled town of Pedraza, which, with its feudal castle of the great house of Velasco, is on the sierras of the Guadarrama Mountains. Alonso was then 26. Mary was of his own station in life, probably the daughter of some well-to-do grazier, and of an excellent family and very pious. The young couple went to live in the Cal del Mercado Market Street, then one of the busiest parts of the city, where to this day there is a wide, open space, which served for the wool and cloth fairs, near to the old parish church of St. Eulalia. The picturesque old houses with their colonnades, with the grand form of the mountains rising above them, are as they were in the days of the saint, but tradition is silent as to which was his new home. Saint Ignatius de Loyola had been to Segovia, and he had still, at the time of which we write, many acquaintances in that city. For years the room where he had lodged was venerated as a holy place. Among his most intimate friends was Don Luis Mendoza, a minor canon of the cathedral, who had known him intimately at Rome, and had given him for the society a church and a garden at Tivoli, and had kept up a long correspondence with him ever since. Another was the archpriest of the cathedral, Don Ferdinand de Solier, a very close friend of the saint. The new bishop, a friar of the Order of St. Jerome, Fray Francis de Benavides, was particularly anxious to have a college of the society in his city, not only to procure for the youth of his diocese a thoroughly Catholic education, but to have the help of the fathers in bearing the heavy burden of the episcopal office. He wrote accordingly to Saint Francis Borgia, then Commissary General of the Society in Spain, begging him to send some of his religious to establish themselves in the city. No doubt, the labors of Blessed Peter and his companion were not forgotten by the grateful townsfolk, and people and clergy alike were anxious for the new foundation. A first detachment arrived on February 20th, 1559, of 3 fathers and 3 brothers. One of these was Father Ferdinand Solier, nephew of the canon of that name. The little community were lodged in a hired house near St. Martin's, a noteworthy church with a beautiful external cloister running round it. They made use of the chapel of a hospital wherein to hear confessions and give Holy Communion. St. Francis Borgia appointed Father Luis Santander as rector. This father, who was to have such an influence on the future life of St. Alonso, arrived in the beginning of June of the same year with 3 more brothers who were sent to begin the work of teaching. The society was welcomed by all. Much of the success they achieved was owing to Father Luis Santander. An old disciple of the Venerable John de Avila, he was already a doctor of theology when he entered the society in 1554 at Alcalá. His singular power in the pulpit found its true source in his great holiness. He was chosen by Saint Teresa as her director when she came to Segovia, and he helped her to make a foundation there. He preached his first sermon in that city on the Sunday after the octave of Corpus Christi, June 4th, in the cathedral, and was constantly invited after that to preach in many of the other churches, and wrought a wondrous change in the lives of the inhabitants. Though still in a hired house, the schools were inaugurated by a Latin discourse in the cathedral, which was delivered by Brother Joseph de Acosta, one of the young Jesuits, on June 11th. Nor was the humble exercise of zeal by catechisms given in the public places and in the streets less blessed by God. Thousands of children used to gather around the fathers, and thousands of grown-up people of every rank in life were glad to share in the instructions. In this religious movement, we may be sure, not the least forward would be the Rodriguez family. Mary Gomez, the widowed mother, placed herself under the direction of the fathers, and her children followed her example. They made them their advisors in all matters of importance, but especially in spiritual things. In August, St. Francis Borgia came to encourage the fresh beginning. He preached in the cathedral on St. Bartholomew's Day, and we cannot doubt that Alonso was there to hear him. It was not until 1562 that, by the orders of Father Nadel, who, as Visitor General of the Society, came to Segovia on January 4th, a new site was definitively purchased, the one on which the church and college of the Society were afterwards built. It stands close to the walls of the city at its southern extremity. A building which had served for a prison then occupied the ground, and it was adapted as best it could to serve as a temporary college. A poor church or chapel was also fitted up within it, and our sacramental Lord took possession of it with all solemnity on December 6, 1562. It was only on the 1st of May, 1565, that the new bishop Don Diego de Covarrubias blessed the site for the new church, but it was not begun till after many years later, in 1582. Meanwhile, the community had largely increased to over 20 members, of whom 9 were priests. Alonso, though his mind was so filled with anxieties, and his time so occupied with his business, went regularly to the sacraments and found leisure for reading spiritual books. Meanwhile, Alonso's difficulties were thickening around him. He had moved to the neighboring parish of St. Just, and there he had a little family, 2 boys and a girl. Things were going rapidly from bad to worse with his business. He sustained serious losses. His brother Diego seems to have come to try to set matters right, and was apparently in partnership with him in 1561 and 1562. It was not certainly through any fault of Alonso's if things had gone wrong and less scrupulous honesty is to be counted as a fault. His strict uprightness was so well known that people would send their errand boys to him for wool, with the certainty that he would not take any advantage of their years to defraud. To crown all, he lost his little Mary, the light of his eyes, and then his young wife fell sick, and after a very protracted illness, which involved him in serious expenses, she died shortly after the birth of the second boy. This child, Gaspar, seems to have died about the same time. Thus Alonso was left a widower at 31, with but one little boy. The world seemed to go down before him, and to leave him face to face with God. 2 of his brothers and 2 of his sisters were married. 4 of his brothers seem to have died before this date, some of them, perhaps, in childhood. 2 other sisters, Antonia and Juliana, who, when but 13 or 14, had dedicated their virginity by vow to God, had given themselves up entirely to a life of devotion along with their mother, and lived a retired life in their old home. 2 truths came out with a new force and a new light before him: the greatness and goodness of God, and the disorder of his past years. Not that his life, spite of his self-accusation, had been even worldly, still less had it been wicked. The care of his soul, the service of God, preparation for the sacraments, had always occupied his mind, rather than any temporal matters. But the grace of God gave him a supernatural sense of the heinousness of sin, and the hollowness of all of which death can rob us. Night and day, his soul was pierced with repentance for the past, and he wept so bitterly that his face became blanched, and he looked more like a monk of some penitential rule than a man engaged in business. 1530–1571. In the light of his new knowledge of God's holiness and goodness, his life, which to others had seemed so upright and blameless, appeared to Alonso to have been utterly wasted and misspent. Full of the sense of his guilt, and of his ingratitude for so many graces, his tears flowed so constantly that his eyes grew red, and the lacrimal ducts were inflamed during the rest of his life. It was in the early days of his widowhood and penance, while still in his own house, that during his sleep he saw as in a vision our blessed Lord surrounded by 12 saints, who were clothed in a heavenly splendor. His patron, Saint Francis of Assisi, was the only one of these whom Rodriguez recognized, though there was no special mark by which to know him. The seraphic saint stepped forward from the rest and asked Alonso, "Why do you weep so much?" "How can I help weeping?" was his answer, with a fresh outburst of scalding tears, "knowing as I do the gravity of my sins, when merely a venial sin committed against God deserves to be bewailed for a whole lifetime." And so the vision departed, leaving such a memory behind it that it was fresh and sharp 40 years after, when, under obedience, the saint recorded it at the bidding of his superior. Then it was he learnt his constant practice, in face of any temptation, to beg God most fervently through the love he bore him that he might suffer all the pains of hell, rather than that he should let him fall into even venial sin. January 16, 1560, a son of Alonso Rodriguez, merchant, was baptized. He was named Gaspar, and Senor Saint Antony was chosen his patron. His godfathers were Gaspar de Oquendo and John Lebron, his godmothers Mary Gomez, the child's grandmother, and Anne Gimines. Gaspar Oquendo was a gentleman of high position in the town. Today, Monday, the 16th of January, 1562, there was baptized a son of Alonso Rodriguez, to whom was given the name of Alonso. His godfather was Francis Rodriguez, a wealthy cousin of our saint, and his wife. The birth of the girl is testified to by Colmenares, who says, manuscript quoted above, page 159. B. He had 2 children, Alonso and Mary, who died young. This is confirmed by Colin. Another vision, or spiritual dream, happened about the same time, in the very first year of his turning entirely to God. He saw in his sleep a dense flight of birds, black and noisy, rise up like a massive tower against the sky. A beautiful bird like a dove, with the cipher of the holy name, IHS, in letters of silver inscribed on its breast, came down into the midst of them, and so great was the havoc he made amongst them that the air was filled with their fragments, and the survivors flew away. After a considerable time they gathered together again, and again the conquering dove began its work of destruction, till once more the cloud dispersed. A third time, after another long interval, the birds gathered up once more in serried ranks. No sooner had they formed up, then the dove swooped down and beat them back, killing and tearing them to pieces, until the remainder dispersed for good and all, leaving the ground covered with the victims. Saint Alonso recounted the dream to Father Martinez, his director, one of the best Jesuit preachers in Segovia. He recognized in it the signs of a supernatural warning and prayed long and earnestly to know its meaning. After much and earnest consideration, he told his penitent that he was to enter the society and would meet there with terrible assaults on his virtue, but that under the device of his Savior, he would come off victorious. The future showed how rightly he explained it, and Saint Alonso in after years experienced its truth in terrible fullness. This thought of religious life seems already to have come before him. About a year or so after the death of his wife, Alonso lost his mother. As an entrance upon a new life, and with aid of his new knowledge of himself, he set himself, after the vision of Saint Francis, to prepare by penance and self-examination for a general confession of his whole life. He fasted on Fridays and Saturdays and began to take the discipline. Out of his devotion to Our Lady, he chose one of her feasts, Our Lady of the Snow, which that year, 1564, fell on a Saturday, as the day on which to begin to go to confession and communion each week. Several days were spent in the examination of his past life, and he only stopped when he could find nothing more to note down. The general confession was made with deep contrition to Father Martinez. He increased his penances after this confession, fasting more rigorously and more frequently, and scourging himself every day. He began to wear a terrible hair shirt, fitting tight like a jacket and reaching from his shoulders to below his waist, and he gave himself to a greater watchfulness of life and to more frequent prayer. For this, he resolved to abandon business and the house in which he was dwelling, and make to himself a sort of hermitage in the large family house, in a part of which his sisters were living their sequestered and penitential life. He had still enough left from the wrecks of his family fortune to support himself, his child, and his 2 sisters. Saint Alonso had learned the rosary as a child from Blessed Peter, but he does not seem at first to have done much more than recite the holy words with reverence and attention. Each day, he used to say the entire 15 mysteries very slowly and on his knees. God rewarded his extraordinary devotion by a supernatural apparition, for as he said each, Our Father, he used to see almost always a bright red rose before him in the air, while at each Hail Mary one of dazzling white appeared, each as fragrant as it was beautiful. On the eve of the feast of Our Lady's Assumption, apparently in the year when he gave himself entirely to God, 1564, our saint had prepared himself with special care for Holy Communion, by discipline and hair shirt, by almsgiving, and by extra time spent in prayer. On the morning of the day, he went to confession in the temporary church of the Jesuits, and stayed a long time meditating on the great guest whom he was about to entertain. As soon as ever he had received his Lord, and had knelt down to make his thanksgiving, swifter than thought, he felt himself carried, whether in the body or out of the body he knew not, beyond the limits of this world into the midst of countless angels in the heavenly court. All he knew was that Our Lady was there with his angel guardian and Saint Francis of Assisi at either side, that his soul was in her hands, and that she presented it to the Eternal Father, who received it with great kindness. How long the vision lasted our saint could not say, but it seemed to have been a very long time, and when he came to himself, as he went home through the streets, so dazed was he with the vision that he could scarce find his way. When his confessor, Father Martinez, learned that Alonso had had to grope for the door of the church and was half beside himself when he was outside, he bade him to shun as far as possible all such raptures in public. Such, however, was their power when they came upon him that though our saint struggled to obey, it was all in vain. In spite of the constant favors of a like kind which he had received through his life, and though with a failing memory he forgot so many of them, this one he never could forget, but he spoke of it to Father Torrens, his friend and confessor, very shortly before his happy death. The narration of it forms the conclusion of his memorial, of which we shall speak later and to which we shall constantly refer. The love of Our Lady, which had been so marked in his earliest childhood, increased ever as he advanced in the service of God. It was noted of him how frequent were his visits to the churches dedicated to Our Lady, and tradition tells us that he was, as well as one of his brothers, a member of the confraternity attached to the sanctuary of Fuencisla, the most noted shrine of Our Lady near Segovia. His loving familiarity made him speak to Mary as a child to the best of mothers. As our saint was begging of her one day to obtain for him from her son the grace to imitate closely the mother and the son, he dared to say that he loved her more than she loved him. And Our Lady deigned to answer, "No, no, not so, for I love you more than you love me." But while God chose by these marvelous favors to cheer our penitent, he only grew in his knowledge and horror of sin. His own experiences had taught him how fleeting are the purest and noblest pleasures that earth can give, how terrible the risks and perils with which life is filled, how hard to pass through it without offense of God and danger of salvation. And as he was gazing one day at his little son, then in all the innocence of infancy, a bright boy of 3 years of age, so strongly did all this come before him, that, like another Saint Blanche, he implored God that if he saw that that child was ever hereafter to offend him, he would rather take him dearest and nearest though he was to himself. Nor was this a mere passing aspiration of enthusiasm. He continually offered up the self-same prayer, till once, when in bed with the little boy at his side, he seemed to see him as if laid out for burial, though at the time the child was in good health. Yet in a month or so the dream was realized, and little Alonso went to take his place in heaven. The heroic father not only ratified the sacrifice which he had freely made, but taking it as an answer to his prayer, gratefully believed that God had rescued his boy from a peril far worse than death. Nothing now stood between our saint and the complete surrender of himself to God's service, and the thought of religious life came up with new force before him. He frequently consulted Father Santander about the affairs of his soul, and was very assiduous at his sermons and learned very much from them. In 1566, Santander ceased to be rector. His place was taken by Father John de Leon, while he was sent to Valencia, where he became rector in the October of 1567. After his departure, Father Martinez continued to be the director of our saint. But God, who always loves the simple and humble, deigned to be his chief teacher. So far, Alonso had given himself to bewailing his sins in the light of the tremendous truths of God's justice, and to the expiation of them by tears and austerities, while he was feeding his soul with the sacraments and with merely vocal prayer. But little by little, the sense of the love of God began to prevail over all other views of his Lord and Master. His tears, though so bitter, became sweet by the overmastering sense of the divine charity, and his heart broke forth into tender colloquies of sorrowing love. It seemed to him as if these cries of his heart came back upon him from heaven, wounding it with still deeper wounds of love. This was about the year 1566. What helped him greatly along this new and higher path was the practice of mental prayer. When he told his sisters of the vision of the roses, they in turn taught him, as they had learned from their director while reciting the vocal prayers of the rosary, to consider the various mysteries. And in about a 12-month or so, he had been lifted up by this means to the practice of meditation. Such was the delight which he found in its exercise that, besides hearing Mass, he used to give to it 2 hours regularly morning and evening, with an additional quarter of an hour's thanksgiving for God's love and his favors towards him at the end of each meditation. And these 4 hours and a half do not include the continual aspirations which almost filled up the rest of the day. During Mass, in presence of the bloodless sacrifice, he carried on the affections which he had aroused before the mysteries of the Passion. Our saint began by taking the events of our Lord's life, as they occur in the Rosary, for the subjects of his mental prayers. But this did not last long, for he found such facility, such favors, such profit, so deep a feeling of compassion at the sufferings of our dear Lord, that he thought it best to give himself up to the meditations of the Passion in preference to all others. His favorite subjects, to quote his own words, were the ex homo and the carrying of the cross when our Lord was led to be crucified amid the shouts of the herald and of the mob, or again, when the Son met his mother on the way and they looked at one another, when they nailed him to the cross and raised it up, and what there happened to the mother and the Son. Then the descent from the cross, and how his blessed mother received the sacred body, and what happened to it. God deigned himself to be his master in the art of prayer, and taught him what no human wisdom had suggested. and among other methods, that when by careful meditation he had so thoroughly realized the truth and tasted of its hidden virtue that his soul was all inflamed with love for his Lord, he was then to cease further effort of the mind, and to pause and enjoy the favors which were being offered to him. This restful contemplation he thus explains. When the soul was wounded by love and steeped in its Lord at the sight of what he was suffering for it, his Lord placed it within his sacred heart, and there he communicated to it wondrous things about his passion and the immense and many sufferings which he had endured for it. One of these most marvelous communications was a real share, which Alonso felt, not merely in the soul, but often even in his body, of the sufferings of our crucified Lord. With the adorable victim he bore the agony of the stripes, of the buffeting, of the thorn pricks, of the piercing of the nails. And he shared them joyfully, thanking God for the grace. This method of prayer, as Father Merriman notes, was merely in the rough, a first sketch. But it went on ever growing more perfect till 8 or 10 years after the saint's arrival at Majorca, where the favors, the visions of our Lord, became so marvelous, lifting him up to the contemplation of his divinity to a degree that would seem almost impossible. Nor were these first gifts like those to be vouchsafed to him afterwards, visions purely intellectual, but of a lower order, affecting his external senses. They were as the milk of beginners to support the humble penitent and to lure him on to still more sublime perfection. Devotion to the mystery of our redemption necessarily filled Alonso with deep interest for souls. One night in 1568, when he had been praying fervently to God for the whole church, and very specially for the needs of his own land of Spain, he began for the first time to read in God the future, or at all events what was at the time unknown and unknowable to those around him. While in his sleep, he saw the country round about Granada, which he recognized as he had been there, probably on business, and where the Moors still lived who had conformed outwardly to the faith. He saw the whole of that fair land full of strife and bloodshed, and men hurrying in search of their victims to destroy them. Then he entered a church and beheld 2 monsters with their heads upon the altar, eating off it as if it were a manger. He raised his eyes to the retablo, or lofty reredo so universal in Spanish churches, and saw in its midst a great statue of Our Lady. The figure was very beautiful and devotional, looking down on the desecration of her church. At this outrage against his good mother, he was deeply grieved, and he wept bitterly. A short time after, the news reached Segovia of the terrible revolt of the Moriscos in the Christmas of that year, and of the awful sacrileges and hideous cruelties which they had committed. At the close of the year, all the Moors in the mountainous fastnesses of the Alpujarras were in insurrection, and whatever might have been the faults of their rulers, horrible was the vengeance which they wreaked upon the Christians around them. The first fury of the insurgents fell upon the churches and the clergy, and the outrages committed against God's house, and the tortures to which the priests were submitted could hardly be exceeded. No less than 3,000 Christians were put to a cruel death, not to speak of horrors worse than death. 6 years had nearly gone by since Alonso had practically left the world, but the question of his vocation was not yet settled, or rather, an apparently insurmountable difficulty stood in the way of its realization. It was no doubt only after a struggle with his humility, and out of obedience to the clear call of God, recognized as such by his confessor, that our saint ventured to ask for admission into the society. The divine seed had been sown, we may be sure, in his father's country house by blessed Peter Faver. What he had seen of Francis Villanueva and his companions at Alcalá had pushed forward its growth. And if circumstances had prevented its coming sooner to maturity, in God's good time, thanks to the winter of worldly losses and troubles, the vocation had come forth tried and strong. But Alonso was then 38 years old. His education was so deficient that he could not be admitted as a scholastic, that is to say, as one who was to be raised to the priesthood, while his strength was so broken down by his long course of austerities as to forbid any prudent hope of his being useful as a lay brother. So argued the fathers of the college at Segovia, and with apparent reason, and they declined the responsibility of accepting him. The decision, of course, did not rest with Father Martinez. Whether at the suggestion of his confessor or by direct guidance from God, we do not know, but strong in his surety of a divine call, Saint Alonso determined to go as far as Valencia, in the hopes that his old friend, Father Luis Santander, might be able to help him in his need. He was ready, as Saint Stanislaus had done some 2 years before, to leave friends and home, if by any means and at any cost he could compass the one desire of his heart, to give himself entirely to God and the society. Saint Alonso made over by a deed to his 2 sisters, Las Vidas asterisk, as they were called, all that he possessed, save just enough money for his journey. His affairs were in perfect order, nor had he any outstanding debts. His other brothers and sisters were either dead or settled in life. Diego was at Seville. Manuela was with her husband at Madrid. Juliana and Antonia, after his departure, took a little house near the Jesuit church, and there they lived in complete solitude, doing their own household work, and for nearly 50 years rivaling the prayer and penance of their holy brother. He kept up a correspondence with them, inciting them ever to still higher perfection. To Valencia, then, after a long winter's journey, at the end of 1568 or the beginning of 1569, came Saint Alonso. The beautiful country of southern Spain was not unknown to him, but coming from bare and rugged Castile, the rich luxuriance of the oriental huerto, garden, the teeming plenty of the richly irrigated plain around Valencia must have been a pleasant change, recalling to him the pleasant valley by his old home, where the bright stream of the Eresma gives freshness and green to the trees and gardens along its banks. But the sea of verdure which, even in the winter months, spreads out before one till it joins the blue waters of the Mediterranean, the waving palms, the groves of almond and peach and apple, the vineyards and olive trees, all these delights did not delay him as he pressed on to his goal. Neither did the brilliant color and the movement of the busy streets of the princely city, its noble churches and palaces, the cathedral with its lofty detached bell tower. Our saint hurried to the new College of St. Paul to find his old friend. The building was then rising in a quiet part of the city, close to the city wall. He had already written to Father Santander about his vocation, and the joy at meeting was mutual. It was resolved that the best thing Alonso could do would be to resume his studies, so as to fit himself for the priesthood, with the idea that a man of such fervor would not fail as a priest to do good work in the society, if not as a learned man, yet as a useful helper in laboring for souls. Meantime, a means of support must be found for Saint Alonso, who, as we have seen, had given away all his fortune to his sisters. For some time he had to beg, as many poor scholars did in those days, from different religious houses and from the charity of the townsfolk. The fathers of the society were naturally amongst his best benefactors. Peter Just, who was then a student of theology at St. Paul's College, and who, in after years, was our saint's provincial, when distributing alms, noticed him among the poor scholars, on account of his marked holiness and humility, and gave him a larger share than the rest. Brother Jerome Espinal, who was then the hall porter of the college, was a man of very holy life. He soon came to know and to value Alonso, and not only gave him an extra share of charity, but much wise counsel and instruction, which was of great help to him. So bravely, as Saint Ignatius had done before him at the school at Barcelona, the scholar of 39 summers sat down among the little boys in the lower classes to learn with them the rudiments of Latin. He had to put up with much ridicule and even abuse from some of the rougher ones, but he turned it all to good account, and continued in Valencia the same course of prayer and penance which he had been following at Segovia. He put himself entirely under the direction of Father Santander, to whom he went to confession. The father procured for Saint Alonso a situation in the house of a merchant of position in the city, Ferdinand Chenchillos, as a sort of tutor to his son, whom he had to accompany to school and bring back home. Besides that he had to teach his little daughter to read. Rodriguez won high opinions for his holiness in that place, and left behind him the character of a saint. Both the children in after life entered religion, and crowned holy lives by holy deaths. Our saint afterwards occupied a similar position in the palace of a great lady, the Marchioness of Terranova, of an illustrious Sicilian family. Her boy, Luis de Mendoza, was placed under his charge. There, as in his former situation, Alonso was seen to be a saint. But if he made great progress in virtue, his success in his studies did not keep pace with this advance. Not only had he to struggle against difficulties natural to one of his age, but he had a thorough repugnance for everything that was not directly spiritual. He had excellent masters, Viñas and Torella, and during his 2 years nominally went as far as the class of rhetoric, the highest in classical studies. Still, his studies proved a failure. With the advice, therefore, of his confessor, he resolved once more to ask admission to the society, leaving it entirely to the fathers to decide as to whether he should enter as a lay brother or as a scholastic. But when apparently so near the attainment of what he had so long desired, St. Alonso narrowly escaped a snare which would have robbed him of his vocation, and with it too, most probably, of his salvation. There was a man of like age and tastes, and apparently of like aims to himself, following the elementary classes at the school at Valencia. Very naturally, Rodriguez and he formed each other's acquaintance, and the more our saint saw of the stranger, the more he learned of his love of poverty, of penance, of prayer, the more this acquaintance ripened into a close friendship. Alonso told him of his desire to enter the society. His new friend approved his call to religious life, but said that for his part he did not care for life in a community, and extolled the charms and advantages of solitude. The very day after this conversation, the man left Valencia and wrote a short time after begging Alonso to come and join him in leading a hermit life at a place some little way off a town called Saint Mateo, which is some 80 miles north of Valencia, nearly on the northern borders of the province of that name. He entreated him at all events to come and pay him a visit. It was vacation time, and Alonso was free to go. The attraction of a life given up to prayer and the influence which the hermit had gained over our saint determined him to accept the invitation, and he went without asking the advice of Father Santander or bidding goodbye to his friends at Valencia. He had not at all made up his mind to stay. But when he got to the hermitage, his host assailed him with every argument to give up his idea of entering the society and to settle definitely in a cell which was all ready for him and near at hand. Alonso was sorely tempted to give in. His natural inclination led him to prefer a life of retirement and prayer to the distractions of study and to the life of a tutor in a nobleman's house. He even preferred it to the mixed life and active duties of the society. As, however, he had not given notice to the Marquesa or said anything to Father Santander, he refused to put on the habit as his friend urged him to do, and, to avoid his importunity, left without a word and returned to Valencia. When he got home, he felt very much ashamed of himself. He went to tell all that had happened to Father Santander. "What is all this about, my son, Alonso? Why have you been so long without coming to see me?" was the first salutation that met him. But far more astonished was his confessor when he heard where Alonso had been, what had been proposed, and his half-intention of going back. "I fear greatly," was Father Santander's measured reply, who knew how easily Alonso could be led under the appearance of good, "that you will lose your soul." "Why should I lose my soul?" rejoined Alonso. "Because Chapter 1c you want to follow your own caprice, and if you do so, there can be no doubt that you will be lost." God spoke through these words so loudly to the heart of our saint, and showed him so clearly his danger, that, starting from the chair, he threw himself on his knees at the feet of Father Louis. "Since that is the case, I make a firm resolution never, as long as I live, to do my own will. Father, you can do with me what you like." Father Santander knew thoroughly well the fervor of Alonso, and that he required a strong hand to guide his will. Alonso, accordingly at once, by his confessor's advice, ardently implored Our Lady to obtain for him entrance into the society of her son, if she knew that it was his holy will. So clear an interior reply came to his prayer that he took advantage of the opportunity of the presence in Valencia of Father Corteses, the provincial, at a provincial congregation held in the January of 1571, to press for his admittance as a lay brother of the society. The Father Rector, who valued most highly his holiness, and was convinced of the reality of his vocation and of his fitness for the society, supported his application, and did all he could to remove any difficulties in the way. Father Corteses carefully examined his vocation and the secrets of his soul, and, master as he was of the interior life, quickly saw what a treasure there was in that humble soul, and what profit could be drawn from it. He laid the matter before his consultors, and some of them urged the same difficulties that had prevailed at Segovia. Alonso's uselessness on account of his broken-down health and want of education. But Father Corteses overruled their objections, saying, "Well, fathers, I have had a talk with Alonso and examined carefully into his life and his purpose, and I really feel obliged to admit him as a saint, for I intend that he shall be one, and a great one, and he will give great glory to the society by his virtues and example." Accordingly, it was arranged that Alonso should be received on the following day. The provincial was a man of great piety and discernment, and some 6 years before had insisted, in spite of the opposition of his advisers, on receiving at Valencia a rough peasant from the mountains, John Ximenes, who seemed to them simply as if he could be of no use in the order. Father Corteses said he took him in order that a saint might be made of him, for he saw there were the makings of a saint in him. John's love of hard work, his continual prayer, his marvelous union with God, his devotion to the Passion, and his happy death all proved the clearness of the provincial's foresight. The very night on which Alonso entered the college, on the eve of his formal admission, he was given a room in an entresol, which then served for an infirmary, the window of which was on the street and could be easily reached from it. Suddenly he heard a frantic knocking at the shutter, and, opening it, he saw to his amazement the hermit of San Mateo. His face was distorted with rage, and he violently abused Alonso for breaking his word. He used no longer persuasions or entreaties, but imperiously ordered him to come the very next morning to the hermitage and to take up his abode there. Terrified at the sudden sight, and the fury of a man whom he had thought to be a saint, Rodriguez hastily closed the shutter. He never more heard of or saw him again. How could he have learnt of Alonso's decision, or, if he had heard of it, have followed him so swiftly? And when Saint Alonso looked back quietly on the past, and saw how nearly he had missed his way, and, by putting on a habit, had closed forever to himself the entrance into the society, he could not but imagine that the whole thing was a stratagem of the enemy of souls. And, what in his charity he had not cared to judge, now came to confirm his suspicions that, spite of their intimacy for 2 whole years, he had never seen his fellow student approach the sacraments, or even heard of his doing so. Thankful for his escape, and to prepare for the great event of the morrow, Alonso spent the whole night in prayer. As the day of the week and the day of the month on which St. Alonso began his weekly communions are known, they enable us to fix accurately the year as 1564. And from records existing, we learn that he was still in business the same year. The child Alonso was born in 1562, see above, and died when 3 years old, or in 1565. These data prevent us from following Fathers Colin and Nonel in their chronology of these events. Don Charles was hereditary constable and high admiral of Sicily, and was, in 1561, created Duke of Terranova, and 4 years later Prince of Castelvetrano. He was Captain General of his native island from 1566-1568, and again from 1571-1577, when he was called to Spain and made a grandee and a knight of the Golden Fleece. He was also Viceroy of Catalonia and of Milan. He died in 1599. His son John fought bravely at the Battle of Lepanto, 1571, and in 1573 his father entrusted to him a very responsible post in the defense of Sicily against the Turks. He married Doña Mary de Mariñas y Moncada, daughter of the Marquis of Favara. He died before his father, leaving several children, of whom the eldest, Charles, succeeded to the splendid fortunes of the house. His brother Simon was made a cardinal in 1583. Via Manuel y Gitani, Sicilia Noble. Volume 2nd, Father 2nd, Lib. 2nd, page 12. Compare Piri, Cron, Reg. I, page 199, Caruso, Storia di Sicilia, Volume 3rd, Father 3rd, page 444 and following, Inviges, Palermo T. 3rd, page 33 and add. Manuscript Brit. Muse 12473, Nobiliario of Don Manuel de Mura Corterial, 1645. Hours and a half do not include the continual aspirations which almost filled up the rest of the day. During Mass, in presence of the bloodless sacrifice, he carried on the affections which he had aroused before the mysteries of the Passion. Our saint began by taking the events of our Lord's life, as they occur in the Rosary, for the subjects of his mental prayers. But this did not last long, for he found such facility, such favors, such profit, so deep a feeling of compassion at the sufferings of our dear Lord, that he thought it best to give himself up to the meditations of the Passion in preference to all others. His favorite subjects, to quote his own words, were the ex homo and the carrying of the cross when our Lord was led to be crucified amid the shouts of the herald and of the mob, or again, when the son met his mother on the way and they looked at one another, when they nailed him to the cross and raised it up, and what there happened to the mother and the son. Then the descent from the cross and how his blessed mother received the sacred body and what happened to it. God deigned himself to be his master in the art of prayer and taught him what no human wisdom had suggested. And among other methods, that when by careful meditation he had so thoroughly realized the truth and tasted of its hidden virtue that his soul was all inflamed with love for his Lord, he was then to cease further effort of the mind, and to pause and enjoy the favors which were being offered to him. This restful contemplation he thus explains. When the soul was wounded by love and steeped in its Lord at the sight of what he was suffering for it, his Lord placed it within his sacred heart, and there he communicated to it wondrous things about his passion and the immense and many sufferings which he had endured for it. One of these most marvelous communications was a real share, which Alonso felt, not merely in the soul, but often even in his body, of the sufferings of our crucified Lord. With the adorable victim he bore the agony of the stripes, of the buffeting, of the thorn pricks, of the piercing of the nails. And he shared them joyfully, thanking God for the grace. This method of prayer, as Father Merriman notes, was merely in the rough, a first sketch. But it went on ever growing more perfect till 8 or 10 years after the saint's arrival at Majorca, where the favors, the visions of our Lord, became so marvelous, lifting him up to the contemplation of his divinity to a degree that would seem almost impossible. Nor were these first gifts like those to be vouchsafed to him afterwards, visions purely intellectual, but of a lower order, affecting his external senses. They were as the milk of beginners to support the humble penitent and to lure him on to still more sublime perfection. Devotion to the mystery of our redemption necessarily filled Alonso with deep interest for souls. One night in 1568, when he had been praying fervently to God for the whole church, and very specially for the needs of his own land of Spain, he began for the first time to read in God the future, or at all events what was at the time unknown and unknowable to those around him. While in his sleep, he saw the country round about Granada, which he recognized as he had been there, probably on business, and where the Moors still lived who had conformed outwardly to the faith. He saw the whole of that fair land full of strife and bloodshed, and men hurrying in search of their victims to destroy them. Then he entered a church and beheld 2 monsters with their heads upon the altar, eating off it as if it were a manger. He raised his eyes to the retablo, or lofty reredos so universal in Spanish churches, and saw in its midst a great statue of Our Lady. The figure was very beautiful and devotional, looking down on the desecration of her church. At this outrage against his good mother, he was deeply grieved, and he wept bitterly. A short time after, the news reached Segovia of the terrible revolt of the Moriscos in the Christmas of that year, and of the awful sacrileges and hideous cruelties which they had committed. At the close of the year, all the Moors in the mountainous fastnesses of the Alpujarras were in insurrection, and whatever might have been the faults of their rulers, horrible was the vengeance which they wreaked upon the Christians around them. The first fury of the insurgents fell upon the churches and the clergy, and the outrages committed against God's house, and the tortures to which the priests were submitted could hardly be exceeded. No less than 3,000 Christians were put to a cruel death, not to speak of horrors worse than death. 6 years had nearly gone by since Alonso had practically left the world, but the question of his vocation was not yet settled, or rather, an apparently insurmountable difficulty stood in the way of its realization. It was no doubt only after a struggle with his humility, and out of obedience to the clear call of God, recognized as such by his confessor, that our saint ventured to ask for admission into the society. The divine seed had been sown, we may be sure, in his father's country house by blessed Peter Faver. What he had seen of Francis Villanueva and his companions at Alcalá had pushed forward its growth. and if circumstances had prevented its coming sooner to maturity, in God's good time, thanks to the winter of worldly losses and troubles, the vocation had come forth tried and strong. But Alonso was then 38 years old. His education was so deficient that he could not be admitted as a scholastic, that is to say, as one who was to be raised to the priesthood, while his strength was so broken down by his long course of austerities as to forbid any prudent hope of his being useful as a lay brother. So argued the fathers of the college at Segovia, and with apparent reason, and they declined the responsibility of accepting him. The decision, of course, did not rest with Father Martinez. Whether at the suggestion of his confessor or by direct guidance from God, we do not know, but strong in his surety of a divine call, Saint Alonso determined to go as far as Valencia, in the hopes that his old friend, Father Luis Santander, might be able to help him in his need. He was ready, as Saint Stanislaus had done some 2 years before, to leave friends and home, if by any means and at any cost he could compass the one desire of his heart, to give himself entirely to God and the society. Saint Alonso made over by a deed to his 2 sisters, Las Vidas asterisk, as they were called, all that he possessed, save just enough money for his journey. His affairs were in perfect order, nor had he any outstanding debts. His other brothers and sisters were either dead or settled in life. Diego was at Seville. Manuela was with her husband at Madrid. Juliana and Antonia, after his departure, took a little house near the Jesuit church, and there they lived in complete solitude, doing their own household work, and for nearly 50 years rivaling the prayer and penance of their holy brother. He kept up a correspondence with them, inciting them ever to still higher perfection. To Valencia, then, after a long winter's journey, at the end of 1568 or the beginning of 1569, came Saint Alonso. The beautiful country of southern Spain was not unknown to him, but coming from bare and rugged Castile, the rich luxuriance of the oriental Huerto asterisk, garden, the teeming plenty of the richly irrigated plain around Valencia, must have been a pleasant change, recalling to him the pleasant valley by his old home, where the bright stream of the Eresma gives freshness and green to the trees and gardens along its banks. But the sea of verdure which, even in the winter months, spreads out before one till it joins the blue waters of the Mediterranean, the waving palms, the groves of almond and peach and apple, the vineyards and olive trees, all these delights did not delay him as he pressed on to his goal. Neither did the brilliant color and the movement of the busy streets of the princely city, its noble churches and palaces, the cathedral with its lofty detached bell tower. Our saint hurried to the new College of St. Paul to find his old friend. The building was then rising in a quiet part of the city, close to the city wall. He had already written to Father Santander about his vocation, and the joy at meeting was mutual. It was resolved that the best thing Alonso could do would be to resume his studies, so as to fit himself for the priesthood, with the idea that a man of such fervor would not fail as a priest to do good work in the society, if not as a learned man, yet as a useful helper in laboring for souls. Meantime, a means of support must be found for St. Alonso, who, as we have seen, had given away all his fortune to his sisters. For some time he had to beg, as many poor scholars did in those days, from different religious houses and from the charity of the townsfolk. The fathers of the society were naturally amongst his best benefactors. Peter Just, who was then a student of theology at St. Paul's College, and who, in after years, was our saint's provincial, when distributing alms, noticed him among the poor scholars, on account of his marked holiness and humility, and gave him a larger share than the rest. Brother Jerome Espinal, who was then the hall porter of the college, was a man of very holy life. He soon came to know and to value Alonso, and not only gave him an extra share of charity, but much wise counsel and instruction, which was of great help to him. So bravely, as St. Ignatius had done before him at the school at Barcelona, the scholar of 39 summers sat down among the little boys in the lower classes to learn with them the rudiments of Latin. He had to put up with much ridicule and even abuse from some of the rougher ones, but he turned it all to good account, and continued in Valencia the same course of prayer and penance which he had been following at Segovia. He put himself entirely under the direction of Father Santander, to whom he went to confession. The father procured for Saint Alonso a situation in the house of a merchant of position in the city, Ferdinand Chinchillos, as a sort of tutor to his son, whom he had to accompany to school and bring back home. Besides that, he had to teach his little daughter to read. Rodriguez won high opinions for his holiness in that place, and left behind him the character of a saint. Both the children in after life entered religion, and crowned holy lives by holy deaths. Our saint afterwards occupied a similar position in the palace of a great lady, the Marchioness of Terranova, of an illustrious Sicilian family. Her boy, Luis de Mendoza, was placed under his charge. There, as in his former situation, Alonso was seen to be a saint. But if he made great progress in virtue, his success in his studies did not keep pace with this advance. Not only had he to struggle against difficulties natural to one of his age, but he had a thorough repugnance for everything that was not directly spiritual. He had excellent masters, Viñas and Torella, and during his 2 years nominally went as far as the class of rhetoric, the highest in classical studies. Still, his studies proved a failure. With the advice, therefore, of his confessor, he resolved once more to ask admission to the society, leaving it entirely to the fathers to decide as to whether he should enter as a lay brother or as a scholastic. Don Charles was hereditary constable and high admiral of Sicily, and was, in 1561, created Duke of Terranova, and 4 years later Prince of Castelvetrano. He was Captain General of his native island from 1566–1568, and again from 1571–1577, when he was called to Spain and made a grandee and a Knight of the Golden Fleece. He was also Viceroy of Catalonia and of Milan. He died in 1599. His son John fought bravely at the Battle of Lepanto, 1571, and in 1573 his father entrusted to him a very responsible post in the defense of Sicily against the Turks. He married Doña Mary de Marinis y Moncada, daughter of the Marquis of Favara. He died before his father, leaving several children, of whom the eldest, Charles, succeeded to the splendid fortunes of the house. His brother Simon was made a cardinal in 1583. Via Manuel y Gitani, Sicilia Noble. Volume 2nd, Father 2nd, Lib. 2nd, page 12. Compare Piri, Cron, Reg. I, page 199, Caruso, Storia di Sicilia, Volume 3rd, Father 3rd, page 444 and following, Inviges, Palermo T3rd, page 33 and add. Manuscript Brit. Muse 12473, Nobiliario of Don Manuel de Mura Corterial, 1645. But when apparently so near the attainment of what he had so long desired, Saint Alonso narrowly escaped a snare which would have robbed him of his vocation, and with it too, most probably, of his salvation. There was a man of like age and tastes, and apparently of like aims to himself, following the elementary classes at the school at Valencia. Very naturally, Rodriguez and he formed each other's acquaintance, and the more our saint saw of the stranger, the more he learned of his love of poverty, of penance, of prayer, the more this acquaintance ripened into a close friendship. Alonso told him of his desire to enter the society. His new friend approved his call to religious life, but said that for his part he did not care for life in a community, and extolled the charms and advantages of solitude. The very day after this conversation, the man left Valencia and wrote a short time after begging Alonso to come and join him in leading a hermit life at a place some little way off a town called Saint Mateo, which is some 80 miles north of Valencia, nearly on the northern borders of the province of that name. He entreated him at all events to come and pay him a visit. It was vacation time, and Alonso was free to go. The attraction of a life given up to prayer and the influence which the hermit had gained over our saint determined him to accept the invitation, and he went without asking the advice of Father Santander or bidding goodbye to his friends at Valencia. He had not at all made up his mind to stay. But when he got to the hermitage, his host assailed him with every argument to give up his idea of entering the society and to settle definitely in a cell which was all ready for him and near at hand. Alonso was sorely tempted to give in. His natural inclination led him to prefer a life of retirement and prayer to the distractions of study and to the life of a tutor in a nobleman's house. He even preferred it to the mixed life and active duties of the society. As, however, he had not given notice to the Marquesa or said anything to Father Santander, he refused to put on the habit as his friend urged him to do, and, to avoid his importunity, left without a word and returned to Valencia. When he got home, he felt very much ashamed of himself. He went to tell all that had happened to Father Santander. "What is all this about, my son, Alonso? Why have you been so long without coming to see me?" was the first salutation that met him. But far more astonished was his confessor when he heard where Alonso had been, what had been proposed, and his half-intention of going back. "I fear greatly," was Father Santander's measured reply, who knew how easily Alonso could be led under the appearance of good, "that you will lose your soul." "Why should I lose my soul?" rejoined Alonso. "Because Chapter 1c you want to follow your own caprice, and if you do so, there can be no doubt that you will be lost." God spoke through these words so loudly to the heart of our saint, and showed him so clearly his danger, that, starting from the chair, he threw himself on his knees at the feet of Father Louis. "Since that is the case, I make a firm resolution never, as long as I live, to do my own will. Father, you can do with me what you like." Father Santander knew thoroughly well the fervor of Alonso, and that he required a strong hand to guide his will. Alonso, accordingly at once, by his confessor's advice, ardently implored Our Lady to obtain for him entrance into the society of her son, if she knew that it was his holy will. So clear an interior reply came to his prayer that he took advantage of the opportunity of the presence in Valencia of Father Corteses, the provincial, at a provincial congregation held in the January of 1571, to press for his admittance as a lay brother of the society. The Father Rector, who valued most highly his holiness, and was convinced of the reality of his vocation and of his fitness for the society, supported his application, and did all he could to remove any difficulties in the way. Father Corteses carefully examined his vocation and the secrets of his soul, and, master as he was of the interior life, quickly saw what a treasure there was in that humble soul, and what profit could be drawn from it. He laid the matter before his consultors, and some of them urged the same difficulties that had prevailed at Segovia Alonso's uselessness on account of his broken-down health and want of education. But Father Corteses overruled their objections, saying, "Well, fathers, I have had a talk with Alonso, and examined carefully into his life and his purpose, and I really feel obliged to admit him as a saint, for I intend that he shall be one, and a great one, and he will give great glory to the society by his virtues and example." Accordingly, it was arranged that Alonso should be received on the following day. The provincial was a man of great piety and discernment, and some 6 years before had insisted, in spite of the opposition of his advisers, on receiving at Valencia a rough peasant from the mountains, John Ximenes, who seemed to them simply as if he could be of no use in the order. Father Corteses said he took him in order that a saint might be made of him, for he saw there were the makings of a saint in him. John's love of hard work, his continual prayer, his marvelous union with God, his devotion to the Passion, and his happy death all proved the clearness of the provincial's foresight. The very night on which Alonso entered the college, on the eve of his formal admission, he was given a room in an entresol, which then served for an infirmary, the window of which was on the street and could be easily reached from it. Suddenly he heard a frantic knocking at the shutter, and, opening it, he saw to his amazement the hermit of San Mateo. His face was distorted with rage, and he violently abused Alonso for breaking his word. He used no longer persuasions or entreaties, but imperiously ordered him to come the very next morning to the hermitage and to take up his abode there. Terrified at the sudden sight, and the fury of a man whom he had thought to be a saint, Rodriguez hastily closed the shutter. He never more heard of or saw him again. How could he have learnt of Alonso's decision, or, if he had heard of it, have followed him so swiftly? And when Saint Alonso looked back quietly on the past, and saw how nearly he had missed his way, and, by putting on a habit, had closed forever to himself the entrance into the society, he could not but imagine that the whole thing was a stratagem of the enemy of souls. And, what in his charity he had not cared to judge, now came to confirm his suspicions that, spite of their intimacy for 2 whole years, he had never seen his fellow student approach the sacraments, or even heard of his doing so. Thankful for his escape, and to prepare for the great event of the morrow, Alonso spent the whole night in prayer. 1571–1580. The Society of Jesus had only existed 7 years when, in 1546, its sainted founder saw the necessity of completing its organization by the addition of lay brothers. Their duty is to aid the fathers and scholastics by relieving them in great part from household duties, and their privilege it is to share in the merit of all the work done by these their brethren in religion. Though bound only by simple, and not by solemn vows, they are religious in the truest sense, as the sovereign pontiffs have more than once declared. Thus, while protected from the many perils of the external apostolate, they enjoy all the rich merits of the apostolic life, just as, in the Levitical law, the baggage guard had equal share in the spoil with the actual combatants. To be the standard bearer, the model of this rank of his new company of warriors, God had chosen Saint Alonso. And if his life as a lay brother is so wonderful in the order of grace, it is but one among many, even in the Society of Jesus, hardly less marvelous or less sublime. On the morning of January 31st, 1571, Brother Rodriguez, whose previous life of penance and long delay before being admitted were counted as a postulancy, was received as a novice lay brother of the society. Little is recorded of the novitiate of our saint. The General Congregation of 1565, which elected St. Francis Borgia, decreed that separate establishments for the novices should be established as soon as possible. But it was some time before it was possible to organize the novitiates on a completely separate footing, and exactly in accordance with the ideal laid down in the Institute of the Society. The college at Gandia had been for the last 3 years used as the house of probation for the province, to which this had been removed in 1567 from a building adjoining the college at Valencia. But in the August of 1670, owing to the remonstrances of the then Duke of Gandia, and by orders of his father, St. Francis Borgia, the original founder and the then general of the society, the novices were removed to Saragossa, so that the college at Gandia might be devoted to its original purpose of educating the vassals of the Duke. The novice master up till the year 1573 was Father Bartholomew Piñas. For some reason or other Saint Alonso was not sent to Saragossa, but began his term of probation at Valencia under Father Rafael Riera. About all that is known of this saint's novitiate is that, as is the custom, the first asterisk experimentum or test to which our novice was put was to spend a month upon the exercises of Saint Ignatius, the School of Saints, the grammar of the Society's sanctity. It is easy to imagine what would be their effect on one so well prepared and already so high in heavenly teaching. Saint Alonso learnt from his long retreat that the solid principle of a lay brother's life is to offer himself thoroughly for labor, and accordingly he resolved, as the thing most pleasing to God, that if any spare time remained after he had done his spiritual duties, he should devote it entirely to menial work. The exercises no doubt pierced him through with a fresh sorrow for his sins committed in the world. It was only after long prayer of many days that in his deep humility he could satisfy himself that it was possible for one so sin-stained, and so broken down in health to be allowed to stay in an order with men so full of merit and good works. He had seen others far stronger and more fitted than he was sent away from the society, and this increased his fears. God, however, consoled him with a certainty of perseverance in his vocation by these words, "Alonso, my will is sufficient for you." He learnt from God that his superiors would never send him away if only he chose to stay. This filled him with confidence. He used to say, with great gratitude, that of 3 who were in the noviceship in his time, he alone had persevered, though the others were far better suited for the life than himself. His extreme care to be faithful to his engagement to Father Santander, and always to do the will of another rather than his own, his scrupulous exactness in obeying the very slightest indication of his superior's wishes and even those of his companions, seemed to some as the result of scrupulosity and narrowness. No doubt he heard of this opinion, and together with the memory of his having been rejected at Segovia, this may go to explain these fears of our saint. Yet they served as a fresh spur to make him walk more worthy of his vocation and to aim at thorough self-conquest and humility. as his superiors had curtailed the amount of the austerities which he had been accustomed to practice in the world. Because of his broken-down health, he was anxious to offer in exchange any toil that was hard and humbling. He had accepted the prohibition with perfect simplicity, and turning to God he said, as he used often to repeat, "You know, my Lord, how I hate this wicked flesh of mine, and how I would wish in every way to afflict it. But I prefer still more the guidance of those whose judgment is to be my law." But our saint did not fail to petition for as much as obedience would permit, and he presented a formidable list of austerities to his superior for his authorization. But his novice master not only cut them down to what he thought was proportioned to his enfeebled frame, but gave him the permission to use them only for a month. Alonso came at the end of the month for a fresh leave, and this he continued to do during the whole time of his long religious life. Spite of failing years and old age, he never failed to go to the superior to seek approval for his monthly allowance of corporal austerities. And even when confined to his room, he used to send someone with this list. The motive of his penance in his early religious life was to be like the object of his love, Christ crucified. But the deeper, by God's light, he penetrated into the abysses of his nothingness, the more he was filled with hatred of himself, and he persecuted his body as the rival and the enemy of his Lord. This constant watchfulness to spy out occasions of humiliation and of suffering, and to practice the greatest mortification in everything, which became second nature to him, shows how well he must have practiced this difficult art in his novitiate. As our saint constantly said, self-conquest and prayer are the two wings by which man ascends to God. Great and very wonderful were the favors bestowed on Alonso at the very beginning of his spiritual life. High were the heights to which he was to be raised before the close of his long life, but even in his very noviceship he had reached a closeness of union with God such as is the lot only of a few. For in his account of his spiritual progress, he says distinctly that the favors which he describes in detail, of which a summary is given below, were granted to him previous to the assaults of the devil, and these assaults followed immediately on his taking his first vows. He had spent 3 years after what he called his conversion, with his mind ever full of the terrible evil which sin is in itself, and of the fearful consequences which follow it, and while ever bewailing his past, he had taken terrible vengeance on himself. Then followed some years when he had ever before him the life and sufferings of his Lord. And from these thoughts he was raised to the consideration of the perfections of God, and to so close a union that the knowledge of him and of his infinite excellence, of his love of souls so utterly unworthy of his affection, set his heart on fire. Alonso's will was filled with great desires to do and suffer much for the eternal love of God, and the more he learned to know this love, the more he despised and detested himself. His mind was lifted so high above anything created or of this world, that it came by a clear and strong light from heaven to know God as he is in himself, without need of the exercise of his mental faculties. And the more he despised and lowered himself in presence of this revelation of God, so much the more again did God pour into him a fuller knowledge of his divinity, and so much the more was he consumed with love of God so known. And as this love increased, so deeper and more deeply did he penetrate into the knowledge of himself, until his love grew into a mutual friendship and a familiarity so great with God, that it seemed as if God willed to reveal himself to his servant as he does to the blessed. The mere words of Lord, or my love, my desire, thou art all mine and I am all thine, said, while he fixed the eyes of his soul with great affection upon God, were enough to raise him to an ecstatic union with God in a way that all human words must fail to tell. Like the life of the glorious spirits around the throne, his life became lost in God's. He had no other wish, no other will but his. And like all true love, each gave of what he had to the other. All mine is thine, all thine is mine. And in this celestial banquet, wherein the soul feeds on God, without words or effort, and the heart is always praising and blessing its Lord, there was no fatigue of mind or body. Rather, in this union both found rest and refreshment. As Father Collins says, the simple lay brother in the passage of his memorial number 12, from which all this is borrowed, goes through the whole range of prayer up to its most exalted stages of the knowledge and love of God, just as we find in the treatises of SS. Bernard and Bonaventure, of Gerson and the most eminent mystics. The best proof of the progress which Alonso had made was that when scarcely 6 months of his novitiate had passed, in the month of July, 1571, his superiors determined to send him to Majorca, where only a few years before a house of the society had been founded. Alonso landed on the island on the Feast of St. Lawrence, August 10, 1571, and was warmly welcomed by the small community of the house, who had already heard of his holy life. He had as fellow travelers his future rector, Father Matthias Bourassa and Father Bernard Crespin. Father Matthias Bourassa, who had just made his solemn professions of the 4 vows in the College of Valencia on July 1st, was one of 2 brothers, both natives of Majorca, and who both entered the society. Though of good birth, he had embraced the career of a lay brother, but his extraordinary talents made his superiors insist on his becoming a scholastic. The Viceroy of Majorca, Don William de Roquefort, and his wife Doña Antonia de Morales, had been both anxious to have a house of the society on the island. The holy and zealous confessor of the lady, Canon John Abrines, shared in their desire. Don Stephen Nadel, the brother, and Senator Caldentel, a brother-in-law of Father Jerome Nadel, who was himself a native of Majorca, and others of his relatives, strongly supported the Viceroy's wish. Father Nadel was one of the most distinguished men of the early society. A close friend of Saint Ignatius and thoroughly master of the spirit and letter of the constitutions of his order, he was at that time, 1560, Commissary General of the Jesuits in Spain. As the Bishop of Palma, Don Diego de Arnedo, and the magistrates of the city were all equally anxious to have a college, and as they offered a sum of £500, Majorcan, for endowment, the superiors of the society consented to the foundation. Accordingly, on August 24th, 3 fathers and 3 lay brothers arrived at Palma, to the great joy of the inhabitants and especially of the good priest Canon John Abrines, who received them into their house and generously supplied their every want. The fathers at once began to look about for a place for their college, and finally decided on the little chapel of Our Lady of Montesión and the adjoining houses. The precise dedication of the chapel was the presentation of Our Lady in the temple. It was said to have been built on the site of an old Jewish synagogue, as a place of instruction for the converted Moors after the capture of the island by King James. It appears also to have become part of the foundation of a sort of college for a certain number of students, endowed by a noble lady, Isabel de Pinos, one of a Catalan family which had taken part in the conquest of Majorca. The city authorities, who were the trustees of the charity, with the approval of the viceroy and of the bishop, made over the chapel to the society. Some neighboring houses were purchased, a porter's lodge arranged, and the place was fitted as best could be for a religious house and day school, or, as it is technically called, a college. The position of Montesión was all that could be wished, as it is in a high part of the city and in a very healthy situation. The blocks of buildings round about it could easily be taken down so as to extend the college at future times. At a very short distance to the east, the city gate, called Del Campo, leads out, as its name implies, directly into the open country. To the south is the convent of St. Clare, with its garden crowned with palm trees, and the bright harbor with its shipping, and the headlands beyond. To the west lies the cathedral and the main portion of the city, with the grand range of mountains rising in the distance. While on the north is the large Gothic church of St. Eulalia, the martyr patroness of Barcelona, in whose parish Montesión is placed, and the large convent of St. Francis, with its fine church and cloisters. In the little chapel the fathers found an asterisk retablo or reredos of the 15th century which, with its graceful paintings of Our Lady and the saints, has survived to our day. There was also a bell, probably one of 2 which now hang in the belfry of the church, a few old vestments, and a poor chalice of silver. The Blessed Sacrament was placed in the little chapel in the September of 1561, and the fathers took up their residence in the house which had been prepared for them round about their Lord. This was just 10 years before the arrival of our saint. But in 1570, the year before St. Alonso came to Majorca, Father Bartholomew Koch, a native of the island, the second rector, had so enlarged the building that 3 classes of grammar had been opened there. And in the year following, that of the landing of our saint, Father Koch began the great church of the college. He was one of those who had entered the society during the lifetime of the holy founder, Saint Ignatius, and who had tasted of the first fruits of its zeal and fervor. Alonso, when free from his spiritual duties and household work, was set to help the Masons who were building the new church, or to accompany any of the fathers whom business or work for souls called out into the city. Later on, he was assistant sacristan for several years, and when the new church became available, his work necessarily increased. The ocean which separated Alonso from Spain and from his friends and family was a source of consolation to him, because it made the sacrifice of religious life more complete. God seems to have made known to him that he was never again to leave the island. The temporary buildings which were used as the college were naturally but a makeshift, and the room given to Alonso was exposed to the extremes of heat and of cold, while the paved floor was so damp, especially in winter, that the place was hardly fit for anyone to live in. But no complaint did he ever make, though our saint must have known that it would affect his health. And in fact, he owed to this the catarrh which was such a source of pain and of merit to him during the rest of his life. When a father once asked him what was the cause of his frequent illnesses, his first answer was that they came from God. However, he then added that, as far as he could tell, it was the bad air of his room which had been to blame, but that he did not like to ask for a change, for fear of losing such a good opportunity of suffering for Jesus Christ and of expiating his sins. He said that such a change must come from God, and not from his own choice. See too, he went on to say, how many have died in the college stronger men and better lodged than myself. I assure you there is nothing so important as to leave ourselves in God's hands. He always takes the more pains about us, the less for his sake we take of ourselves. At the close of January, 1573, the 2 years of Saint Alonso's novitiate had come to a close, but our saint was not admitted to his vows for 2 months more. Father Merriman explains the delay by the difficulty of the communication between Majorca and the mainland. The Algerine corsairs, or the winter storms, would suffice to prevent a sailing vessel from crossing. But as a matter of fact, Father Borissaw, on February 10th of this year, returned from Valencia, where he had been as procurator or representative of the rector of Montesión at the provincial congregation. The death of the saintly general of the society, Saint Francis Borgia, necessitated the election of a successor, and, according to the constitutions of the order, the professed fathers of each province and rectors of the various colleges met together to choose their delegates for the general congregation. Father Borissaw could therefore easily have brought back the needful authorization from the provincial Father Cordices, so as to enable Alonso to take his vows at least in the month of February. Some other reason must therefore be sought for. The difficulties which had been raised to our saint's admittance both at Segovia and at Valencia had been grounded on the broken health of Alonso. For as to his spiritual fitness, there could hardly be but one opinion. And that difficulties on the same score were in the minds of some of the community of Montesión appears from our saint's own words, that he was for some time afraid lest he should be dismissed from the society, and that he prayed our Lord for help in his trouble, for he somewhat feared certain persons. No doubt the fervor of Saint Alonso in his novitiate rather weakened his health than restored it. In answer to the prayers of our saint, the provincial Father Cordices, true to his first opinion of the supernatural worth of such a subject, must have overruled the objections to Alonso taking his vows, and he gave his orders accordingly before leaving for Rome. At last then, on the second Sunday after Easter, April 5th, 1573, Saint Alonso made his first religious vows, in the hands of Father Bartholomew Koch, the rector of the college, during the Mass, at the solemn moment of communion. Father Nonel remarks that as Saint Ignatius and his first companions were consoled for the severe loss they sustained in the death of blessed Peter Faver by the reception of the Duke of Gandia, Saint Francis Borgia, into the society. So, on the death of that great saint in the previous year, 1572, our Lord consoled his order by another servant of God, who in a humbler sphere of life was to rival the late Father General in his life of prayer and self-conquest. To Father Koch's teaching, one of the very first inhabitants of Majorca who entered the society, Saint Alonso owed the practice of always visiting the Blessed Sacrament before he went out of the house. It is worthy of note that just at this time Father Villalba, who was then 1573–1579, the Provincial of Aragon, received from Rome the special rules for the various offices and chiefly of the lay brothers. They were officially published by him, and he made it his particular duty to see to their being carried out. Saint Alonso seems as if sent by God to be a singular model of exactness in their observance. The slight attention which Saint Alonso's biographers have paid to the dates of the various events of his religious life owing, in part, no doubt to the fact that it was varied, but little by any striking incident makes it often a difficult task to give the facts in their chronological order. To Father Nonel's care and research, we owe the first biography arranged in order of time. And here it is fitting to mention that one of the best and most authentic sources of our saint's life, and which has already been frequently quoted in these pages, was the memorial which he wrote in the third person by the express order of his superiors. The first portion was written in 1604, at the wish of the then rector of Montesión, Father Gabriel Alvarez, as will be told later on. The father's attestation declares that he gave the command to Alonso to write all that happened to him, especially spiritual favors, as far back as he could remember. But his memory was at that time beginning to fail, and the details are often provokingly meager. By orders of a subsequent rector, Father Torrens, the friend and confessor of our saint, he wrote twice a year his account of conscience, and he continued to do so after that father had exchanged the office of rector for the post of spiritual father or confessor and director to the community. In the early days of his religious life, our saint confined himself to writing down his resolutions and his lights in prayer freely for his own use as a help to his memory. But when his superiors saw to what an extraordinary height of perfection he had arrived, and how steadfast and secure was his sanctity, they thought it well that he should put on paper the ideas on religious life, and about the perfections of God which came to him in his marvelous prayer, and they ordered him to do so. Alonso, however, showed how genuine was his humility and his fidelity to his rule, for he never manifested the slightest assumption of superiority, never even sought to read a word of Latin in the composition of the treatises which form his spiritual works. And if he was forced to quote from Holy Scripture any passage which he did not know by heart, he asked a father or a scholastic to be kind enough to write it out for him. If anyone chanced to point it out to him in the Bible, he would not take the book into his hands, saying that it was not befitting a lay brother to read Latin, and that much less was he worthy even to touch the holy book, as he was not a priest. His writings, which have been published by Father Nonel, were examined and approved by the Congregation of Rites in 1717, an approval ratified the same year by Pope Clement Chapter 11. So far the holy brother had not left what he in his modesty styles his spiritual childhood. He had labored hard before entering religion, and as a novice in acquiring virtue, but such had been the consolations with which God had overwhelmed him that all his labor had been made light. As he described it in one of his writings, which is evidently a page from his own experiences, so far all had been almost entirely the work of God alone, who bore him on his shoulders, and gave him great consolations, to prepare him for great trials, of which at that time he was ignorant, but with which he was later on to become acquainted. God gives these precious aids and support by wonderful visitations and comfort, because he intends afterwards to try them, that so they may be able to support the cross on their own shoulders, and to bear the trials which will be sent to test them. Thus God acts with those whom he wishes to raise to great perfection. He grants them many heavenly favors, that they may pass on to things much higher and more perfect. Because after giving these gifts, God tries the soul until, with Elias, it reaches the mountain of God, which is perfection. And the road thither is not by favors and consolations, but by desolation, by storms, by tempests, and by trials, just as happened to St. Paul and to our Holy Father St. Ignatius, to whom they were given by handsful. Thus, in later years, speaking by the light of experience, for he had then trodden this thorny path, did St. Alonso explain the reason of the trials he was called on to endure. For God, who destined him for such high sanctity, cast him into a furnace of tribulation, the most painful of any to a pure soul, rich though it be with merit, and giving forth a virgin's crown. During some 8 long years, Alonso had to fight hand to hand for his virtue against all the power of hell. The memory of things long forgotten came back to his mind with a vividness and a force that only seemed to have grown greater the harder he strove to cast them away. In his years of penance and prayer, in the midst of the favors which he had been privileged to enjoy, well might St. Alonso have thought that all the baser inclinations of his nature, all that was evil and disordered, had been buried forever. Yet now they started up with a new strength and fury, and he had to struggle with them for dear life. The very delicacy of the angelic virtue, the fact that he had vowed his chastity by a sacred vow, cast him into a constant state of doubt and fear. The awful nearness of the danger made him fly for help to Jesus and to Mary. God, who wished to bring out the virtue of his servant, not to injure it, allowed him a short truce in the struggle. Like a fond mother, to use a comparison of our saint, who plays with her child, and pretends to hurt it only to kiss away its tears, so does God with the young and tender in his service, and in the opening of the fight, which he permits as the condition of victory, giving him a hard struggle that he might overcome. He cannot bear to see his little ones in sorrow, but he consoles and encourages them, only that, when they grow stronger, he may expose them to much greater trials to be endured for his love, and may then treat them as full-grown men and no longer like children as before. For the first years of his life in religion, the morning hour of meditation was the life and strength of Alonso's day. Now, when the need was the greatest, this help seemed utterly to fail. The devil was anxious to break down the channels of the water of life, for by cutting the aqueduct which brought these waters to his soul, he hoped to force it to surrender. And accordingly, no sooner did our saint kneel down to begin his meditation than a preternatural sickness came over him, an exquisite pain in his back, breast, and every part of his frame. It was as if some deadly poison had entered his veins, and this agony went on increasing so that he thought that if the time had been prolonged, he would have breathed his last. Constantly he fainted and fell to the ground, as if dead, in the extremity of the torture, or bathed in perspiration, as if in a death struggle. But the moment the bell rang for the close of the hour of meditation, all traces of illness left him. His head was clear, his mind at rest, and he found himself so well and strong, so fit for his work, that his superiors and himself were amazed to find how much he could get through in a very short time. St. Alonso, as was natural in a new and growing community, had plenty of work of all kinds to do. Yet he used to find the refectory swept and dusted and arranged, and ready for the meals, the dispensa or buttery all in order, and so with the various places and duties under his charge. For 8 or 10 long years this trial lasted, just as long as the dreadful temptations against his virtue. But St. Alonso never despaired, struggling all the time as best he might against these almost insuperable difficulties, and going with exact regularity every day to a duty which was a very martyrdom. God, however, in the portions of time that were free, loved to pour into his servant such abundance of grace that his heart was flooded with delight. Our Lady, out of pity for his trials, deigned at their outset to give Alonso a wonderful proof of her tender regard for him. One of the most striking buildings that one sees on entering the Bay of Palma is the circular castle of Belver, the beautiful Gothic fortress and palace in one of King James II of Majorca. It crowns a conical hill a mile or so outside the city. The governor of the castle at the time of which we are speaking was Don Peter de Pax, the procurator royal of the island, of the first nobility of the land. One of his family, Michael de Pax, had been viceroy of Majorca from 1583 to 1584. As Don Peter was obliged to go to court on matters of business, and was a widower with 4 young girls, he determined to leave his children under the care of his unmarried sister, Jane de Pax, a lady of extraordinary piety. He wished, too, that they should live at the castle of Belver, a place where they would be out of the noise and distractions of the world, and able to attend to their studies. As Doña Jane was an invalid, her confessor, Father Borissaw, used to go to hear her confession and to say Mass in the castle chapel in order to give her Holy Communion, as well as to instruct the children. Father Borissaw, who had come to Majorca with our saint, had succeeded Father Koch as rector of the college in the same year, but after the happy day of St. Alonso's vow-taking, 1573. He pushed on vigorously the new church and opened the course of higher studies in the September of 1574. It was somewhere about this time that the miraculous event took place which we are going to record. It is a long and steep climb, over rocky soil, from the road below up to Belver. St. Alonso was suffering greatly in his legs when one hot day in February he was accompanying the good Father Rector, and he found it impossible to keep up with him. Still he struggled on under a burning sun. His thoughts were with God, and he was saying his rosary devoutly, as was his wont, offering up gladly all the pain and fatigue to his Lord. At the steepest part of the climb he was forced to sit down on a stone to rest, when Our Dear Lady appeared to him, and with a handkerchief, which she held in her hand, wiped off the perspiration that ran down from his face. Alonso was greatly confused at this honor, but the consolation which it gave him filled him with such joy and gave such strength to his limbs that he did not feel at all tired during the rest of the ascent. While Father Bourassa was engaged in hearing the lady's confession, Alonso stayed in a room hard by, absorbed in the memory of Our Lady's kindness. The children of the castle had heard that the brother was a saint, so they came to see him. Some doves had lighted upon his shoulder, but he was altogether unconscious of all around him, so full was he of this latest favor of his blessed mother. The temptations which up to this time had attacked Saint Alonso, he called ordinary, because comparatively easy to overcome, and because their very novelty made them seem more dangerous than they really were. But in proportion as God saw that his servant was becoming more inured to the combat, he freed the hands of the enemy, and allowed Satan to attack with such vigor that it seemed to be beyond all human power to resist. Night and day, at prayer or at work, our saint was haunted by thoughts and ideas so vivid that, though he resisted most vigorously, yet, with his delicacy of conscience and in the dust and darkness of the conflict, he ceased to be able to distinguish between what was involuntary and what was voluntary. Thus, to add to his other troubles, he got entangled in perpetual scruples, nor could his confessor extricate him from them. The poor sufferer could gain no relief from prayer to the saints, nor even to the Queen of Saints. In vain, Saint Alonso turned to God, in vain he sought refuge in the Sacred Heart of his Savior. Still, from time to time, in pity for his faithful servant, our Lord gave some comfort to his wearied soul. He was lying one night in bed tormented by a terrible scruple. The more he tried by self-examination to rid himself of it, the more confused he became. One moment the matter looked clear, and then the moment after all was changed again. His heart was wrung with grief because of the fear of sin. At last, he fell asleep. In the very middle of his first sleep, he was awakened by a loud noise overhead, and a bright light shone out upon the darkness of his mind, showing him clearly how baseless was the whole of the scruple that had so sorely tortured him. The floodgates of trouble once opened, all sorts of fear rushed in upon the soul of Rodriguez. Fears about today, fears about the past. A strange dread of having somehow incurred excommunication haunted him. A dying man, so someone told him, was about to receive viaticum when the priest found he could not raise the sacred host from the paten. On being interrogated, it had turned out that the sufferer had been excommunicated, and that though he had made the satisfaction which had been demanded of him, and was in perfect good faith, he had never obtained absolution from the censure. The story of this miraculous event, whether true or false, suggested or confirmed the fears of St. Alonso, and he persuaded himself that perhaps he too had fallen unwittingly under the ban of the Church. In his agony of mind, he turned with ardor to God. He laid before him his trouble and begged to be freed from his anguish. He offered himself as ready to bear anything, to go anywhere, to endure death itself if only he could satisfy his Lord, and for his honor escape from the snare. As he was praying in the greatest anxiety, the love of God smote his heart, steeping it in intense desire to do only and in all things the divine will, and then such a flood of heavenly light poured into his soul, and with it such a peace and quiet of mind which assured him so positively that he was in God's grace and favor, that beyond the vision of the blessed and the voice of revelation, he felt that no certainty could have been greater. St. Alonso, with such a conviction, would have faced death with joy, and this visitation and the peace which it brought kindled in him a new yearning for the eternal peace of heaven. Saint Alonso used in after life to tell those who came to him to ask advice under the plague of scruples, how when he was tormented by them he had sought to free himself from them by a most careful general confession. Spite of the confession he had made with such extreme diligence at Segovia at the beginning of his turning to God, he imagined that he had failed in it, in some matters by defect, in others by excess, that he had omitted circumstances which altered the character of his sins, or had explained them away. He persuaded himself in consequence that his confessions had all been invalid, and that his sins were unforgiven. After a long and most searching examination of conscience, and after writing down at full length all his faults, he thought that he had secured peace for his soul, and so presented himself with a great scroll of paper before his confessor. "What do you want to do?" asked the father. "To make a general confession," was the reply, "and because I feel I have taken all possible pains, I think it will set all my scruples at rest. But did you not take like pains in your former confessions?" His confessor urged, "Put this idea out of your head, tear up that paper and make an ordinary confession." He did as he was told, and every vestige of the scruples vanished. They returned again, as will be seen from time to time, but only as passing and quickly passing troubles. The memory of his past sins grew the more oppressive as Saint Alonso drew closer to God, and as he sought to serve him with greater perfection. One day, when in the height of contemplation and an intimate union, as if face to face, with his Creator, our saint looked back upon himself and his former life, and was filled with fear lest his offenses were still unforgiven. Out of an ardent desire to be pleasing to God, he cried out to him from the bottom of his heart, and these cries and groans unutterable seemed to him to fill the very heavens and to reach the infinite essence of God itself. 3 times he heard in reply a voice from above which said, "These sins are all forgiven thee." At once the cloud of sadness lifted from his mind, and he felt a joy such as he had never known before. A whole week this visitation lasted, and he realized in himself the words of St. Paul, "I live, now not I, but Christ lives in me." All he did seemed to spring from God dwelling within him and most closely united to him. And with this favor came many others, so that he was laden with spiritual treasures. Still our saint valued at a far higher price his troubles than all his joys. For as he remarks, intimate as is this union with God by acts of love, far more perfect is prayer in time of trial, if only with God's grace we overcome ourselves. We must not measure or estimate holiness by favors and consolations, but by suffering much for God, and by conquering in hard fight all the defects and passions which disquiet us, and which trouble and make sad our souls, until we have gained a mastery over them and secured a genuine peace. How terribly and thoroughly was this to be verified in St. Alonso, as he had been forewarned in the mysterious dream of the fight between the dove and the birds of evil omen. Again and again was Satan permitted to renew his onslaught against his virtue. Words failed him afterwards to tell how hard he was pressed. So horrible were the conflicts, that the holy brother said there was no torture which he would not have gladly undergone rather than again face such a struggle. He, however, prepared himself for the combat by an unreserved offering of himself to God, both body and soul, begging to suffer death, and, as was his usual formula, the pains of hell, rather than offend even by a venial sin. 3 times a day he renewed this offering, spending a whole hour over it each time, a prayer which he did not allow to interfere with the laborious duties of his day. Each hour he implored Our Lady to be his shelter and refuge in danger. What he underwent can only be likened to what some of the maiden martyrs had to undergo when given up by their judges to the license of the pagans. In vain he closed his eyes to the seductions, to the disgusting orgies which the demons perpetrated before him. They had the power to force him to behold what to him was worse than death. They tried by every allurement, even by open violence, to wring from him some degree of consent. Weak and breathless from the struggle, streaming with perspiration even in the depth of winter, he was with all this seemingly cut off from aid from above, or, as he said, as if there was no God for him, but only the demons in their loathsome shapes. St. Alonso compared himself to a man in the agonies of drowning, or to a frail vessel of glass tossed amidst the rocks. And to add to these external attacks his passions were aroused, and traitorous nature pressed him hard from within. But strong in the grace of God, he refused the slightest consent, until weary with his heroic and unconquerable resistance, the demons attacked him with blows and insults. They used to throw him on the ground and stamp upon his throat, and with hideous blasphemies against all that he most loved and most venerated, threatened his very life if he would not yield. But Alonso held on to trust in God and renewed his offerings to suffer 1,000 deaths rather than give the least consent. Day after day he came off victorious, and so sublime was his confidence in God that, like another Saint Antony, he jeered at the demons, making a great sign of the cross and bidding them pay it homage, as 3 times he prompted them to repeat, "We adore thee and bless thee, because by thy holy cross thou hast redeemed the world. In the name of Jesus every knee shall bow." He even bade them to repent of their vile attacks. It was usually in his cell and at midnight that these terrible conflicts came off. And, but for the marvelous ecstasies he enjoyed, and the torrents of consolation which God poured into the soul of his faithful servant when each contest was over, his life would have been worn out by this continual martyrdom, greater than which he could not imagine. So wan and pale he became, that the boys attending the school used to call him the *extremenciado*, or the Hermano Olado*, given up by the doctors, or more literally, the brother who had been anointed. It would seem that it was in face of these terrible temptations that Alonso began the daily use of the little office of the Immaculate Conception, to which he was so attached, asking her to beg of her blessed Son, by the most holy spotlessness in which she was conceived, being holy before she was born, to keep him pure as an angel from all sin, that he might be pleasing to God. With the same intent, and that our Blessed Lady might pray for him each hour of the day and night, he said the Hail Mary and the Salve Regina 12 times each day. God allowed him one day to see the demons in council, planning their final attack. Alonso turned at once to our Blessed Lady, and with his habitual petition, begged her and all his heavenly patrons and the whole court of heaven to obtain for him, rather to pass, without sin, through the tortures of hell itself, than to allow him to offend his good and tender Lord. Then a vast troop of demons in visible shape entered his cell. They dragged him about the room and under impure forms tempted him in every way. In the face of the awful peril, heaven seemed to be deaf to his cries. He turned to God, and no help seemed near. He invoked his blessed mother, she seemed not to heed him. The more he prayed, the greater the danger seemed to grow. But God, who let loose the tempest, was not wanting to his heroic servant. All the efforts of hell were in vain, his constancy only changed their assaults into victory after victory. The demons then told him that they were determined to continue their attacks till he either gave in or was killed by the struggle. They would leave him no peace nor rest. Saint Alonso generously offered, for God's sake, to bear, till the judgment day, whatever torments their rage might suggest. Such a cry of love put them finally to flight, and our blessed Lord appeared in glory to console his servant, and flooded his soul and body with a heavenly peace. Still Alonso could not help asking him, as other saints had done before, "Where wast thou, Lord, when I was attacked by such sorrows?" "Fear not," was the answer, as he showed him his sacred wounds, "I never will abandon thee, my dear son." And so overwhelming grew the joy of our saint's heart that it forced him to cry out like St. Francis Xavier, "Enough, O Lord, enough." Our Blessed Lady appeared to him at the same time and assured him of her love towards him. Thus at last, the hideous temptations of so many long years passed away forever. Somewhere about this time, too, some 10 years or more after his conversion, God freed Alonso from the holy fear with which the ever-present sense of the terrors of death had penetrated him. In its place, his whole soul was filled with the firmest confidence in God and with the most utter distrust of himself and of every creature. Death and hell were to him no subject of personal fear, in the assurance he had received of his salvation. It was this trust, no doubt, which had borne him up in the terrible hand-to-hand struggle with temptation. 1580–1585. During the time of the terrible trials of Saint Alonso, Father Borisaw's term of office had come to an end, and Father Koch, who had been procurator of his province at the triennial meeting in Rome, was, by the Father General Everard Mercurian, made rector. For a second time, in 1576, a large portion of the nave of the college church, with its side chapels, 4 at each side, was completed that year, and was blessed by the new bishop, John Viek y Manrique, on the eve of Trinity Sunday. He preached the following day. The change in our saints looks under the pressure of his awful, nightly struggles, no doubt had attracted the attention of his superiors, and it was thought well to give him the busy post of doorkeeper or hall porter, so as to keep him actively employed and thus distract his mind from his mental troubles. Perhaps the appointment was made by Father Cock, perhaps by his successor, Father John Poggio, a Sardinian, who was made rector in 1580, about which time at all events Alonso entered on the new office, which he was to hold for so many long years. The newly opened church, the greatly increased number of students, the consequent enlargements of the college buildings, all made the charge of porter more onerous and more important than before. In 1581, the community numbered, in fathers and brothers, some 20, and it went on, with some slight variation, becoming more and more numerous, until in some 25 years it more than doubled. The office which was allotted to St. Alonso is never an easy post in a Jesuit college. Besides the numbers of day scholars, there were, as at the presbyteries in our large towns, a constant succession of old and young, rich and poor, coming to the fathers for advice, for relief, with sick calls, and not unfrequently severely trying the temper and patience of the doorkeeper. Yet, by the evidence of numbers of witnesses, we learn that, during the 20 or more years that Alonso held this post at Montesión, he never betrayed any signs of annoyance, no matter what he had to bear. Once he had chanced inadvertently to lock up a workman in the church. The man began to hammer loudly at the door. When Alonso opened it, the artisans stormed at the brother. But he met this abuse with a gentle smile, so that the man, as he went away, by the colonnade round the court, said to some of the fathers, who had seen what had happened, "That brother is not a man, he is an angel." And this was no solitary instance, for whenever people grew impatient and roundly abused him for keeping them waiting at the door, he always met their anger with such silent sweetness that they grew calm at once. Boys often rang the bell and then ran away, and when they looked back from their hiding places, they always noticed that when he opened the door, instead of being cross, he only laughed. Father Bergera, a Franciscan, who when a boy used to go to school at Montesión, says that in spite of the annoyances caused to the good porter, he always was the same, with great modesty of bearing and conquest of self. And his very looks as he went along, so quietly and gravely, wrapped in God, to open or shut the gate, impressed the boy deeply, for it told him that Alonso's soul was all the time communing with God. It happened very often, when he had gone in search of one of the community upon whom some visitor had called, that, before he had reached the room of the person he was in search of, there was a fresh ring at the doorbell. At once he hastened to answer it, and then returned on his former errand, perhaps only to be called back a second time to the door. So, at length, his superior, to save his steps and to obviate the delay, marked down definitely the distances within which he was to return, or not to return before delivering the message which he had first received. We can learn the secret at once of his patience and of his promptness to answer the bell in the saint's memorial. It was the passion, the leading passion of his soul, of answering in all things to the will of God, which made him recognize in each ring of the bell, as indeed his rules told him, the voice of his Lord. 1. As soon as ever the bell rang, he raised his heart to God and said to him, "Lord, I must open the door to thee for love of thee." And then he opened it. 2. Another practice of his, when he heard the doorbell, was to make acts of joy in his heart, as if he were going to open the door to his God, as if God himself had rung the bell, saying, as he went, "I am coming, my Lord." 3. A third practice was interior mortification, for when anyone rang violently or in a hurry, though he felt some natural irritation rise in his breast, he stoutly repressed it, and calmed himself so thoroughly that no annoyance was left. This is a very profitable self-denial, since unless we practice it we can make no progress, for we must do violence to ourselves in God's sight, and one gets great good from this self-denial. Thus, when he, Alonso, reached the door he was quite calm, and opened it as if the bell had only been rung once, and that quite gently. Very often he was exceedingly exhausted, and found it a great trouble to get about, still in his soul he enjoyed a wondrous repose. 4. His fourth point and practice was that as he had so deeply rooted a habit of opening the door as if to our blessed Lord, he attained to the privilege of finding himself in an instant in converse with him, for whose sake he was acting. And just as when someone arrives whom we expect, we receive him with much delight and joy, so, as he never thought of anyone but of God, it many times happened to him, though without any previous thought of such a thing, that he actually saw our Lord arrive accompanied by Our Lady and by choirs of angels. Moreover, when he went to seek any father or brother in the house, although he had to hunt for them, when at last he did find them, he always spoke just as if he had not been obliged to seek for them, but had found them straight away, and so he gave his message. Father Colin quotes some of his resolutions on the same subject which were found written out by the saint. When summoned to the gate, act as though your God was coming in, open the door for him and receive him. And if you are sent with a message, act as though it is God, not man, that sends you. And as it is God's business, you will dispatch it at once with all the joy and affection so good a Lord deserves, always inclining your will to his. When you have taken the message and are returning with the answer, consider that you are coming back to your God with all possible joy and love, and fix the eyes of your soul on God, as if you were speaking to him, and not to man, and in this way you must deliver the answer. And if anyone wants to go out, you must consider that you are opening the gate to your God, who wants to go out, and not to man. And with this feeling, joined with great signs of charity and in all humility, open the gate and so let him depart. Spite of the constant calls on his time, whenever he was free, Saint Alonso retired into some quiet corner to say his beads, or to pray in some other way, or to read a pious book. Nor did he ever avail himself of the many occasions that presented themselves for a chat, unless charity and the good of souls required it of him. In the portiria, or entrance passage, there was a touching full-length picture of our blessed Lord tied to the pillar, seamed with wounds and blood, a subject of very popular devotion in Spain, and often was he to be seen praying with outstretched arms or clasped hands and in tears before this favorite subject. The picture is still preserved at Montesión. Father Costerer tells us that in 1627 it was kept with great reverence in the rector's room, for it was said that it had spoken to the Holy Brother, and that light had been seen to stream from his eyes as he prayed before it. A parish priest of Palma saw him pass a whole hour and more gazing on it without once moving. Near to the portiria there was a little room with a great wooden cross, to the foot of which our saint loved to betake himself, till called away by obedience. And those who were going out used often to surprise him wrapped in prayer. Whenever he passed before Christ at the pillar, or before this cross, or the picture of the Immaculate Conception, which was in the same room, he bowed down profoundly in sign of reverence. Saint Alonso's favorite spot was a door which opened out from the portiria to the church. During the alterations, it was blocked up, but a little opening was left by which he could see the tabernacle, and through which he loved to send his ardent aspirations to his sacramented God. Father Garrow, who, before his entry into the society in 1587, had been a scholar at Montesión, and was professor of divinity at Montesión in 1613, and for many years, and afterwards in the Jesuit College of Barcelona, wrote in 1618 an account of what he remembered of our saint. He seemed always wrapped in prayer, and when not called off by the bell, he was ever on his knees. Once chapter 1 recollect being at a late hour in a wooden confessional in our portiria, at the back of which was Brother Rodriguez's room. The brother imagined that he was alone, and with his arms stretched out like a cross, heaved such deep and fervent sighs, that I put my head out of the box, and I saw that he was in a rapture. His exterior was always so mortified, and he was so thin that the secular students called him Brother Deathshead. The modest guard over his eyes as he went through the streets or about the house was most remarkable. If, on opening the wicket of the portiria, he saw that it was a woman who was at the door, it was quite noticeable how quickly he turned away his eyes, lest he should look at her. I noticed this myself several times when I happened to be present. I also heard him discourse very devoutly and thoughtfully of our Lord, sometimes at meetings of the sodality of students, and at other times when speaking to people in private. And Chapter 1 noticed that a number of the first gentlemen of the island used to come to our college simply to hear him talk about our Lord, and they would ask his superiors to relieve him for a while of the keys, that they might the longer enjoy his holy conversation. As he always kept silence so strictly, or spoke only on God and necessary matters, in spite of his being so long at the College of Majorca, and almost all the time there as porter, he learned only a very few words in Majorcan, such as, "Que volu?" "What do you want?" and others which were absolutely necessary for his office. He was so punctual in everything that was ordered him to do, that even if he were charged to do something from one end of the year to the other, he was most exact in remembering to carry it out. Because he was porter, he had to ring the bell for the beginning and the end of schools, and it was a fact which everyone noticed that he never failed to ring just at the last stroke of the clock. When Chapter 1 was in my first probation, in a separate room of the house, one evening I was in great pain, and as I knew that Brother Rodriguez was going by, I called out to him. He pretended not to hear, but went off at once to ask leave, and came back with great kindness to request if he could be of any assistance to me. And he then explained that the reason why he had not replied to me before was because I was in my first probation. In conclusion, I have always heard from a great many fathers that, for the space of more than 40 years in which they lived with the brother, and though they noticed most carefully all he did, they never could perceive in him anything which was a fault or even an imperfection. It was plain to everyone who saw him that his mind was continually with God. In 1604, he gave a description of the 3 grades of this presence of God, to some of which he had certainly attained at the time of which we are speaking. The first is by means of the memory, always taking the greatest care to do nothing displeasing to God. He felt that God was always looking at him, and he walked before him with a great desire to please him, and with a great contempt for all that did not unite him to God. This interior presence of God, he said, is generally so great that it was impossible for him to forget it, and he never failed to remember that this sovereign Lord was within him. The second is by means of the understanding. The soul knows, without any exercise of its reasoning powers, for it has passed beyond the grade which requires their use, how God is in him. And by this knowledge, the soul comes to feel his presence within it. This mode of communicating himself to the soul is a pure favor of God, nor does this feeling come through the imagination, but it is a spiritual certainty by which the soul feels that God is within the soul and everywhere. This presence of God is called intellectual. It commonly lasts for a long time, and the more a soul advances in God's service, the more continual is this presence, and the more it makes itself felt, so much the more does God communicate himself to the soul, provided only that it disposes itself by much self-conquest. The pleasure which God takes in seeing us walking with him is so great that, should it chance that the soul, for good reasons, should be engrossed in some necessary occupation, it is wonderful to see how, without any trouble on its part, it feels God present within it, and how this makes up for any want of attention. It actually feels confused at the care which God takes that it should not stray from him. Oftentimes, St. Alonso goes on to say, without his thinking of it or seeking it, his Lord has in a sensible manner stood before him, just as if a man were to come in front of another who had not noticed his approach. About 8 or 10 years after his arrival in Majorca, 1579-1581, God lifted him to union so close that our saint compares it to that which exists between iron and the fire into which it is put. In the same way, when our Lord places the soul within his heart, all is on fire with charity, it inflames it with its love. And by the immense love which is given to it, through the communication of Christ and of his grace, the soul is made like, united to and transformed into him. And this presence of Christ our Lord within him is so real that he, Alonso, went about the streets so absorbed in Christ crucified that the people who passed by seemed to him like shadows. Some time before St. Alonso had been appointed porter, and during Father Cock's second term of office as rector of Montesión, 1576-1579, Father Aguirre, who had come to Majorca in 1568 and was a professor, and for some years prefect of studies in the college, started an interesting question during a spiritual conference. This was whether it was possible for anyone to remain continually in the presence of God. After several of the community had given their opinions, the rector said that to keep in God's presence absolutely, without any break, was within the power of angels, but not of men. For, what with the enemy of our souls and external objects, distractions were practically a necessity. The most one could do was to refer to God all our actions by frequently purifying our intention, and in fact this has a right to be called perpetual union with Him. However, Father Aguirre was not completely satisfied with this reply, and, as he often consulted our saint on spiritual matters, he asked him afterwards what he thought of the rector's solution. With great simplicity the holy brother replied, "To say that one cannot always keep in the presence of God is true if we look merely at the power of man. But with the divine assistance and grace I say that it is not merely possible, but sweet and easy." "Let us appeal to experience," said Father Aguirre. "Tell me, from your own life, are you always in the presence of God, or how long are you absent from it in the course of a day?" Alonso reflected for a while, and then, as he judged that it was for God's glory to disclose to one with whom he was on such intimate terms the whole truth, he smiled sweetly and said, "It seems to me for the space of a credo or so." This he confirmed afterwards when manifesting, according to rule, his interior to his superior. And, he added, that even when talking with others he did not lose sight of God. And this was in the early days of his religious life, when but on the threshold of those mysterious heights up to which God was to call him. For a still more wonderful and more perfect way was to be his, when the holy brother, freed by age and infirmities from the distractions of office, was able to give his whole time to God. From this intimate union with God flowed out necessarily an ardent zeal for souls. Saint Ignatius, in the opening of his rule, clearly shows that all and every one of his children are bound to be fishers of men, each in his own sphere, and under the orders of obedience. And to the lay brothers specially is enjoined, what is laid upon all, that they are to lead others to God by words in season, springing from a heart full of divine love, and which derive their power and efficacy from that love. Thus the Porteria of Montesión became a center of salvation and sanctification for the many who passed that way. And as years went by, and Saint Alonso was more known, and as he came to know a greater number of people, as he advanced, too, in holiness, and as old age caused his superiors to relieve him of external work, so did his apostolate increase. And few, if any, were in the habit of passing through the college gate, who by word or by the silent eloquence of his visible holiness, he did not help on towards God. Some of the first families in Majorca begged to be allowed to send their children to Saint Alonso to learn from him, as he had learned from blessed Favre, the elements of religion, and sometimes, with this, the rudiments of learning. His practice as tutor at Valencia made him eminently successful in this work. When the sodality of the students, which had been commenced in the college as early as 1570, as soon as the classes of grammar were opened, had, in 1586, been aggregated to the prima primaria of the Roman College, St. Alonso worked hard to get the scholars to join. Nor did he work less hard to keep them up to their engagements when once received. He used to delight to get a number of them together in the room of the Porteria, and to read some spiritual book to them, or talk to them earnestly, encouraging them to obedience and hard work, to avoid bad companions, and to be especially devout to our Immaculate Mother. He used to teach them how to say the rosary, and suggest ways of making their confessions and communions with fruit. When he came across any who showed special aptitude, or who were anxious for higher things, our saint would teach them how to make their daily examination of conscience, and how to meditate. He would urge those who had not joined to enter the sodality, by showing what a great help it would be to them, what interest Our Lady took in all who thus enrolled themselves under her banner, and how she protected them both in soul and body. The little office of the Immaculate Conception was a form of prayer he specially recommended. He used to write out for the sodalists, who were his special care, spiritual advice adapted to the intelligence and to the capacity of each. Numbers of these young men afterwards entered religious life, and their novice masters always recognized the hand that had formed them in the solidity and earnestness which they showed. Many instances of such vocations will occur in their proper place. Father Aguirre, who was nervous and scrupulous, chanced one day about this time, when giving communion and while Saint Alonso was serving his Mass, to let fall a consecrated particle. This, though a pure accident, caused the father the greatest anguish. Some days after our saint was again serving his Mass in the private chapel of the college. The father was still in great trouble, when the holy brother, all of a sudden in the course of the sacred mysteries, saw our divine Lord tenderly embracing the good priest and kissing him on the face. Alonso told his rector what he had seen and begged him to let Father Aguirre know of it. Father Cock did so, and then all his sadness and troubles were changed into the deepest joy, and he was consoled and in good spirits for many days. Not long after this, Father Aguirre had to go to Barcelona, and Saint Alonso accompanied his friend as far as the beautiful landlocked Bay of Soler, where the boat was lying in which he had to cross to the mainland. The two arrived a few days before the brig sailed, as they had to wait in the town of Soler for a favorable wind. The day which was fixed for its departure, they were both standing on the coast at the very spot from which Saint Raymond of Peñafort had set sail miraculously to Spain. Our saint, through his deep love and interest in Father Aguirre, was praying most earnestly that he might have a prosperous passage, when Our Lady assured him that if the father sailed in that vessel, he would assuredly be taken captive by the Moorish corsairs. At these terrible tidings, Alonso burst into a flood of tears, for there seemed no way of escape for his friend. But this only made him turn with fresh energy to his blessed mother. "Oh, my queen," he exclaimed, "if they take him prisoner, I will never leave you alone till you yourself bring him back to my cell." At once the wind changed, and the vessel was detained that night in the port. At the same time, without a word of suggestion having been said to him, the parish priest of Soler, a great friend of the Society of Jesus, had written to Father Cock to say that a number of Moorish vessels were said to be in the offing and out at sea. And, though Soler is some 17 miles from Palma, the letter reached the college that very evening. The rector, when he got the news, said to the other fathers at recreation, "Father Aguirre is still at Soler, and I am in doubt whether I shall allow him to go to Spain. I leave the decision to the majority." All agreed, under the circumstances, that he should come back, and Father Cock wrote instantly to him to return to the college. The reply reached Soler the next morning, and Saint Alonso and the father returned gladly to Montesión. Our saint did not know how to thank God sufficiently for his goodness. The vessel sailed that same day, and, just as the two re-entered the college, it fell into the hands of the Algerines at the very mouth of the port, and a Dominican father and the brother of one of the Jesuits of Palma were captured and passed many years in slavery. Alonso would gladly have revealed to the passengers the secret confided to him, but he neither had the permission from heaven to make it known, nor could he count on its being believed. He did his best then and after to soften the calamity by earnest prayers for the captives. In addition to his other work, Saint Alonso was at times sent to catechize the poor in the streets and in the churches of the town, and he was always glad to get hold of a waif or stray and teach him about God and the way to serve him. At the beginning of January, 1580, Father Cock was sent as vice-provincial to Sardinia, then under the Spanish crown and attached to the province of Aragon, and Father John Poggio, a native of that island, was, as has been said, appointed rector of Montesión in his place. The number of students had so increased that it was found necessary to enlarge the classrooms, and a neighboring house, called the synagogue, was purchased for the purpose, the municipality contributing 800 crowns. Father Poggio also bought a country house, a mile or so out of Palma, as a place of rest and recreation for the community. It was called Santa Maria del Monte and commanded a charming view over the city and the bay, and the broad plain with its olive trees and pleasant farmsteads. There was a large garden, which was afterwards planted with vines and fruit trees of every description. In the first year of his rectorate, on December 4th, 1580, Father Poggio received into the society John Matthew Merriman, the future friend, the confessor and biographer of Saint Alonso, whom he had known as a boy when coming to the classes of the College of Montesión. Two of our saint's companions died this year. One, a very good brother, John Messager, a Catalan carpenter, who went to his rest on January 6th. Another lay brother, John Farr, fell off the roof on August 20th, just as the community were coming down to their midday dinner, and was killed on the spot. His singular holiness offered a strong motive of consolation to the community in that terrible accident. He had only spent 5 short years in religious life, as he entered the society on October 18, 1575. After all the spiritual tortures through which Saint Alonso had passed, he was attacked by severe pains in the stomach, in the shoulders, in the chest, which seemed as if they would have killed him had they continued. He had pains, too, in the tongue, and boils which burned like heated irons, a very purgatory, which lasted for over 14 years, making more than half his body an open wound. And to add to all this, the old fear of being expelled the society returned and tormented him for a long time. His health now utterly broken down, the ever-growing lowly estimate which he had of himself seemed to him to make his dismissal far more likely at this time than it had appeared to him before his first vows. Whatever outsiders might have thought on the subject, those to whom were known the secrets of his heart looked on him as a living glory of his order. Father Antony Ibáñez, a man high in the spiritual life, the provincial of Aragon, who had been up to that time prevented from visiting Montesión in person since his appointment, determined to cross over to Majorca in the February of 1583, before ceasing to be superior. No sooner had he made the acquaintance of Saint Alonso than he formed such an idea of his sanctity that whenever the humble porter came to him with a message, he, on some pretense or other, always took care to remain standing and with head uncovered as long as the brother was in the room. About this time, God seems to have begun by external signs to manifest the holiness of Alonso. A woman of known piety, Catharine Sansaloni, was hearing a mass which was being served by the saintly brother, when she saw flames of fire mounting up from his burning heart towards heaven. This she disclosed to her confessor, Father Vincent Maz, a monk of the charter house of Valdemosa, some miles from Palma. It is now turned to secular purposes, but sacrilege has not robbed it of the charm of its position. Father Maz informed our saint of this occurrence, and the narration only excited his humble gratitude to God. Such favors were merely the shining forth of a deep-seated virtue, which was proved and manifested more clearly by the daily trials of his life than by such signs. The father minister of Montesión at this time was Father Peter Navarro y Hosta, or Horta, as the Majorcan folk called him. He was a Navarrese, and had entered the society when a youth of 18, at the College of Gandia in 1564. When his novitiate was over, he was sent to Sardinia, but after being tossed about in the Mediterranean for 40 days, his ship took shelter in a harbor of Majorca in the November of 1566. The provincial, Father Alphonsus Roman, happened to be there on visitation and ordered him to stay at Montesión. At the college in its very beginnings, each duty of a lay brother fell in succession, during one short year, to the lot of the young religious. Later on, he returned to Spain for his studies, only to come back in 1577 to Majorca, to which he was particularly attached, and there he spent the rest of his life. He was a man of a very agreeable and amiable character, and an excellent religious, humble, obedient, charitable, and deeply attached to his rule. He was much esteemed also as an able theologian and casuist, and he was specially set apart as confessor, and was most devoted to the laborious work of the confessional. He had for several years, and with the great satisfaction of the community, filled the post of minister. His cheerfulness and gravity, his handsome face and fine figure, made him a universal favorite. The father, during the earlier years when Saint Alonso was in the office of porter, was once very seriously ill and quite unable to leave his room. One of the father's penitents, a great Benny, factor of the college, had received permission from the father rector to visit his confessor during his illness, and orders had been given to the brother to always allow him to go up to the sick room. One day, however, the gentleman brought with him a friend who was anxious to see the sick father. The porter, as he had no authorization to admit anyone but the penitent of Father Hosta, very politely begged the visitors to wait for a moment in the porteria, and went off at once to the father rector to ask what he was to do. The answer was that two could not be admitted into the infirmary, and that the ordinary visitor of Father Hosta, if he wished to go, must go alone. Saint Alonso, in consequence, with all possible courtesy, declined to admit the stranger. His friend took it in bad part and refused, under the circumstance, to go up to the sick father. Father Hosta noticed that his penitent had not been to see him at his usual time, and scolded him for his neglect in a kindly way when next he came. The gentleman told him what had occurred and how the porter had refused his request. Father Hosta felt certain that Alonso had been over-scrupulous in his interpretation of the rule, and had acted without his superior's orders, and was very much displeased. So next time the brother came into his room, officially as minister, the father spoke very severely to him and blamed him for refusing admission to his friend. Saint Alonso made no attempt to defend himself, as he could so easily have done by citing his superior's express command. Our saint had before this occurrence seen the father, in a sort of vision, dead and buried, and he had taken it as a sign that Father Hosta had not long to live. So, to return good for evil, he now made up his mind to pray God with all possible earnestness to spare his life, and he got others to do the same. Some few days after, our saint again saw in spirit the invalid, as a corpse that had been dead 4 days, very much disfigured, and his face all swollen. This he understood to mean that in 4 days the invalid would have died, but that God had heard the united prayers of so many, and had granted the father several years' reprieve to labor for his crown. In fact, as will be seen, he lived for some 7 or 8 years after. In 1584, the new viceroy, Don Luis Vich y Manrique, brother to the then Bishop of Majorca, arrived in the island with Father Cock, whom he brought with him from Valencia, where the father had been detained by ill health since his return from Sardinia. The viceroy had obtained permission from Father Provincial Ibanez to allow him to take the father with him to his new post. The following year, for the 3rd time, Father Cock was appointed rector of Montesión. After the long and furious tempests which had assailed him, a time of great peace had now come upon Saint Alonso. Thanks to this peace of soul, the health of Alonso so far improved that, in spite of continual attacks of illness, which never left him, he was able to fulfill his various duties, and consequently all difficulty was now removed which might have stood in the way of his taking his last vows. The full time of probation, ordained by the constitutions of the Society for its lay brothers, before binding themselves finally to the order, had run out for Saint Alonso, and the day he so desired at last arrived. In the March of 1585, Father Alphonsus Roman arrived at Montesión as visitor by delegation from the then provincial, Father Jerome Roca, and on April 5th, the anniversary of our saint's first vows, he took his last vows in the Church of Montesión and in the hands of the father visitor. Another brother shared the privilege with Saint Alonso, his great friend, Brother James Ruiz, who had come to Majorca the year before his own arrival, and who, like many other holy men, sanctified himself in the hard life of the kitchen, being cook to the college for full 30 years. As he was a close imitator of Saint Alonso, he deserves a special mention in these pages. Brother Ruiz never showed a sign of weariness in his work, nor did he ever ask to be relieved of it. He would not even have anyone to help him, though he was ever ready to give a hand to aid his brothers. He never even once asked leave to go out for a walk. He found his rest in prayer, and this he made, whenever he was able to do so, on his knees. He gave very little time to sleep, and spent a good part of the night in getting on with his work so as to be free to hear each Mass which was said in the church. The tribune of the church which was set aside for the brothers was, until the new college was built, very near the kitchen, so that he could contrive by coming down after the communion to lay the simple breakfast for the father who was at the altar, and get back in time for the next Mass in the evening. He returned to the tribune to say his rosary, which in fact he was constantly reciting. Through his love of poverty and mortification, he chose to live on the scraps left by the others, and he claimed them as his own, nor, as far as he could, would he allow those who served at table to give him anything freshly cooked. His clothes were always the poorest in the house, and even his book of the Office of Our Lady, which he was accustomed to recite every day, was in such tatters that he had to tie it up with a string to prevent it falling to pieces. Saint Alonso resolved to correspond to the fresh grace which he had received by a new effort to please God in everything, and by never doing or thinking of doing anything however trivial without having asked his leave, nor to seek for other thing than him and his glory. One of 3 students of philosophy received by Father Roman into the society this year was a young man of Palma, Raphael Aller, who, though 19 years of age, was said, by those who knew him best, never to have lost his baptismal innocence. When he first began to think of entering the society, he broached his secret to Alonso alone, who soon saw that he was really called by God. Raphael, however, was tempted to be unfaithful to the call. So earnestly did our saint plead for him in his prayers that on the 18th of May he was received as a novice by the visitor and left with him, on the 12th of June, for Spain. Fresh temptations against his vocation, however, assailed him, and Raphael had again recourse to the saintly porter who had confided his cause to God. Victorious through Alonso's prayers, a 3rd time was he attacked, and a 3rd time by the same did he conquer, and so persevered for 36 years in the society till his death. He was for some years professor in Montesión. But finally, as a professed father, he dedicated his life to missionary labors, and expired, as he had prayed to die, in the midst of his successful work on the island of Majorca in the February of 1621. The college bell rang out at an early hour to call the community of Montesión for the work of a new day. But 2 hours earlier St. Alonso had risen from the slight rest which he allowed himself. As there was neither bell nor call to awake him, he attributed his regular rising to his good angel. Immediately his heart fixed itself on his Lord and his blessed Mother, and he said, "O God, come to my assistance. O Lord, make haste to help me." Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost. He then began to say, as he was dressing, the Litany of Our Lady, and went on to commend himself to God and to make acts of thanksgiving, with a firm resolution for the love of God to do and to bear still more for him. He then made a sign of the cross and adored the most blessed Trinity, reciting in its honor the Canticle of Canticles of Praise, the Te Deum. When he said the words, "Deign, O Lord, this day to keep us without sin," Alonso used to call to mind that that day might be his last. He then began the immediate preparation for his morning meditation. He humbly begged leave of God to be allowed to deal with him in prayer, although so unworthy, on account of guiltiness, to come in the presence of so good a Lord, and made many fervent acts of sorrow for having offended him. Then, according to St. Ignatius' formula, he besought for grace that all he should do, in memory, mind, and will, should be entirely for God's honor and glory, and he offered it all up to him. And so, as if he had received the permission which he had asked, with 3 deep reverences, and lifting up his heart to God, he commenced his meditation. The first 3 years of his conversion had been, as has been said, passed in the depths of the sea of purgation, and he came forth from the consideration of its terrible trials, purified and fit to gaze on higher things. The life of our blessed Lord, and especially the mysteries of his sacred passion and death, next became the subject matter of his meditations. But now, in the intimate union to which he had arrived, his heart, rather than his mind, was employed, for no sooner did he begin to meditate than he was united closely to God, and he besought him with all earnestness to give him what he needed. He did not so much speak as see. Our blessed Lord was present to him in the mystery which he had before him, and to him he laid open the needs of his soul. He himself has written that the best kind of petition is when the soul has learned that all hope is in God, and that no sort of trust can be placed in oneself. For this conviction forces our Lord to give, for he has promised ever to hear the cry of the poor and humble of heart. If you wish God to give you what you want, says St. Alonso, either for yourself or for anyone else, love him ardently and ask always for that which is to his greatest glory. Love your neighbor and the welfare of your own soul, and be sure he will grant you all you need, for he loves us with an infinite love and knows what we really need. Thus we hardly require to ask or to wish for anything, but can leave all care of ourselves to God, and so everything will go right. In his account of conscience of 1607, from which most of these details of his daily devotions are taken, St. Alonso gives us the following description of the way in which he spent his meditation. It probably will serve as a fair sample of his prayer for many years previous to that date. And what he, our saint, is speaking of himself in the 3rd person, treats of with God is that, by the great love which he has for his Majesty and for Jesus Christ and Our Lady the Virgin Mary and for all his neighbors, he begs his Lord to grant him these three, as it were, infinite loves: an infinite love of God, of Jesus, and of Mary, and of his neighbors. And also the salvation of the whole world, and that our Lord would grant also that he might rather suffer all the pains of hell, in a state of grace, than that his majesty should be offended, or that anyone should be lost, but rather that all should serve him and enjoy him hereafter. And he asks the same of Our Lady, that she may obtain it for him from God. This is the chief prayer which this person employs, and it lasts for 3/4 of an hour. Then he thanks God for all the mercies he has given him at that time, and through his whole life. And he concludes the hour of meditation with a petition to God our Lord for the needs which have been commended to his prayers, and those for which he is bound to pray, and for his own private wants. The devotions which he recited out of the hour's meditation of rule were the following: A Pater and Ave 5 times, in honor of the 5 wounds and of the Passion, asking through their merits to live as Jesus lived, to suffer as he suffered, and to be a close imitator of him. He recited daily the office of the Immaculate Conception, begging Mary to obtain of her Son, by the sacred spotlessness in which she was conceived, holy even before her birth, to keep him spotless as an angel from sin, so as to be pleasing to God. And, last of all, the Hail Mary and Salve Regina, 12 times, in memory of Our Lady's purity, as has been told above in the last chapter, to ask her each of the 24 hours to implore her Son to keep him from all fault. For the same reason he committed each of the 24 hours to 24 saints, to his angel guardian, to Saint Ildefonsus, his patron, Saint Gabriel, Saint Raphael, SS, Peter and Paul, John the Baptist and John the Evangelist, Saint James of Spain, Saint Matthias, the last of the 12, Saint Joseph, Saint Lawrence, Saint Francis of Assisi, SS, Cosmas and Damian, Saint Joachim and Saint Anne, Saint Mary Magdalene and Mary of Egypt, Saint Ursula and her 11,000 virgins, SS, Elizabeth and Zachary, Saint Anthony, probably of Padua, and Saint Blaise. Besides this, he recited his rosary of Our Lady once or oftener each day. Also a rosary for a happy death, repeating this prayer: O Lord, by thy sacred passion and death, I beseech thee to grant me a very good life, a thorough death to all my faults and passions and self-love, and clear lights of thy holy faith, hope, and charity. To this he added the rosary of the holy names, saying, Mary, be a Mary to me, and Jesus, be a Jesus to me, 33 times, in honor of the 33 years of our blessed Lord's life. No bell during the day met with so joyous a response from St. Alonso as that which summoned him to Mass, and anyone could tell by his eagerness, and by the joy which was stamped on his face, whither he was going. No excuse was ever allowed to prevent him from obeying the summons with the greatest promptitude. And when people in the church knew that he was going to serve Mass at any particular altar, they flocked there to hear it, that they might enjoy the additional privilege of watching him during that holy time. His face was lighted up by the fire of devotion from within, and tears continually fell from his eyes. More than ever after Holy Communion, a brightness was often seen to shine from his countenance, which shot up to the very ceiling, staying over him till the doorbell called him from his prayers. No wonder that the fathers strove to secure him as their server, for they felt a new fervor when he was at their side. Nor did St. Alonso ever miss the chance of serving Mass. No wonder, too, that his devotion was so intense, for God drew back for him the veil. Once, going to Holy Communion while serving Mass, he saw our Lord, under the form of a lovely and well-favored baby boy, with dimples in its little shoulders, and the vision reappeared while the priest was communicating a number of people each time they received, while he followed the priest to give a drink of water, as is the custom, to each of the numerous communicants. The sight filled him with a holy confusion. He hardly knew where he was, or what he was doing, so penetrated was he with humility. Another time, while serving at the high altar, our blessed Lord appeared standing on the altar at the gospel side, dressed as when upon earth in a long robe. His face was beautiful, his complexion was dark, almost a nut brown, but full of the mystery of the Godhead. The modesty of his eyes and the calm of his countenance were wonderful. He served as a model to his faithful servant, to whom he preached by his very looks. Our saint saw in them as in a mirror, during the brief space that the vision lasted, great spiritual and interior treasures. Such virtue and power was there in this apparition of our blessed Lord, that every time in afterlife, Saint Alonso recollected it, he felt great modesty and fervor, and a change such as comes over one in a fervent prayer. For it seemed to him as though Jesus Christ sent into his heart a live spark which struck his soul, and calmed it and made it better. And though it was 12 years after its occurrence when, by his director's orders, he recorded it, the impression was as fresh and active as ever, nor could he ever forget it. During the early years of his religious life, Saint Alonso communicated weekly and always in floods of tears. A gentleman of high family in Palma, Don Hunet, was kneeling behind him one day as he made his thanksgiving, and was so struck by his piety that he stooped down and kissed the sole of his foot. Each time that he served Mass, he renewed his vows after the elevation, adoring our dear Lord profoundly there present. He has left on record the formula which he was accustomed to employ. "Oh, eternal Father, my God and my Lord, how many times I have uttered these words, in poverty and obedience and chastity, according to the constitutions of the society. I beseech thee, my Lord, to pardon me all my faults in this matter of obedience and in all the rest, and give me grace to serve thee with great perfection. And now I say afresh, that I vow and promise to thy divine majesty, in presence of the most holy Virgin Mary Our Lady, and of all the heavenly court, poverty, obedience, and chastity, according to the constitutions of the society. And I beg that, as thou hast given me the grace to make this promise, thou wilt give me very great graces to fulfill it with great perfection. And chapter 1 beg of thee, if perchance it be of any worth, that thou wouldst receive it in thanksgiving for the so great mercy thou hast done me, in taking me out of the world and bringing me to the order of the society, where I am so happy." The favor of vocation Saint Alonso looked upon as boundless, so that if the whole world tried to do him all good for soul and body, it could not come near what God had done for him. And this thought, which was so deeply rooted in his soul, made him exclaim, "Whence then, O my Lord, can come the infinite love wherewith to love thee, as I owe so much to thee? What are the infinite services with which to repay thee, who hast done such favors for me? Whence the gratitude for such great benefits and mercies which I have received from thy majesty?" He felt overwhelmed in God's presence, at the sight of all he owed to him in soul and body, for favors which were well nigh infinite. In conclusion, he, Saint Alonso, offered to the Eternal Father, in thanksgiving, the merits, the sufferings, the holy life of his Son, Christ our Lord, and of Mary, his blessed Mother. Because of himself he had nothing which he could offer, as he was empty of all good and full of evil. Before the early dinner hour, in the middle of his busy day, and a second time in the evening, the bell in Saint Ignatius' rule called Alonso to his examination of conscience. But like his holy founder, each hour, as soon as it had passed, was called back before his mind, to answer whether the opportunities of merit which it had offered had been turned to their best account. If he chanced then to find that he had been unable to perform any of his fixed devotions during the last hour, he resolved to make up the omission in the next. In his daily examinations, our saint placed before him his divine master and model, and searchingly demanded, in his sight, whether his looks, his words, his modesty were faithful copies of his Lord, whether he took his meals, his rest, as his Lord had done, whether he bore injuries like him, and whether in all things, as Christ ever does, he sought his heavenly Father's honor. One of his resolutions was to do nothing merely to get done with it, but to perform each action as perfectly as possible in imitation of our blessed Lord, and just as if God's glory and his own salvation depended entirely upon it. When the bell summoned Saint Alonso to his meals, he used to choose, of two ways to the refectory, the most inconvenient and most exposed to the inclemency of the weather. For the same reason, at the lavatory at the entrance to the refectory, of two taps, he chose for himself the one which had the least flow of water. During his meals he used to pray with such fervor that, though he tried to conceal it, tears flowed from his eyes, and he sometimes paused for so long a time that the rector had to send to remind him to go on with his meals. His soul was, in truth, feeding on another banquet which made him forget altogether the wants of his body. Once while at table, full of the thoughts of his blessed mother, he exclaimed, "Oh, when shall I see thee in heaven?" "Alonso," Our Lady answered, "you shall see me in heaven." Another day while at dinner, so absorbed was he in prayer, even while eating, that a grape stone got into his throat and nearly choked him. At once he turned to his blessed mother, and he had hardly pronounced her name before she, who never failed him, relieved him from the pain and the peril. And not content with this, Mary obtained for him such an abundance of spiritual joy, such a flood of love and tenderness towards her, as he had never before experienced, so that he felt a conviction that there was nothing he could ask for from her which he was not sure to receive. The refectory was thus a place of prayer, but it was not less a place of penance. Up to his latest years, he constantly practiced acts of humility in the refectory, kissing the feet of the community, eating on the ground, reciting the miserere while carrying a cross on his shoulders or a cord round his neck. Eating itself was to him a trial, because the natural pleasure which it gives seemed likely to turn him from God. To guard against this, he made a number of carefully thought-out resolutions. They are based naturally on Saint Ignatius' directions, ad temporandum victim, and on the rules of the society, and they show how wisely severe he was against his appetite. 1. If at table what you fancy is carried away, it is God's wish that you neither take any notice of it nor speak of it, thus conquering yourself for love of him. And if you have given you what you do not like, it is the will of the same Lord that you do not call attention to this, but take it. 2. Be very careful about modesty, as if God were there before you, so to serve him the better. 3. When anything is wanting to you, you must not say a word, but be silent about yourself. But if your neighbor is in want of anything, tell the server at once, in order to keep the rule which enjoins this. 4. Do not unfold your napkin till your neighbor has done so, and never be the first to eat or drink. 5. Eat slowly, a little at a time, and quietly, and keep your thoughts more on God than on your meals. 6. Always leave something, and that the best, most agreeable and tasty part of your helping. 7. Never take any salt to your food, for it merely gives it relish and flavor, and there is no use in that. 8. Always stop eating as soon as anyone folds up his napkin, and never be the last. However long the meal may continue, mortify yourself. 9. At mealtime do not look at anyone, nor even at the helpings which are given to the others, only noticing when anything is wanting to your neighbor, so that you may comply with the requirements of charity and with obedience to the rule. 10. On entering the refectory, take off your cap and lift up your heart to God, offering to him yourself and all that are at the meal and the whole meal itself, to receive his divine blessing. 11. After you have sat down, say an Our Father and Hail Mary, offering both to the Mother of God, that she may offer them to her only begotten Son for the souls in purgatory, that he, in turn, may deign to invite them to the banquet of his glory, and may give you grace to serve him in all things perfectly, and that you may not take the least mouthful nor the least drop more nor less than what his majesty desires, and in the way he desires, for his honor and glory. These rules, which he kept to the letter, gained for him that perfect indifference as to food which will be seen in his later life. He had a special fondness for salt, but he kept rigidly to his resolution always to abstain from it. When first he came to Majorca, Saint Alonso used to eat oranges, which grow there in such plenty and perfection. One day someone told him, and his admonitor does not seem to have been a superior, that he ate a great many. From that day, to punish himself for any overfondness he might have had for them, he determined never of his own free will to touch them, and he kept this resolution most faithfully, though sometimes he was forced by obedience to take some. When at any time he was told to eat anything that was toothsome, he used to excite himself to distaste, as if it were something disgusting, and he would humble himself before God at seeing himself so well treated and given what was quite beyond his deserts. He was, for the same reason, pleased when any opportunity of mortification was given to him, as when the food was ill-cooked or cold. Once there was at the college a lay brother as cook, and Merriman's description seems to answer to Brother Ruiz, who was more given to hearing a number of masses and to saying a number of rosaries than seeing to his work in the kitchen with proper care and cleanliness. Though, in spite of his hearing so many masses every day, he never actually neglected his duties. It was summer time, and the garden bore a large crop of gourds or pumpkins. Some of these, however, were quite unfit for the table and were as bitter as the wild gourds of the fields. which one of the sons of the prophets gathered for his brethren during the famine in the days of Eliseus. Nor, as Father Merriman remarks, was the prophet there with his meal to take away their bitterness. Either the brother in charge of the garden or the cook himself, one day, by mistake, gathered some of the unwholesome sort. The brother had, a few days before, cooked a dish of gourds in the same way, so he did not think of tasting them this time before he sent them into the refectory. He served them up in separate porringers, one for each person. St. Alonso evidently smelt how disagreeable was the mess which he had before him, for, putting aside some fruit which had been sent in as a first course, he at once, contrary to his rule, began before anyone else to devour with avidity his disgusting plateful, just as if he feared lest he should be balked in his mortification, so that before the others had tasted of the dish, he had finished his portion. "I was sitting," says Merriman, "next to the rector, and when I began my portion, at the first mouthful I found it so unbearable that I spat it out. I took a glass of water to rinse my mouth, and I said with some warmth, 'Mors est in Allah.' And so I was the cause of the superior discovering what was the matter." He at once ordered the server to take away Brother Alonso's porringer, but it was all too late, for he had eaten up all his portion, and he was actually scraping the plate with his spoon, lest he should leave anything when it was to be carried off. He was delighted to have had his share in the gall and vinegar of his lord, but he paid dearly for his self-imposed penance by violent vomitings and colics which lasted several days. Such was the bitterness of the gourds that the meat mixed with them proved so nauseous that no one could touch it and all of it was left. That evening, the pious cook, to make up for what had been wanting at noon, after carefully washing the meat several times in water, sent it up dressed with something palatable for supper. But all his pains were of no avail, for even the dogs would not look at it, and it had to be thrown away. The enforced fast which the brother imposed on the community was for the next few days the subject of many a merry jest, but Brother Alonso, who never talked about food, was the only one who said not a word about it. For several years after, the very smell of gourds caused him positive pain and disgust, but to conquer himself, he ate them whenever they were given to him. During the hour's recreation, which followed the midday and evening meals, our saint was always intensely interested in any conversation that had God or religious matters for its subject, though he rarely spoke himself, and was ever more ready to listen than to talk. But when anyone introduced foolish or useless topics, he either gently endeavored gradually to lead the conversation back to higher subjects, or, failing in his effort, he dropped asleep. The long vigils he spent in prayer and his daily work sufficiently explain his fatigue. The following amusing notes written by Father Colin give our saint's idea of religious recreation. As St. Alonso later on in life presided at the recreation of the young lay brother novices, his remarks very probably refer to them. Francis Colin came to Montesión in 1610, but the paper from which he quotes was most likely written some time before then. Whatever the precise date of these notes of our saint, they find their place naturally here in the sketch of his day. He could not endure that, at recreation, the conversation should be on anything else but God, or that the brothers should be wanting in religious behavior. To give an idea of what the good brother thought as to our recreations, it has seemed good to me to publish here a paper which one day I found between the planks and boards of his bed when he had sent me to change his quarters. Though this paper should not be shown to seculars, yet it can be of great use for our own instruction, and knowing they are the words of a great saint, we should give to them their due weight. He writes thus with his own hand. No one should of his own accord go to any place other than the ordinary one for recreation, and he should never pass beyond it. In recreation, a woman's name should never be mentioned, unless it be the name of a canonized saint, and to say something about her which may be a source of great edification to those who are listening. They should not join in or listen to frivolous conversation such as you meet with among seculars, and they should never be so unmindful of modesty as to put one foot over the other. Here he makes a fresh heading. And what is still more important is, that the recreation may not often be more truly called inquiet than quiet, because peace is lost there. Whereas our Holy Father Ignatius has ordered recreation in order that charity and peace may be increased, while the devil contrives that both one and the other are lost. To remedy this, no one should squabble with anyone who is present, for then they begin to play the fool with and speak ill of one another. And we see that annoyance is caused, and thus peace is lost and charity diminished. And should anyone affirm anything, let no one contradict him, for otherwise such contention takes place, that I do not know how they can have any peace when they retire to their rooms, and if there be not peace, how can their charity towards one another increase? The remedy for this is, and I know of no other, for peace is so often disturbed by this means, that there should always be present a superior, and when anyone contradicts his brother, he should straightway make the offender kiss the feet of all. And this should be done every day, and a superior should never be absent, so that this may always be carried out. The devil has resorted to the same device inwardly. Just life as he has made use of in the world, where youths are wont to assemble in some house to chat, and there they begin to speak ill of one another, and to tell each other's faults, and thus the devil gets his own way by bringing in disturbance. When one has just finished his dinner, he is easily led to say things for which he is afterwards sorry, unless he restrains his tongue. What one speaks of should be of God, and not the contrary, and then he will always give edification. If not, then he will always be sorrowful and in trouble, as experience has shown. And to prove this, anyone can see how true it is, not only in others but in himself. One day, the fathers and masters of the college were discussing at recreation the pros or cons as to whether the boys ought to learn to swim. Some thought it was objectionable, because it interfered with their studies and was against modesty. Others more wisely argued that, living on an island, it was necessary to safeguard their boys from danger. Our saint happened to be present, but was so absorbed in God that he paid no attention to the debate. Father Cock, who was then rector, asked him if he knew how to swim. "Yes, father," was his answer. "Well then, let us see how you do it." At once he threw himself on the ground and began to strike out with his arms, but the father, perhaps more than satisfied with the good brother's good-natured and literal obedience, cried out, "Get up, that's enough, that's enough." Our saint was delighted, whenever he could get leave, to go out on visits of charity to the sick poor, either in the general hospital or in their own homes. Brother Sarah, who entered the society as a lay brother in 1596, tells us how tenderly he encouraged them to patience, and how he offered himself gladly to take on himself their pains, to free them from sufferings. Frequently he got leave from his superiors to go about begging for the poor, and delighted to give out what he had collected, soup or bread or money, accompanying his alms with kindly words of good advice, urging the needy to seek strength in the sacraments, and to bear their troubles with patience and submission. Whenever St. Alonso had to go out with one of the community, he always went first before his sacramental God. "Lord," he said, "if thou seest that I shall offend thee while out, though I am going under obedience, take away my life, for thou alone art my life, and I am resolved to suffer 1,000 deaths rather than offend thee, however slightly." Then turning to the picture of Our Lady over the high altar, he said to her, "Mary, Mother of God and my mother, I pray you from the bottom of my soul to be pleased to be my defender. Ask your Son that he may grant me what I ask of him, monstra te esse matrum, sumet per te prex qui pro nobis natus cilit esse tuus." When he had reached the door and had marked his name on the board as out, he signed himself with holy water, repeating as he left the college, "Show unto me, O Lord, thy ways, and teach me thy paths." Psalm chapter 24. 4. He observed St. Ignatius' rules of modesty as strictly when outside as when at home, and was ever recollected. He kept a special guard over his eyes, fixing them on the ground and only looking some 2 yards ahead, but never lifting them up. He wept over, as a fault, the having merely looked at a passing carriage. Our saint tells us the reason for this his care. Once, as he was going along a street with one of the fathers, quite unintentionally, he lifted up his eyes and he saw a woman, who was an invalid, at a window. He did not recall the fact, nor did he discover the fault, till at his next examination of conscience he learnt it from Our Lady. For she warned him that, when he went out, he was not to look at anything but the road along which he was going, neither was he ever to look up nor on either side. It was, as has been seen, the custom in Palma for the server at the altar to give some water to drink after Holy Communion to the communicants, and though Saint Alonso had constantly to do this to women in the church, yet he never broke his covenant with his eyes. The ladies called him the dead brother. Going one day along one of the passages in the upper part of the college, when he came to the tribune which faces the high altar, Saint Alonso lifted his eyes to a crucifix which stood there. Through a window which was above it, his gaze accidentally fell upon a woman in the azotea or open gallery of a house across the street. So penitent was he for this unintentional glance that he never passed that crucifix without pulling out some hairs from his head in punishment for his fault. Brother Ripoll, a scholastic, tells us that he never could get the holy brother to go out into the garden attached to the college, or even to come to the door which led out to it, because once when saying his rosary there and looking up to heaven, he caught sight of a woman on the gallery of an adjoining house. He said once to his brother Roca in the porteria, when from a large window that looked on the street, they could see some women staring at them from the house opposite, "Brother, come away." Women are like demons to men. When later on in life he was out with one of the fathers in the country, and he met some ladies at dinner in a private house, he sat so modestly, and with such reserve that, to use his own expression, he merely saw them as if they were shadows. His whole conversation with them was about the emptiness of worldly things and the importance of serving God here on this earth, as there is no remedy for neglect throughout all eternity. After the church, the place which Alonso loved best was his room. There was no attempt at comfort there. He would not even keep a flower or a sweet-smelling fruit, for his idea was that the cell of a religious is the tomb of a living man, a mere prison for the body, in order that the soul may find freedom therein, and so it was not right to have anything in it which could fetter the soul. It was, too, in his mind, the path to heaven, and as such he considered that it should be like the way chosen by our Lord, not pleasant and flower-strewn, but painful and thorny. And just for this reason he preferred a room which was stamped with the poverty of his divine master. He liked it to be a place where he could be in solitude, so as to be the more sheltered from any risk of faults, and the more united to God. Neither did he ever leave his room save when summoned by obedience or by charity. To wander about the house, he considered, was to expose oneself to breaches of silence and of other rules, and showed little care either for one's own perfection or for the perfection of others, as neither could ever be obtained save by a spirit of recollection and a love of retirement. As he led a life of such evident holiness, we cannot be surprised that it got noised abroad that God had given miraculous powers to Alonso, and the result was that he was constantly in request at the bedside of the sick and suffering, who hoped, and with reason, to obtain relief or a complete cure at his hands. A gentleman of the island, John Vivat, while pursuing a runaway slave, was shot by him in the arm, and the doctors declared the wound to be mortal. He received extreme unction and prepared for death, but his pain was so acute that he begged that Alonso might be sent to him, as he had known him from childhood, as a student at the college. Our saint accordingly came in company with one of the Jesuit fathers. He spoke to the invalid of God, and then assured him that he would recover. But when Saint Alonso was leaving, the dying man prayed him to make the sign of the cross over his wound, and as the brother modestly declined, Vivat begged him to give him his hand. The father bade the holy brother to do so, and the sick man applied it to his wound. At once the pain began to abate. Vivat was able to move the arm, which had been paralyzed, and on touching it a second time with the saint's hand, it became still better, and in a few days Don John was perfectly cured. Alonso became his fast friend, and under his influence he began to lead a very holy life. A surgeon who attended the college, Senor Fries, had a child 2 years old which was a victim to the local fevers. Its parents had in vain tried human remedies and had made pilgrimages and vows to different saints. The poor mother, hearing of the wonders wrought by Saint Alonso, took the child in her arms and hoped that for her husband's sake the brother would take pity on her little boy. Our saint endeavored to comfort her with kind words and so send her away, but she only insisted the more. He asked if she had no other children, and when she told him the boy was her only child and urged how hard it was to part with him, Saint Alonso said, "Well, my sister, it will not die, it will soon be quite well." And with that he made the sign of the cross over it. At once the fever left it, and it looked so well that the mother could not keep her joy to herself, but told all she met on her way home that her child had been cured. A poor woman was dying in childbed, and her life was so utterly despaired of that everything was in readiness to save and to baptize the child after her death. Saint Alonso, who had gone as companion with a father of the college, on his return home, was deeply concerned for both mother and the unborn babe. "Lord," he cried in an agony of prayer, "I offer thee, in this sad need, all the merits of my whole life, for the mother and her children, if only thou wilt have compassion on her in this her need." That instant she recovered. 4 days after, in passing with the same father down the street where she lived, Alonso had the pleasure of finding her standing at her door. Going another time with a father who wanted to hear a sick man's confession, the patient was found to be raving. The father, finding it impossible in his frenzy even to get near him, withdrew for a space and betook himself to prayer with our saint, asking for help from God. As they prayed, the sick man became as meek as a lamb and begged to make his confession. Another act of charity far greater than these was when, on one occasion, Saint Alonso knew of someone who was in great trouble on account of temptation. So anxious was our saint to console him that he begged God to free his friend and to transfer the trial to himself. The answer came that his prayer would not be granted in the way that he had asked, but that he should have another trial to bear instead. And God, in fact, sent him a terrible bodily pain. It came and went, but returned again. It grew, however, less each time and at last disappeared. The charity of our saint towards his neighbor was only to be measured by his love for God. We read in his resolutions, "What care our saint took to be open-eyed to the good qualities of all around and blind to their faults, while he steadily refused to see any good in himself. And he heartily despised himself for his own faults, which, though invisible to others, his humility magnified and revealed to his mind." Thus everyone became for him a master in some particular virtue, and all, by contrast, helped him to deepen his sense of humility. He used, in his own mind, to call each one by the name of the particular excellence which his charity discovered in them. Here comes the humble man. Here comes the one whose heart is wounded by love of God. Here comes the brother whose thoughts are ever with God. Here is he who gives no one any trouble, and bears his brother's faults without a word. Here is the servant and subject of all, and who never likes to be waited on. "Think well of all," he writes, "but ill of yourself. Keep before you his good qualities and put aside his bad ones. If you notice any, make excuses for them, but reject any good in yourself, for you do not know if it be pleasing to God. And accuse yourself of your faults, not going into discouragement, but into contempt of self. Keep yourself always shut up in the cell of your self-knowledge, and so you will see in others subjects of praise, in yourself motives of sorrow. Think everybody good and better than yourself. Love and esteem all, and be pleasant and cheerful with all, but thoroughly contemn yourself." Saint Alonso took the greatest pains to do every action of the day with all possible care, and to make it give back all possible glory to God. The humbler and the harder the work, the more fruitful it was under his hands. He had to take his turn to lay the refectory, to help his friend Brother Ruiz in the kitchen, and of these, as of all the other duties of a lay brother, he has left us the secret of his perfect work. Whenever you do anything, you must offer it to God at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. At the beginning, undertake it only to please our Lord, out of holy obedience, while in the midst of it, you must unite it to the life, labors, death, and merits of Jesus Christ. When finished, offer it to God for your soul's salvation and for your own special needs, and beg him to accept it for this end. When you wait at table, you must put yourself first of all in the presence of God, for whose love you are going to do that duty, in order to please him in the person of those whom you are serving, and because holy obedience commands it. While you are waiting on the community, be very careful to lift your heart to God, and say often, "Lord, I unite this action with the life, passion, the labors, and death of Jesus Christ, thy only Son." When you have finished, say with new fervor, "I offer thee, my God, this work purely for thy glory, for my soul's salvation, to relieve the souls in purgatory, and for the conversion of sinners and heretics." You must take great pains to please God, and to give him satisfaction in everything, never desiring anything which is not allowed, no matter how trivial it may be. When you have anything to say, when you wish to look at anything, or to eat anything at table, whatever in fact you do, you must, in your heart, ask God's leave beforehand, and if your conscience has nothing against it, you can then do what you judge conformable to his will, but never act in any other way. You must have no other thought in what you do, but to please God by a very pure intention, for he himself has no other end in everything but his glory. In conclusion, you must live as if you saw nothing, heard nothing, felt nothing, and as if you were already dead to all your senses, and sought in everything the honor and glory of God, and the fulfillment of his will and nothing else. Thus the smallest action was turned, by him, into gold coin that is current in heaven. To be faithful to such a rule is to be a saint. Thus every hour was full of glory to God. Never was a moment lost. People noticed that the instant any public duty, as, for example, recreation, was over, Alonso began at once to recite his prayers. He always used these spare times to intercede for some soul who he knew was in need. After a day of such constant work, there was not much repose for the worn-out frame of this great penitent. Much of the night he gave to prayer. 1585–1604. Alonso was now restored to comparative health of body, as well as to comparative peace of soul. The busy life of Porter only grew more busy as the college developed, but there was no slackening in the onward progress of our saint's holiness. There were new arrivals of fathers and scholastics, and there were leave-takings and departures of others. Young men were accepted as novices, and others were called by God to their reward. Children began their schooling in the classroom of Montesión who were, in after years, to be brethren in religion with our saint. And amidst all this little world, which reflected in its changes, its joys and its sorrows, the history of all days, the virtues of the humble Porter grew only more beautiful. Somewhere about this time, the prayers of Saint Alonso rescued Father Aguirre from a fresh danger, greater far than that which has been already recorded in these pages. The father, who at the time was in the Jesuit college at Gandia, had fallen into a state of religious melancholy, which bordered on temporary insanity. He had lost all hopes of his salvation, nor did there appear any chance of his being roused from his intense depression, and it was feared that he would even die without the sacraments. One day, about this time, Brother Alonso was walking about wrapped up in deep contemplation in a dark passage of the old house, afar from the bustle of the college, where his cell was then situated. Suddenly he heard a distant voice in the air which said to him, "Pray for your friend, Father Aguirre, who is in great danger." He turned at once to Our Lady and offered through her hands all his acts of penance, his communions, and other works of piety for the poor father. This he continued to do till he thought he had fulfilled the orders from on high. Some months later, in the spring of 1587, Father Jerome Roca, the provincial, came on his visit to the college, and Alonso, in giving the usual account of conscience, told him of the mysterious message. The provincial then informed him of all that had passed, and that he had happened at the very time to have been at Gandia, and that Father Aguirre had perfectly recovered his health. In fact, he was able to serve the society for 4 years after this. But before Father Roca's arrival, the College of Montesión experienced 2 severe losses. The year of our saint's last vows, 1585, Father Fau, who had entered the society only 4 years previously, and whose life in religion had closely resembled that of our saint in its recollection and zeal, went to his rest. On April 6, 2 years later, died Father John Encontra. He too was a faithful imitator of Saint Alonso and so perfect a religious, that this college, says the chronicler, has had few to come near to him. He was professor in Montesión and prefect of the confraternity or congregation of the college boys, whose lives grew so edifying that they seemed to belong to a well-ordered ecclesiastical seminary. Out of these Father Encontra had selected some of the most fervent and formed a sort of inner circle, what he called the academia, a school of the humble. For by it he trained them in the secure way of humility, making them do menial offices, as for example, sweep out the classrooms, and used to handle the broom himself to set them an example. He took little care of himself and lived in a cold and exposed room. His health broke down and he died when only 30. Our Lady. He exclaimed, while he was being anointed, "For the services which I have done you and have got others to do for you, I beg of you to aid me in this hour." Father Roca came, as has been said, on his visitation in the spring of 1587. He found great delight, during his stay on the island, in the company of Saint Alonso, with whom he lived on terms of very close intimacy, and whose marvelous sanctity and wonderful gifts were a subject of grateful wonder to him. On his return to Spain, he said, in a public exhortation, without mentioning our saint's name, that he had discovered in the province of Aragon a religious to whom God vouchsafed favors as great as those which had been received by the poor man of Assisi, Saint Francis. Father Roca found the community very badly housed, for though a large portion of the church, thanks in great part to Father Cock's zeal, had been finished as far back as 1581, yet, to use the vigorous expression of the chronicler of the province, there was not a trowelful of a new college. On the 22nd of July, 1587, the community of Montesión were gathered in prayer and tears around the deathbed of their venerated rector, Father Cock. He had never properly recovered his health, and had been for some time unable to preach, or even to do his ordinary duties as rector. His first work at Montesión, when a very young religious, was as one of the first masters in the earliest days of the college, and his life seemed bound up with its prosperity and with the spiritual interests of the city. All who visited the sick man's room during his painful illness had been struck by his patience and love of suffering. The viceroy, Don Luis Vich y Manrique, and his brother, the Bishop of Majorca, had noticed that in spite of a raging thirst, which his dropsy naturally created, the sufferer never touched a drop of anything unless ordered by the doctor. God made known to the good rector that his death day would be the feast of Saint Mary Magdalene. The last sacraments were being administered to him, and among the first to come on that occasion to his room had been Saint Alonso, who was bound to him by so many ties of affection and duty. But so many were present that he with others was forced to kneel outside at the door, and when he was least thinking of such a thing, he beheld heaven opened, and he heard a voice say, "It is open for Father Cock." The vision lasted some 7 or 8 minutes. Our saint received at the same time the assurance that a like reception awaited him, but that he must struggle on yet for some years along the path of obedience and of constant mortification. No wonder that in the midst of the grief of all around him on the death of their superior, Alonso was filled with a joy which must have puzzled his brethren. Majorca owes in great part to Father Cock that Alonso lived so many years and died in the island, for he often used to say what trouble he had been at to prevent his superiors removing the Holy Brother, for they had done all they could to take him with them to Spain to sanctify, as they said, other colleges and other cities. The whole of Palma flocked to Father Cock's funeral, and the Franciscans celebrated a solemn dirge for him in the cathedral. Father Hosta was appointed vice-rector on Father Cock's death. The 8th of December, a day of great festivity at Palma in 1587, had come to a close when a tornado, such as is rarely met with in temperate zones, and such as had never been known in Majorca, burst upon the island. The hurricane was accompanied by great storm clouds charged with electricity and pouring forth torrents of rain. The whirlwind tore up trees by the roots and carried great trunks an incredible distance. It threw down the stone crosses at 2 of the city gates, Puertas del Campo and de San Antonio. The lightning broke the beautiful rose window over the west door of the cathedral, which was then being completed, and passed out of another at the east, scattering both the magnificent glass and the elaborate and massive tracery of each. Numbers of houses were leveled to the ground, and a wall of the college was blown down and crushed the small tenements below it, killing many and seriously injuring others. The screams of the wounded and of their friends, the clang of the bells of the city, the constant rolling of the thunder, were enough to terrify the bravest heart. The community had gone to seek help before the tabernacle and to beg God to protect the city. But when they heard the crash close by, they rushed out to give some help, but the black darkness prevented them from going to aid, nor could any torch live in the wind and torrents of rain. The house itself was old and unsafe, and any moment it might crumble, as the wall had done, beneath the fury of the storm. Father Hosta had just before begun to pull down some of the outer walls, and thus left the house exposed to this unexpected storm. Full of anguish at the cries and moans of the poor people, he met Alonso, who had run out to help the wounded, and said to him, "What are you doing here, brother? Go at once to the sanctuary and pray God to stay this storm." At once he obeyed. Another brother, Alphonsus Magi, well known for his surgical skill and great goodness, who happened to be there, followed him, to join with him in his prayer, and partly, too, out of curiosity to see what he would do. Our saint knelt before the blessed sacrament, and hardly had he time to say the Hail Mary 3 times than the storm ceased, and at once the sky began to grow clear. So sudden was the change that they were able to go forth and, by torchlight, dig out those who had been buried in the ruins. Everyone was amazed at so sudden a change, for these tempests generally last for several days. Few knew the cause of the calm. Father Hosta had been ill the whole time since the death of Father Cock. So high was the esteem in which he was held by the general of the society, Father Claudius Aquaviva, that he was, notwithstanding, named rector of the important College of Barcelona. But before he could undertake this grave responsibility, he died of malignant fever, on February 28, 1588. Father Matthias Borissaw was finally appointed, for a second time, rector of Montesión, and entered upon his office the year of Father Hosta's death. By orders of the Father General, owing no doubt to the report of the late visitor, a wing of the new college was begun in June. It was of 3 stories and stood at right angles to the church, while it was connected with the temporary classrooms, which were then separated from it by a street, by a wooden bridge. At the other extremity from the church, a large cistern was constructed under a courtyard, with a drawwell above. One day St. Alonso had suspended a water bottle of clay by a cord, which was fastened at the other end to the middle of a strong stick. He had put the bottle in the cistern in order to keep the water cool for one of the community who was ill. He no doubt had plenty of work of his own, and he felt rather inclined to leave the sick man, who was well enough to do this, to draw up the water for himself. But he put away the thought and went to get the bottle, when the cord slipped off the stick and the vessel went down to the bottom of the cistern. God, however, came to his aid, and to reward his charity, the bottle rose up of itself to the rim of the well, though it was very heavy, and he was thus able to get hold of it and bring it up. Father Borissaw improved the property of the country house, so great a boon for the hard-worked missioners and for the masters and brothers of the college. But once, and once only, was it remembered that Alonso ever asked leave to go out to Santa Maria del Monte, as the villa was called, and that was to please a brother who wanted the walk as an excuse to have the opportunity of talking about God with the holy porter. And when he was sent by obedience, he made a compact with his senses not to touch, much less to taste, or even to look at, the grapes or other fruit. He would not even gather a flower or a blade of grass. The great struggle between Protestantism and Catholicity, which was raging in France and the Low Countries, called for earnest intercession on the part of the faithful, and the general of the society ordered, in 1590, his religious to seek for fresh fervor and strength in the exercises of Saint Ignatius. One can imagine with what dispositions Saint Alonso received this grace. One immediate result was to quicken the zeal of all, and missions to town and country were given with immense fruit. The following year, 1591, the year of Saint Aloysius' death, our saint attained his 60th year. His health, undermined by constant penance, began to give way, and he was ordered to take his rest at night on a bed. Hitherto he had slept in a chair or on the boards. But many years after this, Brother Mora, who only made his acquaintance in 1601, tells us when he went round the rooms to see that the brothers were in bed, he noticed that the saint was sitting up in bed with his head towards the wall. But just as always, even when he was sitting on a chair, his back was not resting against anything, but, so Brother Mora describes it, was as if in the air. Mora tells us that he himself tried the experiment, and, after a quarter of an hour's endurance, gave it up through sheer fatigue. Jerome Paul Puigdorfila, a great admirer of the saint, one of the first nobles of Majorca, set sail for Valencia on January 8, 1591, and his wife, Margaret de Spuig y Puigdorfila, went in great trouble to implore Alonso to pray for her husband, as it was 3 months since his departure, and she had had no news about him, because no vessels had come from Spain in the meantime. She was frightened lest he had died or been taken by the corsairs. "Lady," answered St. Alonso, "have no fear for your husband, for God has preserved him for other work." And this prophecy proved true, for the gentleman returned to the island in good health and maintained it up to the time when he gave his evidence for the saint's canonization in 1619-20. Father John Rico, a native of Culera in Valencia, came next year, 1592, on May 1st, to be rector of the college. Some 3 years back, in the June of 1589, during an outbreak of the plague in Barcelona, he had devoted himself to serve the sick and had caught the terrible malady. However, he shook it off, and his superiors sent him to the comparative quiet of the College of Palma. One father and 3 brothers died victims of charity. One of these, Francis Mori, was a Majorcan who had passed some 12 years with Saint Alonso as a lay brother at Montesión. Though deformed, he was a most valuable brother, being a stonemason by trade. He was much drawn to our saint, and always sought his side at recreation to talk with him. Like to him in his love of perfection, in his recollection and spirit of penance, the subjects of their conversation were widely different. Alonso loved to talk of humiliation, of self-contempt, mortification of self in all things. Francis ever talked, in burning words, of God's love and goodness to us. Father Rico was singularly like, both in character and in humility, to our holy lay brother, for whom he had a profound esteem, and he even asked and took his advice in many matters. One day Father John went, with Saint Alonso and his companion, to preach in the church of the Convent de la Merced. The brother took the preacher to the pulpit and sat on the steps during the sermon. The subject was forgiveness of enemies, and he treated it with great learning and ardent fervor, but it fell with but small fruit on the large audience. As the brother was saying the 3 Hail Marys with the preacher and the people at the close of the discourse, he heard the voice of our Lord saying to him, "Thy rector will atone for this sermon in purgatory." The reason was soon made clear to Alonso, for as he was walking on his way back to the college in company with Father Rico, it was revealed to our saint that his rector had deserved this reproof for having preached in Castilian, the fashionable language of society, and not in the popular Majorcan, and was, in consequence, not understood by all, especially by the women of humbler life. Not knowing what to do, the holy brother told what he had heard to the minister. This father naturally did not like to be the bearer of so unpleasant a correction to his superior, and bade Alonso, as he had received the intimation, to deliver it himself. He accordingly did so, and the good rector received the warning with all humility, nor did he ever from that day fail, while on the island, to preach in the dialect of the people. In fact, far from taking in bad part the admonition, he ever after held in highest esteem the saintly porter. He sought his advice in all his doubts and difficulties, and kept through his life, as a precious relic, a paper written and signed by Saint Alonso. He used to compare the brother, when hearing Mass, to Saint Antony of Padua, and he went so far as to say that if the rules of the society were lost, they would be preserved in the life of our saint. One day, as he opened the tabernacle door to give Holy Communion, he saw a ray of light shoot forth from it and light up the face of Saint Alonso, who was kneeling at prayer in a little tribune facing the altar. Once in 1592, while saying his beads at a late hour in his room, Saint Alonso saw our Blessed Lady and her divine Son come down to him, and he entered into his heart. His blessed mother bore with her a second heart, and placed it in the right side of the saintly brother, and then entered therein. Nor could he ever forget this, neither did he cease to feel this mysterious presence, but it filled him with fear and shame, lest after all it might be but a delusion of the enemy. May one not see in this vision a forecast of the devotion to the SS? Hearts of Jesus and Mary? The heart of the model and master made one with that of his faithful servant, yet in that breast a place was found for the heart, the love of the mother. This was, as the saint insists, purely an intellectual vision. It was a sign and symbol of that mystical union which exists between a soul and God, and thus with Mary through Jesus, in which consists the highest degree of the contemplative state. Similar visions are familiar to those who have read the lives of the mystic saints. They find their best defense in the humility with which they were received, and in the love and humility which they fostered. It was during this mysterious visitation that Saint Alonso learned from the lips of our Lord a prayer, which he ever afterwards constantly employed. Jesus and Mary, the objects of my tenderest love, may I suffer and die for the love of you. Father Bernard Crespin, one of the fathers of the college, a Majorcan by birth, took Saint Alonso with him in 1593 to visit the brother of one of the canons of the cathedral, called Don Augustin Andrew, who was dying. Both of them knelt down by the bedside and continued praying till he expired. The canon noticed that the holy lay brother was so absorbed in prayer that he appeared quite ecstatic. And the sweet smile which came over the face of his own brother as his soul passed away was to the canon a proof that the prayer of the saint had been fully heard. On the 20th of January, 1594, Father Matthew Reger, a Catalan, came as confessor to the college from Valencia with some other fathers in the ship of the new viceroy of the island, Don Ferdinand Zanagara. The father remained at Montesión 16 years, being made minister of the house the year after his arrival. Father Matthew told St. Alonso that he was sorely pained at a difficulty which he met with at Holy Mass. He was not able to pronounce the words, nor could he help noticing the people in church, and he begged the aid of the good brother's prayers. The gates of heaven, however, in this instance, seemed shut against him, and the only relief he got was when Alonso was hearing his Mass and interceding for him. But the moment our saint ceased to pray, all his troubles came back. The difficulty was quite a new one to him, for Father Reger could till this time say his Mass with a strong voice. At last, Alonso, finding he got no better, suggested to him to examine himself as to whether or no there was some affectation in his way of saying Mass which was the cause of feelings of vain glory and overconfidence. Because if it were so, his cure was to be found in humbling himself at the feet of his God. In 1594, Father Peter de Viller was appointed Provincial of Aragon, and the following year, in May, he crossed over the sea to make his visitation of Montesión. One of the first results of his visit was an order that in the college church the octave of Corpus Christi should be celebrated with all possible solemnity. His wishes were at once complied with, and the magnificence of this week of fiestas, the music, the sermons, the flowers, the crowds of worshippers, filled with joy the heart of our saint, all inflamed with love for his sacramental God. On January 9th, Brother Bartholomew Roca, and on February 19th, 1595, Brother Michael Serra were received as lay brother novices. They were to spend many years with our saint. Brother Serra was in low spirits when in his novitiate and envied Saint Alonso's unchanging cheerfulness. So one day he resolved to test it. Serra was at the time dispenser, in charge of the storeroom, and was getting some capers ready for supper. Our saint told him to give the baker, who had just come, some breakfast, and Michael, as if he were vexed, said to him, "Go away, do you not see what I am doing? Why do you want to bother me?" Alonso answered very meekly, "Dearest brother, I did not order you to do it. I merely let you know that the baker had come, so that you might give him his breakfast whenever it suited you." Saint Alonso was associated with the novice master in the charge of the lay brother novices, and, at the time of which we are speaking, his room was next to that of the probationers. Brother Serra was so moved by the constant sound of the terrible disciplines which the saint inflicted on himself that he went to Father Gabriel Bolliker, the novice master, hoping that he would stay the hand which was so cruel to himself. A brother of Serra, named James, was a secular priest and a minor canon of the cathedral. A Franciscan of the same family, Fray Raphael, a friend of our saint, was distinguished for his holiness and learning. One day, when Don James came to see his brother, Don William Descaler and some other Majorcan gentlemen of position were standing about the door which leads from the cloister to the sacristy. He noticed that Brother Alonso, whose way lay straight through the door, instead of taking the direct road, made a great circuit in the direction of the well to get to his porter's lodge. He asked his brother why Alonso made such a round, and the answer was, "It is a custom with us to close the door after us, and, in order not to break his rules as doorkeeper, and at the same time not to disturb those gentlemen, and to pay them proper respect, he went so far out of his way." It seems that the real reason of this was that a superior had once said to the obedient brother, who had happened to leave a door open, "Why do not you shut the door?" And ever after that, he never passed through a door without closing it behind him. Just before his departure from Majorca, Father de Viller, on July 2nd, 1595, received into the society the future martyr, James Jerome de Moranta. His father was of the Council Royal of Majorca, while his mother was Praxed's Caldentel, niece of the illustrious Father Jerome Nadel. James had been a disciple of the Holy Porter while at school and had learnt from him the first elements of piety. But much more intimately and intensely did he profit by his teaching when he became a Jesuit. Thirst for the sufferings and labors of the American mission had been the leading motive of his entering the society, and when yet a novice he petitioned for that work of danger. The Feast of the Assumption, the patronal feast of the cathedral, had begun to be celebrated in 1588 with a special pomp in the College of Montesión. That day had ever been one of special blessings to Alonso, and the fresh burst of devotion which this celebration called forth reacted no doubt upon his soul. It was in 1594 or 1595. The great day had come to a close, and our saint was in his room in the old house over the dispensary, which looked out on the cloister of the chief court of the college, the *Patio de los Confessionarios*. His mind was still full of Mary's happy death and glorious triumph over death. The house was quiet, for the townsfolk were at the solemn procession at the cathedral, when the image of Our Lady was borne to a resting place in memory of the bearing of her sacred body by the apostles to her tomb. She deigned to make him, in a still closer manner, share in her triumph by lifting him up in spirit into heaven, and there unrolling before the eyes of his soul the threefold festivities of her celestial progress. The first was when, at the moment of Mary's death, her blessed Son, escorted by myriads of rejoicing angels and happy souls, received her spotless soul and bore it up to the gates of its eternal home. Then came the entry into heaven of their triumphant Queen, who was welcomed by the whole celestial court. And the last and most magnificent triumph of all when she, the mother of the incarnate God, was throned in her seat of glory, amidst a burst of harmony, which, as it was celestial, can find no term of comparison with what is of this earth. Our saint felt as one of the angelic host, sharing with them in the joy of that triumph, standing with, mixing with them, knowing each, and being known to each with an intimacy which, though so close, in no ways distracted his thoughts from the great object of their attention. Whether this rapture was of the body or of the soul alone, Saint Alonso could not say, but he knew that it lasted for a considerable time. Up to this time, God had given Saint Alonso so vivid and detailed a realization of the terrors, the pains, the perils of death, that not only was his soul filled with holy fear, but his conversation reflected this infused knowledge. He was ever talking, as has been mentioned, of the swift shortness of life, and of the peril of losing God eternal for what is but for today. And though this fear did not cast out love, the conviction that there was no time, when death comes, to do penance for the past, armed him against himself to do penance while there was time. But somewhere about this period of his life God gave him such an assurance of his salvation that made fear of death or hell impossible to him. It filled him with a fresh love of his Lord and an ardent wish to shape all his life according to his will. Our saint compares his state to that of a servant who, when summoned to give an account of his stewardship, his master finds it all quite in order, and master and servant alike are content. In the month of July, 1596, Father Lawrence San Juan arrived at Palma as official visitor of Montesión for the provincial, Father Peter de Viller. Antony, a brother of Jerome de Moranta, who, like Jerome, was a spiritual child of Saint Alonso, presented himself to the father visitor as a candidate for the society, and was received by him. Like his brother, Antony obtained leave-in after life to devote himself to the missions, and was one of the Jesuits who labored in the celebrated reductions of Paraguay. During his stay at Montesión, Father San Juan established a sodality in the college for men of family and of official position. He took the greatest pains to leave the good work on such a solid foundation as would ensure its lasting for many a year. The confraternity was under the patronage of the Holy Ghost and of the Annunciation. While the personal holiness of its members was furthered by a discourse every Sunday, and a general communion on the third Sunday of each month, charity to their neighbor was practiced by visits to the poor, to the sick, and to those in prison. The first prefect of the sodality was a noble and valiant knight of Malta, Fray Ramon de Very, who, besides endowing the college, left a large sum as an annual income to the confraternity. When during the next year, 1597, Father Aquaviva, the general of the society, sent the diploma of aggregation to the Prima Primaria, the central sodality of Rome. The Confraternity of Montesión counted 120 members, among whom, on the Feast of All Saints, Don Ferdinand de Zanagara, the viceroy, was proud to be enrolled, and he frequently attended the meetings and joined in the pious practices of the brotherhood. The good done by the sodality among rich and poor alike can hardly be expressed, and no small share had Saint Alonso in this, for, by orders of his superiors, he not unfrequently was present at the meetings. For Father Bolliker and other fathers who had charge of this sodality were glad to employ the great gifts of the humble lay brother. They used to take him with them to the hall of the congregation, under the plea of carrying up the box containing the names of the patron saints to be drawn by lot each month by the members, and when the fathers had said their say, they would bid Saint Alonso to speak on the same subject. He made all the resistance in his power, till obedience conquered his humility. At once all were silent, and those behind left their seats and crushed forward to catch every word of his inflamed discourse. He seemed like a seraph from heaven telling them of God's love for them. Whenever it was rumored that he was going to speak, not only the gentlemen of the city, but canonists and theologians crowded the room to hear him, to see him, and to get near to one whom they all deemed a saint. Such was the ardor with which he addressed them that it made his presence always welcome. His words were like fiery darts, setting all hearts ablaze with love of God and of their neighbor. Once when he had given his opinion on a pious question which was being there discussed, a gentleman, one of the oldest and most respected of the sodality, got up and exclaimed, "Yes, these are the very theologians of God." Needless to say that our saint's learning was not acquired from the schools, nor from books, but was drunk in from God himself in the close union of continual prayer. Dr. Arbona, a minor canon of the cathedral, a native of Soler, consulted Saint Alonso on difficult moral questions and got replies such as one might expect only from a professed theologian, and he attested on oath that this had occurred to many others besides himself. So too, a young student of theology, Peter Gilabert, who was sadly puzzled with some difficulty in the treatise on the Most Blessed Trinity, the subject of the lectures he was then following, went to the humble porter, and without saying a word to him of what was passing in his own mind, Saint Alonso began to talk on the very point with a marvelous clearness and perfect knowledge of the subject. Father Vincent Maz was extremely anxious to meet Brother Alonso, of whose sanctity he had heard so much. For more than 15 or 20 years, so he told Don John Vivat, a great friend of his, had he wished for this meeting. Vivat accordingly brought our saint with Father Bolliker and 3 gentlemen of the neighborhood to a country house, the property of the Carthusians, and their Father Vincent spent about 4 hours in private conference with Saint Alonso. When evening came and they had bid each other goodbye, Don Vivat lingered behind and asked Father Vincent, among other things, whether he was pleased at meeting Brother Rodriguez. Vivat stooped to kiss the father's hand, and as he did so the Carthusian replied, "There is not a more extraordinary man in the world than he, more wondrous in example, nor more obedient, so that if his superior ordered him to go to Barcelona, he would cross the sea without a ship, and God would manifest a miracle." The history of the passage of Saint Raymond of Peñafort from Soler to Barcelona upon his cloak was naturally well remembered in Majorca. Though the era of the great saints of the Catholic Reformation was nearly closed, Blessed John de Ribera was Archbishop at Valencia, Saint Francis of Sales was living at Annecy, Saint Joseph Calasanz, a Spaniard, and Saint Camillus were at Rome, and Saint Lawrence of Brindisi was well known to the Christian world. The words of Father Vincent meant high praise. So eloquent did his lively faith and ardent charity make Saint Alonso whenever he talked about heavenly things, that, when the community met on Fridays for spiritual conference, the rector used to bid him to speak on the devotion of the season, and he spoke so wonderfully, and with such depth that fathers and brothers alike marveled how one who had never studied theology could speak with accuracy and erudition on such matters. Father Lawrence San Juan was anxious to hear our saint on spiritual subjects, and he bade him one night during supper to go up into the reading pulpit and address the community. For half an hour he spoke most marvelously on various virtues, till the visitor made a sign for him to stop and said to him, "Brother Alonso, from the beginning to the end, what you have been saying about the different virtues are mere generalities. Is this what we should expect from one who by his vocation ought to possess them in their perfection? I order you for your sermon to kiss the feet of all the community." The brother accepted this test of his humility right gladly, and performed the penance with deep reverence. But it was a great trial for those whose feet he kissed, and who had been so moved by his discourse. Father San Juan himself was not less touched by the joyful self-abasement of the saint than he had been by his marvelous discourse. He tested Saint Alonso's obedience and humility on another occasion by sending him up to preach a sermon in Greek, a language which it is hardly necessary to say the good brother did not know. However, up he went, and in a loud voice he began, "Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison asterisk," and so continued till the provincial made a signal for him to come down. The visitor was so impressed with our saint that he thought, like others who had been before him, that it was his duty to take Saint Alonso back with him to Spain, in order that the light of his virtues might shine on the rest of the province of Aragon. And it was only because of the feeling which his removal would have caused throughout Majorca, and after very strong intercession, that Father San Juan desisted from carrying out his resolution. Our saint's age and broken health may have had to do with his change of purpose. The visitor left in December, taking with him the rector, Father Rico, whose term of office had come to a close. Father Bourassa was left in charge, and on the 10th of April in the following year, 1597, was named rector for the third time. It was not merely on the occasions just described that the community of Montesión were privileged to hear the wonderful sermons of the Holy Porter. On some of the principal feasts of the year, and specially during the octave of St. Ignatius, the rector of the college used to bid him to preach in the refectory at mealtime. They never gave him more than half an hour to get ready, and very often much less time. But the heart was full, and the mind enlightened by the constant presence of God, and his audience were never wearied with his ardent and inspired words, which were the evident reflection of his interior holiness. Brother Joseph Remohi tells us, "Once it happened that, though dinner was quite finished, we all stopped and listened to him for almost another quarter of an hour, so full were we of admiration at the fervor and devotion with which he was speaking of the presence of God, our Lord, and of how sweet, how tender and delightful was that practice. 4 of his sermons have been left to us. Their subjects are God's love to man, St. Ignatius, self-denial, resignation and confidence in God. They are cast in the conventional form of a Spanish sermon, with text, introduction, Ave Maria, proofs, conclusions, and peroration." Brother Bartholomew Roca was one of the many who owed to St. Alonso his vocation and his entry into the society. From him, we learn this fact, that the fathers of the college assured him that once a student, opening the door of the chapel of the little sacristy, found St. Alonso, who was serving Mass there on his knees, but raised above the ground. By 1597, the new buildings of the college were far advanced. One wing, whose rooms looked out towards the south and over the garden, and an asterisk azotea or covered gallery, with a magnificent view over the bay, must have been nearly finished. Another portion, with a temporary library, sacristy, and wardrobe, the refectory, with the hall of the gentleman's sodality above, and the stairs up to the wing already built, was in progress. Somewhere about this time, when our saint was recovering from an attack of illness, Father Clar, the minister, told the brother he might go back to his post at the door, but should on no account go up the stairs, but send some younger and stronger brother with any messages. Interpreting the command to the letter, when night came, St. Alonso did not go up to his room, nor even take up the keys to the rector, according to custom, but he sat down on a bench near the porteria. The superior, not receiving the keys, went in search of St. Alonso, and not finding him in his room, at last discovered him down below. In the May of 1598, the provincial of the province of Aragon, Peter Just, who had been appointed the previous year, came to Montesión, and when his visitation was finished, he sailed for Spain. Shortly after, some Moorish galleys were seen off the island with a brigantine in tow, and the report came to Palma that the father had fallen into the hands of the corsairs. All the community, save St. Alonso, were in deep grief, but he seemed gayer than usual. Father Bourassa, the rector, was astonished. "How is this, brother? You seem the only one who does not feel this terrible calamity which has befallen the provincial." "Father Provincial," was his reply, "is safe and well in the College of Barcelona with all his companions, and he has had an angel's journey with Our Lady at the helm." A letter from the mainland soon confirmed and echoed the saint's words, an angel's journey, though there had been no possibility of the words having reached Spain. All thanked God for the safe and prosperous voyage of their superior. An incident in the voyage deserves record. One of the sailors on board was given to swearing. Father just reproved him several times, but to no avail. When the provincial was leaving the ship, he told the captain, who was a worthy man, not to keep that sailor among his crew, or they would all be taken by the corsairs and would fall into slavery. The captain turned the man away, but he got a berth on another ship, which, with that of the captain, sailed for Majorca. The captain's vessel reached port in safety, but the other ship with the swearer on board fell a prey to the Moors. In a very similar case, one Michael Geronimo, a worthy Majorcan, had sailed for Valencia, and his sister was seized with a strange foreboding, though without any grounds, that Michael had fallen into the hands of the Moors, and she told Saint Alonso her trouble. "Take heart," was his reply, "for though his ship has been in peril and was attacked by the corsairs, he is now safe in Valencia." And so it afterwards proved. But as we shall see, all journeys had not so prosperous an ending. Towards the close of 1598, on the eve of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, a priest was received into the society whose name will often occur in these pages. Father John Torrens, a Majorcan, had won the doctor's cap in the University of Valencia and had returned home to be made vicar general of the island. He was 45 at the time of his entrance into religion. His bishop, who had intended to get him consecrated as his coadjutor, said that the loss he had sustained never could be repaired, and that the society did not know what it had gained. Don Vic y Manrique even offered him a canonry while a novice, but Father Torrens said that he was quite content with his vocation and would not exchange it even for a mitre, nor for any dignity whatsoever. As soon as his noviceship was ended, he threw himself into the missions of Catalonia, until his health broke down and he was forced to return to Majorca. But there, spite of his constant illnesses, he still continued to give missions. Saint Alonso, who later on was entrusted to his spiritual care by the Father Provincial, said that the society had few such torrents as he. About 1599, one Lady Day, James Sackwers, a deacon, some 30 years old, was taken so seriously ill as to be hardly able to move or even to say a word. But as he was prefect of the students' sodality and was most anxious to be present at the feast which they were keeping, he dragged himself as far as the college. When he got to the porteria, he could hardly stand. He told the saintly porter what was the matter. The brother said he ought not to have come out, but that he must trust in God and he would be all right the next day. So, after a chat with our saint, he sat down on a bench, and when the service was over, he returned home. The next day the brother's words proved true. All signs of illness had gone. One evening in the October of 1599, as grace after dinner was being said in the temporary refectory, Saint Alonso seemed to behold the community as so many angels. The sight made him ardently desire that they might all persevere and be joined together in heaven. In swift answer to his wish, a clear revelation came to him that all there present would be saved, and not those only, but all who were in the society, provided that they persevered in their vocation. Careful as he was to hide the gifts of God, still he tells us that he made use of this revelation to strengthen some fellow religious in whom he might detect some wavering, or to cheer them on in face of difficulties. At this period of his life, Saint Alonso used to receive Holy Communion every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. A full day before his communion, just about the hour on which he was to receive on the morrow, he begged our blessed Lord, upon his knees in presence of the Blessed Sacrament, to grant him leave to get ready to receive him, and constantly during the eve he made visits to his hidden Savior to prepare himself for his coming. This he did by spiritual communions, by fervent acts of faith in his sacred presence, gazing at his immensity as the angels do, by means of that faith, and with acts of love, turning with all his heart and his desires towards Jesus Christ, and drawing his Lord to him by his fervor as the magnet does the steel. The sensible presence of our Lord, which these ardent longings merited for Alonso, served to keep him more than ever watchful to please his divine guest. In the evening, he went to confession. Sometimes, when free from other duties, he went as early as 3:30, and stood often for 2 whole hours waiting patiently and absorbed in prayer at the door of his confessor's room, till the father came in. His superiors, however, on hearing of this, ordered him to go at the regular time, and this he afterwards did with wonderful punctuality. He accused himself clearly and briefly of his faults, and though they were but of the lightest and most ordinary character, his contrition was that of a criminal of the deepest dye, and was enough to touch the hardest and dullest heart of anyone that heard his self-accusation. His immediate preparation for Holy Communion was to aim at the profoundest self-humiliation before God, going down into the depths of the vileness and emptiness of his own nothingness, lowering himself beneath the lowest of men. This sense of his unworthiness made God's goodness to him seem all the more amazing. To this he added a longing for the greatest spotlessness from any, though the least, stain of sin, begging God, for the sake of his untold goodness, to let him die rather than offend one whom he so loved, by even a venial sin. Then our saint besought Jesus Christ and his blessed mother to make ready within his poor breast a resting place fitted up by them with the choicest virtues and those most pleasing to his God. He specially begged Mary to accompany her son, that his soul might keep festival with the two he most dearly loved. When the Mass began, he made afresh his spiritual communion, and again he begged our Lord to make him ready, though he was so unworthy, and he asked our Blessed Lady and the whole court of heaven to clothe the wretched poverty of his soul with deep devotion and with burning love. With a fervent act of lively faith and love, Alonso received his God and then withdrew into a corner of the sanctuary. He realized the presence of his Lord as if his heart was a chapel wherein Jesus was standing, with Mary, in a chapel of her own. And then before his Lord, he recited 3 times the Gloria Patri, sometimes adding to it the angel's song of Sanctus, Sanctus, Sanctus. Then he began the Te Deum as far as the verse, Pleni sunt cieli et terra, full are the heavens and the earth of the majesty of thy glory. After this, our saint withdrew into his inner soul, and there he gave himself up to praise and thank his divine host for the marvelous favor which he had done him to come in person to visit his poor house, and for leaving his heavenly throne where he receives the homage of cherubim and seraphim. And so he stayed with great fervor and devotion speaking to his Lord, I thank thee, O Lord, and bless thee infinitely, or at all events, if not as I ought, at least as far as my great feebleness will allow, for the immense grace which thou hast done me in coming to visit and console me, though most undeserving of such a favor. With like acts of wondering adoration, and in the clear light of an extraordinary knowledge, Saint Alonso conversed in rapturous joy with his blessed Lord. He felt that Mary was there with countless angels paying their court to their sovereign Lord. The mind is confused and lost when it tries to tell or to understand what high things and divine the soul enjoys. They are our saint's own words. In the midst of such a multitude of blessed spirits who are there serving, adoring, and praising their God. Made no answer, but accepted the reproof, though so unreasonable, with positive gratitude and as a special favor. God repaid Alonso for the deprivation of his real presence by a special facility for spiritual communion, in which he felt under a sensible sign that marvelous presence within him of our blessed Lord and his most holy Mother. Though he was soon allowed to resume his communions, yet he did not give up his spiritual communions, which he repeated many times a day. He was under orders during his convalescence to communicate at the 4th Mass, so as not to be forced to get up early. One day, when going to receive our blessed Lord, he thought the Mass which he was hearing was the 4th, as it was the usual hour at which that Mass was said. He was surprised to learn, from the stroke of the bell, that it was only the 3rd Mass, which happened, that day, to have been put at a later time. He was at first troubled as to what he ought to do, but, recognizing the enemy in that trouble, he at once resolved to obey to the letter and wait till the 4th Mass for communion. God repaid him by such an outpouring of his bounty as made him feel his holy presence for a long time after. Another trouble came upon him in the shape of a scruple, when he was ill, as to whether he was to obey his rule which ordered him to hear Mass, or his superior, who sent word to say he was not to get up. The trouble lasted for some time, till, turning to God in prayer, our Lord showed him it was his will that he should obey absolutely his superior, and a great peace came over his soul. The reputation which Saint Alonso had gained for sanctity, and its accompanying miraculous power, brought a man, this year, from what seemed to be his deathbed, to seek health at our saint's hands. One Christopher Colomer, a friend of his and a penitent of the Fathers of Montesión, must tell his own story as he attested it on oath at the process of 1619-20. He was very ill in 1600, and had received holy viaticum from Gabriel Montner, his parish priest of St. Eulalia, who himself was a witness at the process as to what Colomer asserts. Spite of his burning fever and thirst, Christopher got up and went to the porteria, and there begged brother Alonso to give him a drink, as it had been refused him at home. The saint took him into his little room, where was a great wooden cross, and the brother said, "Kneel down," and he too knelt, and he told me to say the Hail Mary 5 times. I told him I was not able, and so he got me to do what I could, and we said one Our Father and one Hail Mary, while I was on my knees. He then blessed some water and gave it to me. In an instant Colomer was cured. Immediately chapter 1 fell asleep on a log which was there. For a whole fortnight I had not been able to sleep, and I slept for a quarter of an hour, while the brother stayed there in prayer. When chapter 1 awoke, I asked if, in the kitchen, they were cooking any pumpkins. He went to see and found they were not, but he told me to go home and he would get one prepared for me. Colomer did as he was bid, and a week after, he goes on to say, I returned to thank brother Alonso, and I kissed his hands and habit, though he did not wish me to do so, and tried to prevent me. Clement chapter 8 decreed that the Jesuit provincials and rectors were not to remain in authority for more than 3 years, until the abrogation of the decree by Alexander chapter 7. In 1613, this law was so faithfully observed by the society that the very day, nay, the very hour, on which the triennium ended, the rector of the Jesuit houses at once resigned his office, without waiting for the appointment of his successor. Thus it happened that Father Matthias Borisaw's 3rd term of rectorate ended on May 20th, 1600, and he retired, leaving Father Bolliker as vice-rector in his place. In the following July, Father Melchior de Valpedrosa succeeded Father just as provincial, and he sent Father John Rico in his place as visitor of the College of Montesión. Father John was, of course, thoroughly acquainted with the house and with the community, as he had been so recently its rector. And, when the visitation was ended, he resumed his old post for a second time on the last day of the year 1600. The college buildings grew under the new government, and a class of moral theology was established there. Father John Forteza, a member of one of the first families of the island, and doctor of law, who, on the death of his wife, had left the world and entered the society, was the first professor in this new faculty. Father Rico pushed forward the completion of the new church, and at the cost of 2,000 crowns, the fine vaulted sanctuary was so far completed that Monsignor Vich Y. Manrique said the first Mass there on the Candlemas Day of 1601. The intimate friend and the close imitator of St. Alonso, Brother James Ruiz, the cook, died on the 1st of June, 1601. The moment he expired, our sainted brother began to recite the 3 rosaries ordered by rule for departed brethren. When he had said 2 of them and was going to say the 3rd, he was rapt in spirit into heaven, where he found himself near to Our Lady, with Brother Ruiz on the other hand. He wished to continue his beads in obedience to his rule, but Our Lady said to him, "There is no need, for James is, as you see, in my company." Alonso hesitated, out of humility, as to whether he ought to conceal the honor of his friend, but Our Lady assured him that it would be for God's glory if he told it to a few. So general was the conviction that Brother Ruiz was a saint, that a gentleman of high birth, who had known the humble cook very intimately, begged, as a treasure, for his old and dilapidated hours of Our Lady. Antony Mora, a young Majorcan of 21, joined the society this year, 1601, as a lay brother postulant. In his evidence on the saint's life, he noticed his frequent visits to the Blessed Sacrament, and he records how, by order of his superior, the saint used to read to the lay brothers for half an hour a day, the points of meditation and other spiritual reading. And that out of love of suffering, when on a journey, he always chose the roughest and stoniest roads. He tells, too, how Saint Alonso's words and examples, and his exact observance of rule, filled his heart with love of God and helped him on in religious life. Brother Alonso used to wait upon Mora during his postulancy, and while he was making the exercises, Antony noticed that every night the saintly brother, after he had brought him all that he required, used to retire into an empty room not far off the one he was occupying, and there scourge himself savagely, while the rest of the community were at the first supper. The ruin which the Turkish and Algerine corsairs brought on the coasts of the Mediterranean and on the mercantile navy of that sea forced the Spanish government to take some fresh measures to destroy the Moslem pirates. A great fleet of 77 galleys was gathered together, having a large army aboard, with the intention of taking Algiers. And during the close of August and the beginning of September, it assembled in the Bay of Palma. The Dukes of Parma and of Urbino, and Don John Andrew Doria, Prince of Melfi, were the officers of the forces. The intense heat and the crowded decks caused so much illness, the General Hospital of Majorca could scarcely contain the multitude of sick soldiers and sailors, nor were the generous alms of the officers and of the people of Majorca sufficient to supply the need of the sufferers. All this gave a large field for the charity of the Fathers of Montesión. 4 of their number went about the streets with the city magistrates and with the governors of the hospital to beg for food and clothing for the poor sufferers. All the community of Montesión gave their services to nurse the sick, and St. Alonso, in spite of his 80 years and 10, and his broken health, gladly took his share in the work of love. He was no wise daunted by the contagion, which scared away the strong and healthy, and he not only accompanied the fathers to the hospital, but consoled the plague-stricken, encouraged them to bear their sickness with patience, and prepared them for a happy death. He procured from some of his wealthy friends large alms, by which he was able to obtain many comforts for the sick. In fact, his superiors had such confidence in the prudence and charity of our saint that they not only gave him leave to ask for and to accept such alms, but also to distribute them, both in the hospital, at the homes of the poor, and to those who came to beg at the porteria. Alonso always dropped a word of good for their souls, and so won them by the bait of charity to the service of God. The townsfolk flocked out to see the squadron at anchor, and to witness a magnificent review of some 8,000 men. But though the bay could be seen from the asterisk azotea or veranda of the house, our saint never went to look on the martial and attractive sight. A jubilee was granted to those who took part in the expedition, and the Duke of Parma, Renudius Farnese, the commander-in-chief, with a number of the captains and officers under his authority, came to the sacraments in the college church, and their example was followed by multitudes of the rank and file. This added largely to the apostolic labors of the fathers. But if the harvest was wondrously great, they attributed it all to the fervent and continual prayers of the venerable porter. It was his ardent prayers, too, that were credited with the health of the community. For, notwithstanding their fatigues in the hospital, among the galley slaves, and in the confessionals, not one of the religious was attacked by illness. The presence of the provincial, Father Melchior de Valpedrosa, who arrived in the January of 1602, with his socius, Father Gabriel Alvarez, cheered the hearts of his subjects amidst their labors, in which Father Valpedrosa himself took a large share. Not long after, the fleet sailed on its ill-fated expedition, but it left behind it a large number of invalided sailors and soldiers, who continued to call forth all the devotion of the priests and religious of Palma. In no small part owing to the earnest words of St. Alonso, the members of the various congregations established at Montesión threw themselves generously into the charitable work of relief, and even lay students of the college distinguished themselves by their devotion to the sick. One of them, the eldest son of rich and honored parents, after a month's work in the hospital, caught the contagion and died a death so happy, and so much to be envied, that, as the annual letters of this date tell us, he gave manifest proofs that he went to enjoy our Lord in eternal happiness. Nor did our saint content himself with merely exhorting others to go to the post of danger, but, as before, gladly faced the peril, and, when others quailed before it, went constantly among the sick. The Spanish fleet was driven by a furious storm on the African coast, and, after terrible losses, escaped total destruction only by returning to Spain. While one portion of the expedition took refuge in the harbor of Barcelona, the remainder, some 46 galleys, came back in the early part of October to Palma. Discouraged and worn out, the troops were stricken down by the contagion of the previous year, and the fathers of the college, who had not recovered from their late fatigues, were unable to bear up against the new labors to which their charity summoned them. The greater part of them fell ill, and 9 of them were confined to their rooms. This greatly increased the anxiety and the work of the brothers who waited upon them. 2 of them died the victims of their devotion, Father William Barcelo and the Father Bernard Crespin, who had come to Majorca with Saint Alonso. Patient, prayerful, prudent, a great lover of penance, and full of zeal for souls, Father Bernard had many points of resemblance with the saintly brother, and the 2 had made a holy compact which was found among the writings of Alonso. The rosaries I am to say are as follows: each week for Father Crespin a rosary, and he has to say a mass for me, and if he dies before me, I am to say all my life 1 rosary a week. Besides, if he dies before me, I am to say 50 rosaries in addition to the aforesaid. He has to say for me each month a mass, and if I die before him, he has to say 20 for me, and each month 1 mass for the whole of his life. Shortly before Father Bernard's last illness, Antoinette Saster Wysackers, a cousin of James Sackers, was suffering from very high fever and was delirious. Father Bernard Crespin came with Saint Alonso to visit her, and the poor patient was so violent that the father asked the brother what he thought of her. "Praise God," he answered, "tomorrow she will be quite well," and so they went away. From that moment she began to grow calmer and became more herself, and when the doctor, who had given her up, called next day and found that she had no fever, he exclaimed, "What has become of the fever? Where has it gone to? This is positively alarming." I had now no doubt, and have never since doubted, such was Don James' declaration on oath, that my niece owed this her recovery to the prayers of Alonso. Doña Margaret de Spuig, the wife of Paul Puigdorfilla, the royal bailiff and a great friend of our saint, being seriously ill, Father Rico took Saint Alonso with him one day to visit her, as he had done frequently during her illness. Already the community of Montesión had made earnest intercession for the lady's recovery, and to these prayers the Holy Brother had added communions, fasts, and disciplines for the same object. Just then the lady fell into a deep swoon. Father Rico bade all present, and especially Alonso, to pray with fresh fervor that she might be spared, for the sake of her home and children. Our saint received an answer from on high: "Ask what you will, it shall be done, but know that never again will she be as ready for death as she is at this moment." Alonso bowed his head and said, "Do, O Lord, according to thy will." At once she fell into her agony, but God gave her such resignation, such detachment from all things of earth, that Margaret even consoled and encouraged her weeping friends, and she died with marvelous peace and joy. Father Rico told her sister, Doña Francis Ruig, the revelation made to Saint Alonso, in order to console her at her loss. Salvator Custerer was a young man of a good family, who had made his studies at Montesión and had just completed his philosophy. Not only was he of an excellent character and of brilliant talents, but he had turned to full account his spiritual and moral gifts. As he was constantly in the company of some of the students, who were known to be desirous to enter the society, both these young men and his professors very naturally, the wish was perhaps the father to the thought, imagined that he too was thinking of becoming a religious, all the more as he seemed eminently fitted for such a life. They begged Saint Alonso to pray for Salvator. Our saint at first gave them no answer, but when they again begged him most earnestly, he promised to do what they requested, provided they would offer masses and prayers for the object they desired to obtain. When at last he felt that heaven had granted what he had asked by penance and petition, he said to the young man's professors, "Throw him in my way, for I want to speak to him." They did as he desired, and took an opportunity to bring him across the holy porter. Alonso, in a few but powerful words, spoke to him of God's claim to our service and to our gratitude, and so they parted good friends. But the words had gone home. Young Custerer felt that God was calling him, and a few days afterwards asked the Father Provincial to be admitted into the society, and that so earnestly as almost to force an entrance. Through all his life, he continued to thank heaven for so sudden and unexpected a favor. He proved a most fervent novice, and as fervent a scholastic. Salvator died a holy death while studying his theology. Saint Alonso loved to call him *filius orationis*, a child of prayer. On November the 3rd, the royal fleet sailed for Barcelona. The Father Provincial and his companion availed themselves of the opportunity and left by it for Spain. The Algerine corsairs, emboldened by the failure of the Christians before Algiers, had renewed their depredations, and a Majorcan merchantman, on its way from Barcelona to Palma, had been taken by them on the 5th of July with all the crew and passengers, one of whom was a lay brother Dominic Matera, summoned by his superior to Montesión. The provincial had taken Father Rico with him, as his health had broken down, in hopes that change might restore him, and he left Father Bourassa in charge as vice-rector. The disaster to the Spanish arms was a terrible grief to our saint, who had built great hopes upon the expedition as a step to the overthrow of the Moslem power, and so to the deliverance of the Christians from slavery and of the Moors from error. God tempered his sorrow by a magnificent but mysterious vision. As Saint Alonso was poorly, his superiors desired him to take a walk in the country. His companion took him out by the Puerta del Campo, the nearest gate to the college, to a little eminence not far off and close to the shore, which commands a glorious view over the wide bay, the distant headlands, the far-reaching plain, and the lofty range of mountains beyond it. So bright and fresh is the spot that it is called Saleverd, the green hill. As, lost in thoughts of God, Saint Alonso gazed out on the bright expanse of waters. He saw on it, these are the saint's own words, a great armada, and without a thought of such a thing or heeding it. And that moment he saw, too, that Jesus came in the van, while the fleet was filled with an army of angels, and that last of all was Our Lady. Our Lord and his blessed Mother were as the vanguard and the rear guard. The meaning of this vision came to him, that el rey the king, with the assistance of the heavenly host, was to go in person at the head of a great army to drive back and conquer the Moors, and their country would then without difficulty be converted to Christianity. Spite of all his efforts to banish the memory of that vision and of the prophecy from his mind, our saint never could persuade himself but that all would one day be verified to the full, and that his sovereign would achieve a victory, such as no Christian monarch had ever done before, with great glory to God and good of souls. The death of Father Crespin recalls another prophecy which Saint Alonso made about this time, which, with its fulfillment, is told in a letter from the Father's nephew, Jerome, to Father Merriman on January 6, 1619, of which the following is an extract. When your reverence's brother was my tutor and he was living in my mother's house, and used to walk out with my younger brother and myself, as we three were going through the Father's portiria of the college, I happened to be the last to pass. Rodriguez, who then held the keys, stretched out his hand over my head and said to me, "You are to enter the society in place of your uncle." He was then dead, and I was 10 years old. I looked up in the brother's face and laughingly said to him, "Your reverence must commend me to God." And with that I ran on, for my tutor was by that time a good way off, nor did I ever think any more about what the holy brother Rodriguez said to me, until God did me the signal favor of calling me to the society. And when I was determined to enter, then I remembered what the brother had said to me. And what most astonished me was this. When Chapter 1 was waiting in the portiria for Father Torrens, who was then vice-rector, to come down, that I might ask him to admit me into the society, I was turning over the pages of the work of Father Piety Plattis, on the excellence of religious life. As Chapter 1 was studying the book, Brother Rodriguez passed by, and coming up behind me, he said to me, "Does it not seem to you, sir, that you are planning a higher state than that of your brothers?" It was impossible for him to have known this, because I had not then told it to anyone. It must have been 6 years from the time he first told me that I should enter the society till the date when I made up my mind. 1604-1608. If his 80 years and 10 weighed heavily on St. Alonso, grace more than made up for their burden. His age and infirmities obliged his superiors to relieve him, after more than 30 years of constant toil from the fatigue and responsibilities of doorkeeper. His continual penances, his mental struggles, his close union with God had broken down his bodily strength even before its time. Besides, as Father Janin says, having thoroughly done the work of Martha, he now was to spend almost all his time in earnest leisure, with Magdalene at the feet of Christ. Not entirely, for he still helped the new porter when there was more than usual press at the door, or he received the messages at the door, leaving to stronger legs the task of going round about the house and up the stairs in search of those who were wanted. Some 15 years before his death, not only had he lost all his teeth, but his gums had become so ulcerated that he could not even masticate the crumb of bread and was obliged to break it up before eating it. He used to thank God that what he wanted in teeth, asterisk dienst asterisk, he made up with his fingers, asterisk didos asterisk. This, however, gave rise to a difficulty with regard to the virtue of obedience, a virtue which was to Alonso as the apple of his eye. The father minister had ordered that the crust should be cut off from his portion of bread. Those who sat next to him at table used often to take the crust off their own portion and give to the aged brother the crumb. For some time he accepted it gratefully, but one day it flashed upon him, as though he heard it from the lips of one in authority, that to do this was to act against the letter of his rule, which forbids anyone to give or to receive anything without leave of the superior, while another rule implies that at table everything is to come from the server. And from that day, he would not accept anything in the refectory, save from the brother who was waiting upon him. True, custom and the wish of superiors authorize that, in case the server is engaged at table, the religious should help one another. Yet, at the cost of appearing extreme in his views, St. Alonso never dared to swerve from the most rigid interpretation. His principle was shown in a similar way when a scholastic asked him one day if it was necessary to sweep out one's room 3 times a week, as St. Ignatius' rule prescribes. Tertio saltum quoque die asterisk, at least every 3rd day. The received meaning in the society is twice a week, but St. Alonso took a stricter view for his own use. My dear brother, I sweep it 4 times a week, because the rule orders at least 3 times sick. Now, that word at least seems to require more, and so I sweep it 4 times. That is safer. This high ideal of obedience which was held by our saint led him to think out the following imaginary case. If the superior were to forbid me, when I have the keys of the gate, to open to anyone, and the king was in this city, and the king were to come to this house, and wish to enter, and his bodyguard and suite were at the door bidding me open to him, what should I do? I should beg his majesty to pardon me, because I was not able to admit him, but obedience had ordered me not to open the gates to anyone. It would seem to me that I certainly would neither open for the king nor for any of his suite, even though I should be ill-treated and badly used by them. It appeared to me that in like circumstances, and in all those which might and would accrue, no matter what threats should be used, I would never let myself be troubled as long as I kept my heart solidly rooted in God by the orders of my superior. I know there is nothing so firm as the heart which is under the shelter of obedience. Then, I am sure, too, that it is the command of God, and that I am as ready to do it without hesitation as was Abraham when bidden to sacrifice his son Isaac. So, all the ills of this life would not suffice to make me fail in obedience, for I doubt not that as I take in hand the cause of God by obeying him, this same Lord would have such a care of his obedient servant as that all would turn out to the glory of God. What he so thought out, and what he thus resolved, found its realization in an occurrence which happened but shortly after. The course of philosophy was solemnly opened on September 10, 1603, by the students of the College of Montesión, with one of those allegorical dramas so much the fashion in those days in Jesuit colleges, entitled The Triumph of Virtue. The professor, Father Blaise Baillot, had just arrived from Spain. His name will be met with again. The Bishop of Majorca at this time was John Vic y Manrique, the brother of the Viceroy, Don Luis. He had been professor of theology and Holy Scripture at Salamanca, and afterwards rector of that university. He had obtained the mitre in reward for his services as Spanish ambassador at Rome, and had endeared himself greatly to the people of Majorca by his liberality and holiness of life. From 1573 until 1604, when, to the great grief of the Majorcans, he was translated to the Archbishopric of Tarragona, he spent large sums on the cathedral. He completed the nave and built the principal entrance, with its Renaissance sculpture. The viceroy, with the bishop, the jurados asterisk, magistrates of the city, and a number of people of position and rank, both lay and ecclesiastical, were invited to the play. To prevent the place being overcrowded by the common people, and no room left for their betters, the rector ordered that no one should be admitted before a certain hour. However, the viceregal party chanced to come before that time, and the bodyguard knocked loudly at the gate, announcing the arrival of the bishop and of Don Luis with all their suite. They knocked, however, in vain. They shouted, they clamored, they insisted that the doors should be opened at once. The porter, faithful to his orders, paid no heed, until the rector was informed of what was going on. He came at once, and with a sincere apology admitted the visitors. However much he regretted the mistake, he could not blame the fidelity of Saint Alonso to what he considered his duty. And the bishop and viceroy, far from being displeased, were only edified by such an example of strict obedience. But however excusable, nay, even heroic, was the saint's act, his superiors seemed to have thought it well to remove him from his post, and they employed him in light work about the house. Never was he known to make the slightest difficulty, whatever the task might be, or to excuse himself on account of his age, or much less, on account of his regular devotions. He always gave the preference over his well-loved prayer to the special duties of a lay brother. If by chance he had no work allotted to him, he volunteered to help wherever anything wanted doing, as far as his strength would allow. As long as he could hold a broom, he tried to sweep like the rest, and even when hardly able to stand, nothing but obedience could prevent him going with the others into the kitchen to wash up the dishes, or to take his share in the humblest employment. Nor did his years make him abate his penance. When unable to wield the discipline, he begged a brother to scourge him, saying that such was the way to mortify this beast of a body. Though too infirm to serve Mass in the public church, St. Alonso loved to serve all the Masses said in the domestic chapel, which he did with great devotion and often in tears. When he could not stay on his knees, he stood up straight, or leant against the wall, or sometimes sat down on a stool. As long as his health permitted him, he used to pass a great part of the morning hearing the Masses in the church from a side tribune which looked on the high altar from the epistle side. Brother Sarah was quite astonished to see him kneeling there for hours. He often went out with him to visit churches and sanctuaries, especially the sepulchres on Maundy Thursday. St. Alonso, out of reverence to the presence of his Eucharistic God, would never talk in the church. Don Pascual, a minor canon of the cathedral, went one day to see him. The church was closed, but through the door which opened into the house, he noticed the brother was on his knees before the altar in prayer. As soon as he got up, Don Pascual said to him, "We can chat here, as there is no one else in the church, and I do not want to speak about worldly matters." The saint answered at once, "We ought not to talk in God's presence, even about holy subjects, because a church is a place of prayer only." On another occasion, the canon begged St. Alonso to put on his biretta in the church, as he was so old and infirm, and the blessed sacrament was not exposed. No one should cover his head in God's presence, he said. A young man, Bartholomew Valperga, had when a youth been educated at the College of Montesión, and many a time had Alonso stirred his heart with pious thoughts. When he grew up, he had gone to Naples and become a distinguished lawyer. The Viceroy of Naples, Count Olivarez, appointed him, in 1598, to a judgeship in Crotona. He had to contend with a most disorganized state of society, but all the magistrates and burghers of the place testified by a formal document of Nov. 4th, 1600, in his favor, and he was delegated to preside in still more important cases. In pursuance of his duty, he was severely wounded by the military governor, who was offended at his integrity. He returned with high recommendations from the viceroy and from other people of position, and he felt no doubt of obtaining some high and lucrative post in Majorca. Carried down the stream of the world, he thought of nothing else but success and fortune. Nor would he hear of his sister Anna following her vocation to religious life. She had recourse to the Holy Brother, and he consoled her by the promise that she would very soon become a nun, and more than that, her brother himself would become a religious and would persevere until death. Valperga paid a visit to the college to see his old professors and his friend the late porter. Alonso drew Bartholomew into conversation. He was just going off to Madrid to seek advancement at court, and when the young man had run on with his high hopes of promotion, of patronage, of the king and court, of his castles in the air, of wealth and of honors, the saint took him by the hand and quietly blew aside all these captivating dreams and showed him the dangers that lay beneath their unsubstantial charms. The young man listened quietly to his long talk and went away. He came back the next day. All thoughts of Madrid, all his high ambitions were gone. He had but one wish: to give himself entirely, irrevocably, to the service of God. He made a general confession. He settled all his affairs and retired to the charter house of Valdemosa, where on December 7, 1604, he took the white habit of St. Bruno. His sister was now free to follow her vocation, and entered the Augustinian convent of St. Mary Magdalene in Palma, which was still fragrant with the memories and virtues of blessed Catharine Thomas, who had died there in 1574. Father Valperga led a most austere life, and became finally the prior of Valdemosa. He was sent later on to Madrid on business of the order, but before leaving, he went to bid goodbye to his old friend, St. Alonso, whom he foresaw he would never meet again, and he wrote a record of what had passed between them to the saint's rector. He died on April 30th, 1615, with great reputation for holiness, in the charter house at Madrid. Alonso tells us that, following Saint Ignatius' prescriptions in the spiritual exercises, he never urged anyone to enter a particular order, but advised all to commend the matter earnestly to God, and then to resign their vocation, and themselves, into the hands of our Lord, so that they might do, in all things, his holy will to his glory and for the good of their soul. And he bade all to remember they must not enter religion save to become saints, and must have but one care: to please God. Our saint was only carrying out the rules of Saint Ignatius for lay brothers in his exercise of charity and of zeal for souls. Nor were his labors confined to those who aimed at perfection, but he was as zealous in reclaiming the tepid and sinners. Among these there was a worldly officer, who, at Alonso's exhortations, changed his life altogether and became an ecclesiastic, led a holy life, and died a holy death. The love which burned in the heart of St. Alonso for his crucified Lord caused in it a burning thirst to suffer and to bear much for his sake. So strong the light by which God made himself known to his humble servant, that he fancied that it was the very manner in which he made himself known to the blessed in heaven. His love found vent in strong cries to God: "My beloved, the desired of my soul, thou art all mine, and I am all thine." St. Alonso owns that no words can tell the greatness of this love. He alone knows what is its taste who has experienced it, but even he cannot describe it, for he is wholly a pure intellectual spirit, being as an angel. Ever pressing forward, as this love made him like the thrones, and as the knowledge ever increasing by love made him like to the cherubim, so still growing in love he became like to the seraphim, and day and night, awake and asleep, without labor or effort, without fatigue of mind or body, he rested in the enjoyment of God ever present to him. So intense was this love that his heart was oppressed with its power, and he was forced to entreat God to withdraw from him. But it was out of his power to distract his mind from this, the one object of his thoughts. But the marvelous favors he was ever receiving from God were a perpetual trouble to our saint. He complains lovingly about them over and over again in his Manifestations of Conscience. He was always fearful of snares and delusions of the devil, and would much rather have walked in the safe path of persecution and contempt. He told Father Torrens that he would be very glad if the Inquisition were to arrest him as the victim of delusions, if only that could make these visions cease. At last, after many years of this wearying alarm, a flash of God's light came into his soul, filling him with a holy fear of God, which inflamed his heart and stamped upon it, as a lasting seal, a firm assurance that he would never be deceived, because this enduring fear would close the door to any entrance of error. From that day all timidity left him, and though he ever went forward in great diffidence, and with a great yearning to please God, he was delivered from all timidity, and his heart was filled with gratitude and joy for the almost infinite debt which he owed to God. While the captives were suffering such terrible hardships in their captivity, St. Alonso, like another Moses, was ever lifting up his hands for these. The event of 1605 was the arrival of a young Catalan religious, whose name will always be linked with that of Saint Alonso. On November the 11th, 4 students landed at Palma: Antony Palau, who had come to finish his moral theology, John de Humanes, Gabriel Alleger, and Saint Peter Claver, who were to study philosophy under Father Blaise Bello. Claver, whose parents had sent him to the Jesuit College of Barcelona, had entered the new novitiate at Tarragona, after taking a brilliant degree at the University of Barcelona. Before he joined the society, he had been noted for his holiness, and now, at the age of 25, gave still greater promise of marvelous sanctity. To go to Palma, there to meet the saintly old lay brother, whose fame was spread abroad through all the provinces of Spain, was a grace which Saint Peter Claver prized more than if he had been sent for his studies to learned Alcalá or to Coimbra, or to the Roman college itself. The young saint sought out the holy brother at his first entry into the college. In their first embrace, each learnt the treasure which he had gained in the acquaintance of the other, and Saint Peter asked and obtained a general leave to speak with Alonso at a fixed time each day for a quarter of an hour on the affairs of his soul. Nor could the humble old man refuse to accept the position of his spiritual guide, for God had by an interior voice ordered him to accept it. He received him, not as a pupil, but as an old and intimate friend. He delighted to pour out on such a thirsting and fruitful soil a portion of the wondrous abundance of heavenly gifts with which he was filled, while by example, and by words full of wisdom, not earthly, but from above, he inflamed the heart of Claver, and led him swiftly higher and higher along the paths of divine love. Not content with speaking to him of God, Saint Alonso spoke earnestly of him to God, and the more he beheld the fruit of his prayers, the more earnest grew his demands. Our blessed Lord manifested to him one day a beautiful vision. Rapt to heaven, his angel guardian led the saintly lay brother to where, in a horizon glowing with the most brilliant light, he beheld the thrones of the elect arranged in order, as they appeared to the beloved disciple at Patmos. A majestic king was seated in each, save in one only, which though more splendid and magnificent than the rest, was empty. Rodriguez was told that this one was prepared for his well-loved scholar, Claver, in reward for his virtues, his many labors, and for the countless souls which he was to gain in America. When the vision had departed, Alonso took care not to reveal it to Brother Peter. He told it, however, to his confessor, to whom we owe the account. But the revelation once made, Saint Alonso paid a new reverence to the young student, and it added to his zeal in spurring on that noble soul to greater things. Father Vincent de Arcana, one of the professors at the college, was standing one day at the door of the sacristy with Saint Alonso, and he asked him, "Who are those two who are coming through the courtyard, about 50 paces off?" And on the father telling him that they were brothers Peter Claver and John de Humanes, he said, weighing well his words, "These brothers will go to the Indies, and will reap great fruit for souls." In fact, as Saint Peter went to Cartagena, so Humanes devoted his life to the labors of the mission of Paraguay. No thought of foreign missions had then entered Saint Peter Claver's head, who gave his whole mind to progress in piety and learning. One day when Claver was going out for a walk with Brother Michael Serra, Alonso said to them, "You are going to take a walk. Remember that on one side is Jesus, and on the other Mary." The words struck the heart of the future apostle like a dart of flame. On a similar occasion, Saint Peter was going out with another brother, and the holy old man, who was at the moment in charge of the door, said, as he pointed to the heart of the holy scholastic, "Here is the Father," and pointing to his companion, "Here is the Son," and then placing his hand between them, "Here is the Holy Ghost." He had hardly uttered these last words than he went off into an ecstasy, and the mere mention of the spirit of love seemed to have transported them all. Brother Claver even fainted, but shortly after came to himself again, but he felt his heart so on fire that he would gladly have returned home and given up his walk. It was only because he thought that he was bound by obedience to go out, that he begged God to lessen the flame, and so, with a great effort, he dragged himself along. All that day he was under the influence of this sacred impulse. His companion affirmed that he too had experienced what no words could express. One can imagine the power of our saint over souls which drew near to him, if words so simple had such an effect. Taught by God, Alonso directly urged St. Peter to ask for the American mission, and to do so with such persistence that the young man wrote an earnest letter to his provincial to beg for that post of danger and labor. The answer came that the matter would be considered when he returned to Barcelona, after his course of philosophy was finished. At the close of these studies, Claver maintained, with great success, a public thesis at Montesión. The time at last came for Claver to leave Majorca and his friend. St. Alonso promised never to forget him in his prayers and penances, and he gave him some of his notes on religious subjects. Among these was a little book upon religious perfection, penned by his own hand, which the Holy Brother obtained special permission to give to him. For a strict rule had even then been made, in consequence of the continual requests for his writings, that none of them should leave the college. The scarcity of books in South America was considered a sufficient excuse for this exception. In November 1608, the two friends parted, and St. Peter went, with Brother John de Humanes and 3 novices, John Ballister, Anthony Gual, and Peter John Pons, to the Bay of Soler, and thence took ship for Tarragona. In the same year as that in which Claver came to Majorca, Jerome Moranta, another spiritual child of St. Alonso, left his aged friend and the island where he had been born for a life of missionary labors to be crowned by a glorious death. For when at length the request of this young religious was granted, he was sent back to Majorca to bid good-bye to his mother, and so was able to receive from the lips of his venerable guide some last instructions before embarking upon his apostolate. By his conversations with St. Alonso, Father Jerome revived his fervor. Our saint impressed upon him that the best outfit for his afterlife was mortification, humility, and a burning zeal for the salvation of his neighbor. Moranta carried away with him a portrait of our saint, and he loved to show it wherever he went on his outward journey, and to tell of the marvels of his holiness. Even in Mexico, the bourne of his travels, Father Moranta spoke so constantly of the sanctity of Alonso that his memory was in veneration there for years after. Brother Rodriguez, on his side, never forgot to assist Father Jerome by his prayers, and so fruitful were they that the Father won by his holiness of life the name of the saint, by which he was known among his countrymen in Mexico. After a life of extraordinary toil, zeal, and austerities, he fell a victim to the fury of the Tepehuani Indians, who beat him to death with clubs, along with Father John Font, who was his intimate companion and, like himself, a living model of humility, of meekness, and of modesty. The body of Father Moranta was found by a detachment of Spanish troops 3 months after his martyrdom, lying stretched on the ground by the side of Father Font, with a hair shirt girt about him, and with a sermon for the feast of Our Lady's Presentation, which he had got ready to preach to the Christians on the very day after that on which he received his crown. For he died on the 19th of November, 1616, a little more than 11 months before his friend and spiritual father, St. Alonso. The officer, Don Gaspar de Albert, who was in command of the expedition, threw himself on his knees and venerated the 2 bodies, which were perfectly incorrupt, and he then had them carried with reverence to the nearest residence of the Jesuit missionaries. In the January of 1606, Father Alvarez, after having been rector for less than 2 years, was recalled to Spain, and left behind as his vice-rector Father John Torrens, the intimate friend and, for many years, the confessor of our saint. This same year, at Eastertide, William Moranta, another son of Doña Praxedes, after a short illness of 3 days, was in great danger. Father Torrens ordered our saint to intercede for the youth, and Alonso prayed for him again and again, though from the beginning he knew that William would soon be gone. The answer came, "It is useless to persevere praying, for he is to die now." And that very day he did die. God had found him ready, and, for the sake of the boy's soul, he would not grant his servant's prayer. Whit Monday was the great feast day of the Sodality of Gentlemen at Montesión, and a solemn exposition of the Blessed Sacrament was going on in the Jesuit church. St. Alonso was kneeling there and praying with great fervor. For some time before, God had in a wonderful degree given his servant a deep sense and realization of the presence of Jesus Christ in the Holy Eucharist. Suddenly, in a new and ineffable way, our blessed Lord manifested himself to our saint as in a flash of lightning. And though it went as swiftly as it came, it left his soul so full that he thought he must have died of love. And he felt that if men could, by God's favor, in any wise realize this great mystery, it would require a special exercise of God's power to hinder them from being killed with excessive love. In the midst of these favors, Alonso, from the depth of his heart, cried to God to save him from any delusion of the enemy, which his humility ever made him fear, even in such a gift as this. He was most anxious if there was any snare to be undeceived, nor did he desire anything save the service and the love of his God. But his blessed Lord and Our Lady appeared to him, and Mary said, "Why do you not believe, my son?" Jesus at once consoled his servant and assured him, "This fear is pleasing to me," and added, "Thou shalt walk upon the asp and the basilisk, thou shalt trample on the lion and the dragon." He promised to give him power over the devils and to protect him, and he bade the accompanying angels intone, in manibus portabunt te, ni forte offendas ad lapidem pedum tuum. The vision then disappeared. From 1594, the octave of Corpus Christi, so great a festival in Spain, was kept in the Jesuit church of Majorca by solemn exposition of the Blessed Sacrament. There was magnificent music and great crowds of people came, especially in the evenings, when there was a sermon. During that holy time, more than once St. Alonso found his soul so wrapped in the presence of his Lord, and so filled with deep sense of humility at the thought of something so evil, as he felt himself to be before a God so good that in the light of God's nearness, and through the sweetness and consolation which it brought to him, he was lost to all around, and the loud music seemed to him but faint and in the far distance. He could not use his tongue, nor could he form a word, even in his mind. His heart alone could speak, so much inflamed was he with love. His soul seemed to be carried within the veil of the tabernacle, so that he was alone with his Lord, save Our Lady, and a throng of angelic courtiers and blessed spirits innumerable, with whose glory he shared in an indescribable manner. It was not until the 4th of February, in 1607, that Father Torrens was installed as rector of Montesión. He attributed to our holy brother's intercession 2 great favors which he obtained. The first was that, though he had been so constantly unwell as to be unable to follow the community duties, which, especially when superior, was a great trial to him, on asking Alonso to pray for him, he so far recovered as never to miss a single duty. The second favor was that just before a Lent which he was going to preach, he was attacked with a sharp fever, accompanied by violent headache. He knew by experience that this would last for a long time, and another person was about to be appointed to take his place in his pulpit. Alonso was himself, at the time, so poorly as to be confined to his room. He noticed that the infirmarian was in trouble, and that the rector had given up coming to see him, and so he asked how the father was. The infirmarian told him that the rector was very poorly, and that there had been a talk of his being bled that night, although it was so late, for they were afraid that he would get worse, but that it had been put off till next morning. This was sad news for Alonso, for he loved the rector very much, not merely because he was his superior, but because he had been for some time his spiritual father. As soon, then, as he heard there was any danger, he prayed very earnestly for him. He had only just begun to do so when the rector fell off into a quiet sleep, which lasted for a long time, and when at length Father Torrens woke up, all signs of fever and headache, strange to say, had left him. The doctor, when he came in the morning to see him, was amazed at the complete change for the better. Still, as the father had always been delicate, he thought it best that he should stay in bed. However, the rector was so convinced that he had recovered by no human means that he got up promptly, said his Mass, and not only preached during the 40 hours exposition for the carnival, but all throughout the Lent, besides doing a quantity of work with a strength and courage quite new to him. A somewhat similar favor was granted to a minor canon of the cathedral, Amado Bistard. He was suffering from a painful asthma with feverish symptoms. He had tried all sorts of remedies without effect. Such was his faith in the holiness of St. Alonso that he begged his brother, then a minor canon like himself, and who afterwards became a Jesuit, to get him something which had belonged to our saint, feeling confident that it would work a cure. His brother obtained for him a nightcap, which Alonso had worn. Amado put this on with great devotion, and at the same time promised to say a Mass of thanksgiving in the Jesuit church if he got better. That night he slept so soundly, without any coughing or restlessness, that his mother and brother feared that he was dead. They got up, went to him and awakened him. He assured them he was cured. He even asked for his clothes, rose at once and went, both that day and the next, to say Mass at Montesión, though till that time he was hardly able to walk. On another occasion, a great feast day, Father Torrens, who had promised to preach, found himself unprepared. He sought the aid of St. Alonso, and on our saints praying for his friend, Our Lady told him to have no fear about the sermon. Father Torrens went into the pulpit and preached with such fervor and zeal that he seemed transported out of himself, and his very voice, his gestures, his expression and ideas seemed to have come to him from above. And God blessed his discourse with great fruit. On February 3, 1607, the rector of the College of Barcelona, the saintly Father Peter Gil, arrived at the college on a visitation in place of the then provincial Ferdinand Ponce de Leon. The visitation ended on Palm Sunday, April 8th. Among others who were received by Father Gil into the society was a lay brother novice called James Mary. St. Alonso was practically novice master of Montesión, for his superiors had such confidence in him that they felt no one could be a safer or more skilled guide in spiritual life than the humble brother, whose soul was flooded with practical and even infused knowledge of the highest religious perfection. To him, Mary had opened all the secrets of his soul, and a close spiritual friendship had grown up between them. The new novice, however, grew weary of the effort at recollection, and of the endeavor to follow the high counsels and to imitate the example of the saint. He began to grow careless, and to give ear to the suggestions of his enemy. Religious life became irksome to him, and he even wavered in his vocation. All that his superiors could do to make him enter into himself proved of no avail. They tried to show him, but in vain, that it was a palpable deceit of the devil. James obstinately determined to abandon his call. He even went to bid goodbye to the father rector, who fruitlessly lamented his blindness and folly. As Mary was leaving the superior's room, he met St. Alonso and told him that he had made up his mind to go. Our saint pitied him so deeply that at once he turned with great fervor to our Blessed Lady, commending to her this his trouble. In answer to his prayer, she assured him that James would not go. Still, he continued to pray as before, fearing possibly some deceit of the devil, and again he received the same reply. And when a third time he insisted, he was told from heaven, "This is the third time I have told you that he will not go." And so it was. He had hardly heard the last answer than Mary came back to him, with his mind completely changed, and owned frankly that he now saw clearly the peril which he ran. Our saint advised him to go and tell all to the rector. He went, as he was advised, threw himself upon his knees before his superior, and with an abundance of tears, and humbly acknowledging his error, begged his pardon. The rector called the fathers together, and again in their presence Brother Mary told his fault, protesting from his heart that from henceforth he would place himself in the Father's hands to do with him whatever he chose. He rose up fully determined to persevere in his vocation, with God's help. In face of the repugnance which St. Alonso felt in writing down the graces he received, there came to him, in reward for his obedience, while engaged in this distasteful task during the November of 1607, marvelous expressions of gratitude from his heavenly Lord. He felt deeply consoled on seeing, too, that by these manifestations of his inmost soul, he was saved from the terrible danger of delusions, which would have otherwise been his lot. Sometimes, while writing, his pen would not mark, thanks no doubt to its being worn out, owing to his love of holy poverty, and he felt moved to impatience. But he conquered the temptation by a good laugh, and so got the better of his rising anger by the weapon of ridicule. In the June of this year, Father Ignatius Blanche had come to Majorca to preach in the Church of Montesión. Not only had he a great talent for the pulpit, but he was a very learned man, and his sermons drew large audiences, while the increased number of confessions proved their real success. The next year, 1608, Father Blanche preached in the cathedral, while Father Melchior Morels, with Father Arcana, then professor of philosophy, went as his companion to preach at the large town of Inca. Before commencing their labors, they asked the prayers of St. Alonso. He had a foreknowledge of the rich harvest they were to reap, and the great edification which their holiness would give. But with regard to Father Blanche, it was specially shown to our saint what fruit his learning and talents would produce, if joined to holiness and humility, and how in thus doing good to himself, he would do good to others, and would in this way seek, not display, but the solid advantage of souls and the glory of God. The very powers which God had given him laid the Father under great obligations to progress more and more in humility and in every other virtue, as the surest way to do most for God and for his neighbor. The rector, to whom St. Alonso made all this known, bade him tell Father Blanche, who received the warning with great thankfulness. Next day the father began his sermons, and when Alonso thought that Father Blanche would be in the midst of his sermon, our saint, moved by God, began to recommend him to Jesus and to his blessed mother. And as his fervor increased, the result of this appeared in the ardor which was communicated to the preacher and in the good done to his hearers. Next year, 1609, Father Blanche preached the Lent at Montesión, while Father Murrells was engaged at the fine old parish church of St. James in Palma. Again, they commended their work to our saint's prayers. He placed their petitions before Our Lady, and he then saw the two fathers kneeling at her side, while she was stretching out her hands over them. At the beginning, however, of Lent, Father Blanche found himself unable to preach on account of a severe cold on his chest. He sought the brothers' prayers, and Alonso once more turned to his queen. 3 times he heard her say to him, "Alonso, I have him under my charge, and I will help him as I have promised." And so it fell out, for the moment he mounted the pulpit, the preacher regained his strength and voice, though he was scarcely able to speak during the day, and though, on the days when for any reason there happened to be no sermon, he felt himself overcome with fatigue. Many years after, Father Blanche was attacked by the same complaint, which utterly incapacitated him. He was then a long way from Majorca, but no sooner had St. Alonso heard of his illness than he earnestly begged God to cure him. As he prayed, he felt an extraordinary joy come over him, which was finally explained when, later on, he received a letter telling him that the father was quite well again, or rather that, though still suffering as before from his cold, no matter how often he preached, he was not in the least inconvenienced by it. Our saint obtained for him also from Our Lady a fresh lease of life. These 5 years Father Blanche spent in preaching, whose success was owing to continual mortification and fervent prayer. Often when kneeling in one of the tribunes of the church, he wept so profusely that for fear of his tears being seen on the pavement, he used to catch them in his cloak. His love of Our Lady showed conspicuously among his other virtues. He forestalled the devotion of blessed Grignon de Montfort, and to mark himself as a slave of his heavenly mother, he always wore a chain fastened to his legs, and it was found upon him after death. On another occasion, about this time, Father Matthew Rigueur and Father Ignatius Blanche were giving a mission in Sinu, a town of some importance of Majorca. Faction and its attendant furies had so hardened the hearts of many of its inhabitants that, in spite of the great talents of one of the missioners and the wonderful influence he usually exerted, little or no fruit was produced. The father wrote to the rector to inform him of his want of success, begging especially for the prayers of St. Alonso. The superior at once ordered prayers in the community, and they all prayed with great fervor. But Alonso, to whom the matter had been specially commended, stormed heaven and begged the Blessed Virgin to obtain what was desired. He prayed early and late, and for many days, till at last Our Lady appeared to him. "My son, Alonso, all will go right for love of you," was her reply, and she showed him in spirit both the reconciliation, which was so soon to take place at Sinu, and the messenger who was being sent with the good news. For our holy brother had written to the missioners, saying in a few words how important it was for those men to cease their feuds and to settle their account with God. One of the fathers took the letter into the pulpit and read it out to the people, and at once even the most stubborn gave in, and he was able to make peace all round and to bring his work to a most happy conclusion. He sent off word to his superior at Montesión. Meanwhile Alonso had gone to the rector and given him the very words of Our Lady which our saint had written down. Rodriguez told also what he had seen. As it was a journey of about 6 hours, the messenger from Sinu ought to have reached Palma before nightfall. No one, however, came, either that evening or even the day after. As no news arrived, the rector began to doubt the truth of the story. He was not left long in his incredulity, for the messenger came on the third day and explained his delay by the fact that he had been detained on some business when returning home. About this time, Saint Alonso fell ill of a serious cold with a great deal of fever, terrible headaches, and a continual cough, which prevented him sleeping either night or day. During one of these sleepless nights, he was offering up, as he always did in time of suffering and trouble, his pain and accepting it as a precious gift from the hands of God. In spite of this, there came over him a profound sadness, the shadow of approaching darkness, the forerunner of the ever-watchful enemy. Our sufferer raised his heart to God and sought to shake off from his soul the load of sorrow, when all at once he saw around him a number of demons, whose very sight was a torture to his soul. Under the form of monsters, they leapt upon him, they seized him by the throat and tried to strangle him. Some of them bit him like hungry wolves, while others struck him violently. And all the while, in a blasphemous chorus, they mocked and jeered at him, and with loud and scornful laughter cried out, "Where now is your Mary?" The familiar title of Our Lady, which was so often on the lips of Saint Alonso. But his heavenly queen came swiftly to the aid of her suffering servant, and the brightness of her countenance drove away his persecutors. This apparition not only delivered him from the demons, but freed him entirely from his illness. But a fresh and terrible temptation now came upon him, or, rather, the old troubles of his past life revived, in the shape of a practical difficulty about the great mystery of predestination. It fastened upon his imagination, and the reasons suggested by the devil appeared to him unanswerable. The saint took refuge in his profound humility. He looked upon himself as a simpleton, uneducated and ignorant, and without pretending to answer the sophisms of his adversary, cast himself, like a helpless child, at the feet of Jesus and Mary. "I care not to know anything else," he exclaimed, "but that my God is goodness, justice, and holiness itself." The shafts of the fiend fell harmlessly around him. His old fears, too, of being expelled the society, which had plagued him for so many years, came back upon him. Terrible doubts came over him lest he might be the sport of the father of lies, and lest all the marvels of his life should have been mere deceits. And, added to all this, he realized vividly the tortures and the eternity of hell, and the ruin that comes upon a soul when condemned forever to be deprived of the sight of God. For 10 years, as has been said, there had been before his mind a clear vision of the horrors of death, and in 1606, the year before that of which we are speaking, God changed this into an impression, which seems almost the contrary, by establishing him in a perfect confidence in his majesty and an utter distrust of himself and of every creature. In this state, he no longer feared death, which before had terrified him. He no longer feared hell, because he seemed to know for certain that God made him sure both of his grace and glory. Then it was that our Lord gave him the knowledge of the terrors of eternal punishment and let loose upon him the temptations just described. But the certainty that he had of his salvation turned this knowledge rather to a means of helping others than a cause of trouble to himself. His heart was pierced with compassion at the sight of so many men, women, and children created to the image and likeness of God, who had been called and invited to the banquet of eternal life, selling themselves out of mere folly to the devil, freely and of their own accord, going down to the eternal torments of hell. He used very often to say, "So great is the punishment in the next life of even the smallest sin, that if God our Lord were to open the eyes of the soul to catch but a glimpse of his justice, no one would dare, for all the world could give, to commit such a fault." So too, he would affirm, were God, by his heavenly light, to give men some idea of the terrible severity which they will experience before the judgment seat of God, it would not be possible for them to laugh and make merry, remembering all the while that it was possible, nay, very possible and probable that they might lose their souls. For himself, also, the memory of these torments made every other suffering sweet. When in his old age, his superiors ordered him to have a fire, but never before had he drawn near to one. No one ever heard him complain of the extremes of heat or cold. If anyone chanced to say, "Brother, what do you think of this heat?" "Ah," he replied, "there is heat in hell, and even the holy souls suffer from it in purgatory." And if anyone complained to Alonso of the severity of the winter, "Those dear souls," he would say, they suffer cold indeed. Let us mortify ourselves here, that, by God's mercy and grace, we may not go there." And so, too, when they asked him how he was, he would answer, "All right, for I am not in hell." But perhaps the most terrible temptation was one which God allowed to fall upon him at this time, and which continued for so many years. As with new fervor and more complete sacrifice of self, Saint Alonso went upwards on the path of perfection. A voice, as from within, jeered at his efforts and said, "Yes, you will gain the perfection after which you are striving, but it will only be for your greater harm, for you will fall from those heights, and your fall will be a scandal to the whole world." Although it was not difficult for our holy brother to recognize the evil spirit in these words, still the long continuance of this voice could not fail to be a source of spiritual trouble and pain. And, turning to Our Lady like an infant to its mother, for comfort in the trial, she consoled him, saying, "Where chapter 1 you have nothing to fear." The Blessed Virgin showed him, by her words and by her actions, that she loved him very much. And he, in return, loved her as tenderly as possible. And when Our Lady manifested to him intellectually, and not in the imagination, that she loved him so deeply, he said to her very face, "Who can tell the extreme shame which should mount to his brow, and which he should feel in his heart, at seeing that this lady is pleased to make so much of, to love, to honor, to protect, to instruct so vile and so evil a creature?" This shame was so great that he needed to be consoled at seeing himself honored by so great a lady, when all the while he knew that he deserved, instead of honor, the punishment of hell. Oftentimes the Blessed Virgin called him by his name and spoke to him as "my son," and sometimes by his Christian name, when she would teach him and encourage him and console him and offer him her aid. On the 6th of May, 1608, St. Alonso was ill, and he sent the infirmarian to Father Torrens, who relates these facts, to ask his rector's leave to perform his usual devotions. The answer was that it was quite enough for him to say his beads, as his great devotion was mental prayer, or, as he called it, the presence of God. Our saint considered himself bound to turn his mind from it. In spite of all his efforts, he could not succeed, yet he struggled as hard to keep our Lord out of his memory as other good people have to labor to keep him in mind. Midnight came and went, and he turned lovingly to his Lord. "My God," he exclaimed, "I do not wish for thy presence, because I desire to please thee, and obedience, which is thy word, seems to forbid such a wish." So saying, he began to recite his rosary, and when he had finished, he fell into a deep slumber, and slept for 3 or 4 hours, a sleep so quiet and restful as he never remembered to have enjoyed before. Yet all the while he was in God's presence and in most exalted mental prayer. This he told Father Torrens the following morning. On the night of All Saints, this year, 1608, while in bed, he found himself in spirit kneeling in the church before the tabernacle, just as he was accustomed to do when going to Holy Communion. There he was wrapped in ecstasy, and in this rapture he was visited by Jesus and Mary, who filled his heart with wondrous consolation. 2 or 3 times he came a little to himself, and he saw a young child with a little wand, who came up to him and said, "Sursum corda." But so absorbed was he in the love of Jesus and Mary that nothing could distract his heart from his close union with God. 1608, 1609. For 5 years, Father Blaise Bello had been professor of philosophy at Majorca. His course was now completed, and his former pupils were to go to Valencia to begin their divinity studies in the Jesuit college of that city. The defeat before Algiers of the Christian expedition had given the Crescent almost complete sway over the seas. A number of inhabitants of Majorca had, within the last 40 years, fallen into the hands of the Algerines, and several of them had been killed by renegades with frightful accompaniments of cruelty. 2 of them, St. Peter Claver and John Humanes, as we have seen, had sailed from Soler, and, in spite of fears to the contrary, had reached the mainland in safety. The remainder promised themselves a more secure journey. A ship bound for Alicante had arrived in the port of Palma from Palermo. This vessel, the Velina Asterisk, carried a son of the Marquis of Velina, then Viceroy of Sicily, and a large portion of the Marquis property was on board. There was also a company of musketeers as a guard. The rector, Father Torrens, considered this an excellent opportunity for sending the remainder of the fathers and brothers who were waiting to cross to the mainland. He laid his project before the consultors of the house, but they were of opinion that not more than 4 should sail by one ship. The rector was sorry to let slip so good an opportunity, as the vessel was a large one and well armed. So he sent for Brother Alonso, told him of his plans and of the objections raised by the consultors, and bade him lay the matter before God in prayer. Our saint obeyed, and returned to the rector with the answer, which he believed to have received from on high, that if the party went by that ship, they would have a golden voyage. The rector very naturally concluded from the brother's words that the voyage would be a most prosperous one, and so confident was he of this, that he said publicly, "I wish all of ours who have to sail for the mainland for the next 20 years could take ship on this vessel." He called his consultors together a second time, and without giving his reasons, told them that he had made up his mind to send the whole party by the *Velina*. He merely discussed with them whether he should admit 3 postulants to the society before starting, a question which had been already debated in the former consultation, and it was decided in the affirmative. Accordingly, on the evening of December 7th, 1608, Father Balo, with Father Peter Plains, who had just been ordained priest, and 5 scholastics who had finished their course of philosophy, went on board the *Velina*. The names of the 5 are given in the order of their entry into the society: Joseph Fuentes, Humphrey Serra, Antony Marquez, Gabriel Allegar, and Jerome Lopez. There were, in addition, the 3 novices who had just been admitted: Raymond Gual, John Alcove, and Raymond Anglada. A young man of good family, an old student of Montesión, Michael Sansaloni, who was going to Spain to seek admission into the society from the provincial, joined the party. Lopez, who had entered the society when young, had been a very unsatisfactory novice. But as he took corrections in good part, it was hoped that he would grow graver as he grew older, and he was admitted to his vows at the novitiate of Tarragona in 1606. After a brilliant course of second rhetoric, he had been sent to Majorca to study philosophy in the June of 1608. During the few months, however, which he spent at Montesión, his carelessness and laxity were so marked that the Father Provincial ordered the rector, Father Torrens, to send him to Spain by the first opportunity. The rector did his best to make his superior change his mind, but the provincial insisted, as he had, in fact, determined to dismiss Lopez from the society. The brother accepted the order, which took him from his studies, no small trial, very bravely. He was sent to Soler to take his passage on board a brig in that port, but God revealed to St. Alonso that the vessel would be taken by Algerine corsairs, and on his telling this to his superiors, Lopez had been summoned back to Palma. Thus he found himself one of the party which was to go by the Velina*. As a contrary wind prevented this vessel from sailing on the 7th, the travelers passed the feast of the Immaculate Conception at the college. However, on the following day, the 9th, the Velina left the port. Night came down upon her before she was fairly out of the bay, and she was just rounding one of the headlands when another ship sailed past her. The raw recruits on board the Sicilian vessel, out of mere bravado, fired on the stranger. She did not reply at the moment, but then gave a broadside and passed on. The report and the flash of the guns roused the good people of Majorca. The viceroy, John de Villaragat y Sanz, at once caused the alarm to be sounded, and sent a number of cavalry by land and some frigates by sea to the aid of the Velina*. But all was quiet on their arrival. The rumor, however, quickly spread through the city that the good ship had been captured. One can imagine the pain this report caused in the little community of Montesión, and especially to the rector and Brother Alonso. Our saint turned to God in prayer, and heaven showed to him the travelers in high spirits and in perfect safety until they passed the rocky island of Ibiza, and then he saw them no more, and this filled him with grave fears. The Velina*. Reached the coast of Spain, off the town of Denaya, some 60 miles north of Alicante, on the 14th of December, but for want of a favorable wind, she could not enter the port. Suddenly the vessel was surrounded by 3 Turkish men of war. Their commander was a Calvinist, Simon Dancer, Dutch by birth, but a naturalized French subject. He had been outlawed, and had entered the Turkish service, then the open enemy of the cross, and had been sent to prey upon the vessels of the Christian states. He had under his orders 3 men of war, with 100 guns, 500 Moslem soldiers, and besides 2 merchant vessels which he had taken as prizes. At the first discharge of the enemy's guns, the rigging of the Velina Asterisk was so damaged that all flight became impossible. Though she was merely a merchant vessel, with only 130 men on board, counting soldiers, sailors, and passengers, their strength was sadly weakened by dissensions amongst the officers. No choice was left for them but slavery or death. So for 6 hours the Spaniards bravely maintained the unequal contest. The 2 fathers, ever in the thick of the fight, gave the consolations of religion to the wounded and to the dying, while the rest of the religious carried food and ammunition to the combatants. 3 times the Spaniards beat back the boarding parties, but the struggle was far too unequal. And when the greater part of the musketeers and many of the passengers had been killed, the Velina Asterisk was forced to surrender. Dancer, who was infuriated at the loss of so many of his men, put to the sword all whom he found with arms in their hands. The rest of the passengers, with the fathers and brothers, had taken refuge in the hold. A gentleman urged the religious to lay aside their habits, as he was sure that Dancer would have no mercy on Jesuits and, at the very least, would demand a larger ransom than usual for them. They all refused to put off the symbol of their calling. The Turks at once bound the arms of their captives behind their backs, and for 4 days they got no other food than black bread and fetid water, save now and again, as a great favor, a morsel of raw salt fish. When the Turkish fleet had reached Algiers, the captives remained a whole week longer in the hold of the vessel. So terribly did they suffer in that fetid prison hole that young Michael Sansaloni sank under the privations. The memory of the first Christmas was the sole consolation of the captives, the anniversary of which day was passed by them in their floating dungeon. At last they were taken on shore, only to be sold by auction to the highest bidder. On landing, they were met by a brave Catalan priest, who, though ransomed from slavery, had elected to stay in the land of bondage for the sake of the Christians in captivity. It does not come within the compass of this work to narrate the terrible sufferings and the still more terrible temptations to which the Jesuits were subjected. To distribute the rations of barley, bread to the slaves. When Brother Jerome came to her each evening for his share, she used to slip into his hand an extra loaf of wheaten bread. One night at dusk, the brother found her on her knees. "Fatima, Fatima," he exclaimed, "what are you doing on your knees?" "Is not this," she answered, "in Christian lands the hour of the Angelus?" "Yes," he replied. "Well," she went on, "I too recite my Hail Mary and pay honor to Our Lady." So saying, she took a rosary from her bosom, and she added, "In the midst of all my misfortunes, I have never let a day go by without telling my beads. I have kept all the fasts of the church, and I have never eaten meat on Friday, spite of all the difficulties which the Moors put in my way." Brother Lopez praised her for what she had done and encouraged her to persevere. "But mind, Fatima," he said, "all this is not enough unless you confess Jesus Christ, whom you have publicly denied." "Were chapter 1 to do that," she replied, "they would burn me alive. Pray God to help me in my trouble." The brother told Father Belo what he had learnt, and the good priest, by virtue of the faculties which he held from Rome, heard her confession and gave her communion, but under the profoundest secrecy. In Brother Lopez himself, there was wrought almost as wondrous a change. Thanks to the trials through which he had gone, from being a careless religious, he became a man of such extraordinary holiness, and in after life, a missioner of such renown, that more than one life of him has been written. For 39 long years, he was continually traveling backwards and forwards through Spain, and he preached in 1,300 of its towns and villages. If it had been for Lopez alone so great a source of grace, did not the journey to Algiers fully verify the prophecy made to St. Alonso? Neither night nor day did Alonso rest from his efforts to bring comfort and release to the poor captives, for even when asleep his soul was busy in their behalf. One night, for example, on awaking, he discovered that for 4 whole hours, in his sleep he had, in a continuous act of love, been treating with God about the rescue of the captives. He wrestled with the Lord in entreaty, imploring him to turn this calamity to his greater honor and glory. And he besought Our Lady to intercede with her blessed Son, that he would protect the virtue of the young novices in the perils of their slavery, and that she would bring joy to the whole society by restoring its children to freedom. The sad news of the capture of the 10 Jesuits had reached the ears of Father Aquaviva, who was then general of the society. As there was such a great diversity of opinion among the fathers of Majorca, and in fact of the whole province of Aragon, about the action of the rector of Montesión, in preferring the dictum of a lay brother to the opinion of his consultors, Father Torrens considered it his duty, both towards his superior and towards himself, to order Saint Alonso to write to his paternity a clear statement of what was his view about the whole affair. For to our saint it was manifest that what seemed to most people a mistake and a misfortune had been in reality ruled by God for the good of many souls. Accordingly, the humble brother wrote the following letter. Its straightforwardness is as characteristic of the writer as are its repetitions, its long-drawn and involved diction. Pax Christi, my very dear father, so great is my lowliness that I should not have ventured to write this, unworthy as I am to speak to your paternity. However, as holy obedience has ordered me to do so, I do so. It seems to me a piece of boldness for a poor old broken-down brother like myself to address your paternity. However, as God has, by obedience, ordered me to do so, and as it is his holy will, I affirm that the captivity of our fathers and brothers is not to be looked upon as a misfortune, but as good fortune, not as adversity, but as prosperity, not as trouble, but as comfort and repose. And they themselves will hereafter recognize this better, from the great good that they will have drawn from this tribulation, and they will see what a favor God has done them in allowing them to be carried away prisoners to Algiers, for the glory of God and the salvation of souls who are living there, and for their own, with the grace of God. In the missions hereabouts there is no danger of denying one's faith, while in Algiers here is. And thus it is a great act of charity to aid them, the Algerines, with the help of ours and the grace of God. Therefore we ought to look upon this trouble as a piece of good fortune, which has come from the hand of God, and not as a misfortune. And this, merely on account of the great good which has come from it, and will still come from it, as is already known from the letters of one of the fathers. Fortunate mission. Sent forth not by the hands of men, but by God himself, and if for no other reason, to encourage those souls who are in danger of denying their faith and of so being lost. It is a great treasure for them, and for those too who aid them, because this is the way that God wishes that they should be aided and saved. Besides, at what price can we value this immense good and treasure of salvation, and the share of grace and glory which will come to ours from this, suffering for God? Who can tell how great is this treasure which ours have there obtained? This will prove a source not only of increase to the society, but will add to its esteem, and will further it in its charity and love both of God and of its neighbor. The society has gone to India, and will leave it enriched with the treasures of God, both for itself and for many. And so too these adversities, as they are called by a deluded world, are nevertheless, in the eyes of the servants of God, who are enlightened with his light, a real good fortune, gifts of God, and great favors. At the outset of this affair I felt some grief according to the flesh, because I did not catch what was the end which God had in this trial. Afterwards, however, when I came to understand by a special light what had happened to ours, I was consoled and pacified, for I saw that men cannot perceive whither tend the actions of God. For if we did, we should console ourselves, and whatever might come from his hands, we should bear it for his sake. For, with the wonderful love with which he loves us, he ever guards us and turns all that concerns us to his greater glory and to the good of our souls. It is one thing to see our troubles with the eyes of the world and of the flesh, but far different to see them in the spiritual light according to God, and not according to the flesh, accepting everything as from the hands of God, and not as from those of his creatures or of the devils, rejoicing at everything, and blessing and thanking God for the favors bestowed, and saying in all that happens, whether for us or against us, non me, sed tua voluntas fiat. Or with St. Paul prostrate at the feet of Christ, Domine, quid me vis facere asterisk, behold me here at thy bidding. God willed that Jonas should preach to the city of Nineveh in order that it might do penance for its sins, but Jonas did not wish to go there, and God placed him in Nineveh, though much against his will. So, too, ours did not wish to go to Algiers, but God wished that they should go there to aid those souls which were in need of aid. And so he sent them to Algiers, as another Jonahs to Nineveh, where they are reaping great fruit for souls with God's grace. The way of the cross by trials suffered for God is the way to heaven, and there is a greater difference between adversity suffered for God and prosperity, even in holy things, than there is between a piece of lead and all the gold in the world. And yet for all this, to suffer for Christ, spite of its great price, is not loved by all. While what the world calls prosperity, that is of the body, is esteemed and loved and sought after at the cost of great toil. Prosperity, according to the flesh, blinds us with self-love and puffs us up. Adversity rouses us to go to God and to look to ourselves. By means of adversities and tribulations, through the grace of God, a man becomes spiritual and holy. He is made an imitator of Christ our Lord, for it is by their means that he attains sanctity. Through adversities and trials suffered for God, he merits before God great degrees of grace and glory, and his soul can say, "Then chapter 1 am best when I am worst." That is to say, when I have most troubles, and thus, per multas tribulations oportet introire in regnum Dei asterisk. I commend myself earnestly to your paternities, holy sacrifices and prayers. Majorca, April 23, 1609. As usual, the never-resting enemy of God laid fresh snares for the faithful servant. The revelation already recorded, with its promise of security from delusion, made to our saint, suggested to the tempter a new means of attack. He painted in the brightest colors the honors which our saint was to receive after death, the wonders which were to be wrought at his tomb, and through his intercession. He represented the books which were to be written, telling of the wonders of his holiness. And that his strategy might succeed the better, he cast over all this the specious veil of God's honor and the good of souls. But the well-laid scheme failed utterly before the profound humility of Alonso, or, to quote Father Merriman's quaint words, he took refuge in the deep abyss of his own self-knowledge, vileness, and the fire and balls of the devil flew wide of their mark and beat only against the wind. Still the tempter did not give up. He knew that the most dangerous form of pride is that which springs from the soil of humility. He urged that it was God's way to honor and glorify the humble, and that this was only fair, because the word of truth infallible had again and again promised this reward to the lowly. The demon pressed his advantage so hotly that our saint, as was his wont, had recourse to Jesus and to Mary, and, prostrate before them, he exposed to them his perplexity and asked for their help. His petition was heard, and in an instant his request was granted. And thus he was at once freed from the temptation, not for that time only, but for ever afterwards. One day, during the octave of Corpus Christi, which was being kept this year, 1609, with its usual splendor in the college church, as St. Alonso was kneeling at the high altar for Holy Communion, the devil told him that he was in sin and unfit to receive. He turned immediately to Jesus and to his blessed mother, and Mary assured him that the sin about which he was troubled had been long ago forgiven, both as to its guilt and its punishment. Our blessed Lord bent over him, embraced him, and kissed him lovingly. The scruple passed away, and our saint received the blessed sacrament. God had, in fact, granted to our saint a light and knowledge, sensible, visible, intellectual, as he called it, which showed him clearly, by two comparisons, the state of a soul when by mortal sin it has lost sanctifying grace. Just as a human body, when deprived of life, is utterly incapable of any human action, and turns into such a mass of corruption that it must be hidden away because of the horror that it causes in everyone, so too, a soul deprived of grace is utterly unable to do anything in the supernatural order, and becomes loathsome and abominable in the sight of God. Again, just as a blast of poisoned air would strike down a man who was before in the full vigor of health, and would kill him on the spot, so is sin death-bearing and slays the soul. It was this keen sense of the ruin caused by sin which urged our holy brother to pray with redoubled effort for the poor captives of Algiers. God could not let such supplications go long unheard. The French Jesuit, Pierre Cotton, the well-known confessor of Henry chapter 4 of France, used his great influence to obtain the rescue of the captives. An agent of the outlaw dancer was at Paris at the very time, making every effort to obtain the pardon of the pirate and permission for him to return to France. The king, who had learnt from Pierre Cotton the whole history of the capture of the Jesuits, gave orders that a free pardon should be offered to Dancer on the condition that the 10 religious should be set at liberty. He even went so far as to write a letter to the corsair himself, as well as one to the French consul at Algiers. Though Dancer was most anxious to accept the terms of Henry Quater, and so, to obtain his own pardon and the power to return to Marseille, his home, he found it impossible to comply with the conditions, as the prisoners had passed out of his hands, and he did not possess the money which was required to ransom them from their masters. Still, the royal missive was not without fruit, for the French consul, who had always shown every possible kindness to the captive religious, now redoubled his efforts. Dancer himself was not less anxious to earn the gratitude of those in whom his sovereign showed such a lively interest, or at all events to propitiate them. The Queen of Spain, Margaret of Austria, the wife of Philip III, a staunch friend of the society, used her powerful influence in favor of the release of the Jesuits. Through her generosity, and that of the Duke of Lerma, the favorite of the king, and by the efforts of the various superiors of the province of Aragon, the sum of more than 10,000 crowns was at last raised, which was the ransom agreed upon between the French consul and Father Bello on the one part, and the various owners of the captives on the other. The full price of Brother Alcover's freedom had been already paid by the Trinitarian fathers, but the authorities at Algiers refused to allow him to go till the daughter of one of the chief men of the city, who was at that time in Corsica, should be restored to her father. As it was impossible for the Trinitarians to persuade the girl, who wished to become a Catholic, to return to her parents, Father Bello heroically resolved to send away the other 8, while he himself remained to comfort and protect the young novice. Accordingly, after nearly 11 months of slavery, Father Plains and his companions sailed for Valencia in a French vessel, accompanied by their kind friend the French consul. A contrary wind, however, drove them, when within sight of the coast of Catalonia, towards the island of Majorca. In vain the pilot strove to alter their course. He was borne along just in sight of the coast of the island. At last, one evening, leaving Majorca to their right, they sailed all night with a fair wind, and fully expected on the morrow to reach the port of Catalonia, at which they had been aiming. What was their surprise to find themselves, at dawn, once again off Majorca? They naturally determined to land, and comfort the community with their presence. One may well believe that, just as Saint Scholastica unchained by her prayers the storm, which kept her brother, Saint Benedict, longer with her, so it was at the petition of Saint Alonso that the wind brought his brethren to Majorca. In fact, when the holy brother was welcoming one of the party, before ever a word had been uttered as to how they had come to the island, he said, with his face beaming with joy, "How was it that you wanted to pass us by, without giving us the pleasure of embracing you and of conversing with you?" And Father Merriman, too, tells us that this visit was no surprise to Saint Alonso, for he had already seen the travelers coming under the shelter and in the arms of Our Lady. He had even beheld the vessel on which they were sailing, and had helped to free them by his prayers from the dangers of the deep. It was on the 3rd of November, 1609, that the fathers and brothers from Algiers embarked at Palma, dressed in the same clothes which they had worn as slaves at Algiers. For they could not change them until they had arrived at their final destination, as their passports gave a description not only of their persons, but also of their costume, and any such change would have exposed them to the risk of being taken captives a second time. Great was the commotion in the city, and greater still in the College of Montesión at their unexpected arrival, as the anxiety and sorrow at their captivity had been the greater. A crowd of gentlemen, of the first families of the island, came out to meet them. A man who had specially befriended the prisoners while he was in Algiers had just been arrested in Majorca as a spy. He had been condemned to death and was expecting his execution. Their arrival saved his life, and by their evidence he was restored at once to liberty. Above all the rest, Brother Alonso showed, in his every action, his delight at their return, and he joined with all his heart in the Te Deum which was sung by the whole community in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament. Towards his superior and towards himself, to order Saint Alonso to write to his paternity a clear statement of what was his view about the whole affair. For to our saint it was manifest that what seemed to most people a mistake and a misfortune had been in reality ruled by God for the good of many souls. Accordingly, the humble brother wrote the following letter. Its straightforwardness is as characteristic of the writer as are its repetitions, its long-drawn and involved diction. Pax Christi, my very dear father, so great is my lowliness that I should not have ventured to write this, unworthy as I am to speak to your paternity. However, as holy obedience has ordered me to do so, I do so. It seems to me a piece of boldness for a poor old broken-down brother like myself to address your paternity. However, as God has, by obedience, ordered me to do so, and as it is his holy will, I affirm that the captivity of our fathers and brothers is not to be looked upon as a misfortune, but as good fortune, not as adversity, but as prosperity, not as trouble, but as comfort and repose. And they themselves will hereafter recognize this better, from the great good that they will have drawn from this tribulation, and they will see what a favor God has done them in allowing them to be carried away prisoners to Algiers, for the glory of God and the salvation of souls who are living there, and for their own, with the grace of God. In the missions hereabouts there is no danger of denying one's faith, while in Algiers here is. And thus it is a great act of charity to aid them, the Algerines, with the help of ours and the grace of God. Therefore we ought to look upon this trouble as a piece of good fortune, which has come from the hand of God, and not as a misfortune. And this, merely on account of the great good which has come from it, and will still come from it, as is already known from the letters of one of the fathers. Fortunate mission. Sent forth, not by the hands of men, but by God himself, and if for no other reason, to encourage those souls who are in danger of denying their faith and of so being lost. It is a great treasure for them, and for those too who aid them, because this is the way that God wishes that they should be aided and saved. Besides, at what price can we value this immense good and treasure of salvation, and the share of grace and glory which will come to ours from this, suffering for God? Who can tell how great is this treasure which ours have there obtained? This will prove a source not only of increase to the society, but will add to its esteem, and will further it in its charity and love both of God and of its neighbor. The society has gone to India, and will leave it enriched with the treasures of God, both for itself and for many, and so too these adversities, as they are called by a deluded world, are nevertheless, in the eyes of the servants of God, who are enlightened with his light, a real good fortune, gifts of God, and great favors. At the outset of this affair I felt some grief according to the flesh, because I did not catch what was the end which God had in this trial. Afterwards, however, when I came to understand by a special light what had happened to ours, I was consoled and pacified, for I saw that men cannot perceive whither tend the actions of God, for if we did, we should console ourselves, and whatever might come from his hands, we should bear it for his sake. For, with the wonderful love with which he loves us, he ever guards us and turns all that concerns us to his greater glory and to the good of our souls. It is one thing to see our troubles with the eyes of the world and of the flesh, but far different to see them in the spiritual light according to God, and not according to the flesh, accepting everything as from the hands of God, and not as from those of his creatures or of the devils, rejoicing at everything, and blessing and thanking God for the favors bestowed, and saying in all that happens, whether for us or against us, "Non me, sed tua voluntas fiat." Or with St. Paul prostrate at the feet of Christ, "Domine, quid me vis facere? Behold me here at thy bidding." God willed that Jonas should preach to the city of Nineveh in order that it might do penance for its sins, but Jonas did not wish to go there, and God placed him in Nineveh, though much against his will. So, too, ours did not wish to go to Algiers, but God wished that they should go there to aid those souls which were in need of aid. And so he sent them to Algiers, as another Jonas to Nineveh, where they are reaping great fruit for souls with God's grace. The way of the cross by trials suffered for God is the way to heaven, and there is a greater difference between adversity suffered for God and prosperity, even in holy things, than there is between a piece of lead and all the gold in the world. And yet for all this, to suffer for Christ, spite of its great price, is not loved by all, while what the world calls prosperity, that is of the body, is esteemed and loved and sought after at the cost of great toil. Prosperity, according to the flesh, blinds us with self-love and puffs us up. Adversity rouses us to go to God and to look to ourselves. By means of adversities and tribulations, through the grace of God, a man becomes spiritual and holy. He is made an imitator of Christ our Lord, for it is by their means that he attains sanctity. Through adversities and trials suffered for God, he merits before God great degrees of grace and glory, and his soul can say, "Then chapter 1 am best when I am worst." That is to say, when I have most troubles, and thus, per multas tribulations oportet introire in regnum Dei. I commend myself earnestly to your paternities, holy sacrifices and prayers. Majorca, April 23, 1609. As usual, the never-resting enemy of God laid fresh snares for the faithful servant. The revelation already recorded, with its promise of security from delusion, made to our saint, suggested to the tempter a new means of attack. He painted in the brightest colors the honors which our saint was to receive after death, the wonders which were to be wrought at his tomb, and through his intercession. He represented the books which were to be written, telling of the wonders of his holiness. And that his strategy might succeed the better, he cast over all this the specious veil of God's honor and the good of souls. But the well-laid scheme failed utterly before the profound humility of Alonso, or, to quote Father Merriman's quaint words, he took refuge in the deep abyss of his own self-knowledge, vileness, and the fire and balls of the devil flew wide of their mark, and beat only against the wind. Still the tempter did not give up. He knew that the most dangerous form of pride is that which springs from the soil of humility. He urged that it was God's way to honor and glorify the humble, and that this was only fair, because the word of truth infallible had again and again promised this reward to the lowly. The demon pressed his advantage so hotly that our saint, as was his wont, had recourse to Jesus and to Mary, and, prostrate before them, he exposed to them his perplexity and asked for their help. His petition was heard, and in an instant his request was granted. And thus he was at once freed from the temptation, not for that time only, but for ever afterwards. One day, during the octave of Corpus Christi, which was being kept this year, 1609, with its usual splendor in the college church, as St. Alonso was kneeling at the high altar for Holy Communion, the devil told him that he was in sin and unfit to receive. He turned immediately to Jesus and to his blessed mother, and Mary assured him that the sin about which he was troubled had been long ago forgiven, both as to its guilt and its punishment. Our blessed Lord bent over him, embraced him, and kissed him lovingly. The scruple passed away, and our saint received the blessed sacrament. God had, in fact, granted to our saint a light and knowledge, sensible, visible, intellectual, as he called it, which showed him clearly, by two comparisons, the state of a soul when by mortal sin it has lost sanctifying grace. Just as a human body, when deprived of life, is utterly incapable of any human action, and turns into such a mass of corruption that it must be hidden away because of the horror that it causes in everyone, so too, a soul deprived of grace is utterly unable to do anything in the supernatural order, and becomes loathsome and abominable in the sight of God. Again, just as a blast of poisoned air would strike down a man who was before in the full vigor of health, and would kill him on the spot, so is sin death-bearing and slays the soul. It was this keen sense of the ruin caused by sin which urged our holy brother to pray with redoubled effort for the poor captives of Algiers. God could not let such supplications go long unheard. The French Jesuit, Pierre Cotton, the well-known confessor of Henry chapter 4 of France, used his great influence to obtain the rescue of the captives. An agent of the outlaw dancer was at Paris at the very time, making every effort to obtain the pardon of the pirate and permission for him to return to France. The king, who had learnt from Pierre Cotton the whole history of the capture of the Jesuits, gave orders that a free pardon should be offered to Dancer on the condition that the 10 religious should be set at liberty. He even went so far as to write a letter to the corsair himself, as well as one to the French consul at Algiers. Though Dancer was most anxious to accept the terms of Henry Quater, and so, to obtain his own pardon and the power to return to Marseille, his home, he found it impossible to comply with the conditions, as the prisoners had passed out of his hands, and he did not possess the money which was required to ransom them from their masters. Still, the royal missive was not without fruit, for the French consul, who had always shown every possible kindness to the captive religious, now redoubled his efforts. Dancer himself was not less anxious to earn the gratitude of those in whom his sovereign showed such a lively interest, or at all events to propitiate them. The Queen of Spain, Margaret of Austria, the wife of Philip III, a staunch friend of the society, used her powerful influence in favor of the release of the Jesuits. Through her generosity, and that of the Duke of Lerma, the favorite of the king, and by the efforts of the various superiors of the province of Aragon, the sum of more than 10,000 crowns was at last raised, which was the ransom agreed upon between the French consul and Father Bello on the one part, and the various owners of the captives on the other. The full price of Brother Alcover's freedom had been already paid by the Trinitarian fathers, but the authorities at Algiers refused to allow him to go till the daughter of one of the chief men of the city, who was at that time in Corsica, should be restored to her father. As it was impossible for the Trinitarians to persuade the girl, who wished to become a Catholic, to return to her parents, Father Bello heroically resolved to send away the other 8, while he himself remained to comfort and protect the young novice. Accordingly, after nearly 11 months of slavery, Father Plains and his companions sailed for Valencia in a French vessel, accompanied by their kind friend the French consul. A contrary wind, however, drove them, when within sight of the coast of Catalonia, towards the island of Majorca. In vain the pilot strove to alter their course. He was borne along just in sight of the coast of the island. At last, one evening, leaving Majorca to their right, they sailed all night with a fair wind, and fully expected on the morrow to reach the port of Catalonia, at which they had been aiming. What was their surprise to find themselves, at dawn, once again off Majorca. They naturally determined to land, and comfort the community with their presence. One may well believe that, just as Saint Scholastica unchained by her prayers the storm, which kept her brother, Saint Benedict, longer with her, so it was at the petition of Saint Alonso that the wind brought his brethren to Majorca. In fact, when the holy brother was welcoming one of the party, before ever a word had been uttered as to how they had come to the island, he said, with his face beaming with joy, "How was it that you wanted to pass us by, without giving us the pleasure of embracing you and of conversing with you?" And Father Merriman, too, tells us that. This visit was no surprise to Saint Alonso, for he had already seen the travelers coming under the shelter and in the arms of Our Lady. He had even beheld the vessel on which they were sailing, and had helped to free them by his prayers from the dangers of the deep. It was on the 3rd of November, 1609, that the fathers and brothers from Algiers embarked at Palma, dressed in the same clothes which they had worn as slaves at Algiers. For they could not change them until they had arrived at their final destination, as their passports gave a description, not only of their persons, but also of their costume, and any such change would have exposed them to the risk of being taken captives a second time. Great was the commotion in the city, and greater still in the College of Montesión at their unexpected arrival, as the anxiety and sorrow at their captivity had been the greater. A crowd of gentlemen, of the first families of the island, came out to meet them. A man who had specially befriended the prisoners while he was in Algiers had just been arrested in Majorca as a spy. He had been condemned to death and was expecting his execution. Their arrival saved his life, and by their evidence, he was restored at once to liberty. Above all the rest, Brother Alonso showed, in his every action, his delight at their return, and he joined with all his heart in the asterisk Te Deum, which was sung by the whole community in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament. But a fresh trouble called forth anew the prayers of our saint. The wind which had brought Brother Anglada to Majorca had only exposed him to fresh dangers. He was a Majorcan by birth, and his family resided in the island. Very naturally, his relatives, after the long anguish of the last 12 months and the possible perils of the future, were more than ever loth to part with him, and his father and mother employed tears, caresses, entreaties, and every means that their affection could suggest, to induce the novice to abandon his religious vocation. The danger had already been made known to Saint Alonso, even before the arrival of Brother Anglada, nor did the warnings of peril cease on his coming. The constant prayer on the lips of our saint was, Jesus and Mary, be mindful of me and of these little angels angelitos. To thee chapter 1 commend myself and them, and especially brother Anglada. I entrust them to thy sacred hands that they may be entirely thine and in no way their own, that thou mayest do with them and with me according to thy good pleasure. This is my only joy. A motive of fresh anxiety to our saint was that in his prayers he seemed to see Our Lady, with Anglada standing before her. An expression of unusual severity and sadness was on her face. The novice's head was bowed and a cloud of melancholy was over him, nor did Mary seem to have her old affection for him. And when Saint Alonso turned to her in prayer, his soul was dry and without fervor. He felt as if his intercession would meet with a rebuff, but this only made him redouble his prayers, that Our Lady would open wide the gates of God's mercy and power. Instantly, he felt that all was changed, and he saw, as it were, the dawning of a bright and sunny day. He noticed a change too come over the face of the Queen of Angels, and her whole person became joyful and resplendent with light divine. Gladly she accepted the offer from the hands of Brother Alonso, and freely she granted him all that he had asked. She promised her aid and protection to Raymond Anglada, so that with her help he might battle successfully with a whole legion of evil spirits leagued against him, and with God's grace gain a glorious victory over them all. At the same moment Alonso beheld the novice entirely changed into another man, and like a joyous angel, full of courage, ready for the contest with hell. This vision was not impressed upon the imagination of our saint, but took place entirely in his understanding. What all this meant was explained by what took place. Anglada's farewell visit to his parents had been a terrible struggle. However, he had gone on board the ship which was to take him to the mainland, and was only waiting for it to sail. Suddenly his father arrived with the servants and some police to carry him off. Saint Alonso was in his cell, but he could see the port filled with furious demons rushing to the final attack. He had no fear, for he beheld Anglada in the arms of Mary. Still he cried out to God, "Show now, O Lord, who thou art. Let God arise and let his enemies be scattered, and let them that hate him flee from before his face. Take, O Lord, under thy protection, this little angel, for Mary's sake. Terrify with a look these hellish monsters, as smoke vanisheth so let them vanish away." That instant the army of demons took flight, and as they went, unable to touch the young Anglada, they precipitated his father into the water, at grave peril of being drowned, had not Our Lady, says Father Merriman with grave humor, prevented the devil's intent, for the sake of the poor man's soul. She allowed them, however, to throw him in, that the coldness of the waves might cool his anger, and wake him from the sleep of his passion and obstinacy. The night, which had been dark and stormy, cleared up suddenly and became light and calm. While Saint Alonso, with his soul full of God, was praying for the young man, he suddenly found himself in heaven, and there, 2 or 3 times in succession, heard the songs of triumph and rejoicing of the angels, and he understood that this joy in heaven was because of the threefold victory of the novice Raymond, over himself, over his parents, and over the devil. There is nothing now for him but to persevere and to love, serve, and thank Jesus and Mary for this grace. Such are the words with which our saint concludes his description of this scene in the drama. The same night on which the struggle just recorded had taken place, the late captives had all gone on board the vessel which was to take them to Denia. Father Torrens, who as rector had been to see the brothers off, came back to the college about 11 o'clock. He had noticed the arrival on board of the father of Anglada and suspected some mischief. Accordingly, he went to Brother Alonso, who was in bed. "Brother," he said, "now is the time to pray for Brother Anglada. This very moment he is combating with his father, who wants to carry him away from the ship by force." Saint Alonso replied, "Be quite at your ease and sleep in peace. Brother Raymond, your reverence is in the arms of Our Lady. She has taken him under her protection. She it is who can conquer the whole of hell. Your reverence may be as sure of the victory as if you saw it with your own eyes." When the bell rang in the morning to call the community, Father Ignatius Blanche, who had heard from the father who had accompanied the rector to the port on the evening preceding the coming of Anglada's father, and had assumed the worst as a fact, went to our saint's room to break the bad news to him. "Brother, all our toil and all our happiness is lost, for they have carried off Brother Anglada from the ship, and taken him by main force to his home. Father Plains and the other brothers are gone, and he is left behind." "No, it is not so," said Brother Alonso. "He has not lost anything, on the contrary, he is much the gainer. Let us thank God and our Blessed Lady, who have won for Brother Anglada so wonderful a victory. The devil and his followers have fled away, confounded and defeated. The brother is with the others on board ship, firm and constant as a rock. Very shortly your reverence will see him here, so that we may celebrate his triumph before the brig sails, which, with God's help, is to take him to Spain." When the brother said this, no one in the college knew whether the ship had left or no, as it was still too dark to see from the azotea whether it were still in port. Not long after, however, day broke, and from the college the vessel could be perceived still in the harbor, and in a very short time a sailor came and told all that passed, and he was followed by the 8 novices, who came back once more to Montesión, and there fervently gave thanks to God for the favor he had shown to Brother Anglada. They stayed for some days waiting for a favorable wind, and at last sailed for Spain, much to the pleasure of all, even of the relations of the novices. The health of the whole party was excellent, and Brother Alleger, who had been very ill before his captivity, and who had not benefited by the prescriptions of his physicians, had been perfectly well in Africa, and continued to be so at the College of Valencia, until he again lost his health, and died within a year after his return from Algiers. Father Blaise Bailo and Brother John Alcover were still in Algiers, but they at length returned some time later, though with no small difficulty. Thus the whole party came back, as God had promised to Brother Alonso, very much the better as to their souls, strengthened in their vocation, purified by trials, and even greatly improved in their health. Anglada's afterlife was one of change. In spite of all his struggles and victories, he left the society, apparently when a priest, and joined the Franciscans in Barcelona, and in turn he left the order of St. Francis, and put on the habit of Mount Carmel, with the Carmelites in Palma. Several of the community of Montesión were present at the ceremony. 1609–1610. Though it had ended so well, the capture of the fathers and brothers in the Velina asterisk was very naturally not easily forgotten, and the gravest doubts were still abroad as to the prophecies of our saint, and these doubts reflected on the whole of his past life. He had not, however, forfeited the esteem of those who knew him best. In the summer of 1609, Doña Simonette y San Martí, a lady of good family, had nursed her father, who was ill with malignant fever, most assiduously for a whole week, till his death. She would not allow anyone else to wait on him, and never left his side. When he was gone, the faithful daughter, crushed with grief and worn out with fatigue, caught the disease, which was in fact rife in Palma at the time. Both herself and her husband had been kind friends and benefactors to the college, and Father Torrens ordered the whole community to pray for her recovery. St. Alonso was earnestly interceding for her, when a clear voice told him that in 5 days Doña Catherine would be out of bed and well. And as he still continued to pray that all might turn out for God's greater glory and for the greater good of her soul, God made known to him that, though the lady was well prepared to die, yet she would gain more merit and give greater glory to her Lord, if, as he had decreed, her life were prolonged. Doña Catherine had been given up by the doctor and by her husband. She had made her will, and Father Torrens had heard her general confession, at all events as far as she was able to make one. He asked her if she would like an autograph of Saint Ignatius de Loyola, which had wrought several miracles in Majorca, to be brought to her. She owned afterwards that, great as was her devotion to the saint, she had still greater faith in the intercession of Brother Alonso. And she was so confident that, if he applied the relic, she would be cured, that she agreed to the rector's request on condition that it should be sent to her by the holy lay brother. He was then hardly able to leave the house, being so ill and so old, and he was suffering severely in his feet. However, Father Torrens sent him with Brother Sarah. When he entered the sick room, the lady said to him, "Commend me to God, for I am dying." "Trust in God," answered our saint, "you will get well." He spoke to her for some time on spiritual matters, after which he begged her husband and the others who were present to kneel down, and to say the asterisk Our Father asterisk and Hail Mary asterisk 3 times in honor of the Blessed Trinity, the Salve Regina asterisk in honor of Our Lady, and the Our Father asterisk and Hail Mary asterisk in honor of Saint Ignatius. Then he asked me, so Doña Catherine tells us in her deposition, if he should apply the relic, this he did and left it with me. For a short space after his departure I was in great pain, every bone was in agony, I thought that I was dying and the doctors were summoned. They were hearing Mass in the Church of La Merced, being September 27th, the feast of Saints Cosmas and Damian, the patrons of physicians. But immediately after suffering that pain, I felt quite well. A servant was sent to the college with the good news, and got there before the two brothers returned. The lady refused to have anything to say to the doctors and their prescriptions. Father Torrens, however, seemed to have overruled her objections, but an attack of fever at once returned in a most violent form, and she said to her confessor when next he came, "Father, my little faith was to blame for my being ill again, for I had no need of medicine." However, the seizure passed off, and Doña Catherine, to the surprise of everyone, got up perfectly cured. We often find that saints concealed their miraculous powers by the employment of the relics or intercession of other saints. Thus, Saint Francis Geronimo wrought numberless wonders by the relics of Saint Cyrus, and in our own times, the Curé d'Ars veiled his preternatural cures under the power of Saint Philomena. Saint Alonso, besides the motive of humility, sought, no doubt, to add to the glory of his Holy Father and founder, by employing his handwriting to effect this cure. This is certain, that about this time, the miracles wrought in Palma by an autograph of Saint Ignatius were almost beyond count, so that one father was fully occupied in taking the relic of the saint to the houses of those who were sick. The miracles were so well known and so evident that in 1607, by apostolic authority, the juridical examination of them was made with a view to the process of beatification. We know, too, that our saint, especially after he ceased to be head porter, used, when his health allowed him, to go out as companion to the fathers on their visits to the sick. Oftentimes the priests themselves begged to have with them the Holy Brother, for they felt sure that his prayers would make their work successful. Or else the sick, or their parents and friends asked for him, as his very presence brought a blessing to their house. Can we not attribute to his prayers a share, and that no small one, in the miracles wrought by the relic of Saint Ignatius? It is a fact that after the death of Saint Alonso, when the devotion to his Holy Father was thoroughly established, and Saint Ignatius was already beatified, and still more so after his canonization, we hardly hear of a single miracle obtained in Majorca through his intercession, while wonders were continually being wrought by the intercession of Saint Alonso. At the beginning of the August of 1609, Father Ponce de Leon's term of office as Provincial of Aragon came to an end, and he was succeeded by Father Joseph de Villegas, who belonged to the province of Castile. On account of the action of the saint in the affair of the Velina asterisk, the new provincial deemed it his duty to make a thorough and searching inquiry on the spot, into the character and inner life of our saint, with a view to adopting such measures as might prove necessary in his regard. Father de Villegas arrived at Majorca on August 2nd, 1610, for the annual visitation of the college. With the provincial came Brother Francis Collin, the future spiritual child and biographer of Saint Alonso, and also some other young religious, who, like himself, were to make their philosophical studies at Montesión. The provincial proceeded with all the care and prudence that an investigation so delicate as the one he had undertaken demanded. Among other matters, he came to the conclusion that there was a good deal of exaggeration in the value set on the spiritual writings of Alonso, and he especially disapproved of things which had been used by the brother being kept as relics. He called the community together, and, sending Saint Alonso out of the room, he gave a very positive order on the subject. He was at the same time determined to make a trial of our saint's humility, the touchstone of true virtue, and he took an opportunity of doing so, from a circumstance which was of no importance. Saint Alonso, out of his love of poverty, always wore a very old and patched cassock, but the Father Rector had just ordered him to get a new one, so as to be more presentable on the arrival of the provincial. Father Torrens had no small difficulty in overcoming the good brother's attachment to his old habit, for every time that the tailor went to the saint's room, Alonso begged him to come another time, on the plea that he must first speak to the superior. He would urge on the rector that, as he was an old man and would very soon be dead, it was utterly useless to get him any new clothes, and his threadbare habit was far better suited to one who had so short a time to live. And when at last the tailor came and said that the superior, in spite of all his reasons to the contrary, insisted that he should have new clothes, he folded his arms, shrugged his shoulders, and said simply, "Do, brother, what you are told." By a law of the society, the cassocks of the lay brothers were to be some 6 inches shorter than those of the fathers, and whether it was that the tailor had not taken the right measure, or because the old man was bent by age, at all events, the new cassock seemed longer than was allowed by the rule. As the good brother was always wrapped in God, and took whatever was given to him, he did not notice the fault. The provincial sent for him to the room where the community were assembled. As soon as he had come in, he said very harshly to him, in the presence of everyone, "What is one to think, Brother Rodriguez, of one who has been so long in the society, and who ought to be a source of edification to the whole house and a pattern of virtue to all whom he meets, and who is, on the contrary, a cause of disedification and scandal? What idea will our young men have of the observance of rules when they see the oldest brother in the college with a long cassock? What are they to think about humility when they see him trying to put himself on a level with the priests? What idea will they have of poverty when they see him with a smart new habit, just as if, after so many years in the society, he has not yet learned to despise the vanities of the world? Is not all this contrary to the advice which he gives others by word and by writing? And how is this, that a lay brother wastes so much time in writing, though this work is exclusively that of priests, as the work of lay brothers is to see to the care of the house? Accordingly, I order the brother to bring to my room all his writings, and for the future he is never to take a pen into his hand for anything whatever, except in such matters," he said, turning to Father Torrens, "as I shall leave noted down for your reverence. And now," he continued, "I desire the brother tailor to bring his scissors and to cut down Brother Rodriguez's habit to what is prescribed by the rule." The tailor did as he was bid, and the saint, who was rejoiced at this public humiliation, said not a word. One can imagine how the community were touched at the patience of the holy brother, whose face betrayed the peace and joy which filled his soul. Father Colin, who was present, says, "I can bear witness how useless was the precaution of the provincial, that nothing which belonged to Alonso should be kept as a relic, for there and then some secretly gathered up the cuttings of the cassock and kept them as great treasures." Though Saint Alonso was delighted at this open rebuff, still he felt very deeply being forbidden to write anything for the benefit of others, and this gave the tempter an opportunity to suggest to him thoughts that were calculated to rob him of his peace of mind. So ardent was his zeal for the good of his neighbors, so visible the fruit which his writings had produced, that it seemed to him that, as he was debarred from the ministry of public preaching, no field remained now open for his work with souls. Neither could he doubt that the revelation which had been the main cause of this prohibition came really from God. Still, the order of the provincial was clear, and God's wish was made known to him without a shadow of doubt. "Does not God," urged the devil, "desire the salvation of souls? How then can he prevent you doing so much good by your writings?" The trouble which this difficulty raised in his soul was quite enough to show our saint the hand of the enemy, and Alonso opposed to it his usual weapons. Nor was God wanting to him to enable him to regain his peace of mind, for he raised him, by a marvelous grace, to a fresh height of perfection. Even before his entry into religion, our saint had promised Father Santander that he never would do his own will for the rest of his days. Well had he kept his word, and long before this time he had reached an heroic degree of conformity to the will of God. The consuming desire to seek and to do in all things the will of God, whom he so deeply loved, is the most prominent among all the virtues which the pages of the humble saint's memorial reveal to us. But there is no finality in perfection. Even the saints are subject to the more subtle disorders which the apparently contradictory claims of different virtues entail. Thus, in the case of our saint, it was his zeal, so perfect in itself, which prompted him to run counter to the will of God. One evening in the month of August, the Father Provincial assembled the community in the college church to address to them a spiritual conference. When the usual prayers before the discourse were finished, the religious rose from their knees and sat down. In the brief moment that elapsed between their taking their places and the beginning of the exhortation, Saint Alonso was suddenly visited by a ray of divine light that smote his soul like a flash of lightning, and left in it, as a deep impress, a new and still more perfect conception of the divine will. It showed him how great was this will, and that henceforward his heart must be as its seal, in which nothing else but it could be found, either for himself or for others. He saw, too, that God wished him to obtain this conformity by the interior practice of mortification of his own will, and the means which he was to employ in order to do this must be to abandon himself wholly to the divine will. Father Colin was present on this occasion, and he, who knew so many of the secrets of his heart, tells us that henceforth to Alonso, it seemed as if it was not himself who acted, but God who was within him, that it was God who saw through his eyes, who heard through his ears, who spoke through his lips, who worked by his hands, in a word, that God was the soul of which Alonso was but the body. This vision was entirely spiritual, and yet for all that it caused such an extraordinary change in his outer man, that all of us who were there noticed it, and it seemed to me that it was even on the point of finding expression in words. After this occurrence, he was as it were absorbed into God, and signed with the seal of the divine will, so as to have no other wish or will but God's, which is the very highest point of the unitive way. Saint Alonso fully understood how arduous was the task of this interior mortification of his own will, which was the condition of his perfection, and so, as he was serving the rector, Father Torrens, Mass, in the inner chapel of the college, he ardently begged God to help him in this work. Great were the heavenly illustrations which he then received. God again and again asserted how deeply he valued this entire surrender of the soul into his hands. To encourage Alonso, he promised him that, though the task would cost him much, he might always count upon his aid, nor would he ever forget him. As usual, in spite of God's previous assurances, this fresh light filled Alonso with terror and profound humility, for he dreaded that under such high thoughts there might lurk some ambush of the enemy, to make him fall into pride and offend the God he so much loved. He lifted his heart to heaven, and he was again assured he would not be permitted to be deceived. Still this dread oppressed him, and he turned to his tower of refuge, Our Blessed Lady. Where chapter 1 a.m., was her quick reply, there is nothing to fear. I have care of thee, do what my son has told thee, meaning that he was to obey the revelation made to him at Mass. From that moment it was our saint's constant practice to come before God with his heart full of love towards the divine will, offering himself up to do and to bear whatever the eternal goodness might please to ordain. He lived no longer for himself. He had but one pleasure, one wish to accomplish the divine will. Such generosity merited for him graces so great, that though our saint humbled himself down as nothing before them, still he feared and trembled for himself. The very next day, while serving Mass, our Lord repeated 2 or 3 times over the same lesson of the value of this entire union with the will of God. Our Lady, at this period of his life, showed him many extraordinary signs of her love. Amongst others, in one of her apparitions, she said to him, "How can I fail, Alonso, to love thee, when thou hast so much love for me?" When, by such repeated assurances from heaven, all possible doubt was removed as to whether this impulse towards that height of perfection was from heaven or not, and when Alonso had set his face resolutely and steadily, by this sure but steep road, towards the mountain of God, his divine master at once sent him various opportunities of practicing this submission of his will, which afforded him an exercise of it, and powerfully aided him to progress in it. First there came back again the old difficulty, why God permits and even wishes for certain things. Why, for example, some he saves, while others he allows to be lost, when if he willed, he could save everyone. Puzzled with these terrible problems, he raised his heart to God, and doggedly refusing to listen to any argument the tempter put before him, he only exclaimed, "God is infinitely good, he is infinitely wise, he loves us with an infinite love. Whatever he permits or ordains is holy and good, while I am as if I were not, nor have I any right to exist." And so saying, to use his own expression, he shut himself up in God, abandoning himself entirely to him, and the demon was foiled and fooled. A second occasion for Rodriguez was, that at the same time that his provincial forbade him to exercise his zeal, a thing so much to his taste, in writing spiritual advice for others, the order to write down all special favors which he received from God, a duty most repugnant to him, was reinforced. These favors were of themselves distasteful to his humility. Much more did he fear any publicity given to them, lest in any way it should cause him to offend God. But even this was, to our saint, a means of closer union with God's will. "Lord," he exclaimed, "I seek for nothing but thy love, and to do thy will, and I beg of thee, I implore of thee, to do whatever may be for thy greater glory, and whatever may make me serve thee better." A third occasion of practicing this conformity, which Alonso deemed at once the most painful toil of life and the most exalted means, by God's grace, to attain to this perfection, was this. There came before his soul, whether he was in sleep or when he was awake, a sensible realization of the interior sufferings which meet us in the hour of death. These sufferings surpass all the trials and persecutions in the world, however great they may be. Temptations of every sort that hell can invent, like those fearful ordeals through which he had passed for the space of many years. But if one knows with the grace of God how to draw profit from this, it purchases for us an immense increase of grace and glory. The sicknesses and ordinary pains of the body, however great they may be, are little in comparison with what the soul then has to suffer, and this is accompanied with excessive dryness. The remedy that he employs is to lift his heart to God, with a strong desire to serve him, and to say to him, "Lord, crush me down, just as thy greater glory demands, and as is best for myself. And since I am all thine, do with me according to thy best pleasure. This will be my greatest joy, and I shall love thee the more because of the favor thou dost me in granting me this trial, as through it I can suffer for thy love." A fourth means used by our saint to practice submission to the divine was great intimacy with God, by which he obtained whatever he chose to ask. His manner of doing this was, to quote his own words, "to excite in my heart a great love for God and for my neighbor, and then to ask for myself and for others whatever is most for the honor of his divine majesty and the salvation of my own soul, without having any regard to flesh and blood, and accordingly my prayers are always answered." "Lord," was his constant petition, "I beg of thee to arrange this business, or to dispose of this affair, according to thy greater glory and the good of my soul, in order that I may serve thee better. And this request," he adds, "God always grants." 2 or 3 instances of the efficacy of his prayers occurred about this time. A gentleman of high rank was reduced to very great poverty, but could not bring himself to let his state be known. Perhaps, even if he had done so, it would not have been any good to him. He came to tell his trouble, however, to Brother Alonso, partly to relieve his mind and partly to seek the aid of his comfort and of his prayers. The poor man had a wife and 4 or 5 children, besides some servants. His household was not large, but he had no means of procuring food for them, nor had he a home to shelter them, for, in addition to his other troubles, he had received notice to quit his house, and though he had arranged to take another, he was required to pay down, in advance within the space of 2 days, the sum of £40, Majorcan, or otherwise another tenant would take possession. His whole fortune was the future chance of his gaining a lawsuit, by which he hoped to acquire such a sum of money as would put him in a position befitting his birth. Meantime, he was absolutely without means to support either himself or those dependent upon him. Such a story naturally excited the deepest compassion in St. Alonso. He promised to lay this sad case before his heavenly queen. He bade the gentleman to do the same, and sent him away with his heart lightened and consoled. Hardly had he, in fact, got off the doorstep of the college gate, when he met a wealthy townsman, whom he knew but very slightly. However, he made up to him, and told him how badly he was in want of £40. At once the rich man not only gave him this sum, but liberally provided for all present wants, until the lawsuit was gained, and all his monetary difficulties were at an end. Never did this nobleman cease to thank God for his goodness, and to extol the charity and the power of prayer of Brother Alonso. Another time a servant of God came to him, Brother Rodriguez, to talk to him about great sufferings, both of soul and body, with which he was much afflicted. He was a wealthy man, and he had come to recommend himself to his prayers. Alonso consoled him and strove, with the aid of God, to raise his hopes. He promised also to pray to God for his intention, which was one of great importance, and he did so with great fervor. 3 different times during Alonso's prayer, it was made known to him that the servant of God was freed from his sufferings and would never again have to endure them. A few days after, in fact, he came to visit the brother, and to tell him how pleased and grateful he was for the favor God had conferred upon him. Our saint adds, "I believe that the great change, and the resolution he has taken to labor for his own soul and that of others, will be greatly to God's glory." Conformity to the will of God was naturally the special value which he set on obedience, for this virtue is nothing else than the embracing God's will as made known by the voice of the superior. Many instances of his practice of this virtue have been already given, and many more will occur in their proper place. During the trials which the provincial's visitation brought on our saint, he received special consolation. The Feast of the Assumption was again this year, 1610, a day of grace to our saint. He had been to communion, and the crowd of communicants was so great about the altar that he withdrew into the chapel off the sacristy. There a sudden transport wrapped his soul with a marvelous swiftness into heaven, where our Blessed Lady, with his angel guardian and Saint Ildefonsus on either side, and a countless multitude of angels, received it into her hands, and offered it to the most blessed Trinity with a joy which was echoed back by all the blessed. Again, as in a former vision, Alonso knew by God's light each and every one of the angels and saints, their names, their perfections, as though he had lived with them for a lifetime, and he saw them all individually and in general, each in the other by reason of the perfect union of all. A like wonder is recorded in a vision about this time. Our saint was so filled with the desire of the salvation of souls, that at one and the same time he found himself in some mysterious and inexplicable manner speaking to every living man and woman of the shortness of life, of the pains of hell, of eternal glory, and the infinite goodness of God, of how much he merits our service, and thus leading them out of the darkness of error to know and to serve him, and so to save their souls. This, the most marvelous of all his heavenly visions, lasted for a quarter of an hour. On the 4th of September, 1610, the Father Provincial, Joseph de Villegas, sailed for Spain, as his visitation had come to its conclusion. He took with him 2 friends of our saint, Fathers Ignatius Blanche and Matthew Rigueur. Once when Father Matthew had gone to visit a sick lady, with Alonso as his companion, she, with her mother and other relations, begged the father to implore God to restore her to health. "If you want this," said the father, "ask it of brother Alonso Rodriguez," and accordingly they all turned with great earnestness to the humble brother. He was so astounded, and showed such evident signs of his trouble and sorrow at these marks of respect, that the whole family were quite grieved at what they had done, and humbly begged the brother's pardon. Father Morales often took him with him on his visits to an aged invalid who lived close by. The chair in which Alonso used, on those occasions, to sit was long kept as a wonder-working relic. It is now lost. Francis Collin, in a letter which he wrote to Father Merriman, September 21, 1618, gives us some interesting details of the life of Saint Alonso at this time. In the year 1610, though the brother was so old and so oppressed with infirmities that he could hardly walk, he went to Father Torrens, then the rector, and very earnestly entreated that some laborious work might be given him, for he insisted that he was leading a very lazy life in the college, and he begged, for the love of God, that he might have something to do. Father Torrens, seeing that he was so disconsolate, allowed him, but only for that one occasion, to take the place of the porter during first table. The brother had at this time also the duty of filling the holy water stoups, and of giving notice to those who had to see the spiritual father, and never was the slightest unpunctuality noticed in him, but the greatest possible diligence in all matters. Oftentimes, when he met me, he asked me what o'clock or what day of the month it was, so as to carry out the orders given to him. The days on which we had to go to confession, he went immediately on hearing the bell, whether the father was in the house or not, and stayed without moving at the door of his confessor's room. So punctual was he in saying his usual prayers that I noticed very often, when the bell rang for the end of midday recreation, that even before he had left his place, he had begun to recite some of his devotions. These, as well as his rosary, he always recited aloud, but in a subdued tone whenever he could do so without being remarked. One day, passing by his room, though he was then so old and infirm, I heard him disciplining himself with as much energy as if he were a young man of 25. When any superior or priest chanced to pass by when he was washing his hands, he at once took off his cap with his wet hands, without waiting to dry them, as I remarked a number of times. He often met me when about to pass through a door at the same time as himself, nor could I ever succeed in making him pass before me. And this was his way with all the scholastics, and much more with the priests. This practice of humility, for it was no mere external politeness, sprang from his desire to remove, as far as possible, that greatest hindrance to conformity to God's will, any remnant of self-esteem. For this end, he kept ever before him his own baseness and vileness, and contrasted it with the infinite omnipotence and majesty of his Lord. And, in presence of the measure of himself which this contrast afforded him, he most gladly accepted from God's hands all contempt and every trial, however sharp they might be. But as to the miraculous favors, of which he could not help being conscious, and which are regarded as marks of holiness, he could find no holiness in them, because holiness can only be bought at the cost of many and great trials, owing to the conflict which is needed to pluck out our vicious habits from the soul, and to plant virtues in their place. And it is in these conflicts that holiness consists. But those other things which have just been mentioned cost no trouble so far as I know, either interior or exterior, and so that person himself treats these things and these interior voices as if he had to do with a phantom or with a person at a distance and not with himself. For he fears, and with reason, as one does not know for certain what they are, lest he might be deceived. To aid him in carrying out more perfectly this acceptance of crosses, St. Alonso summed up under two heads all that might happen to him. First, as to everything that came from without, he made it a rule to receive it joyfully for the love of his Lord, whose presence was always a reality to him. Secondly, as to everything from within, his every thought, each word of counsel or reply, any duty he had to perform, he never failed to consult God beforehand and to follow the light he then received. And the deep interior peace which he experienced when the thought, word, or deed was in accordance with God's will, was the sure sign to him that he should carry it out, just as any disquiet was a mark that it had not the divine approval. The beatification of Saint Ignatius was decreed in Rome on December 3, 1609. The festivities at Majorca took place on the first 3 days of May, 1610. The splendid religious plays in the college halls, the fireworks and rejoicing in the square before the house, never so much as tempted our saint to lift his eyes to the many attractions which these celebrations presented. Fray Simon Baza, who was then bishop, a distinguished member of the order of Saint Dominic, and who had been born not far from the site of Montesión, came to sing high mass in state and to preach on this occasion. The community awaited him at the college gate, and on his arrival the superior and the fathers of greater note amongst them came forward to pay him their respects. But the bishop, after a few words of finished courtesy in reply, asked for Brother Alonso, who was trying to hide behind the crowd. The rector called him forward, and, blushing deeply, he threw himself at the feet of the prelate. Bishop Baza at once raised him up, asked him kindly about his health, and questioned him as to what he felt about the beatification, which was such a joy to all. Our saint answered in such a way, so the tradition says, that the bishop made the remark, "I think, brother, we shall not have to live long to see the festivities of your own beatification." The only effect of this prophecy, as it may fairly be called, was to fill Saint Alonso with fresh confusion, and to make him redouble his penances to rid himself of the fear which the words of the bishop had put into his mind. In December, Don John de Villaraga y Sanz, the Viceroy of Majorca, was lying dangerously ill. He was a thorough Christian gentleman, and his uprightness and sound judgment had won for him the affection of his subjects. Prayers were said for his recovery in all the churches and religious houses of the island, and particularly in the College of Montesión, which was under special obligations to him, for he had always been a staunch friend of the society. On the recent occasion of the beatification of our Holy Father Saint Ignatius, he had contributed so largely to the festivities, and had given so many proofs of his devotion and reverence towards our blessed founder, that the community of Montesión felt that he had fresh claims on their charity. Doña Ann Pardo, the wife of the viceroy, had such deep veneration for Saint Alonso that she kept his portrait in her room. This lady, fearing to be left a widow far away from her home, constantly importuned Father Torrens to urge the Holy Brother to intercede on behalf of her husband. The rector gladly consented, and Alonso, as usual in all his needs, implored Our Lady's help. Though with great submission to God's will, yet with great perseverance, he prayed on, till one day in an ecstasy he beheld Our Lady, bearing in her lap the dead body of Don John, and he heard her say, "I will have him in my keeping." The viceroy died a holy death on the 22nd of December, bearing with great conformity the cruel agony which he had to endure. It was only after his death that our saint understood the meaning of the vision, and he then took it as a pledge of the good knight's salvation. 1611, 1613. Saint Alonso had now reached his 80th year. His had been a life of labor and pain, growing only the more painful as his days advanced. He owned that for years he had not been able to move without suffering, and he felt that there was no remedy for it, save in death, though sometimes he enjoyed a short respite. Nor can we be surprised if, like St. Paul, in the midst of his supernatural favors, Brother Rodriguez was still dogged by the tempter. The remedy which he employed against the foul suggestions of the demons was to make a large sign of the cross, and to bid the evil spirits prostrate themselves and adore, or, at other times, he would summon them to repent and to beg pardon for their sins. This he did with great haughtiness of mien, nor could the rebel angels endure his scorn, but swiftly left him. Sometimes they suggested doubts and feelings of disgust at something he chanced to read in the life of a saint, or even in that of our Lord. He turned his thoughts away, and only said to those of whom he read, "Now chapter 1 must serve you all the better." And again he treated the demons with such contempt that they were fain to leave him alone. Some few days before he made his manifestation of conscience, in the June of 1611, Saint Alonso was met by his old trouble, the fear of being expelled from the society. He defended himself with his usual weapon, prayer to God for the grace to cast himself unreservedly into his holy hands, in this as in all other dangers. At once a deep peace came over his soul, and God, in reward for his generosity, granted him more graces at that moment than he had done for the whole of the last 2 years. So great indeed were they that the holy brother half regretted that the temptation had so quickly passed away. It did come, however, again, and shortly after, but it could not win the day, because God supported his servant during the fight. It was about this same time that, in answer to his prayer that his 2 holy sisters might not only be saved, but might escape the prison house of purgatory, he received from God a distinct promise that it should be as he desired. On the 31st of August, in the vessel which brought to Majorca the new viceroy, Don Charles Coloma, there came, accompanied by several fathers and brothers, Father Gil, the new rector of Montesión. He had been a distinguished student before his entry into the society, and for 20 years had been, when a Jesuit, professor of divinity at Barcelona, and 3 times rector of the college of that city. Don Bernardine Cardenas, Duke of Maqueda, took him as his confessor when that nobleman went, in 1598, to Sicily as viceroy. But he could not persuade Father Gil to lay aside his old and patched habit, which he had worn for 33 years. The new rector resembled our saint in his guard over his eyes and in his devotion to the Immaculate Conception. He lived to give some very interesting evidence at the process of our saint, and died at Barcelona, after being provincial of Aragon, in 1622. Under his active rule, to the students' and gentlemen's sodalities there was added a confraternity of ecclesiastics, under the dedication of Our Lady's Expectation. Father Gil also relieved the college of debt, built 5 additional rooms, and enriched both the church and the library. When in the following year, 1612, the new confraternity was solemnly aggregated to the Prima Primaria of Rome, it already numbered 100 sodalists, and their piety was quite a matter of notoriety in the island. A young man was received this year into religion by Father Gil, whose death was to be blessed by the aid obtained for him by our saint's prayers. 12 of the students of Montesión became members of various orders at this time, besides another 12, all of whom offered themselves for the society. But it was thought best to accept, there and then, 2 only out of the number. Of these 2 was Mark Antony Puigdorfila. He had a hard fight for his vocation. Born of the distinguished family of that name at Palma, he was the youngest of 4 brothers, and was a young man of 20 when he sought admission into the order. He had gone through a course of philosophy at Montesión, but his early studies had been almost forgotten in his life of pleasure, and the provincial discovered his deficiency of education and refused to receive him unless he would refresh and renew the whole of his classical studies. This he engaged to do, and did so bravely that he began again to follow the lower classes. By dint of hard work, in 3 months he regained his lost ground. There was no vessel for Spain at the time in the harbor of Palma, so he made for the port of Soler, in order to cross to the mainland and to see the provincial. But his father discovered his movements. He followed the runaway and produced to the captain of the vessel on which Mark Antony intended to sail a letter from the viceroy, threatening him with pains and penalties if he took the young man on board. Thus Mark was forced to return, but he went in tears to Montesión and begged to be admitted. The sole answer was the advice to return home. 7 months passed in private study, until at last, with the aid of his kinsman, Count Sevilla, he managed to escape to Spain and was there received into the society. After his 2 years' novitiate, which he spent with great fervor, he was sent back to Majorca to continue his studies in 1614. It is no matter of surprise that, at 80, our saint's memory began to fail him to such a degree that he could with difficulty recollect even the precious teachings he constantly received from on high. For God's glory, for his own sake, for the good of others, he would gladly have noted them down. But the positive prohibition of Father de Villegas seemed to stand in the way. However, the exception which the late provincial had made with reference to his manifestations made him question whether he was not permitted to avail himself of this permission, even though indirectly it might benefit others. Father de Villegas, by this time, had not only ceased to be provincial, but was dead. It was therefore impossible to consult him as to the meaning of his injunction. Still, it seemed to Rodriguez far the safest way to continue to abstain from writing, as in fact he had done ever since the precept was laid upon him. It was God, however, who, desirous that Saint Alonso should leave behind, for the benefit of others, the lessons which he taught him, had put into the brother's heart this strong wish to write. In the doubt and perplexity which this caused him, again and again he had recourse to Jesus and Mary in earnest prayer. Our Lord declared to him, explicitly, that he might write what had occurred to him in prayer during the last few days, and that without fear. Another day, when saying grace after meals, Our Lady appeared to him, and told him to note down for the glory of God the devotions which he practiced in her honor, and which he had employed for a great number of years. This order only created in our saint's mind fresh difficulties, and, in answer to his earnest petition for further light, God assured him that the order of the late provincial referred only to writing anything for others. Still, Alonso felt that these heavenly visions might be simply a snare, and he determined to consult the spiritual father of the house, the authorized confessor and director of the community, at that time Father Torrens. As our saint was weighing this before God, our Lord said to him, Father Torrens will say the same as I have told you. Go to him at once, speak to him about it, and lay before him your doubts. And thus it fell out. Father Torrens very naturally knew perfectly well what had been the intention and wishes of Father de Villegas. So pleased were Jesus and Mary with the faithful obedience of their servant, that they appeared to him in great glory and tenderly embraced him. Though no distinct account is left of the prohibition having been renewed, certain it is that it did not remain very long in force. Very probably when the truth of the revelation about the Velina asterisk was made evident by the safe return of the 10 captives, Father Gil released Saint Alonso from the restriction. And to this, we owe so many of the precious writings which our saint has left us. Father Torrens had such a high esteem of Saint Alonso that he was naturally anxious to leave the brother quite free in this matter. And as he was for about 14 years his director, his evidence is most valuable. Such was the love of God that burned in his breast that it not only showed itself in all his words, but they inflamed the hearts of all that heard him, however indevout and cold they might be. As to myself, I can assert that no spiritual book ever produced in me such fervor as did a conversation with Brother Alonso. Nor do I ever remember to have asked him to commend me to God without having experienced in consequent spiritual consolation, and this generally in great abundance. For this reason, every time the brother came to my room on any business, I begged of him as he left to pray to God for me. Many others owned that as often as they asked him for prayers to obtain any favor from God, they always gained it through the intercession of the brother. I was asked, when rector, for some fathers to give a mission in a town. We were very few in number, and I was then delicate, and did not feel myself up to the fatigue of the mission. However, I trusted in God and in the power of Alonso, and I took heart and went. During the mission I got perfectly well, and was even strong enough afterwards to undertake some other missions. I never remember hearing him speak on any subject save what related to God. And he did so with all his strength, and all his heart, never growing weary or failing in his fervor, for he lived a purely supernatural life, like that of an angel in heaven. In a letter of Francis Goldie, September 21, 1618, which he wrote, when not as yet a priest, to Father Merriman, from the College of Barcelona, he says that he had found a piece of paper in the handwriting of Alonso, which said that as he was recommending to our Lord Father Blanche, who then was suffering from giddiness in his head, the reply came that he would have lost his mind, but that God, at the saint's prayers, granted him health enough to do the work of the society for. The numbers of years and months were scratched out. The letter of Francis Goldie goes on to say, he dealt with God about matters most hidden from other eyes. I recollect in 1611 that for 5 or 6 months, during his night examination, his sighs were so loud and so deep that he was heard over a great part of the college. And as I was living in another portion of the house, on the first night that I heard them, not knowing what they meant, I went close to where he lived, and found that it was Brother Rodriguez, and that he was near the door of his room, which he kept dark and with the door open. And though we were all very anxious to know what this new thing meant, we never could find out. The singleness of our saint's view in obedience, and the manner in which he acted in consequence, as has been already noticed, was clearly a difficulty to some of those who lived with him. And he tells us that oftentimes he had to suffer some persecution for the way in which he followed to the letter whatever he was told, and that one of the fathers had even said he obeyed like an ass. His only answer was to beg heaven fervently to undeceive him, if perchance he was wrong. So strong a light poured into his mind, in reply to his prayer, that he saw in God how the orders of his superior proceeded from him, and that he was, in consequence, to obey without reasoning, just as he would, were our Lord to speak directly to him. The saint very distinctly acknowledges that this fashion of literal obedience, where the understanding refused to interfere and the will alone hastened to act, is not for all. There is, he says, within all perfect virtues, when God plants them in the soul, a great mystery, which is known only by the perfect. This is the work of divine love, which makes the soul do deeds high and heroic according to God, deeds which are not understood by all who see them, but which rather appear oftentimes to them to be imprudent and foolish, because they have not penetrated this mystery. And even servants of God sometimes in consequence lose patience at these actions. And earlier on in the same treatise he says, this is the work of perfect virtue, without which he who dares to attempt such things might commit sin. So one needs must possess such true and real virtue as saves a soul from deceit, and makes it able to act virtuously and according to God, and not wickedly. These acts of obedience are clearly, therefore, acts to be admired, but not imitated by all. They are out of the reach of ordinary holiness, and can be done by none but saints, who live in the closest union with God, and to whom he is all in all. That God could require such obedience is undeniable, and to assert that he has never demanded it of his servants would be to condemn as wanting in prudence many others besides Saint Alonso. He himself tells us that God had taught him so to act. The question was warmly discussed during the process of canonization of Saint Alonso, and his action was defended on the grounds laid down by the saint, and these grounds satisfied the searching inquiry of the Roman congregation. They are the exaltation of what is the principle of all obedience, recognizing in the order of a superior the will of God, made known by means of that order. Love brooked no delay to carry out the will of God, and so could not, pause to consider whether the words could bear any other than their literal interpretation. So clear was his position, in the light vouchsafed to him, that he owned sometimes to feeling a sort of ardor and impatience to speak in its defense, even to those who were learned in theology. But he checked himself, and pretended not to hear the remarks made about it, and, while carrying out strictly what he was told, strove gently and politely to avoid any discussion. Once during the 40 hours exposition at carnival time, there was a great crush of people in the college church, and even the galleries or tribunes which ran round it were full. St. Alonso was seated in one of these, listening to a sermon, when Father Gil, the rector, came in, both to hear the sermon and to see that there was no confusion on account of the crowd. The holy brother at once got up from his place, and, squeezing himself against the wall, made room for his superior. Father Gil at once said, "Keep quiet, brother, don't move, sit down," and he did as he was bid. The sermon came to an end, and the rector went to his room. The mass, which was a solemn high mass and lasted a long time, came to an end, and the people left the tribunes. But St. Alonso stayed where he was. The bell rang for the first dinner and again for the second dinner. Our saint never stirred. The attention of Father Rideau was called, probably at the second dinner, to the absence of Rodriguez, and when the meal was over, he asked his superior if he had sent the good brother on any errand, or had used any words to him, which he could have taken as an order. Father Gil answered that he was not aware that he had done so. "Just think," insisted Father Rideau, "whether you have not said something to him." Then the rector remembered what he had said, and sent off at once to the tribune, and there St. Alonso was found sitting exactly where he had been, not having moved even so much as to put on his biretta, which was at the end of the bench. He was told to go down to the refectory, and at once he went, not even taking his cap, nor entering his room, which he passed on the way, to lay aside his cloak and put on his ***, a loose outer robe. When the rector saw him in that guise, he bade someone to take the brother's cloak and go and fetch his biretta and ***, and he then told him to be seated. And when they were alone, he asked Brother Rodriguez, "Why did you stop up there?" "Out of obedience," was his answer. "Brother," urged the rector, "when the bell rang for the refectory, was not that the call of obedience? Ought you not to have come down to dinner? And if you were ordered to stay where you were, as well as to come down, you had no ground for doubt as to what to do, for, as the rule tells you, you should have asked the superior which of the two orders you had to obey. What do you say to that?" The brother answered very simply, "I have nothing to say about it." In fact, he never reasoned in presence of a command, and besides, he was so greedy of reproofs that he was glad when he received any. A very similar event occurred one day in midwinter. St. Alonso was sitting on a piece of timber in the *patio del refectorio *, taking recreation with the rest in the bright southern sun. Father Gil came to join the circle, and our saint rose at once to make room for his superior, and, to quote the rector's words, I said without thinking, "Keep quiet, brother, don't move," not for a moment adverting to the fact that I had given him an order under obedience to stay where he was. We chatted together the whole hour, and when it was finished, I went off to my room, and all the fathers and brothers too dispersed. But Brother Rodriguez remained sitting there for several hours, without stirring or saying a word to anyone who chanced to cross the patio. He stopped, in fact, so long that the passers-by were astonished at his being there and all alone, such an unusual thing for him to be. One of the community came to me and said, "Father Rector, Brother Rodriguez is sitting in the place where we take recreation, and does not seem to be going away. Is it because your reverence has said something to him, or told him to do anything, that he is stopping there?" I examined my memory, and recollected what I had said to him, that he was not to move, and I sent to him by one of the religious, to let him know that my meaning had not been that he should stay there, and so he might get up and go to his prayers and devotions. When Father Rector asked him why he did not move at the sound of the bell, St. Alonso again shrugged up his shoulders and said, "I am a fool, a blockhead, in fact a mere nothing. A still stranger instance of blind obedience occurred at a little earlier date. Brother Roca, who was the infirmarian, was one day waiting on our saint, who was ill at the time. He had brought to him in the refectory some tasty and thick soup in an earthenware dish or porringer, *escudella*. He noticed that the sick man would not touch it, out of love of mortification and dislike of special fare, and as Roca thought it would do him good, he got the rector to send word that he must eat the whole dish, *escudella*. Alonso at once began with his knife to scrape the rough earthenware, endeavoring thus to fulfill the order to the letter. The noise naturally attracted the attention of the brothers at his side, and Roca then asked him why he was spoiling the knife and scratching the dish. "Because," answered Alonso, "they told me to eat it." "No," explained Brother Roca, "the superior only wished you to finish the soup. That is what we mean here by the dish." So the holy brother laid down his knife and did as he was bid. It is clear that the rector might have enjoined in earnest what his words literally conveyed as a test of the saint's obedience, so Alonso was justified in taking them in their strictest sense. In the same way, one Wednesday in Holy Week, Alonso had been told off to put out the candles in the triangular candlestick during Tenebrae. Each time, however, that a psalm ended, a server, who was seated on the steps of the altar close to the candlestick, jumped up and put out a candle. Our saint was fully aware that he was being forestalled, but he felt it his duty to carry out his instructions as far as he could. So he rose each time at the proper moment, left his place, genuflected to the cross, and though very infirm and hardly able to walk, went with his extinguisher to perform what was already done by the time he arrived. Nor did he say a single word to the boy, who was a poor lad who could have borne a scolding. It is hardly necessary to add that the sacristan took care that the server did not repeat his tricks on the following nights. Another time, while Father Torrens was rector, when some letters from missionary fathers were being read after supper in the library, the bell rang for the end of the recreation, and Father Rector, who was present, did not wish to miss the end of the letter, which was full of edifying news. Alonso rose to leave at the first sound, but his superior said to him, "Sit down, brother, do not go." Soon after, the bell rang for the night examen *. The rector and all the rest left the room, but our saint sat on, all night, on the same chair, full of joy at the exercise of a painful obedience. The brother who went round to call the community informed the Father Rector of the absence of Alonso from his room, and Father Torrens bade the caller to seek for him and to send him off to his cell. Thus was he discovered in the library. John Pasquale, a great friend of our saint and an excellent priest, came one day when the brother was poorly and asked leave to see him. The rector, wishing no doubt to spare Alonso a long visit, sent the porter to tell him that he might go and say a word or two with his friend. Brother Rodriguez went down to the cloister of the college, and lifting his cap and saluting him, said to the priest, "Dio gracias." Then, with another reverence, came back at once, without another word, to his room. When the rector heard from the porter what had happened, he bade our saint go down again and have a little chat with the good priest. In fact, with all Saint Alonso's tenacity to the orders given him, he never failed to temper them with all possible gentleness and consideration when they were a trial to his neighbor. His superiors had forbidden him, in order to keep the house quiet, to allow any horses or mules to stop in the patio of the porteria. The doctor came one day to visit one of the community who was ill, and, as it began to rain very violently, the doctor's servant took his master's mule for shelter under the arch of the entrance to the patio. Our saint, unwilling to swerve from his orders, begged the servant, with all possible civility, not to stop up the way. At the same time, he pointed out to him that he might take shelter under the entrance to a neighboring house. The official report which Father Gil sent to Rome of our saint, in the last year of his office, declares that he was of good judgment and talent, of great and heroic prudence, and a man of vast experience, especially in spiritual matters. And for the 3 years or more that Father Gil remained in the college, he could testify that he had never seen or heard of Saint Alonso violating a single rule, or in the slightest way any order or custom of the house. In fact, he knew that if he wanted anything to be done, it was quite enough to tell the Holy Brother, who never failed to see to it, and never forgot it. If he asked him to remind him to speak to him, or bade him to tell someone anything, or to let him know when such a father came in, or at such an hour to tell such a father, or to bid the porter to let him know when someone came to see him, whatever, in short, might be enjoined him, the rector could remain perfectly tranquil, because he knew he could rely absolutely on the brother. Father Gill was giving a retreat to the scholastics and lay brothers, and he impressed upon them more than once during the exercises the importance of following strictly the method laid down by Saint Ignatius. His superior's words were a very practical difficulty to Alonso, and several times during the retreat, he went to Father Gill to explain that the moment he began to pray, he was at once closely united by love with God, and that he could not easily use his faculties in the way the exercises describe. The Father Rector always reassured him that he was not bound so to do, because his way of prayer brought him to the same end towards which the exercises lead. During another retreat, whether before or after that given by Father Gill does not appear precisely, the same difficulty occurred, but with different results. The father had been giving the points in his own room and had, like Father Gill, insisted that all must follow strictly the subject proposed to them. A short time after the exercitants had retired to make their meditations, St. Alonso came back and explained that for years he had followed a method of prayer, which entirely consisted of affections of gratitude for the light which seemed to flash upon him instantaneously out of the mystery before him. He wished to know whether, in place of that, he was to follow the plan the Father had laid down. "Do as I have told you," was the reply, "for it is nothing else than what our Holy Father prescribes." The saint bowed his head submissively and went away, fully determined to carry out to the best of his power the instructions he had received. And so he did. In spite of the graces which seemed to bear him off on high, he forced himself resolutely, all during the retreat, to toil on across the dull and level plain. And God rewarded his obedience by flooding his soul with a peace and joy far beyond his ordinary favors, and which showed how acceptable was his ready compliance to an unwise and narrow direction. Spite of his great age, his old love of penance was still strong in the saint, and over again he begged Father Gill to be allowed to fast. The rector, however, saw that in his state of health, with his body broken down and his legs swollen, it was out of the question, and he told the holy brother his fasts must be fasts of desire. Alonso got the same answer when he begged to gird on his haircloth or to take the discipline. Still, up to this time, or nearly so, he owned to his rector that, though hardly able to stand, he had continued to discipline himself twice a week. And he complained bitterly of the little power he had in his arms, and he wished to exchange his scourge, which was old and worn, for a more cruel one. It had been always his practice, as has been remarked, to go each month to the rector to get leave for the various penances with which he afflicted his body. When he was too ill to go to his superior, he would send to ask leave, and if his sickness prevented his using his accustomed penances, he begged for something in their place which he was able to do. Thus, in his monthly visit to the rector, he used to ask to be allowed to do some acts of humility in the refectory, and "I gave him leave," that father tells us, to kiss the feet once a week of all the fathers and brothers who were at table, and he did so with great devotion and humility. But as he was so old, I noticed that he was not able to kiss the feet of so many, for he almost fell down, and I told him mere to kiss the feet of one at each table. I soon, however, saw that he was not fit to do even that, and I bade him to kiss them in spirit, and told him that he would get all the merit of the act by so holy a desire. He used to ask me also to let him say the asterisk miserere on his knees in the refectory, with his arms stretched out as a cross. And though his arms drooped down and his body was bent like a bow, he held on and said the psalm to himself to the very end. It was a sight that filled all with devotion. So too, he often begged leave to tell his fault at table for not keeping his religious rules, and when I granted him permission, he used to tell it with great humility and fervor. He did this without fail every week. As nothing displeased Saint Alonso so much as to be thought much of, or to be considered in any way, so nothing pleased him better than to be treated with contempt. His superiors knew his likings, and now and again would say to him that he was of no use in the house, and could do nothing but eat. He would simply answer, "Your reverence says what is quite true. Nothing ought to be looked upon as nothing." Not only did he respect his superiors and humble himself before them, but he paid, as did St. John Birchman's, special respect even to those who had, in former times, been his superiors. All felt and knew that he regarded himself as the last and lowest in the house. As he invariably sought for the worst clothes, so he coveted the most menial occupation. If forced to accept better clothes, he would jeer at himself and his fine feathers, and at the contrast between his profession and his practice. No wonder that Father Gil, knowing how thorough a master he was in humility, would sometimes ask him at the spiritual conferences, which used to be held on Friday nights, to speak to them of this, his favorite virtue, and wonderful and profound were his utterances about it. Nor was this the only topic about which he astonished the community with his heaven-won learning. Sometimes at these conferences, after asking fathers who had taken their doctorate in theology to give their opinions on other spiritual points, Father Gil would turn to the humble lay brother and bid him to speak on the subject. At once he would pour out wonderful truths about the Blessed Sacrament, or on the reverence due to Holy Mass and to pictures. When the subject proposed was the love and fear of God, then St. Alonso would get so rapt with affection that his face glowed, his voice rose, and, as he uttered marvels and wonders sublime, he looked like a seraph all on fire with divine charity. In fact, Father Gil, in his evidence, deposed that his daily life was so full of modesty, so free from sloth, so recollected, so entirely given to prayer, he was so watchful in his words, so equable in his temper, that he seemed like an angel who is ever in the presence of his God. And this was the opinion of all who knew him, whether members of the community or others. Father Gil, while rector, used to say the earliest Mass in the church on Sundays and holidays, and always noticed the venerable brother wrapped in his cloak, in the sanctuary, at the high altar, with his face aflame with piety and devotion, while from his eyes flowed a stream of silent tears. No matter how fatigued he might be, and in spite of his age and infirmity, though his head and body were bowed with weakness, he remained kneeling the whole time. Nor did he heed the sharp cold of winter, so sharp in the unwarmed church, nor the intense heat of summer. He was most greedy of spiritual food, going most regularly all through Lent and on other days, to the sermons, and listening to them with all attention. And in the refectory it was clear that his mind was fixed on the reading which was going on. One morning in 1611, he was serving the rector's Mass as he was accustomed. After the elevation, he began to make his usual renewal of his vows, as he was wont to do every day. He was pondering the immense favor which God's goodness had done him in body and soul, by calling him to the society, by allowing him to enter, and by keeping him in it, when God gave him so clear a light about this grace, that it seemed to him that the mind of man was unable to comprehend it. And as the memory came before him, under that supernatural ray, of all the general and special favors which he had received, he felt himself straitened on every side, and drowned in the thought of the debt he had contracted, and of his inability to meet it. Not knowing what to do, and full of shame and self-distrust, he turned to his divine master and laid before him his distress. "Alonso," was the reply from heaven, "always continue in this exercise of profound humility, prostrate at my feet, and all will go well with you." And again he received the same precious lesson. As God revealed to the great penitent, Saint Margaret of Cortona, a vision of the glorious order of Saint Francis shining like a sun amidst the stars, so he showed to Saint Alonso a like vision of the society. But our saint insisted that the success and progress of the society, both in itself and in numbers, would depend entirely upon its fidelity to the high standard of obedience laid down for it by Saint Ignatius. With the exception of the hours of meals and of recreation, he passed all his time in either reading or writing spiritual subjects, and in praying in his own room or in the church. His superiors bade him, because so feeble and old, to take a mouthful every morning, for breakfast was not in those days a regular meal. Saint Alonso, with his aversion to any exemptions, begged that the order might be rescinded, but as this could not be, he satisfied his love both of obedience and of penance by taking literally only a mouthful. However, the infirmarian informed the superior, and our saint received a fresh and more explicit order as to the quantity of this meal. Needless to say, he obeyed, but Francis Collin, used often to notice that he kept one leg off the ground to make up by this penance for the indulgence which had been enjoined him. And, with what he suffered in his lower limbs, this must have been a very painful compensation. As his helplessness increased with his years, so did his unwillingness to give trouble, and so also his patience under any pain. Thus, when he went to the refectory for his breakfast, if it were not ready, he would wait quietly for it, and neither for that nor for anything else did Father Gil ever know Saint Alonso to ask anything for himself. On the contrary, he was glad when he found he was without something in his room or elsewhere. He considered himself a beggar who had been taken, out of charity, into another man's house for the love of God. Not only did he not keep anything as his own, but never was he known to say or do anything which showed that he considered anything as his own. If he found even a pin about the house, he would take it to the brother dispenser. Saint Alonso used to get a scholastic to mend his pen. Partly out of reverence to our saint, partly because it was so worn out, the scholastic sometimes gave him a new one and kept the old one for himself as a relic. But when Alonso perceived this, he would by no means permit it, as something against his rule. And when the other urged that the rule did not refer to such trifles, our saint insisted that the words by which he was forbidden to receive anything without the superior's consent referred to small things as well as to great. Nor would he ever employ a bit of paper which he might chance to find lying about, without first taking it to the father minister to get leave to use it. It was on such old and dirty scraps of paper that Saint Alonso composed his notes on spiritual matters. Father Gil was one of the Council Royal of Majorca, and used to meet at its board Don Francis Pacheco, to whom Saint Alonso had done a great service in days past. He had been at that time a judge of the royal court. After a visitor or inspector had been to the island, a report was spread that, in consequence of information sent by that official to the crown, Don Pacheco was either there and then actually deposed, or was on the point of being deprived of his place on the bench. Alonso, to whose prayers this case had been strongly recommended by his superior, spent the best part of that night in prayer. And when Don Francis came the following morning, our saint assured him that he had commended the matter to God, and what he had learned from heaven was that Pacheco must go at once to Madrid, for his case had not yet been decided, and that he would not forfeit his position. The advice did not please Don Francis, for he believed that his chief enemy was then at the Spanish court. However, he followed our saint's advice and sailed for Spain that very night with only one servant. No sooner had he reached the province of Valencia than he was informed of the death of his opponent. This was the first confirmation of the prophecy, and he went forward with a light heart. As he approached the capital, every difficulty cleared away. He was confirmed in his post, and returned on his way home, full of gratitude to his friend, the lowly lay brother of Majorca. On embarking, a fresh protection of Providence awaited him. He had already put his luggage on a vessel, when some secret impulse induced him to defer his journey and to take his baggage once more to shore. The ship sailed, but it was wrecked, went to the bottom, and all hands were lost. Don Pacheco embarked a second time and arrived in safety at Majorca, where later on he received letters from his sovereign, giving him the post of visitor of Minorca. He never ceased to own that our saint was his greatest benefactor. He had his portrait painted, and he kept it, where Father Gil often saw it, at his bedhead, and many a time when he spoke of him, he could not help bursting into tears. Some years after Don Francis received the appointment of governor of Cagliari. Before leaving Majorca, a lawsuit between the Carthusians and the College of Montesión was being tried by Pacheco about the tithes of S. Juan and El Raffal, which belonged to the common endowment of Montesión and the Chartres. It was going against the college, but the sentence was not as yet pronounced. The rector, Father Gil, had got an inkling of this and told Saint Alonso, "Brother, Don Francis is trying a lawsuit of the college, and it is reported that we have lost it. I think he has not looked well into the matter, because I understand that right is on our side in one or two of the points which have gone against us. Commend the matter, brother, to our Lord in your prayers." Next morning, when going to serve the rector's mass, our saint said to him, "Father, could we not let the judge know the points where he seems to be in error?" "Yes, we can," he replied, "because the decision has not yet been made public, and in fact, a lawyer is going to lay the matter before the judge. "Well," said Alonso, "let him go, and the judge will change his decision." This foreknowledge was no doubt the fruit of his prayer, for things happened just as he had predicted, to the astonishment of the judge himself, who had suddenly come to take a completely new view of the matter, and one favorable to Montesión. How Saint Alonso, though a lay brother of the society, came to compose works on spiritual matters has been told in the preceding pages. It is very true that his writings have no pretensions to style, but just for that reason they are the better reflections of his mind and deserve some place in his biography. There is in them a frankness which is almost homely, an employment of familiar illustrations drawn from the things of daily life, such a total absence of any effort at fine writing that they claim our credence and confidence. Eructivit cor meum verbum bonum. The thought comes warm and living from his heart, all on fire with love of God. He wrote as he spoke, and he spoke as he thought and as he felt. What was wanting to him of positive education was made up for by his close union with God. He drank at the very fountainhead of all wisdom. Notwithstanding the constant recurrence of very extraordinary favors and of revelations from on high, was Alonso in any way a visionary or a ready believer in the marvelous? On the contrary, he was always in doubt about the marvels which he himself saw and heard. Nor, with all his charity, was he ever too ready to believe such marvels of others. A father of his province wrote to ask his opinion about the ecstasies and wondrous gifts of a beta asterisk, a woman who, like the saint sisters, was leading the life of a religious in the world. Saint Alonso's reply was as brief as it was positive. "As to the beta asterisk of whom your reverence speaks, she will soon be under an illusion, as will be seen by the trouble into which she will fall if she is not under one at present. God grant us humility." Some time after, this woman was arrested by the Inquisition. Nor was this the only case in which, under like circumstances, he manifested suspicions which after events fully justified. Beside his memorial, of which so much use has been made in these pages, we take his writings in the order in which Father Nonel has published them. Our saint has left us a brief treatise on prayer, with a series of meditations on the Passion, and advice as to the manner of approaching the sacraments, and of making the examination of conscience, both general and particular. Following these are some most interesting resolutions of the saint, and a number of suggestions, how to gain great merit. The first volume concludes with a series of spiritual jottings of over 200 pages, under the title of Suggestions of How to Follow Christ. For yourself, Alonso. The second volume of his published works opens with an explanation of the Our Father, and a treatise on union with Christ, and how the soul is transformed into him. These are followed by 5 little spiritual essays on various subjects, 4 sermons, and 12 letters of the saint. The remainder of this volume, and the whole of the third, and last is occupied by a work entitled The Spiritual Road to Christian Perfection, extending to over 1,000 pages. It is divided into the 3 stages of spiritual life, and is an exhaustive and valuable treatise on the subject. Perhaps the most practical way to make the writings of Saint Alonso subserve the purposes of a biography will be to select as illustrations some passages on the value of trials and on humility. So constantly did he revert to this last point, so constantly did he preach it, that he might be called the apostle of suffering. His whole religious life, especially as he drew nearer to his goal, was so signed by the cross that what he teaches in his writings, as indeed is the case all through, is only what he had first learned in the school of faithful practice. It would be necessary to quote the memorial at length, to give anything like a fair idea of the deep undercurrent of humility, from which all the other virtues of our saint gain their excellence and merit. Lowliness of heart, or rather an almost savage contempt of himself, a desire to be treated by all according to what he was convinced were his deserts, a thirst to be, like his Lord, a worm and no man, is perhaps the most prominent truth in the pages of his works. Saint Alonso calls trials spiritual nourishment of the soul, mines of gold and silver. Just as the body is kept alive by food, so the soul is kept alive by the practice of virtues, and this practice is acquired by a number of trials sent us by God, and by earnest interior acts, accepting, and thus profiting by, these trials for the love of God. And just as we should starve in the midst of plenty if we refuse to eat, so the soul, if it is to draw profit from trials, must accept them willingly. And then, the more it has, the stronger it grows and the more quickly. Its food and life then are trials, and affronts and injuries, contempt and rebukes and ill health, and every trial that can come from the hands of God. But if one endeavors to resist by showing ill will to those who give him this food, if he pays them back in their own coin, then he cannot live. But if he has strength to swallow this food which comes to him from the hand of God, then will his soul live by that grace of God which is its life. Again, trials are a gold mine, and the more one works this mine, the more gold he gets, and the richer he grows. And the way to work it is to mortify and conquer oneself in the sight of God by interior acts of the heart, speaking with him and saying to him, Lord, my God, dispose of me and of these trials, which I am now suffering, to thy greater glory, and that I may serve thee the better. Then from the bottom of your heart, make acts of the love of these trials, and declare that you wish to bear them for God's love. And great treasures and wealth will you gather up from this mine, both for soul and body. Possessor of a great gold or silver mine, if he wants to get rich, must set to work at once and get out the precious ore. And in proportion as he labors, so will he grow rich. The way by which a soul is to get rich in virtue and holiness, and the mine whence it is to draw the gold and silver of virtue are the trials, temptations, and troubles which God sends it, provided it labors by prayer and mortification, and fights and conquers itself for God, doing violence to itself under these trials. So great and precious a thing it is to suffer for Christ, that if there had been in the world anything nobler, more precious, or more profitable than tribulation, God would have bestowed it on his Son. And nevertheless to him, though his only Son, he gave more suffering in this life than he has given to any other creature, or to all joined together. It is clear then that tribulation is of all things the most noble, the most precious, and most fruitful in merit. More than this, if there had been a man without stain of sin, as Adam was in his state of innocence, and he could exist without bodily food, and if God were to grant to him to communicate with the angels, as he did to Mary Magdalene, he would not by that means gain as much merit as he would acquire by the smallest contradiction endured for the love of God. More than this, if all the saints in heaven together were to intercede for anyone, they could not gain for him as much merit as he would gain by one trial borne with patience for the love of God. By this way of enduring troubles for God, by fighting and conquering oneself, the soul clears out all self and love of self, to make place for Christ in its heart. These trials give us the opportunity of practicing virtue. By their means the soul arrives at great holiness and at a close imitation of the crucified Son of God. Thence arises true peace of soul and a continual prayer. Thence a genuine union of the soul with God, the perpetual presence of God, and purity and stainlessness of soul. Thence humble familiarity with God. Thence perfect charity, the love of God and one's neighbor. Thence the seraphim's crown of glory. Thence great spiritual treasures and riches, which God is wont to bestow in abundance on souls in trials, and favors and heavenly secrets which God discloses to them, favors such and so great as are known only to God and to the soul which receives them. For such and so great are they that they may be tasted, but not told, for they take place between God and the soul alone. Who shall tell those intimate colloquies, and the affection, the tender embraces which pass between them? And how the soul is so enamored of its God that no other thought reigns in it, but only that of pleasing him whom it so values, of despising thoroughly itself and everything in the world, so that, wholly engaged in pleasing God and doing his will, it forgets itself and all earthly and personal matters to keep its heart ever with God, ever seeking his glory, and filled with zeal for the salvation of souls. All these blessings come to the soul by the way of precious tribulation and trouble, if only the soul knows how to turn them to account by bearing them for the love of God. By many tribulations, we are to enter into the kingdom of heaven. The two persons in the world whom God best loved were Jesus and Mary, and the advantages which they possessed over all creatures on account of their virtue were that they suffered more than all. No two persons were ever so tried as they. Let us console ourselves then in sorrow, for the more of it we have, the more like shall we be to Jesus and to his blessed mother. let us console ourselves. For there is no sacrifice more pleasing to God than an afflicted heart, and upon those whom God most loves and whom he wishes to raise to the highest holiness, he lays the heaviest troubles, that so by inflaming their hearts with love for him, they may come to obtain greater sanctity and greater crowns of glory. So precious a thing it is in the eyes of God to suffer for love of him, that, if it were possible for the angels to be envious of men who suffer trials for God, they would surely be so, such is the value of these trials in his sight. So great and infinite is the beauty of God that it enamors one with such force, that if for an instant he should unveil his face to the very demons who are burning in hell, they would love him most ardently. For they could not do otherwise, even in the midst of their tortures, and these tortures in fact would become delightful to them. This shows us how much we ought to desire to suffer trials here for God, in order to enjoy for all eternity such great glory. In the ardor of his love for sufferings, he sings their praises as a soldier chaunts his deeds of war. Oh, sweetest Jesus, love of my soul, center of my heart, how is it that I do not desire with stronger desire to endure pains and tortures for love of thee, when thou, my God, hast suffered so many for me? Oh, sufferings! How I hope that you will come to me and make your stay within my heart, for in you do I find my repose, and I will go to the heart of my crucified Jesus, there to dwell in it with you. O torments! How is it that you do not come upon me, who await you with open arms, that in you I may rejoice with my Jesus in torture? O dishonor! Why do you forget me, who never forget you, because I love you so much, in order that I may behold myself debased by you, and humbled with Jesus? O ignominious deaths! Why do not you come upon me in thousands, when I desire so much and wish so continually to sacrifice myself to my Jesus? Come, then, every sort of trial in the world, for this is my delight, to suffer for Jesus. This is my joy, to follow my Savior, and to find my consolation with my Consoler on the cross. This is my pleasure, this my delight, to live with Jesus, to walk with Jesus, to converse with Jesus, to suffer with and for him, this is my treasure. So let every creature give me pleasure by persecuting me, for this is my pleasure. There is none to have pity upon me, who will aid me to find the cross pure and without consolation with my Savior in desolation, that I may live and die on the cross with him, and so suffering may end in love of him, dying for him. Amen. As regards humility, Saint Alonso has left us, besides the numerous passages on the subject in his memorial, and 2 letters entirely on this virtue, a complete treatise of some 120 pages, and 2 chapters on the same in his treatise on the mysteries, or hidden sanctuaries, inner recesses and upper heights of the virtues. The treatise on humility is a development of one of the letters just mentioned, which is an admirable summary of his whole teaching on the subject. One can see how thoroughly the holy brother has understood and made his own the lessons of the exercises. The necessity of convincing one's understanding, and the still harder task of bringing our will to carry out its conclusions, are taught by him in his own vivid, earnest way, which shows how he had learned by constant practice the doctrines he inculcates. To learn one's own nothing, and not to be willing to be treated as we deserve, is in his language merely to know the road, yet never to undertake the journey. It is to have in one's own head a grand scheme of a house, with its plan and elevation, all the details of its rooms, its offices, its garden, its exterior. As yet a mere air bubble, to realize which calls for much hard work and toil and expenditure. But still the design must needs be more or less complete before the work can be carried out. All this is admirably put in one of the letters just mentioned, which is worth giving at full length. Take heed, he says, that neither this virtue nor any other consists in mere talk or saying high things about humility, for many know a great deal about it who yet have no humility at all. But it consists in having it deeply planted and fixed in the heart, and that is why our Lord said, "Learn of me, for I am meek and humble of heart." Thus he gives us to understand that humility, as every virtue, has its dwelling, its throne in the heart and not in the tongue. So that it is not to be acquired by saying marvelous things about it, which is easy enough, but by fixing and planting it deep in the heart by blows of the hammer of mortification, by victories over self, and by casting out all pride and high thoughts so completely as to come to relish all contempt and dishonor, a thing which costs us dear. The road, he goes on to say, to this self-knowledge is by meditating on various truths, natural and revealed, which shows us what we really are. These he enumerates as follows. First, our absolute nothing. He who thinks himself to be something, whereas he is nothing, deceives himself. Galatians chapter 6, 3. We now are, as far as ourselves are concerned, no more than we were a century back, as incapable of any good now as we were then, if God did not come to our aid. Our soul is nothing, knows nothing, can do nothing, is capable of nothing, is worth nothing. And this shows us clearly that we have our being, not in order to work, or to do anything merely for itself, because God alone is a being uncreated and self-existing, and who therefore alone can work for himself. A secondary cause can do nothing save by the first, which is God. All things are made by him, and without him there is nothing. John chapter 1, 3. We learn this clearly in time of temptation, for we find we have not a particle of strength, except what comes from heaven. When they told St. Francis that he was holy and did holy actions, his answer was, I do nothing that is good. For he attributed all good to God, who gives us even the will to do good, and we are merely the instruments with which God does what he pleases, and without whom we could do nothing, just as it is the scribe and not the pen who writes. But he writes with the pen, for an instrument never does anything by itself, neither can it. So neither more nor less can we do anything good except through God, nor can we bear anything so as to please him, for he is what he is, and we are what we are. And this was why, when Judith cut off the head of Holofernes, she said, God has cut off the head of Holofernes by the hand of a woman. St. Paul and St. Catherine of Siena thoroughly realized this our weakness when tempted, but the Lord gave them strength by speaking to them, and Elias felt it too when fleeing from Jezebel. The second consideration must be to think before God how wicked the soul has been against a Lord so good as is its Creator, from whom it has received its very being and favors without number, so that it may know how little it is worth, because of the multitude and gravity of its sins. At the sight of them it should always be filled with a humble fear, despising and detesting itself for its treasons and crimes against its God, whom it has repaid with such wrongs for favors so great and so grand which it has received from his divine majesty. The third consideration is to see how destitute is the soul as if it were not, for it has nothing good in itself, but all is from God. For God alone is good, God alone is holy, and not man, except so far as God gives him to be so. Then St. Alonso reminds us of our ignorance so absolute that it knows not whither to go, if God does not instruct it. The fifth thought, a true master of humility, is the comparison of ourselves with God, as in the second exercise on sin. The sixth help is prayer, for this knowledge of self is generally the answer to prayer, asking like St. Augustine, Noverim me, noverim te, and with St. Francis, who am I and who art thou? And the last, and a most important aid, is when God leads the soul by the road of trials, and of these the most searching are temptations, by which he gives the soul great light and experimental knowledge of itself. This it is that gives the finishing touch to humility, confirming it by all that experience and light which leave the soul thoroughly undeceived about itself, and makes it really despise itself. All this is humility of the understanding. But there is also the humility of the heart, solid, firm, and perfect, and which our Lord recommends to us. The first stops at the mere knowledge, but this goes further and stamps, as with a seal, this virtue in the heart, so that the heart feels a pleasure in all the affronts which it suffers, and a great pain at being esteemed and well treated, for it knows it truly deserves every outrage and affront, and all sorts of persecution. And this our saint expounds at length in another place. In what, he asks, does that solid and perfect humility of the heart consist, which our Lord wishes us to learn from him? I reply in having a * dead heart *. For the heart of a dead man, however much he is dishonored, affronted, despised, outraged, and derided, does not feel it because it is dead. It is not lifted up nor filled with presumption at any honor or reverence which is paid to it. So the servant of God, who reaches, with God's grace, this state of self-denial, that is to say, whose heart is dead and feels nothing, will be humble of heart. If you were a great preacher and converted the whole world to the faith of Christ, and worked all the miracles ever worked by all the saints, and possessed all the gifts which God gave to them, he would no more be elated by all this than would a corpse. For such a one has arrived at so exalted a degree by God's aid, that he sees clearly that all these marvelous things are not his own, but God's. The humble soul, because it humbles itself so much, is exalted by God to the knowledge of itself and of his divine love. And this love, like a fire, enlightens the soul and unveils to it the truth, that this love of God and all other good things are in God, while it shows that of itself it has no good at all. This knowledge is a gift of God, but a gift given in return for great efforts on our part, and for great conquests over any inclination to judge others. For it is the hand of God alone that prevents us from falling, just as that of a mother who holds up her child that it may not tumble, and as long as it is so held up, it can walk because she helps it. But the moment she ceases to do so, at once it falls to the ground, and cannot walk, for it has not the strength to do so. The mirror of this virtue, the school where we are to learn it, is the life of our Lord, his sublime and profound humiliation all through life and even in death. And this humiliation was to him, as it was to Mary, the cause of his sublime exaltation. When a ship has sprung a leak, what they do is to take to the pumps, that it may not be swamped, and to pump out the water. And this is only done by hard work. In order that our soul may not be swamped and lost by pride and presumption, we must take to the pumps, working hard, by self-denial, to cast out pride from our heart, and to plant there *6, the humility of heart which Christ our Lord wishes us to learn from him. 1613-14. As at every step in the life of Saint Alonso, we meet with the presence of our blessed Lord and his Virgin Mother, of the angels and the glorified saints. So too, and naturally, again and again, we come across the enemy of God and of man. Like the patriarch Job, the holy brother was, by divine permission, handed over to the temptations and hatred of Satan. Our saint's practice of perfect conformity to the will of God made him ready for any trials which might yet await him before he attained his crown. But our dear Lord, out of pity for his faithful servant, chose to warn him of the coming struggle. As Saint Alonso one morning was hearing Mass, his soul was somewhat in trouble, and God spoke to him these prophetic words: "Be glad, Alonso, to suffer now. At the hour of thy death I shall console thee." That very day began a martyrdom, which was only to close with his death. He tells us that one of his greatest, though hidden, penances was the clear view God had given him of himself, so foul, so wicked, so abominable that the very sight was detestable to him. He would fain have fled from himself, and it was a torture to him day and night to be chained to so hateful an enemy, and be unable to free himself from himself. And with this lowly opinion of himself, he had for all others a positive reverence. When he met anyone, he looked upon him as an angel and used to say to God, "Would that I were like that man." Constantly, night after night, he suffered the most acute pains, and yet he owns that this was the least of the crosses which he had to endure. Ever full of a wish to suffer more, he begged of God to send him fresh trials, and whenever God answered his prayers, he only asked for more. To a brother who came to see him in the morning, he acknowledged that he had endured more than if he had scourged himself to blood the livelong night. "For these sufferings," he said, "I have no other remedy than to bear them for the love of God, and to thank him for the favor done me in giving me this treasure out of his divine charity." Eating had become to him a fresh source of suffering. Besides the loss of his teeth, his food appeared to have a loathsome odor, and this smell used to haunt him all the day. Whether it was physical or moral is not clear. He fancied also that he was insupportable to others. But this was merely a fancy, for, on the contrary, a most rare and delicate fragrance came forth from his clothes, and was noticed by those to whom they were sent to be washed. With all this there came back upon Alonso his old trial of scruples. Though so many were the proofs that he had of God's special affection towards him, he felt as dry and cold as if God did not exist. To add to all this, his bad health frequently prevented him from approaching Holy Communion. Heaven, however, did not leave him without some consolation. "The infirmarian informed me," he writes, "by Father Rector's desire, that I was to communicate only on Sundays. Up to that time, I had been accustomed to receive the blessed Eucharist on Tuesdays and Thursdays also. I obeyed at once, and, until fresh orders, I continued to communicate only on Sundays. When he was recovering from his sickness, he was anxious to get up, but his superior sent him word not to leave his bed for some time, and even then to stay quietly in his room. On All Saints' morning, our saint was kneeling with the other brothers, hearing Mass before communion. Earnestly he commended himself, as was his wont, to Mary and to her blessed parents, Saint Anne and Saint Joachim, to her spouse, Saint Joseph, to all the patriarchs and prophets, to all the martyrs and confessors, and to the whole court of heaven. He begged them to intercede for his brothers, who were going with him that morning to receive their Lord, that they might all be prepared to welcome him as he would desire. After he had approached Holy Communion, he saw, in a mysterious way, how our Lord was in them all and in each one of them. One evening, in the January of 1613, St. Alonso was toiling up the principal stairs, which still exist, and was speaking with God, as was his wont. Just as he had nearly reached the topmost step, a stifling stench burst upon him like a whirlwind from a window that looked out on the court of the refectory. It struck him down and almost suffocated him. He had but just time to call on heaven for aid, and then sank senseless on the steps. Had the oppression lasted more than the space of a Hail Mary, it would have taken away his life. And if some power, which he always believed to have been his angel guardian, had not caught him by the shoulders and so held him up, he must have fallen backward down the flight of stairs. A breeze of fresh air played about him, and he arose as vigorous as before. Another day in the same month and year, he was going up the great flight of stairs about 3:30 in the afternoon. He had just been reading the rules of the society to some of the less educated lay brothers. When he had reached the very last step, he suddenly fell back and was hurled down to the first landing. The nature of his fall appeared extraordinary, for though our saint was then nearly bent double, instead of falling on his face, as he most naturally would have done, he shot backwards through the air and came with tremendous force upon his head. Two scholastics, who were in the corridor at the top of the stairs, saw his fall and ran to ring the community bell. On hearing it toll at an unusual hour, all the community hastened to the spot. Alonso was lying there insensible, but apparently with no other injury than 2 wounds upon the top of his head. "We carried him," says Father Merriman, "in our arms to his cell. Doctors and surgeons were summoned, and they declared that such a fall could not but be fatal to one who was 80 years old. A violent fever supervened. There was no appearance of recovery, but still the 2 wounds remained unchanged. Brother Colin watched by his bedside until the following morning, when he asked St. Alonso how he had passed the night. Although our saint was always so measured in his words, he answered, 'I have suffered pains as it were of hell.' And he owned to one of the fathers that, throughout all that illness, which lasted for several days, the devils had tortured him with greater temptations than he had ever endured all through his life. For while his body was in such agony, his soul was afflicted with the hearing of the blasphemies of the evil spirits, and with fears and weariness. It would seem as if the infernal enemy was resolved to do him to death, by not allowing him any rest by day or by night. His illness was a source of profit to all around him by his wonderful examples of patience. Father Jerome Lagaria overheard him, in face of some hideous temptation, cry out, 'Take it away at once, you will have to pay for it.' Another time he caught these words from the sufferer's lips, 'More, O Lord, more suffering for thy love.' Brother Cario, who was then the infirmarian, overheard the same words, yet he never noticed in him the faintest shade of impatience. And even when he asked him, as he often did, what he could fancy to eat, our saint never gave other answer but this: 'Whatever the brother likes.' The only times he complained was when they gave him any delicacy, because, as he put it, they were providing him with matter for greater sufferings in purgatory. In a letter writ after our saint's death by Father Colin to Father Merriman, he says, 'While Alonso was ill after his fall, I was sent one night to keep him company in his room. I noticed that all night long he kept repeating ejaculations and speaking with God. If he paused for a short time and seemed to fall asleep, in another moment I heard him again begin to recite psalms and other prayers. Near midnight I offered something to drink, but before he would take it, he asked me what o'clock it was and begged me to be sure, lest he should miss Holy Communion on the following day. I told him not to trouble himself and that he might safely take the draught. Besides that, The infirmarian had ordered me to give it to him at that hour, so he took it at once, though it seemed to be very nauseous. One day, Father Colin goes on to record, in another illness I went to visit Alonso. He was alone, and I noticed that his mouth was so dry that he found it very difficult to speak, and I did not dare to begin a conversation. I only asked him how he was, and by chance the word, sufferings, dropped from my lips. It was extraordinary how, weak though he was, on hearing this, he raised himself up a little, and leaning against his pillow with a wonderful energy spoke to me for more than a quarter of an hour upon suffering. He recalled what St. Paul had endured, and he explained those words, "The angel of Satan buffets me," and "I desire to be dissolved and to be with Christ," and what God intended to teach him when he said, "My grace is sufficient for thee." He displayed in his words profound knowledge and a burning desire of suffering. Jerome Crespin says, "I recollect the rector, Father Gill, telling us that when the brother was in bed after his fall, both the doctor and the rector forbade him to meditate or pray because it would hurt his head. He was so exact in obeying that he made every effort to forget prayer and to distract his mind. He found it impossible to do as he was bid, and he sent for the rector and said to him, 'Father, I am making every effort, but I cannot forget God.' So that, seeing the struggle only did him greater harm, the Father Rector told him not to contend any more. His illness baffled the skill of the doctors. Saint Alonso owned to Brother Sarah that the fall might have been the work of the devil, and when ordered by Father Torrens to speak more plainly, he acknowledged that it was so. Preternatural as it was in its beginning, so the effects of that fall ended in a miraculous manner. One night our blessed Lord appeared to the saint in the midst of his hand-to-hand conflict with the enemy, and, with a voice of authority, bade the demons to leave the sufferer in peace. And then, turning to him with tender words, filled him with heavenly joy, and instantly restored him to health. The following morning, the surgeon found that his wounds, which had remained in the same state for so many days, if not weeks, and which he had seen quite fresh the night before, were now completely cured. Nor did he think it necessary to visit him again. Brother Colin had the privilege of being one of our saint's most special friends, and he owed this, not merely to the tender charity with which he nursed the old man when ill, but still more to the extraordinary innocence and holiness which Alonso recognized in him. He was then 21 years old, and he had passed some 7 years in the society, as he entered religion as a boy of 14. Like Saint Aloysius, he sheltered the lily within a hedge of thorns, and was as cruel towards himself as he was gentle and loving towards others. In devoting himself in after life to the missions of the Philippine Islands, he was in all probability acting under the impulse of our saint's love for souls. God vouchsafed to unveil to Brother Rodriguez in a supernatural way the holiness of this young scholastic. One Tuesday chapter 1 was in the church preparing, as best I could, for Holy Communion. Writes Alonso in the June of 1615, "I was kneeling, and through God's grace I had some devotion, and when the Mass was ended the brother, Francis Colin, who was serving it went to communion with me. I received at that moment so great a light as to his holiness and purity that it seemed to me that he was more than a mere angel, and that he had risen to the rank of the archangels. I had been greatly edified at the sight of his holiness, and he held a high place in my esteem. How can I say what then passed in my soul, when I found myself kneeling beside him for communion, and saw him so beautiful and holy, while I, so close to him, was so filthy and full of sin as not to deserve to be near him? This vision of his angelic holiness will be fresh all through my life, and will be a motive for me to imitate him. I beg God that I may do so. He who will sustain me, though so unworthy in my needs, is Brother Francis." For some years, back famine had been menacing the island. Good Bishop Baza had invited the authorities to join in the 40 hours prayer in the spring of 1610 on account of the drought. In 1612, the Jesuit fathers, who were preaching the Lent, constantly appealed to their hearers for alms in money and kind in face of the terrible distress, and the authorities determined on a public procession to obtain rain. In days of imperfect communication with the mainland, and in times when the only principle of commercial economics was the severest form of protection, a failure in the crops meant, as it means in some parts of the world even in our days, a terrible famine. February was far spent, there had been as yet no rain, and harvests are early in southern lands. Experts declared that even though there should be rain, it would be an evil year. In fact, the harvest failed so completely that 200,000 quarters of wheat were needed to supply the deficiency. And what made the blow felt all the more was that, notwithstanding the saint's assertion and the foresight of those best informed, the harvest had seemed quite safe as late as May. But when the corn was ripening, it suddenly withered, and so nearly all of it was lost. The little that the labor of man had saved was almost entirely spoilt, and the bread made of it was so unwholesome that people who ate of it were attacked by various diseases. A great number of poor on the island lived like beasts on carob beans, and boiled and ate with relish this rancid and unwholesome food. For a league round the towns and villages, hardly a blade of grass or anything eatable could be found, as hunger drove the starved populations to seek out even the poorest food. Some died of starvation, and numbers fell ill. The streets of Palma were crowded with famished poor. The fathers of Montesión, to succor and assist them, besides giving of their own, begged from the richer citizens the means to aid them. At the suggestion of the father rector, the bishop ordered 3 days of fasting, on the 6th, 8th, and 9th of February, as well as processions like those of the Rogation days. At the same time, his lordship gave a magnificent example of charity. He sold all the plate in the episcopal palace, keeping nothing but his crozier, and in the following year, 1614, on the feast of SS. Peter and Paul, he gave a dinner to 113 poor. The members of the congregation of gentlemen as well as of that of the clergy took part, to the great edification of all, in these penitential works, and the priests added to these an hour of prayer in common in the church of Montesión. But all was in vain, and Father Gil accordingly summoned Saint Alonso, and laid before him the terrible position in which the island lay, bidding him not to desist from prayer till God had sent them relief. As often as our saint interceded for the people, he heard the same words, "Do not afflict yourself, Alonso. There will always be what is necessary, although there will be a full share of suffering." And so it fell out. The chronicler of Montesión notes 4 very providential, if not miraculous, events which happened on this occasion. The first was that, from the September of this year, 1613, till the March of the following year, scarcely a week passed without 1 and sometimes 2 ships arriving at the island, laden with corn, from Spain or from other countries. They came, apparently, by chance. The result was that grain hardly rose at all in price. The second was that, as often as the authorities had determined to send vessels to Sicily or to France, they found there was no need, on account of the arrival of these merchant ships laden with supplies. The third was that, though the crops had this year failed, and though there came such a rainfall in October and November, and such extreme cold and snow during the 4 following months as had never been known on the island, which prolonged the misery and poverty far into the following year, yet there never was such a harvest seen as that of 1614. And, lastly, from October of this year till the following March, corn kept up nearly at the same price, and that was not very high. The grateful people of the island attributed all this to the prayers of our saint. Brother Mora about this time was made porter, and on the first day of his appointment he said to Saint Alonso, "They have given me this post, but I do not know whether it will be for long." "The keys will not be taken away from you so very soon," rejoined Rodriguez, and Mora was still in office in 1618 after the saint's death. Another time he said to the holy brother, "I feel no difficulty in religious life, neither in obeying, nor in anything else, whether in sickness or in temptation. What do you think will become of me? I am really sorry that everything goes so well with me." The saint replied, "Prepare yourself, for God will send you troubles." And so it fell out, and when the brother went to seek consolation from Saint Alonso, he could see the old man was glad at what had happened, for he bade him to pray God for still greater troubles and for the grace to bear them. It is no wonder if Father Gil's courage somewhat failed in face of the long distress. As Saint Alonso was walking one day, by the wish of his superiors in the azotea of the college, he saw while praying a dense cloud coming up across the sea from the southwest. Beneath its dark canopy he could see legions of demons who were glorying over him, because, by the permission of God, they were allowed to lay waste the land, and especially the college vineyard. "You will not stop us now, you old wretch." nor will your Mary be any use to you. We have leave to waste with hail the whole neighborhood. There will not be left for you a blade of grass, and especially at your vineyard of Raffle. Our saint at once went into the tribune, which was entered directly by a door from the asterisk Azodia, and there he prayed our blessed Lord and his Holy Mother not to allow those enemies to do any of the damage they designed. The answer was, the harm that will be done will not be great, but it will be greatest in the college property, because of the rector's little trust in me, and of his too great confidence in his own knowledge and skill. I it is who preserve the property and the houses of religious, the very orders themselves, and make them increase and prosper, just as I see fit. And those often experience this who trust in themselves and so are deluded. Alonso went at once and told all to Father Torrens, and while he was telling him, a tempest of hail burst on the island with such fury that in a quarter of an hour the vines, which had never before given promise of so rich a vintage, seemed utterly destroyed, and it was thought that, such was the damage, it would be 7 years before they would bear again. However, God gave, to the college lands, an abundant vintage in the following year. Another faction fight, even during the famine, was raging this year in Petra, one of the large towns of Majorca. Some people were killed, a number badly wounded, others were imprisoned, many fled the country. Fathers Fons and Fial hastened from Montesión to quench the flames, and they found the principal church occupied by the chiefs of the two parties. There was no doubt that, despite the sacredness of the place, the floor would soon have run with blood. One of the missioners came forward and spoke to the excited townsfolk, but to no avail. The hostile ranks glared at each other in silence, except when now and then a half-articulate word was heard, and many a hand played with deadly weapons. On a sudden, the preacher held out 2 skulls, and, as if they were those of the leaders of the two parties, he spoke in their name, deploring the wretched fate they would have to endure in expiating their crimes forever in hell. He denounced in this fashion the outrage on the God of peace. When the preacher saw that the people were moved by his device, he drew forth a crucifix and appealed to the 2 heads of the factions and conjured them to heed the petition of their dying Savior and to forgive one another. On this, the people began to weep. They threw down their arms and even embraced one another. Some cast themselves at the feet of the Father to make their confession, while others burst into the streets to find their former enemies and to make a lasting peace with them. The following day all were admitted to Holy Communion, and before the altar they declared their reconciliation. They were then taken to the Viceroy, in whose presence they countersigned their agreement and received his signature, and he granted an amnesty to all offenders. May we not be certain that the prayers of the aged invalid at Montesión had once more gained for the preacher's words their wondrous power. The fresh sufferings foretold to St. Alonso, and for which he so earnestly asked, soon began to close in upon him. But our blessed Lord and his Holy Mother were ever at hand to console and support their faithful servant. After the reproof which he had received from the brother infirmarian for using the holy name in a paroxysm of pain, our saint had made a rule never to give a sign of anything he might have to suffer, and to bear it all in silence. One day, in the midst of his pains of mind and body, our blessed Lord suddenly appeared to him naked, all covered with bleeding wounds, and showing to the suffering invalid what he had deigned to suffer for him, and gently exhorted him to bear without a word or without a sign of complaint whatever he might have to endure. Alonso earnestly begged, through Our Lady, to have the grace to obey. But he was filled with sadness at the thought, lest, through his own fault, he should be deprived of those sufferings which he so desired, or lest God should have compassion on his cowardice. In the midst of all these sufferings, and as the time for his reward drew near, St. Alonso seemed to live more in heaven than upon earth. Once, as he was reading a book upon humility, he fell asleep without noticing it. And whilst he was in a deep slumber, his heart was wounded with such a vehement love of God that it seemed to him that he was going to die of love. So keen was his compassion for poor, lost souls that he owned that no corporal austerities could equal the anguish that he felt at the sight of their hopeless ruin, and he could only compare his grief to the agony which our Lord suffered in the garden. The tempter profited by this passionate zeal of our saint to bring up again some of his old difficulties. About God's permission of evil. As our saint tells us, because he was no theologian, he knew not what to reply, nor did he make any effort to do so. But just as before, he turned his back upon his enemy and threw himself into the arms of his God. The devil fled in confusion. "It is enough," said our saint, "that God is God, that all that he does is worthy of so good a God, infinite goodness itself." And if the devil still tries to twist what he says into a bad sense, my one answer is, then chapter 1 will only serve my God more and more. Mary, as ever, was to him his surest refuge, and he always found her ready to assist him. One day, when in great mental trouble he was reciting his rosary, and to the words, Mater Dei asterisk, Mother of God, he added with the most earnest cry asterisk memento me asterisk, be mindful of me. Straightway Our Lady came to him, and such was the consolation which he received from her visit that all his sorrow was forgotten. Side by side with his deep love of God, and springing from the same source, the supernatural knowledge of him, a deep and holy fear found its place in the heart of our saint. But it was a fear, as he says, which was peaceful, sweet, calm, and full of love. For he declared, the reason why he feared God was because he knew and loved him as so good a father, and feared him with the fear of a child. "How is it," he exclaimed, "that I have not died of love and fear, since the more I fear thee, the more I am inflamed and wounded with thy love?" It was a great trial to our saint that, on account of his extreme old age and weakness, he was utterly unable to do any manual work, when his superiors even made another lay brother wait upon him. Father Torrens noticed that, with all his submission to any order, the holy brother was in trouble, for he looked as if he were ashamed of himself, and when the father asked him what was the matter, "How could your reverence," said he, "expect me not to be ashamed when one brother sweeps my gallery and another looks after my room, another brings up my food, and I do nothing, unless it be to eat?" Father Torrens told him that he had worked as long as he was able, and that now he must submit to the arrangements of his superiors, as these were the will of God. One evening in winter, when he was recovering from an illness, but was not as yet able to leave his room, the infirmarian chanced to be sent out as companion to a father on a mission of charity. It was to visit a criminal lying in prison under sentence of death. Before leaving the house, the infirmarian reminded his superior to send someone in his place to see to the wants of our saint. However, the brother who was sent did not understand that he had anything else to do but to take up supper to the sick man. The mattress of Alonso's bed had been rolled back, as was the custom, when he had got up, nor did the brother seem to know it was his duty to put it straight. Our saint, on the other hand, had been positively forbidden to make his own bed, and did not consider that he was bound to ask his attendant to do so for him. When the bell rang for the community to retire to rest, Saint Alonso lay down on the bare boards of his bedstead and leant his back and head against the upturned mattress. At midnight, the brother infirmarian returned from the prison and thought of going to see his patient, but he considered that it was better not to disturb him. When, however, he entered his room in the early morning, he found the poor old man curled up on his hard couch and frozen with cold. But there was not a trace of discontent on his face. On the contrary, when the infirmarian showed signs of annoyance at what had happened, he told him cheerfully, "I have spent this night to my heart's content. Glory be to God for it all. I shall soon now be well, thanks to the Lord." One day, as Alonso in his prayer was meditating on how he could give himself as a holocaust to his Lord, and on the pleasure such a sacrifice would afford him, he was suddenly rapt with a swiftness beyond count through the courts of heaven, where, ascending higher and higher, and after passing through a sort of darkness, he came out into a light more brilliant beyond compare than that of the sun, and, as in a former vision, every blessed spirit was made known to him in detail with a wonderful and complete knowledge, as though he had been acquainted with each from childhood. Another time, after a fierce struggle with the enemies of his salvation, he was again transported into heaven higher still than before, and, to quote his own words, he saw, in a way he could never forget, the divine essence or nature to a certain degree, which I cannot explain, as he told Father Torrens, except by a comparison. There was before the divine nature a double veil, which had to be withdrawn in order to behold it, and I saw it only imperfectly, as if but one veil had been raised, while for the blessed both are withdrawn, and they thus see it perfectly. And though I did not see it as they see it, no tongue can tell, no mind conceive what I beheld, and how great the joy at beholding it. In the January of 1614, Saint Alonso received a still more surprising favor. He spent several days in heaven in a rapture, and was placed by our blessed Lord himself between him and his spotless mother. By this mysterious privilege, our saint was fired with yet stronger desires of enduring more and more, so as to gain still greater crowns, and he prized more than ever, as gifts of highest value, every opportunity of suffering which God gave to him. I believe, he said, that contradictions come to us from the hand of God, and are a great treasure for the soul, if only it embraces them for the love of God. For when all goes well, that state is not worth much, because man seeks himself. But when things go against us, man seeks God, provided always he conquers himself under such circumstances for God. Saint Alonso's rule was always to forget himself, so as to give all his mind to pleasing God. In fact, his mind was now united closer than ever with God, so that he had to overcome himself at table and force himself to eat, out of a motive of duty. Still, in spite of himself, his heart went back to God and his blessed mother. "Oh, lady, who has seen thee in heaven?" he exclaimed one day at table. "Soon thou shalt see me," was her reply. Father Andrew Moriggs narrates that about this time the viceroy's wife came one day to call upon Saint Alonso. When the sacristan went to tell him, he found the holy brother at his prayers in the tribune. The church doors were closed at the time, and the saint refused absolutely to go down to see Her Excellency, as it was against the customs of the house to go into the church when closed, just as much as to go outside the house, without permission. So that, let heaven come to earth, as he declared, he would not do it. Father John de Avila, a native of Palma, who had entered the society in 1586, was in the college merely as a guest, but in this year, 1614, was made minister, heard confessions in the church, and even found time to write. He was in good health and was fasting very rigorously during Lent. One morning, the brother who called the community had brought a light into his room as usual, and had gone out again, without noticing anything. But when, later on, a number of the brothers went in succession to the father minister on business, and they saw the light burning in his room and could get no answer, they supposed he was about the house, and had left his lamp alight for his studies. At last the sacristan came to give him notice to say Mass, and he too, having knocked without any reply, and then sought the whole house over for him in vain, at length came back and opened the door, when to his horror he found the father lying in bed speechless and senseless. At once the sacristan informed the rector, and he in turn sent for the medical men. 4 doctors arrived, and after the father had been anointed, all the savage means which the medical art then employed in cases of apoplexy were tried, but in vain. 2 or 3 times the sick man was thought to have passed away. He had been to confession and had said Holy Mass the day before, and his holy life gave promise of a holy death. Still, his religious brethren were anxious that he might receive all the last rites before his departure. For 43 hours Father de Avila lay insensible, and masses and prayers were offered up. Saint Alonso turned with his usual fervor to Our Lady, and he got the assurance, in answer to his supplications, that the father would not die of that attack, though he would not long survive it. The community were around his bed, and Father Gill had been saying the recommendation for a departing soul and reciting various ejaculations, when the rector bade our saint draw near to the sick man and say some prayers for him. The brother accordingly came to the bedside, made the sign of the cross over Father de Avila, and said the Gloria Patri, and a few other prayers. From that moment the sick man, slowly but steadily, began to recover, until he came entirely to himself. It was, however, a full week before he could approach Holy Communion, as the violent remedies employed had brought on a sharp, feverish attack. But he got perfectly well and strong again. On the 31st of August, the same year, 1614, Father Avila sailed for Spain with Father Gill. In the Lent of 1615, a little more than a year after his first attack, he had a second seizure in the College of Barcelona, which carried him off. As Brother Rodriguez grew old, his superiors naturally wished that he should have all the care his infirmities demanded. But nothing pained our saint so much as when any special dish was prepared for him, and he told Brother Escales, again and again in recreation, and in very plain language too, that he would rather feed on the vilest filth than have any extra delicacies. Nor was this any empty speech. St. Alonso had been for many years back ordered to take 2 boiled eggs at supper. A father, it is Father Merriman who tells the story, was serving at first table, and as he saw on the kitchen table a plate with 2 eggs put at one side, he jumped at the conclusion that they had been made ready for Brother Alonso, and had been boiled as on other nights. So, without saying a word to the cook, he took the eggs to the refectory and gave them to the sick brother. However, it happened that they were neither cooked nor fresh. The holy brother caught at once at so good an opportunity of mortification, and he had already eaten one, and was just taking up the other to do the same, when the cook, who had found that the eggs had been taken and uncooked, and was certain that Alonso would eat them in that state, rushed into the refectory to carry them away. One was already finished, but he snatched the other out of the saintly brother's hand. Greater beyond comparison was another act of mortification, and the victory over himself which it involved. Alonso was somewhat more poorly than usual, and a brother, who was serving, wished to give him a special treat, and he certainly managed to do just what the invalid desired. So anxious was the server to secure a couple of eggs of the very freshest, that, to make certain of this, he went himself to the court of the refectory, where the hens were kept, and took 2 eggs out of the nests nearest at hand. Without further ado, he put them into the saucepan, and when he thought that they were sufficiently cooked, he carried them off to the refectory, just as if he were bringing in something very dainty, whereas the event showed that, with the best of intentions, he had taken 2 nest eggs, which had been there for any length of time. The first egg, which the saint broke, proved to be not only bad, but the white was as nauseous as the yolk, and it stank like a dead dog. Brother Alonso swallowed it, however, with great delight, and at once began to attack the other, for fear lest anyone should rob him of this occasion of self-conquest. But his haste was all in vain, for the stench of the first egg filled the refectory, and a father who was next to him took the second almost by force from his trembling hands, to the great grief of Brother Alonso. 1614. For 50 years, the 2 sisters of St. Alonso had been leading a hidden life of prayer and penance, alone and sequestered from the world, in their humble home in Segovia. Every morning at 3 o'clock they arose, and, until the hour when the doors of the church attached to the Jesuit college were opened, gave themselves to mental prayer. Then they remained in church, hearing one mass after another till all were said, and only returned home at 11 o'clock to take a slight meal of meat. After dinner, they worked at mending the linen of the college and of the sacristy of the Jesuits as long as the light allowed them. In the evening they recited the rosary, slowly and alternately. Then they supped off a crust of bread, a few raisins or some other fruit. 3 days in the week they kept a most rigorous fast. It required the orders of their directors to restrain their love of penance, which they endeavored to satisfy by almost constant hair shirts, disciplines, and other austerities. They continued to recite the rosary and other prayers till 10 or 11, when they retired to rest. And when with old age their sight began to fail, the time they had given to work was entirely dedicated to prayer. Thus, their whole day was devoted to direct communion with God. St. Alonso and his holy sisters used to correspond, and a letter exists from the 2 sisters to their brother, as well as 2 joint letters from Alonso to his sisters, 2 from him to Antonia, 1 to Juliana, and 1 to some persecuted servants of God, very probably addressed by him to both of them. They are, as might be expected, on purely spiritual matters. The sisters spent the entire Sundays and holidays in the church of the college. They never went, in fact, to any other church except when, on Maundy Thursday, they had to communicate in their parish church, and on some rare occasions when they visited a neighboring church, when the Blessed Sacrament was exposed, or there was some pious festival. At the beginning of their retirement, they went to communion twice a week. Later on they approached 3 or 4 times, and still later they communicated each day, going to confession every 3rd day. This frequency, so very unusual in those days, excited some opposition. But their lives were so exceptional that their directors felt that they deserved exceptional privileges. In a letter which they wrote to their brother, the two sisters say, "Since the arrival of Father Santander, the great persecution we have been suffering on account of our frequent communions has greatly abated. Some people, who could not fancy our way of life, went to our confessor to get him to prevent our going so often to communion, and they said such unkind things about us, that if our Lord had not protected us with his almighty hand, we should have got into great trouble. Still we did not complain, and as we tried to conform ourselves to God's will, he moved the heart of our confessor to continue his permission for Holy Communion. We are resolved to do nothing but what we are told, as we are sure that the order comes from God, and thus we obey with great joy, because we know perfectly well that we ought to do God's will in all things. There are some people who complain a great deal about our not wishing to keep up an acquaintance with them. We do not care to speak to anyone but our confessor, for we know that God does not require anything further from us. But the more these people annoy us, the more we love them, and the more we try to commend them to God in our prayers. We have had to suffer a great deal from some of our confessors, and the one we have at present, Father Gaspar de Pedrosa, is a man of high perfection, but he has mortified us pretty fairly. True, when one only looks at the will of God, the bitterest things become sweet. A letter of our saint, which seems to be an answer to this, is extant, in which he congratulates these holy souls on the persecutions and trials they had undergone. To their other crosses there were added interior troubles. The first 2 years of their retirement, God gave them such sensible fervor that the whole day, even when at work, their minds were occupied with continued meditation on the life and passion of our Lord, only interrupted by spiritual reading. But the 2 following years they were tried by great dryness, till God again let his light shine out on their souls, so that, as Antonia told her director, from that time forward they were led along a road of glory and filled with a continual and burning charity and union with God. The most affectionate love united together these 2 sisters. They shared the same bed, though one or other of them was often ill. They followed exactly the same practices of piety and penance, and the same frequency of confession and communion. Juliana was for a period tormented with scruples, and she wrote about her troubles to her saintly brother. He in reply gave her such wise direction, and so much to the point, that a learned and experienced theologian could not have done better. Antonia, the younger of the 2, during the latter years of her life, suffered from bad health, from continuous pains and weariness of body, all which she bore with extraordinary patience, carrying out the advice which St. Alonso gave them. She would seem to have been more favored both by nature and grace than her elder sister. She was gentler and more intelligent than Juliana, and was therefore more amiable and so of greater benefit to the persons whom she met. She made more rapid progress than her sister in perfection, and was apparently more favored by God with external graces. Among these privileges was the revelation of the salvation of certain souls. When her prayers were asked for anyone who had died, she used to go to communion for that intention, and while her divine guest was within her heart, she implored him with all earnestness to free the soul of the departed from the prison house of purgatory. God would then transport her in spirit into heaven and show her the soul in glory. She told her confessor that this had happened to her on 10 different occasions with reference to 10 different people. Another time, hearing of the death of Father Bartholomew del Hierro, a Jesuit of great sanctity and a native of Segovia, Antonia at once began to pray for his soul. It was evening, and she was in her little oratory, when suddenly she was surrounded with a bright light which seemed to stream from the coffin of Father del Hierro, and she beheld his soul in glory. What made her believe that he had gone straight to heaven was that the vision had followed so quickly on the news of his death. She was favored with the sight of many other fathers of the society in glory. On another occasion, as she was hearing the first Mass in the college church, and was saying her rosary in honor of the Blessed Sacrament, she saw a marvelous brightness and brilliance before the tabernacle. Another time, she saw a great glory coming from Majorca, a sign of the height of the sanctity of her holy brother. Another day, when praying in her room at 2 o'clock in the morning, a radiance as of daybreak broke upon her, with a light in its midst like the sun. What its meaning was she did not gather, but it left her full of heavenly consolation. Thus passed away her life in penance and prayer, and with heaven half opened before her, very like in many things to her saintly brother. Until in 1614, on July 7th, after some days of acute fever, which her weak state prevented her from surmounting, she went to her reward. It was late in the day when she expired, and it was arranged that she should be buried next morning. Juliana was asked where she would like to spend the night, as naturally it was thought that she would not wish to stay with the corpse in so small a house. But she answered that she desired to remain with her sister, nor had she any fear to do so. However, she could not refuse to accept the offer of some who were anxious to stay by the bedside. Next morning, Juliana went as usual to hear the early Mass, in which she received Holy Communion, and she got back to her little home long before they came to bear away the body. The funeral services were conducted like those of a person of high position. The chief gentlemen of the city claimed the honor of carrying the bier on their shoulders to the Jesuit church, and the ladies of Segovia crowded its nave and aisles to assist at the ceremony. The body of Antonia was exposed in her semi-religious costume, and such was the devotion of the people that the bearers had to struggle to prevent her habit being cut up for relics. They laid her remains in a closed coffin in the chapel of Our Blessed Lady, which was then the next to the high altar on the epistle side. Juliana had begged her dying sister to obtain for her the happiness of speedily following her. And confident that she would be heard, she told her confessor that her time was short, and that she was anxious to spend it in penitential exercises. She asked to be allowed to pass the rest of her days fasting on bread and water. Her director wisely told her that he must take some time to consider such a request and to pray for light about it. He then permitted her to fast for one day, but no longer, and meanwhile she was to report how her health stood the trial. He had, in fact, made up his mind not to allow her to continue the fast, and such was his final answer when she asked for extension of leave. But she would not consent to accept the offer of anyone to keep her company in her solitary home, as she wished no one to be the witness of her life of prayer and penance. The memory of her holy sister and the nearness of the reward only added a stimulus to her piety. Scarcely a month and a half after her sister's death, one day in August, Juliana had been to confession and Holy Communion in the morning. Late on the same evening, a woman whom she had asked to come to work for her called her by name at her door, as is the Spanish fashion when there is no bell, but she got no answer. The neighbors feared that there was something wrong. A ladder was brought, and they got in through a window. Juliana was found lifeless at the foot of the stairs, from which she had fallen, stricken by death on her way up or down. Her funeral was conducted with as much pomp and before as great a crowd as that of her sister, and she was laid side by side with her in Our Lady's chapel. Saint Alonso, more than a year and a half before, in answer to his prayer, had received the promise that neither of his sisters should have to pass through purgatory. On their death, he begged earnestly to be allowed to see the degree of glory which they had gained. And heaven was opened to him, and he beheld them kneeling before the Lamb, clad in garments of gold, and their faces beaming with joy. He was told that their splendid robes were a sign of the fervor of their love of God, and of the close tie of charity that had joined them together on earth. They were on their knees to signify their perpetual fidelity and prayer, and their joy sprang from their expectation of his soon being joined to them in their reward. 1615, 1617. On the 31st of August, in the year 1614, Father Gil, who had been chosen to represent the province of Aragon at the meeting of the procurator at Rome, left Majorca, naming Father Paul Fons as superior for the time in his place. It was not till the following year that a new rector, Father Julian, was appointed. His coming was expected every day, but a contrary wind made someone say, in Saint Alonso's hearing, that it was impossible for him to enter the port till the wind changed. Our saint at once replied that Father Julian would soon be there, and though the other insisted on his first statement, Alonso repeated his prediction 2 or 3 times over. Father Julian, in fact, landed the very next day, March 15th. He was naturally very anxious to see Alonso and to talk with him. Though the holy brother was suffering and confined to his room and very feverish, yet the rector conversed with him for an hour or more on spiritual things. I asked him, Father Julian tells us, if his head ached, and as he told me it did, "Then do not talk, brother," I rejoined. He would not say a word the whole of that night, though the infirmarian several times inquired how he was. He continued to refuse to speak the following day, although the infirmarian assured him that he was allowed to give an answer, especially as it was about necessary matters. But Brother Rodriguez considered that he could not do so against the rector's express orders. I was therefore sent for, and he thus addressed me. "With your permission, Reverend Father, I will answer the infirmarian and the doctor when they inquire from me how I am." I asked him why he made any difficulty about answering. "Because, Father," he said, "you told me yesterday not to talk any more." Father Julian had to learn, like his predecessors, to weigh his words well when dealing with one who obeyed so literally. Even during these years of illness, our saint had not given up his practice of penance, as has been said, for he scourged himself. He was forced to avow 3 times a week. But his thirst for suffering was soon to be satisfied. Father Torrens assures us that, for the love of souls and of God's glory, Alonso would gladly have given his life and his blood in martyrdom to save the souls of men. His constant prayer was ever, as of old, "Jesus and Mary, sweetest objects of my love, may I suffer and die for the love of you." Once, so our saint told his confessor in June 1615, he heard a voice in the air tell him that he would fall into sin. Naturally, although he knew not from what spirit these words proceeded, they filled him with terror, and, as in all his needs, without answering a word, he turned to Our Lady to tell her what had happened. She reassured him, declaring to him, "Where chapter 1 a.m., you have nothing to fear." On the 13th of August, died Brother Mark Antony Puigdorfilla, just at the close of his first year of philosophy. He had only returned from Spain 11 months previously. His virtue was of so high an order that, though tormented with scruples in his last illness, as he had been through the whole of his short religious life, he did not dare to beg of God to free him from that mental torture. But after holy viaticum and extreme unction, he consulted his confessor whether he could, without indulging his self-love, ask of Saint Alonso to obtain for him deliverance from his mental troubles. His confessor told him that he might ask, provided he did so with entire submission to God's will. Accordingly, he asked this favor of our saint. He prayed for him, and Brother Puigdorfilla was suddenly and completely freed from scruples, while a deep peace came down on his soul, with such joy that a continual smile played upon his lips. An ague fit seized him, and he lost his senses so entirely that those about his bed thought he was actually dying. But half an hour after, he came to himself, and opening his eyes, he gazed round upon them with such a look of gladness that he seemed as if he were already in heaven. He spoke to each one of them, thanking them all for their great charity to him during his sickness, and with great jubilee congratulated himself upon his privilege of dying in religion, and of being now so near heaven. A second attack shortly after came on, which lasted much longer than the previous seizure. When he came to himself, his joy was still more noticeable. And we all thought, says Merriman, there was some special reason for this. For, both from his own words, which were so full of tender devotion, and from those of Brother Alonso, who was at his side, and was exhorting him to gratitude towards Our Lady, we had reason to believe that she had deigned to visit him. The young religious died in this transport of peaceful joy. Shortly after his death, Alonso was recommending his soul in prayer to God, when he saw in a vision Brother Mark Antony throned in the heights of heaven, and for a whole hour he was privileged to enjoy this marvelous spectacle. The happy brother, in the midst of his glory, kept his eyes fixed on Alonso, and his looks expressed his deep thanks for all the aid which he owed to the lay brother's prayers, both during his former life and at his death. He disclosed to Saint Alonso in some degree the immense happiness that he was enjoying, and incited him to desire a share in it, telling him that very soon they would see each other in their true home. More than once during that same day, he saw Brother Puigdorfilla in the same joy, and with the same radiant smile. While Brother Mark Antony was on his deathbed, Father Jerome Lagaria, his professor of philosophy, was obliged to leave for Solar, and when he went to see his sick pupil, to bid him goodbye, the dying youth made him promise to say a mass for him. A few days after, the father went to offer the holy sacrifice for him in the little chapel of the Trinidad, of the Blessed Trinity. And just as he was going to put on his vestments, about 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, a sudden impression came across him, just as if someone had told him that the brother did not need the Mass. So strong was this impression that he could not refuse it credence. And when he returned to the college, he found that on the very day, and almost at the very hour when he had received this warning, Brother Puigdorfila had passed away to his reward. It may be remarked that this happy death occurred on the 13th of August, the same day of the month, though just 6 years before that, on which St. John Birchmans went to heaven to share with St. Stanislaus in the feast of Our Lady's glorious Assumption. In spite of his old age and infirmities, our saint did not cease to exercise his zeal for souls. There was a youth named Diego Sara, a native of Majorca, some 16 years old. He had been a penitent of Father Aller during his brief apostolate in that island, and he had come to Palma to follow the course of studies at the College of Montesión. He had been remarkable for his holiness from a child. In a letter which he wrote from Mexico on February 26, 1621, during the lifetime of Brother Alonso Rodriguez, he says, I continually importuned him whenever I came across him, and even when I did not, by sending messages to him to commend me to God. What moved me to do so was the great desire I had to make certain that I was doing the will of God. One day I sent a message to that effect by the porter, and the saint replied in these words, Tell that student not to trouble himself about it, that I charge myself with it, and that I shall not forget it. Tell him, too, that if he wishes to do the will of God, he must become a religious. Some time afterwards, I went to see him in his room, for he was then very ill, and he told me that God called me to the society, and that I ought very soon to obtain leave to enter. And so, in 1615, it happened. Another time when I went to visit him, I begged him to pray for me, both in this life and in the next, when he would be enjoying the presence of God. He answered 3 times in succession that he would do so. I am continually conscious that he is interceding for me now, and that he has kept his word. After the death of Father Sora, there was found, among his notes for his manifestation of conscience, a passage wherein he had written down some of the advice which our saint gave to him before he became a religious. Another time, I went to see him in company with one who, like myself, was going to enter the society, and Brother Alonso said to us, Be most devout to Our Lady, and especially to her Immaculate Conception. You must recite in its honor the Hail Mary and the Salve Regina 12 times every day, begging her to intercede with her most holy Son, that as she was pure and clean from original and actual sin, and from every fault, she may keep each of you from sin, and may make you pure and spotless as 2 angels here on earth, that thus hereafter you may see and enjoy her and her blessed Son up there in heaven. In all your trials fly at once to Our Lady like a little child, which cries as it turns to its mother, Mother, Mother! And he uttered these last words with such deep feeling, while he crossed his arms on his breast, as to move me deeply. Father Sora proved himself worthy of his holy teacher. Francis Collin, who knew the young man personally, and was for some time his professor of rhetoric, says that he was one of the purest souls that God possessed at that time in the society, for he had bound himself by vow to keep all its rules, and to do whatever he considered to be most perfect in each of them. This vow he wrote out with some blood, which he had drawn from his breast. To help himself to its fulfillment, he made a very complete list of all the most perfect virtues and actions to be found in his rules, and all these he bound himself to practice in the way he had written, with the help of God's grace, and under the guidance of obedience. This vow never once caused him any scruple of grievous sin during the rest of his life. Nor, in fact, had he reason to fear that he fell into serious sin, for from infancy he had always been given to piety and even to penance. And when he was still a scholar in the world, his extreme modesty and recollection showed that even then he lived ever in God's presence. In after life, he carried this practice to a very high perfection. His ardent desire for martyrdom made him petition to be sent to the Philippine Islands. He obtained his request, but instead of a martyr's crown, he had severe contests with grievous temptations against the holy virtue and many attacks of illness, the last of which was of very long duration and was caused by his missionary labors among the natives. He died at Manila on the 9th of July, 1632. Just before his death, he showed how well he had learnt his lesson from our saint. A father asked him what gave him most consolation in that tremendous hour. Father Diego thought for a moment, and then answered, Praesidium Beatissimi Virginis asterisk, the protection of the most blessed Virgin. The practice which Saint Alonso so strongly enforced on Father Sora was, as has been seen, one of his own daily tributes of devotion to his heavenly queen. He constantly recommended it to others, both by word of mouth and by letter. And he used to say with great earnestness that it was incredible what pleasure it gave to Jesus Christ that people should believe the truth of the sinlessness of Mary, which was not then a defined article of faith. Our saint often said that she rejoiced greatly to see men very devout to her Immaculate Conception, and that no one could imagine how much good this devotion would produce in the soul, what merit it procured from our blessed Lord, and what sure protection it won from the most pure Queen of Angels. Nothing gave such happiness to Saint Alonso, nor was any sound sweeter to his ears than to hear this prerogative of Mary preached from the pulpit or read from a book, and he loved to read about it himself. The office of the Conception was, for at least 40 years, the daily tribute of homage to Our Lady from her faithful servant Alonso. Our Lady so highly approved of this, among his other devotions in her honor, that she ordered him to write it out and give it to others, and induce them, by their example, to make use of the little office. Our saint in his humility would gladly have escaped from the obligation laid upon him, and as usual, he doubted whether he might not be under some delusion as to the command. But Our Lady repeated her wish so clearly that all doubt was laid aside, and Brother Rodriguez at once commenced to induce the scholastics and lay brothers of the college, and the students who frequented the schools, to recite the little office every day. In his anxiety to carry out the wishes of his Immaculate Mother, and according to her instructions, he began to write out copies with his own hand. It was, no doubt, owing to this, that Brother Roca got the idea that Saint Alonso was the author of this well-known office, as he deposed at the apostolic process at Majorca. This deposition appears to have given rise to the claim made for our saint by Southwell, Allegambe, and even by the Fathers de Backer in their bibliographical dictionary of the Society of Jesus. But, apart from the fact that our holy brother had not the education necessary for such a task, Father Andrew Kosterer says positively that this office was taken from an old copy printed out of Spain, while Father Colin confirms the fact that it existed before our saint's time. This, however, is certain, that it was owing to Saint Alonso, and to the revelation which was made to him, that the office spread so quickly through the whole Catholic world. After being slightly altered by the omission of some verses in 4 of the hymns, which refer to a legend now regarded by some as apocryphal, the office was, in 1615, approved by Paul chapter 5, and an indulgence was granted to the antiphon and prayer which are found at its conclusion. Some other verbal changes were again made in 1679, but the text in the well-known asterisk libellus is, in all respects, the same as that employed by our saint. The circular letter of Father Julian, written immediately after the death of Alonso, mentioned the approval Our Lady had given to the little office, and no doubt contributed to propagate its use. For, in a very short time it was reprinted in various languages and in many parts of Europe. The devotion to the Immaculate Conception had for long years been very popular in Majorca. Raymond Lully, whose colossal, if erratic, genius is one of the glories of the island, and who is venerated by his countrymen as a saint, and as a martyr, had, amidst the vast number of books which he has left behind, written a work proving the dogma by necessary reasons. This had been printed at the close of the 15th century. At the period of which we are writing, Our Lady was venerated, under the title of the Immaculate Conception, as the principal patroness of Majorca. But at that time, not only did the doctrine of Mary's singular and glorious prerogative form no part of the Church's defined dogmas, but a large and very important school of theology, and one deeply devoted to the honor of the Mother of God, was opposed, on theological grounds, to its acceptance as a portion of Catholic truth. As in many other disputed points, this opposition arose rather from a confusion of terms than from any positive disagreement in principle. And the definition of the Immaculate Conception has proved that the truth, fully understood, was in harmony with all the teachings of the great doctor of the schools, the saintly master of scholastic theology. In fact, it had always been permissible, in his illustrious order, publicly to maintain this doctrine. The last mutterings of a storm of violent controversy on the mystery of grace were still in the air. And though Paul chapter 5, 9 years earlier, had mitigated the strife between the contending parties, both the Franciscan and Jesuit theological faculties at Palma, of St. Francis Convent and of Montesión respectively, had in the November of this year, 1615, defended the usual theses on the burning question: how to reconcile man's liberty with the divine prescience and the economy of grace. Naturally, the Dominican fathers wished in turn to uphold in public tourney their own views. But when one morning their theses were found posted up on the walls, they were seen to contain one directly opposed to the favorite belief of Majorca. The whole town was in an uproar. The city authorities in council assembled, determined to remove the cause of offense and also to appease the popular excitement by splendid festivities in honor of the Immaculate Conception. They sent a deputation to the viceroy, Don Charles Coloma, as well as to the rector of Montesión, to ask their aid in organizing the fiesta asterisk. The viceroy, at his own inspiration, sent for the prior and the master in theology of St. Dominic's and begged that the noxious thesis should be struck out. He even threatened to put in force an ancient royal decree by which opponents of the doctrine of Mary's spotless conception could be expelled from Majorca. Naturally, the two fathers at first declined firmly to yield to threats. Next day, however, the mob defaced the offending placards by painting them over with crosses like those used in the autos de fe asterisk, a rough but clear manner of asserting that the thesis was tainted with heresy. In face of the popular feeling, an official order was made out for the expulsion of the fathers, unless they withdrew the offending proposition. The thesis was accordingly cancelled. The Ayuntamiento asterisk of City Council thought it better, after the gracious concession of the removal of the thesis, not to celebrate the fiesta asterisk, and would not carry out their project of holding it in the public square in front of the town hall. But Don Charles insisted on its being celebrated, and gave up the large and irregular patio of the old royal castle, the residence of the viceroys, for the purpose. The festivities commenced on the eve of the feast with a procession of the ecclesiastical and civil authorities, and the usual accompaniment of fireworks, music, and sacred and allegorical masks and mystery plays. The 8th of December was, of course, the great day, but so splendid were the decorations of the Castle Royal that it was resolved to continue the religious services there on the following day, and Father Julian preached at the High Mass, which was sung at an altar reared in the courtyard. In fact, the celebrations went on until the octave day, when the Church of the Society was the scene of a magnificent religious ceremony, at which all the religious orders, without exception, were represented, and which closed with fireworks and jousts in the little square before the church door. The joy of our saint at this explosion of popular devotion was as great as had been his sorrow at what had been the occasion of it. He happened to be at recreation after dinner with the community of the college, when first he heard of the offending thesis, and all who were present were astonished at the excitement into which it threw him. Quiet and silent as he habitually was, and though so old and infirm, he got up from his seat, raised up his arms, and lifting up his eyes, he said in a loud voice, "You cannot trifle with the Mother of God, who, although she is so gentle, nay, sweetness and gentleness itself, has a son who is very jealous of his mother's honor, and angels without number who would take the part of their lady and defend her purity and high name." So he continued in the same strain, and then added, "One of the causes, among others, why God has sent the Society into this world was chiefly this, to teach and to defend this truth in Holy Church." And as he was talking with such enthusiasm and earnestness, a father who was present said to him, "Brother Rodriguez, how do you know that God sent the Society to defend the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception of Our Lady?" His answer was, "I am certain of it." And again lifting his eyes and hands to heaven he added, "From there, from on high, they have told me, and if Father Rector will give me leave, I will go and preach this in the streets of Palma." Some months later, Saint Alonso fell dangerously ill, and lest he should die without telling more clearly what he knew about this matter, the rector, Father Michael Julian, who was himself confined to his room, sent Brother Francis Colin, as one who was so intimate with Brother Alonso, to ask him, in the name of his superior, how he knew what he had asserted a few months back in recreation. Alonso replied, "Brother Carissimo, I remember well all that passed on that occasion, and it is quite true that I said what you state. Still, chapter 1 had no vision, nor actual external revelation of any kind, but I only know that there came to me that great impulse which I know for certain was from heaven, and that what I said was a truth from on high. And chapter 1 still hold for certain that it is as I then said." So write Fathers Merriman and Colin, who were both present when our saint made this declaration, with many other fathers who were theologians of no small weight. Alonso was not a man to speak lightly, especially on so grave a matter. Nor did anyone doubt his word, though, to confirm it still more certainly, Father Julian had asked for some further explanations. And about to appear before his great judge, our saint not only insisted on the truth of what he had said, but explained, as we have seen, the manner of the supernatural influence which, acting on his will, had forced him to speak words of so much moment. Certain it is that the founder of the Society of Jesus bound himself by vow to defend the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, as St. Francis Xavier, St. Francis Borgia, and St. John Birchmans did after him. Father Lainez attributed to his invocation of Our Lady under the glorious title of Immaculate, not only the cure of many sick, but the power, in spite of an attack of quartan ague, to speak at the Council of Trent, and that, with such force, as to obtain from the Fathers assembled an important concession in favor of the doctrine. The last clause of the decrees of the 5th session on original sin, which refuses to include Mary under the law common to all, owes its existence to the learned arguments of Lainez. The same doctrine was defended in the very first public theses of the Roman College. Its defense was imposed by oath upon all graduates of St. Francis Borgia's University of Gandia. It was undertaken by Suarez in his theology, and finally, in 1594, ordered by the 5th General Congregation of the Society to be taught by all its theologians. The declaration of St. Alonso was made known by Father Julian in his letter already referred to, and this, our saint's affirmation, may have even contributed to remove any lingering hesitation as to the truth of the dogma itself. To his devotion to Mary's great privilege, St. Alonso attributed many blessings, both corporal and spiritual, vouchsafed to him and to others. The very next year, 1616, to that of the events just recorded, Father Forteza, with a scholastic, Humphrey Ripoll and Brother Bartholomew Roca, had been caught in a terrible storm on the 8th of December and owed their safety to the prayers of our saint. The whole cargo had been thrown into the sea, and 3 several times the ship had been given up as lost. They landed safely on the 9th. Ripoll had known our saint when a boy at the college, and had entered the society in 1607. He was far gone in consumption, and his frequent vomiting of blood incapacitated him from those labors to which his zeal attracted him. St. Alonso suggested to him to bind himself by vow to fast on bread and water on the eve of the anniversary of his deliverance from shipwreck, promising him, in return, such health as would enable him to devote himself to work. His superiors approved, and the promise of the saint was thoroughly verified. He went to tell of his improved health to Brother Alonso, who was then confined to his bed, and our saint assured him that he would be able to make himself very useful to the society and to devote himself to work. Father Ripoll attested in 1618 before the official examiners at Majorca. From that time, I have been able to do whatever obedience has enjoined me. I give missions, constantly preach without any fatigue, I remain hours in the confessional, and even preach the Lent in the city and elsewhere. The time had now come for the fulfillment of the forewarning given to St. Alonso. Hell was preparing to make its final assault upon him. Strong in his confidence in God, he dared the enemy to do his worst. The demons appeared to him under the most gruesome and appalling shapes, and inflicted on him the most terrible torments, whether in the flesh or out of the flesh, God knows. They crushed him down as if they had laid a mountain on his head. They paralyzed his limbs in a way that filled every part of his body with direst agony, or they beat him with iron instruments, till from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head there was no soundness in him. Saint Alonso called upon God for help, and Jesus and Mary appeared suddenly to him before the demons could rob him of his life, and drove away, by their presence, the evil spirits. More than that, they flooded the sufferer with consolation, and so completely healed his wounds that no sign nor mark of them was left. But the aged athlete had but a short reprieve. His love to Our Lady seems to have been one great cause of the demons' fury against him. The climax of their rage was reached one night, when his infernal persecutors appeared in the cell of Saint Alonso, bearing instruments of torture, such as we read of in the martyrologies of the early saints, or in the history of the missions of Japan and of Canada. There were combs and flesh hooks and scorpions of iron and red-hot plates. The demons surrounded their victim. They fell upon him and dragged him to his bed, and there they stretched out his frame, bent with age. They whipped him, flayed him with their hooks and iron combs, seared him with hot irons, and at last began to roast him at a fire preternaturally scorching. He was cast into a cauldron of boiling water, and was only taken out to be slashed with red-hot razors, flayed like St. Bartholomew, and hot coals cast on his uncovered bones, until, as he owns, if the torture had lasted any longer, both his courage and power to resist would have failed him. God, he says, let him feel his nothing. He implored heaven with tears to pity him, and in an instant the pains and the torments disappeared forever. Our Lord appeared to the saint, entirely healed his wounds, and endeavored to console his heroic servant. But Alonso was ashamed of his want of fortitude, and of having sought relief in prayer, after having dared the demons to do their worst. To the students of mystic theology, to the readers of the lives of the saints, similar facts are familiar. Among them the lives of Saints Hildegard, Guthlac, Colette, and above all of Saint Antony, the abbot, present precisely parallel visitations. Nor need we go further than the story of Job, as an instance of how God delivers over his servants, for their greater merit, and within a measure strictly laid down, to the hatred and inflictions of the enemy of the human race. For the last 2 years of his life, so Michael Genser, the college barber, deposed, Saint Alonso would neither allow him nor anyone skilled in his art to cut his hair or to shave him, but he always chose a young man who was quite a new hand at his trade, and who used to hack and cut him through lack of skill. Our saint, absorbed in God, took no heed of his painful blundering, and the brutal lad, thinking that he was asleep, used to say, "I will wake him up," and then began to deliberately lacerate him with razor or scissors. The ruffian chose his worst razor for the poor old man, and when his fellow workmen reproached him with his barbarity, he answered that the brother was clearly made of stone, for he gave no sign of pain or of annoyance. In fact, Brother Rodriguez never said anything or showed a sign of impatience. When the barber had done his worst, the holy brother got up, smiling and grateful, though his face and neck were all gashed, and with a profound bow to his tormentor, went away without a word. God at length made the criminal feel his anger. In a quarrel, he was severely wounded in his right arm and nearly lost the use of it. He was forced to flee to Italy, where he led a wild life. Finally, he enlisted as a soldier and died from the stab of a poniard. God, however, gave him the grace of receiving the sacraments before expiring. May not this be attributed to the prayers of our saint for his persecutor? Father Gil, after leaving Majorca, was twice sent to Rome as procurator of the province of Aragon, one of its 2 representatives at the triennial meetings of the delegates of the society. He wrote a humble and beautiful letter to his old friend and former subject, Saint Alonso, to beg the help of his prayers, and to ask for some suggestion as a spiritual antidote to prevent his soul from growing tepid, or relaxing, in any way, its efforts after sanctification, on account of the constant journeys he had been making and would have to make by order of obedience. Francis Collin left Majorca for Spain in the October of 1616, probably to finish his theological studies on the mainland. One Saturday evening, he went to bid goodbye to his old friend, who was then confined to his room by illness. I found him sitting, he tells us, on the boards which supported his mattress, but so absorbed in God that I was able to kneel down and kiss his feet without his remarking what I was going to do, and before he was able to prevent it. but he was very much annoyed at what I had done. I asked him to give me some parting advice as a remembrance of the time we had spent together. And he said that when I wanted to get anything from God, I should beg it of Our Lady with confidence. Be very devout to her, and be sure all will go well with you. Brother Antony Mora, then infirmarian, used, at St. Alonso's request, to read to him every day for half an hour. And our saint asked specially each time for a particular chapter from the Religious Perfection of Father Luke Pinelli, Society of Jesus, which teaches patience to those in trouble. Another consolation to our invalid in this last 12-month of his life was a little print or picture of Our Lady by his bedside, to which he often spoke, and from which he drew courage to bear his pains. During the 6 months which preceded his death, whenever he turned to the likeness of our Blessed Lady, straightway he was transported, in spirit, into her presence in heaven, and all his pains of body were swallowed up in the intense joy of this foretaste of heaven. A very painful trial which our saint had to endure was an almost total loss of memory, so that he could scarcely remember the Our Father, or Hail Mary, or even lift his heart at all to God. He recognized in this the action of the devil, and heaven delivered him from this bitter privation. Perhaps we may trace this failing of memory even in his manifestations, which Father Torrens was obliged to take down in writing, as our saint was unable to use his pen. The first of these was on All Saints, 1616, and there he speaks of the tortures which we have related above as having happened about a month before, though he had already described them in his manifestations of the previous June. Among other circumstances there narrated, he records that so strong a temptation of despair attacked him that he thought he was about to be overcome. But God came to his aid, and by the words, "What are you doing?" "That man is mine," drove away the tempter and his temptation. The second, repeated by Saint Alonso on November 16th, with more ample details, was the promise of his posthumous glory. It happened a little before the All Saints of 1616, just a 12-month before his decease, and was the last signal favor conferred upon our saint. He was in his cell, his thoughts fixed on the joy to which he was looking forward through the mercy of his Lord and love, when his soul was ravished into heaven and was welcomed by its glorious indwellers. They received him in their midst, and took him through its streets and squares, of pure gold, as it were transparent glass. They told him he would soon be one of them, and encouraged him to bear the trials of the last short stage of his journey. In order to animate him to face the pangs of sickness, and the onslaught of his infernal enemies, our Lord showed him the whole island of Majorca, with its capital, its various towns, and the whole territory, as in a map. "Behold," he said, "this land. After thy death, thou shalt work there great and very many miracles." These words filled him with the deepest confusion, that, to one who was in his own eyes so vile and revolting, and the greatest sinner in the world, such things should be promised. But he took refuge in the thought of his nothing, without any shadow of presumption, or even of pleasure at the foresight. Before narrating the closing scenes in our saint's life, some idea should be given of how far spread was the veneration which he had gained while he was still on earth. It has been seen how the members of the community at Montesión prized, as relics, whatever he had used. They would get him, for example, to write his name under the pretense of putting it up, as is the custom, in the porteria. There is still, in the sacristy of St. Charles's Seminary, at Saragossa, formerly a college of the Society, an engraving of the Immaculate Conception, before which our saint used to pray. As an inscription upon it records, it was given by Brother Antony Mora to a father of his time, and passed through many hands, until it found its place where it now hangs. The portrait of the saint was taken several times during his lifetime, though without his knowledge. Brother Humphrey Serra tells us an amusing story with regard to one of these portraits. On one occasion, when a procession had to pass by, a portrait of our saint was hung out in the public street. The brother happened to go that way and saw his likeness. "God help me," he exclaimed, "how ugly they have made our Holy Father," evidently never dreaming that it was a picture of himself and believing it to be one of Saint Ignatius. Father Julian, then rector, in 1616 sent a portrait and letter of Alonso to the Duchess of Gandia, a letter and rosary of the saintly brother to her son, Cardinal Gaspar de Borja y Velasco, Bishop of Albano and Spanish ambassador at Rome, the grandson of Saint Francis Borgia. Both presents were most gratefully received and greatly prized by their noble recipients. The Duchess sent the picture to the Jesuit novitiate in Madrid, where it was seen by Father de Portocarrero, then provost of the professed house of the Society in Toledo, who wrote to Father Julian to beg him to obtain the saint's prayers for a very urgent spiritual need. Both the Duchess and her son recommended themselves most specially to Alonso's prayers. Doña Jane asked that the rector would bid him, under obedience, to pray for the recovery of Don Luis, the second son of her stepmother, the Duchess of Frias, who was a deaf-mute, and for the eldest boy, the only other son, the heir to the great house of Cordova, who was very delicate. The Duchess of Feria prized highly a pair of beads and a letter of the saint, sent to her by Father Julian. The esteem in which Saint Alonso was held by the various viceroys of Majorca, all men of high position, has already been told. Of these, Don Charles de Coloma was, perhaps, the one who was on the most intimate terms with our saint. Don Charles de Coloma filled a not unimportant place in the Spanish annals, and is not unknown in English history. Born in 1573, in Alicante, of which his father, the Count of Elda, was governor, he took service as a common soldier, like so many men of wealth and of the noblest birth, in the Spanish armies in the Netherlands. He was then but a boy of 15, and after being wounded, fought his way up to a captaincy at 18 under Alexander Farnese, and to a colonelcy 5 years later. In 1600, he was named Captain General of the Marches of Perpignan, on the occasion of an attempted invasion of the French. He was, from 1611 to 1617, Viceroy of Majorca. Don Charles was then appointed Captain General of Cambrai, at that time a portion of Spanish Flanders. While filling that important post, he was sent as ambassador to King James Chapter 1 of England, on the subject of the Spanish match, when he was feted and made an honorary Master of Arts at Cambridge. Many years later, while still in Flanders, he dispatched Rubens to King Charles Chapter 1 as a secret envoy to pave the way for a fresh embassage, and came over himself to London as ambassador in 1630. There he remained for over a year while the negotiations were dragging on, which ended in the Treaty of Madrid. To him, in the March of 1631, the Catholic laity addressed themselves on a question of the authority of the bishop, who then exercised jurisdiction in England. In 1635, we find him holding the important posts of Castellan of the citadel of Milan and governor of Alessandria. The following year, Philip Chapter 4 made his faithful and brave servant a counselor of state, and he died the year after, 1637, so poor, after all his honors, that there was no money to pay for his funeral. He was as skillful a writer as he was soldier and statesman, and his work on the war in the Low Countries is a Spanish classic. He shows himself in it as modest as he was brave. He also translated Tacitus into Spanish. Some years after, Don Charles wrote a letter from Cambrai, in answer to a request of Father Merriman, which gives interesting details about our saint. In reply to your reverence's favor, and in obedience to what you bid me in the name of Father Rector of Majorca, I can state that from the day on which I arrived in that island, the 2nd of September, 1611, I conceived a very decided opinion as to the holiness of Brother Alonso Rodriguez, not only from what I heard in Spain, but still more from what I saw and knew of him from my intercourse with him. From all that he said and all that he did, he appeared to be an angel rather than a man. For this reason, I arranged that a boy of mine, who was 6 years old, of the same name as myself, should be entrusted to him to learn to read, that so my son, when he grew up to be a man, might glory in having had him for a master. And Alonso taught him with great goodwill and affection, and continued to do so until he knew how to read. The whole time that I was at Majorca, about 6 years, I never saw Brother Rodriguez outside the college. And every time that I went to visit the fathers, and I did so frequently, and now and again to dine with them, I always endeavored to get into conversation with the blessed brother. His speech was ever of the things of God, of all that we owe to him, and of the obligation we are under to correspond to such great favors. And he spoke with a face so full of joy, and with such great fervor, that often we were so moved that neither he nor I could restrain our tears. And Chapter 1 recollect on the occasion of those festivities in honor of the Immaculate Conception, which your reverence will remember, because of the controversy which was on foot that year in many places, and especially in Majorca, neither I nor my council would allow certain theses to be defended, in which the dogma was covertly attacked. Alonso said to me several times, "Be of good heart, Señor Viceroy. You are serving a good lady who will not fail to repay you both here and in heaven." And once when all or great part of the fathers were together in the room of the rector, Father Michael Julian, and someone asked the brother what he thought about this affair, he flew into a fit of holy anger. "What can I think," he exclaimed, "except that those who attack an opinion so generally received and so holy cannot fail to see that they offend Our Lady? And if they did see that, who can doubt that they would not attack it? However, I do not know if this excuse would hold good before God, who has given such talents to these fathers." The last year that I spent in Majorca, and I left it on March 17th, of 1616, the Holy Brother was confined for nearly the whole time to his room by the illness of which, I understand, he died. I visited him many times there, and it was a great consolation to me to see the unconquerable patience with which he endured incredible sufferings, and the serenity and joy which he showed in his face. The widespread and constant fame of sanctity which the Blessed Brother had, and still has, throughout the whole city and kingdom of Majorca, from what I hear, for more than 20 years, is so great that it forces me to look upon him as a saint, as in fact everyone does. And as I believe that he is enjoying the presence of God, I recommend very earnestly to him all my affairs, as does Doña Margaret, but with still greater fervor. She always carries with her a portrait of the Holy Brother, and places it at her bed head. In her last confinement, though she had been the whole of her time struggling with depression, she found no greater comfort than to gaze at the picture, and to implore him to intercede with God for her own safety and that of the unborn babe. And His Divine Majesty, as I piously believe, has granted her both, through the intercession of the Blessed Brother, Alonso Rodriguez. When she was on the point of leaving Majorca, she was but 1 month off her time and greatly dreaded the voyage, for she always suffers very much from seasickness and other perilous seizures, even when in sound health. Accordingly, she asked the Father Rector, Michael Julian, to give her the consolation of seeing the brother and of recommending herself to his prayers. Father Rector granted her request, and had him carried down in a chair to the little tribune on the ground floor, from which the wives of the viceroys heard Mass after he had with his holy words encouraged her to embark. He told her that he would beg of God to do her the favor that she should not be confined on the way, and that both of us should have a good journey. Then, with his face lit up with a smile, he said, "Go, my lady, with great courage. God will give you an excellent voyage, and you shall not be confined on the road." And so comforted was she with all this, in spite of enduring on the sea all that she feared, she never had a thought of danger, neither then nor at Vinaròs, where she was very ill. It was, I am sure, through the intercession of the Holy Brother that God was pleased that more than a month later the child was born in Valencia, nor did she ever have a better confinement in all her life. This, Reverend Father, is what we are able at present to answer to your Reverence's letter, and so we sign it with our joint names. Cambrai, May 20th, 1619. Don Charles Coloma, Doña Margaret Coloma. The saintly Archbishop of Valencia, blessed John de Ribera, frequently wrote to the humble brother asking for his prayers, and several times he made efforts to induce his superiors to place him in his cathedral city, so as to have him near his side. Nor was he the only prelate of his time who sought our saint's intercession, but cardinals, archbishops, bishops, and others holding high places in the church, who either knew him personally or had heard of his holiness from others on whom they could rely, used to write to him, seeking to avail themselves of his interest with heaven. Saint Alonso always took care to cut off the signatures of his distinguished correspondents and to destroy them, while he used the blank pages of their letters on which to take his spiritual notes. The learned Don Ildefonsus Lasso Cedinho, who was for part of 3 years Bishop of Majorca and who died there in 1607, loved to converse with our saint and held him in high esteem. Father Cruz of the Order of St. Dominic, a man of most austere life who held the important post of inquisitor, was one of the special friends and admirers of our saint, as in fact he was of the whole society. Like loves like, and Father Cruz was not only esteemed and venerated by everyone during his life, but was honored as a saint at his death. So too Father Rafael Serra. He was 3 times the provincial of the Franciscans. He even received a large number of votes for general of his order, and the Majorcans wished to have him as bishop. He was renowned for his personal holiness and his power in preaching. He owned how greatly he was a debtor to the prayers of our saint. One day, after a conversation with him, the good Franciscan said to the companion of Alonso, "Your order has in this brother another Giles," alluding to the well-known companion of Saint Francis of Assisi. Father Serra used to recount that once he asked Alonso, "Tell me, brother, if our Lord had said to you that if you wish to go to heaven, you might go there at once, or if you wish to stay longer in this world, you might stay here, which of the two would you choose?" Our saint immediately answered, "I would choose to do the will of God." "Well, but," urged the father, "if God left the matter with you, and he desired you to choose and to do what you liked best, what would you then do?" Alonso kept to his text. "I never want to do anything except God's will, and that alone would I choose to do. I prefer this to heaven itself, because I would rather give pleasure to God than possess eternal happiness if it could be obtained without God's will." Nor could he be got to say anything different, and Father Serra was charmed with the deep virtue of our saint and never wearied of talking about him. 1617. The crown was very near. 85 years of the life of Alonso now had passed. Of these, 54 years had been spent in perfecting himself before God, exulting like a giant as he ran the way to his Lord. For 46 he had been ascending, with ever-quickening steps, the narrow and steep path of religious holiness. Still the summit was not yet attained, the Holocaust was not complete. The promise lately given by his Lord was to be fulfilled to the letter. In the beginning of 1617, a crowd of various diseases kept him in bed. When bidden by his superior to tell what he suffered, he gave this sad catalogue: pains in the stomach, in the kidneys, and in the legs, colic and stone. There was no cure to be found for ills like these, and he had to bear the most terrible agony. He often had attacks of local fever, and if there were days on which he was free from them, he was never free from pain. The very doctors were puzzled, and confessed they could not understand his illness. Our saint had been for many days without almost any sleep, owing to violent headache. The scholastics used to come to visit him, and while he was suffering from want of rest, one of them, who was very intimate with him, asked him if he had got any sleep. Our saint replied, "I have slept for a quarter of an hour, but it was to my loss, because, for all that time, I have been unable to suffer." Next day he was talking about the gain of suffering, and he added, "I know a certain person who, for some days back, had not been able to sleep, and who afterwards slept for a quarter of an hour, and it was revealed to him that for that space of time he had failed to gain merit. Oh, my brothers, what a great boon it would be for a man either never to sleep at all, or to suffer greatly while he slept, and yet to be so inflamed with the love of God as not to forfeit merit, such an incomparable good." The scholastic happened to be present, to whom he had spoken the day before, and he saw clearly that the sick man referred to himself. In spite of all that he had to endure, St. Alonso owned to Father Torrens that nothing gave him so much pain as to see the care they took of him, and to be served with special dishes. And he used to complain lovingly to our dear Lord that so much trouble should be lavished on a thing so vile as himself. At this time, the holy brother was so enfeebled that no care of him could be too great. Hell knew that its time was short, and made a fresh effort to wring from the poor sufferer some failing in patience and in confidence. In the January of this year, 1617, St. Alonso was tortured by a temptation of want of trust in God, and this, more through the mere fear of falling into sin than from any other cause. He endeavored to rouse his hope in the infinite goodness of God, and he prayed ardently for help and for light. Our Lord dispelled the temptation by addressing to his persecutors these words: "What are you doing? He is mine." With all his other woes, there was great darkness and desolation in his soul. It was very sad to see the old man so depressed and so silent, for he could scarcely recollect the asterisk our father asterisk. His loss of memory was a sore trial to him. Father Torrens tells us, "I said a few consoling words to him, to encourage him to endure this trial, and at once he begged me to write down for him, as for a poor ignorant child, what I had just said, so that he might remember it, for his memory was gone." As our saint, with the keenness of his spiritual vision, recognized in this sudden loss of memory the work of the devil, he used against him his old and sure weapon of humility. He begged the scholastics to translate for him some verses of the Psalms and the short soliloquies of St. Augustine, so that the infirmarian and those who visited him might read them to him over and over again, and so water his arid and parched soul. Father Torrens deposed in the process of canonization that consolations kept pace with his trials and sufferings, and to such a degree that he could not raise his eyes in spirit to Jesus and Mary without their being at once before him, and whenever he wished to think of them or to speak to them, he found them ready to aid him. One day in April, as he was giving me an account of his conscience, and was speaking of the heavenly favors which he was so constantly receiving, especially from Our Lady, all of a sudden he exclaimed with tears in his eyes, "Now, this very moment I feel her favors. She is coming, she is coming." And at once, Father Torrens narrates, I left his room lest I should hinder that great visit, which I am sure my presence would have prevented. In the beginning of February, St. Alonso noticed that this father, who was so frequent and so regular in his visits, had given up coming to see him, and that the infirmarian, Brother Mora, who had slept in the same room with the father for some time, was evidently more than usually busy and anxious. "What has happened to Father Torrens?" asked our holy invalid, for it is now several days since he has been to see me, and he used to do me this kindness so frequently. The infirmarian answered, "The father begs you to commend him to God, for he is very ill." "He is very ill?" exclaimed our saint. "So the doctor says, and if the symptoms continue tomorrow they will have to bleed him, and they were on the point of doing so tonight, so high was the fever and so terrible his headache. Pray our Lord God for him," such was the brother's answer. An additional motive for prayer was that it was close upon Lent, and Father Torrens had to give the exhortations on the Sunday and holiday evenings of that holy season to the community of Montesión. He had already been forced to warn the rector to find a substitute, as he felt sure from his previous experience, and from what the doctor had said, that he would be in bed till Easter. It was 10 o'clock at night when St. Alonso learned of Father Torrens' illness, and straightway he began to pray with his usual earnestness. He had but just commenced, when the sick father fell into a quiet sleep, and when, some time after, he awoke, he found himself perfectly well, and passed the rest of the night without a shadow of his former illness, nor had he in fact enjoyed such health for many years back. Next morning the doctor came to apply the leeches, and was naturally amazed to find his patient entirely cured, nor could he divine the reason. However, he would not allow Father Torrens to get up that day, fearing lest the cold should cause a relapse. But Chapter 1, to quote Father Torrens' own words, "Finding myself quite strong and in high spirits and knowing that my cure was supernatural, did not mind what the doctor said, got up at once, and said Mass a few days after. Father Torrens preached with great vigor on occasion of the solemn exposition during Carnival time, besides hearing confessions and working very hard during the whole of that Lent. In fact, as he himself states, it is many years since I have been so well and for such a long time together." Owing to the promise which our Lord had made him, St. Alonso felt sure that he would not die as long as he was immersed in the sea of spiritual bitterness. When, however, God's sensible favors came back to him, during Easter time, Father Torrens, in his notes of that date, says, "Now Chapter 1 begin to fear that he will die, because our Lord has already fulfilled what he had promised should be before the end. However, I cannot be sure whether it will be soon or not, because we do not know whether these consolations will last. My belief is that our Lord, who is so liberal and who favors his servant so much, will, after Alonso has suffered such pain, grant to him a great abundance of joy before his death, and that for many days. This is my belief. We shall soon see what God will do. If it so pleases his divine majesty, I think he will live through the summer, and then God will come to take him in the winter, because naturally, according to medical science, it is impossible for him to live through the cold weather. The sequel will show how perfectly the Father's forecast was fulfilled." As the year advanced, at times the illness of Brother Alonso became more serious, but in such a singular way that it was still a complete puzzle to all who attended upon him. One day he would be in a burning fever, the next day the fever would be almost gone, without any apparent reason for this sudden change. So 5 months of perfect resignation to the will of God went by. At the last visit of Jesus and Mary, St. Alonso had regained his memory, and with it all his tender devotion. And he would say his prayers and make his meditation with just the same exactness as if he were in good health. He continued to go to confession and communion 3 times a week, and our Lord seemed to take care that during so long an illness, nothing should happen to interfere with this privilege. From April, owing to the intense pain St. Alonso was enduring in his thighs, his feet and legs, he had lost all power over his body, from the waist downwards. He still, however, could move his head and arms. And it was noticed that even when, on account of his extreme suffering, he could not even bear to be turned in his bed, so that for the last 3 months he always lay on one side, yet at the moment of communion, he always had strength and power enough to put himself into a becoming position to show reverence to his sacramental Lord. Others observed that he never allowed a superior or a priest to enter the room without taking off his nightcap, out of strict fidelity to his rule, which bade him to salute them. When he was left alone, he used to speak to God with a loud voice, and his favorite prayer was, "More sufferings, O Lord, a great deal more, but more charity and patience along with them." In the May of this year, the Father Rector was down with an unusually severe attack of his constant enemy, the gout. Dr. Santandrew, who was attending him, attested to the extreme gravity of the case, and there seemed no chance of the patient getting better within a month. One day, St. Alonso was being carried in the brother's arms from his room to the lower tribune of the sacristy, which was but a short way from his cell, in order to hear Mass, and he had to pass by the rector's door, which was in his gallery. On his way back, he begged to be taken to see his superior. Father Julian was delighted at this visit from the Holy Brother, and took heart that his prayers would restore him to health. He had a great devotion to the Immaculate Conception, and he conjured Alonso to obtain through Our Lady, for the sake of that her glorious privilege, the favor which he sought. No sooner had our saint returned to his room than he began to intercede for the Father Rector. The whole day long he prayed, and his fervor only grew the greater as the night closed in, when, suddenly, Our Lady appeared to him and said, "You have nothing to fear, Alonso. I will take the matter into my own hands." The very next morning the rector found himself perfectly well. The community, who knew that less serious attacks of their superior had lasted generally for some weeks, and even for 2 months, were not less surprised than the doctors themselves. For a whole year, the father continued in robust health, without a single touch of the gout, and this in spite of the neglect of precautions as to diet, which almost amounted to rashness. Indeed, up to this time such diet would infallibly have entailed more than one attack every year, if not 2 or 3 each month. More than a 12-month afterwards, in the June of 1618, Father Julian had a return of his old illness, and many attributed this to his employment of the doctor's art to stave off his old enemy. They ventured even to say to him, "Your reverence has been, until now, quite well, thanks to the brother's prayers, and yet now you are seeking for the doctor's skill." Alonso's last account of conscience which we possess was noted down by Father Torrens on the 17th of August this year. It is the last confidence of our saint, and we give it in the Father's own words. He told me that the moment he communicated, while making his thanksgiving, he fancied himself in heaven, in presence of the Holy Trinity, surrounded by multitudes of angels and archangels and saints, in a marvelous glory. Meanwhile, he was expressing his gratitude to God for his infinite graces, because, though the Lord of such splendor and majesty, he deigned to come to visit so vile a creature, and was asking favors both for himself and for those who had commended themselves to him, and our Lord deigned to hear him. He told me, too, that in the past, nearly every day, both morning and evening, he fell into a rapture. Once, among other times, after going to communion on the feast of the Assumption of Our Lady, the Blessed Virgin took him in her arms and presented him to the Eternal Father and to the Blessed Trinity. Our Blessed Lady had on one side the brother's angel guardian, and on the other the saint of his name, and one thing he especially remarked was that he knew all the saints and angels just as if he had been with each of them all his life, with the saints as with the angels. And more than this, He saw each of them as perfectly as if he had been looking at one only. He saw each one as he saw all, and he saw all as if he saw each one, without looking at the others, and more than this, in each one he saw all the rest together. This, no doubt, is merely a description of the vision which he received in the Jesuit church at Segovia, but it is interesting as showing how deeply, among so many other spiritual favors, its memory was graven upon the heart of our saint. The year was drawing to a close. It had been, indeed, a year of crucifixion. Nearly all of it was passed by Saint Alonso, lying utterly helpless, as already told, in his bed, in agonies of physical as well as of mental suffering. Somewhere about the 22nd of November, it was thought time to prepare our saint for the last sacraments. He was delighted when it was mentioned to him, and he fully agreed to the proposal, but he seemed to say by his looks that he would still live for some days. His confessor, Father Merriman, administered extreme unction, and the sick man answered the prayers as calmly as if he were merely going to change his room. Saint Alonso received holy viaticum 3 times after he had been anointed. He got the brothers to lift him in bed, being quite unable to raise himself up. He could, however, employ his arm and used it to take off his nightcap. He recited the Confiteor, even at the last communion he received. He stayed a long time making his thanksgiving alone, and without any of the community being present, and, in fact, the whole day was spent with the angels and saints, pouring out his soul in gratitude for the immense mercy of God in coming to visit him. Brother Mora was very curious to know if the sick saint had any foreknowledge of the exact date of his death. So he read for the sick man some chapters of the life of the holy nun, Blessed Catharine Tomas, an Augustinianess of the convent of Saint Mary Magdalene in Palma, who had died some years before in the odor of sanctity. Her body had just been translated to a place of honor, and her life had recently been published. The time of her death had been revealed to her, and she asked for the last sacraments, although the doctors did not believe that her end was near. She had been in a rapture from the Monday in Passion Week until Palm Sunday, and went to her God on Maundy Thursday, April 5, 1574. Leading up to his question by the passages he had selected, and trusting to his intimacy with the invalid, whom he had been nursing for the last 2 years, Brother Mora at last said, "Brother Alonso, this holy nun foretold the hour of her death ever so long before she died. How then is it that you do not tell me when you are to die, though I am sure you know?" The only answer the saint gave, and that very plainly and quietly, was, "This is a subject wherein there is little to be gained, and many a snare." However, Brother Mora on another occasion tried again. Saint Alonso, who was always a man of but few words, simply replied, "Brother, this is a temptation. Man's life is in God's hands, and he will send death when he chooses. May it please his divine majesty that I shall be ready when it comes. We should be on the lookout, and always prepared whenever our Lord may wish to call us. This is true happiness. What good will it do me to know or to say when I am to die? To suffer, and to suffer much for God's love, this is worth our while, and of the very first importance. We shall die when God wills, and Christ says, 'Bless the servant whom his master shall find watching, when he shall come from the feast and nuptials of heaven.'" However, by dint of skillful cross-questioning, Brother Mora at last got from Saint Alonso the acknowledgement that in a week he would be dead. The minister, Father Michael Rideau, had to make his yearly retreat of 8 days, and the rector proposed to him to spend that time at the country house of Our Lady del Monte. This gave Brother Mora a golden opportunity. "Brother Alonso," he said to the sick man, "Father Minister is anxious to be present at your death, and he does not know whether he will have time to finish his retreat at Raffle, our country house, where the rector wishes him to go for that purpose." Saint Alonso's answer was, "It will be well if he does not go." This happened about Thursday, the 26th. At last God fulfilled his repeated promises to his faithful servant that he would comfort him before his end. On Saturday, the 28th, towards evening, having been that day to communion, all his sufferings suddenly ceased. His complexion, which had been pale, especially during his illness, grew much clearer and fresher than when in perfect health. His face became bright and beautiful, and his expression had a majesty about it such as it had never possessed before. The fire of love shone through his features. but however loudly he was spoken to, he gave no sign of hearing, except when the infirmarian told him to take some food, when he opened his mouth and swallowed without difficulty the broth which was offered to him. There was now not a sign of bodily or mental distress, such as the agony he had up to this time endured had so often wrung from him. His pulse, far from sinking, grew the stronger. All saw that the saint was in an ecstasy of love, and was enjoying a foretaste of his eternal reward. Every now and then he opened his eyes, and with a look of marvelous peace and joy, pronounced the holy names of Jesus and Mary. The community were delighted to come and gaze on this wonderful spectacle, and they felt in their hearts some share of the heavenly delights in which he was absorbed. An artist was brought into the room and painted our saint's portrait during this marvelous ecstasy. About midnight on the 31st of October, St. Alonso, as if awaking at the cry of "Behold, the bridegroom cometh," returned to consciousness with the holy name of Jesus upon his lips. At once all his old pains seized upon him, in his side, in his bowels, in his legs, and in fact through his whole frame. His face showed the intensity of his agony, and with a tone that filled all around with pity, he kept murmuring, "Jesus, Jesus, O Jesus, my Jesus." Those who were present at once gave notice to the Father Rector, and to some other fathers, all anxious to be witnesses of his death, that his end seemed nigh. The noise they made in coming soon brought a number of others to the room. Among these were Father Costurer and Brother Escalas. The very oldest fathers in the house thought it a privilege to assist at the saint's death, and soon all the community were gathered round his bed. The sudden ceasing of the pulse and of the action of the heart told that he would not long be with them, and all endeavored to pass their rosaries round his neck or round his arm, or to lay them on his bed, to serve hereafter as relics. For half an hour the terrible death struggle had lasted, and the dying brother was hardly able to breathe, when the fathers began the recommendation of a departing soul. All of a sudden Saint Alonso opened wide his eyes and looked round on the community with a gaze full of brightness and affection. It was an expression quite new in one whose face usually told rather of sadness, owing to his continual tears, and whose looks had been always downcast, through his habitual modesty. Then he turned to the crucifix which he held in his hand, and making a sign of loving reverence towards it, as someone lifted it to his lips, he kissed its feet, and with a loud voice and long drawn, uttered "Jesus," and so died. It was a thought that came to the mind of many among those present, that Saint Alonso had asked as a special favor, during his 3 days' ecstasy, that he might imitate his Lord by dying on the cross of great suffering, as if he were unwilling to accept the favor of dying a joyful and painless death. Saint Alonso's measure of earthly life was 86 years, 3 months, and 5 days. His portraits which have been preserved to us are numerous, and Father Merriman attests to the correctness of the likeness, although there are naturally differences between the various pictures, as they were taken at different times, some a few years before, some immediately before his death, and others after his decease. In those of the first category, his face is very dark, but his eyes and the ducts of his eyes are inflamed with his constant tears, which had even traced lines of bright color on his cheeks, and given a heightened hue to his ever-lowered eyelids. The portraits of the second category show his face much more of a natural color, white and pink, fuller too of animation, and yet so venerable as to excite to devotion, a reflex of the heavenly light which shone upon him. Those which were painted after his death resemble, in most respects, the second class. The Holy Brother was of a moderate height and of good proportions, but in his old age he was so bent as to appear very short. He was exceedingly thin, though wiry. His face was seamed with wrinkles, his forehead was finely shaped and his head was bald, his nose was arched and aquiline, and though slightly drawn in his latter years, was never unsightly. His cheeks were sunken, his lips, as he was toothless, fell back, his upper lip and chin were covered with a slight beard. White as snow was the little hair which showed around the base of his bald head. His large eyes were always brimming with tears. His exquisite modesty gave a charm to his features such as few painters could hope to catch, and told at once of the close union of his soul with God, and of the peace which the closeness of that union produced. His manner of walking was always quiet and demure. It was shortly after midnight, on the Vigil of All Saints, that Saint Alonso had expired. His room was cleared of its poor contents, and his body, clad in his habit and cloak, was laid upon a bier. At early morning, the bell of the college tolled, announcing to those round about that one of its members was dead. A lady who lived near the college, but who did not know of our saint's death, saw a light, like that of dawn, streaming from its windows. She called her servant, who saw the same. Another strange fact was that though the college bell could not be heard far off, at once the news flew through the city that Brother Rodriguez was dead. The very first and highest in Palma, with the Procurator Royal and the members of the Royal Council at their head, came in crowds to the college to kiss the hands of the departed saint. Besides the magistrates, the judges, and the nobility, the townsfolk, the canons of the cathedral, the parish priests of the various churches, and numbers of religious of different orders surged in and out of the college during the whole morning. Many there were who placed their rosaries and handkerchiefs upon the corpse to be sanctified by its touch, and the sick and the crippled pressed around it, in hopes of obtaining cure through his prayers. Not only his room, but also the passage leading to it, the cloister of the Great Quadrangle, and the porteria were crowded. Amongst these, a priest came there more from curiosity than from devotion. He had a high idea of Saint Alonso as a virtuous lay brother, but he thought such signs of veneration as were then being paid to him were quite beyond his due. However, he had not the courage to withdraw, but like the rest, he threw himself upon his knees at the side of the bier. But instead of kissing the hands of our saint, he resolved merely to press to his lips a crucifix which Saint Alonso held. When, on a sudden, he beheld the humble brother, clad in a magnificent robe of brocade, richer than any texture of this earth, and with rays of glory streaming from his whole person. So changed was the priest by this wonderful vision that he could not tear himself away from the saint's body, but would have kissed again and again his hands and feet, had not he been forced to make way for others. Nor did he leave the room till the remains were removed. He followed them into the church, and spent a long time on his knees by the tomb, and left there a painting commemorative of this event. But more than all this, from that day the priest began to follow out most faithfully all the pious practices which Saint Alonso had, during his lifetime, been accustomed to impress on his friends. At 1 o'clock, in order to content the crowds which were gathering outside, and especially the ladies, who could not enter the college precincts, and were waiting in the church, the body was removed thither. The precaution, however, had been taken to erect a platform about 5 or 6 feet high, which was covered, as well as the steps leading up to it, with black cloth. "We formed in procession," says Father Merriman, "and carried the body of the servant of God from his room to the church. The cloister walk was so full of people that we had the greatest difficulty to keep in anything like good order, even as far as the church. But when we got inside, the noise of the multitude of people was such that we could not make our voices heard, and it was impossible to continue the chaunt. The rush of those present, and the first ladies of the city were foremost among them, to see the body and to kiss its hands, was so violent that the procession was entirely broken, and it seemed impossible to carry the remains to the place prepared for them. We determined to put shoulder to shoulder around the corpse, and so, in serried ranks, to force our way through the crowd to the platform. We succeeded at last, but only after a considerable time. As the catafalque was very high, and 4 fathers were posted to guard the body, and prevent anyone whomsoever from going up the steps, the crowd became quieter, and they were satisfied with seeing Brother Alonso from a distance as he lay lifted high above all upon his bier. The catafalque was surrounded by a number of wax lights, which were sent by various pious persons. Of these, 4 had been offered by one who had been cured by Brother Alonso. As soon as ever the body was laid out, the various communities of religious came in procession with the cross at their head to visit it, and they sang the office with great devotion around the remains. It was wonderful to see that the oldest and more eminent amongst them gave the greatest proofs of their affection. They well remembered that the Holy Brother had been their master in piety and in the spiritual life when he was porter and they were students at the college. They talked of this to everyone, and they were delighted at the concourse of people, and at this public tribute to the virtue and holiness of the Father of their souls. The cathedral chapter decreed to come in a body, with all the clergy of the city and the processional crosses both of the cathedral and of all the parishes. Fray Simon Baza, the bishop, was very poorly, but on hearing of the decision of his canons, he sent his choir and ordered them to chant with an organ accompaniment, so as to make up for his enforced absence. Not even one of the dignitaries of the chapter failed to come, and there were in all 300 clerics. Our church was absolutely crowded, though no one had been invited, and the viceroy, with the magistrates, judges, and all the aristocracy who had been at the college to venerate the holy body, were also present. Thus the afternoon went by, until the moment arrived for the service of the dead and for the funeral. The whole time the body of Brother Alonso was in the church, it was wonderful to see the devotion of the faithful. On every side they presented their rosaries, their handkerchiefs, and silken ribbons to the four fathers who were mounting guard. They begged for bits of his cloak and the measure of the body of the brother, whom they venerated as a saint. At last, as it was impossible for the four fathers to satisfy everyone, 2 Dominican fathers, men of years and greatly esteemed for their learning and piety, and very devout to Brother Alonso, got up on the platform with our fathers and helped them to touch the hands and the face of the servant of God with the rosaries, and to give them back when touched to their owners. The number of rosaries were to be counted by thousands, and it is inconceivable how they were sought for, not only by the common people, but even by persons most distinguished for learning and position in the city. It might well be looked upon as marvelous that, of all the quantities of rosaries which were handed up and returned to the surging crowd, Father Merriman puts them down at about 8,000. None of them were lost to their owners. Mothers even brought their sick children and begged the fathers to lift them up to kiss the hand of the brother, and God seems often to have rewarded their faith by startling cures. Among these was a child 10 months old, whose eyes were so inflamed that they could not endure the feeblest light. It had been suffering for 4 months, and no medical skill seemed to be able to cure it. The mother, Francis Sara, had heard of the death of the Saint of Montesión, as Alonso was popularly called, and she hastened with her baby boy to the Jesuit church. She persuaded Father Michael Rideau, one of those at the bier, to lift the infant to the saint's hands and to apply them to its eyes. Instantly, the eyes were perfectly cured and became bright and healthy-looking, and the little baby gazed about with evident pleasure. The mother at once cried out, "See, this child, my boy, is cured. It is quite well again, thanks be to God." She began to show it to all her friends round about. From that day the boy grew strong and well, and never had a return of his illness. Other more hidden, but greater, favors were granted to those who pressed around the lifeless tabernacle of God's holy servant. Meanwhile, the community were singing the matins for the dead in the sanctuary, and although, because the day was closing in, they had hurried on as fast as possible, the Angelus rang just as they had finished. The sermon was yet to be preached, but the magistrates begged that it might be put off till the following Friday, November the 3rd, the first free day after the 2 solemnities of All Saints and All Souls, on which the funeral service could be celebrated with greater ceremony. The request to defer the solemn service till Friday was willingly granted, but it was impossible to delay the burial till that day. The fathers therefore decided to bury the body at once in the vault which had been prepared for it in the chapel of Our Lady. Accordingly, Father Torrens mounted the pulpit to inform the people of what had been arranged. The moment he appeared, perfect quiet was restored. He spoke for a quarter of an hour and invited the public to return on the Friday, but announced that Brother Rodriguez would be buried then and there. After these few words, says Father Merriman, we all, that is to say, the whole community, with a number of other religious and some secular priests, came processionally into the church. We entered by the door of the cloister, but we had hardly got inside before the procession was broken up, for we could not pass through the crowd. It was so dense that, with all the good will in the world, the people were unable to make way for us. We had intended to carry the body of the servant of God from the platform to the Lady Chapel, but this was out of the question. From the door by which we had entered, it was but a short step to the catafalque, being, in fact, half the width of the church, and yet it took half an hour to reach the body. At last we arrived there and sang the burial service, but the crowd was so dense between us and the Lady Chapel that we saw it was hopeless to endeavor to reach it, and, as night was coming on, we begged the people to leave the church. They were told that the interment would not take place for the present. Whilst the people were off their guard, partly by main force and partly by address, we managed to carry the body back into the college, by the door facing that by which we had just entered, and we placed it in the first room we came to, which was that of Father Rector. At once all the doors of the college were closed, so that no secular could enter. Then by fair words an effort was again made to get the crowd to leave the church. Some, however, though it was then 8 o'clock, were so obstinate that we could not persuade them to go. It was 9 o'clock before we were able, at length, to clear the people out of the sacristy and cloister. When they were all gone, Father Rector called together his consultors, and it was then determined to bury our brother secretly, and at a late hour that very night. The reason of this decision was because, if the interment were to take place the following day, the Feast of All Saints, or on the Friday following, the day fixed for the solemn service and for the sermon, we should have found ourselves in a very great difficulty. In fact, every hour the desire to see and reverence the body of Alonso only increased, and the marvels which had been wrought, and all that had been said about the brother, made this desire the stronger. Most of ours profited by the occasion to remain for a long time beside the sacred remains, so covered with the insignia of the mortification and of the cross of Jesus Christ. The face and hands of our saint were found to be quite soft and yielding, as if he were alive, but the skin of the forefinger and of the thumb of the right hand was quite callous, from his constant counting of his beads during life. Some cut off locks of his hair, others pieces of his habit. All of us touched his remains with our rosaries, or with pictures or medals. The lowliness of the virtues of the lay brother gained a glorious triumph over the knowledge and talents of all who were around, though there were among them professors of philosophy and theology, preachers, quondam rectors, aged and venerable fathers. We then placed the body of our brother Alonso Rodriguez in a solid coffin of wood, and so we bade him adieu, with confidence that we should see him surrounded by great glory in heaven. We carried him in procession, but singing in a very low tone, for fear lest we should be heard by those who were still waiting outside the church doors. We laid the body in the chapel prepared for it, the usual burying place of ours. We went through all the ceremonies of Holy Church with tender devotion. It was 11 o'clock when this last service began. The Feast of All Saints would soon commence, and doubtless it was so ordained that at the very time that this feast was being celebrated, he had entered into the company of all the saints. Our Sovereign Lady, the Most Blessed Virgin, gave him hospitality in her chapel of the Assumption, both because of the brother's great devotion to that mystery. We know that he received 3 signal favors on its beautiful feast, and to assure us that the Queen of Heaven assisted at the entry of the soul of brother Alonso into his glory, which he will enjoy with God for all eternity. Though the 2 days of All Saints and All Souls are so popular in Catholic countries, and though all the churches in Majorca were well attended on the 2 days, yet crowds came to the college church to hear the sermons, in the morning and in the evening on both days, hoping to learn some fresh facts about the deceased brother, and about the wonders which were said to be wrought by his intercession. A miracle which was worked in favor of a little child and afterwards attested to in the process of canonization, and other wonders which were reported to have taken place, brought the people in crowds to the Jesuit church, at the very break of day, on the Friday morning. At 8 o'clock it was already full, and, although the building is spacious, there was not room for a quarter of the persons who wished to enter. A catafalque was erected in the Lady Chapel, near the grave of our saint, and a great number of candles, sent by the faithful, were burning around it. The procurator royal, magistrates, and all the highest of the land, both of the church and the state, were present at the service. Father Julian, the rector, sang the Mass, assisted by fathers of the college. When service was over, Father Torrens, the intimate friend, as we have seen, of our saint, and who, as Father Merriman says, knew more about him in matters out of confession than anyone else in the college, began the sermon, which lasted for about an hour and a half. The only regret of those present was that the delicate health of the father prevented him preaching for twice that length. It was no mere panegyric, but it lifted the veil to most of those who were there present, and showed forth the virtues of the humble brother and the marvelous favors which he had received all through his life, and a fresh burst of enthusiastic devotion was evoked. The audience was rapt with attention and almost stupefied. 1617, 1888. From the day of Saint Alonso's burial, the chapel in which his remains reposed, at Montesión, became a place of pilgrimage and was for many years a source of constantly recurring miraculous favors. Nor were the miracles confined to the island of Majorca. In Spain and Flanders, in far-off Mexico and Peru, wherever the fame of our saint's virtues had reached, God glorified his humble servant by miracles which were attested to by sworn witnesses, before official judges appointed by the Holy See to examine into their truth. Numberless masses were said in the chapel, candles were continually burning at his tomb, and soon the walls around were covered with the asterisk ex-votos and paintings representing the miracles which had been wrought. Signs of devotion so familiar to the pilgrim in Catholic lands. Father Gil, the former rector of Montesión, who visited the college officially as provincial, not long after the death of our saint, declared in the process of canonization that he found some 200 of these ex-votos asterisk, all counted, around the tomb of Saint Alonso. Many of these still exist at Montesión. Such universal manifestations of devotion urged Father Julian, the rector, to obtain from the Bishop of Majorca, Fray Simon Baza, that an official inquiry should be made into the virtues and miracles of our saint. A similar investigation had already been set on foot at Segovia by the bishop of that city in 1618. Accordingly, the process was begun at Palma in 1619. Long before the investigation was concluded, so convinced was the Bishop of Majorca of the sanctity of our saint, that he authorized a painting of the saint, in which he was represented in prayer before an apparition of his Immaculate Queen, to be solemnly placed over the tomb. And this was done by 2 of the canons of the cathedral in presence of a number of the nobility of the island. The exposition of a picture of one who has not been beatified, as an object of veneration, is now prohibited, but the bishop's authorization was not in any way against any ecclesiastical laws of that period. In 1622, the processes of Majorca and of Segovia were officially laid before the Sacred Congregation of Rites, and on March 22, in 1625, at the request of Philip Chapter 4 of Spain, and at that of all the estates of Majorca, this congregation published a decree declaring that, on the strength of the 2 processes, the examination of witnesses might be proceeded with in the cause of canonization, which was now to be undertaken by papal authority. But this process, like so many others, was fated to be arrested by the new legislation of Urban Chapter 8. In fact, a decree of that pope had been actually published just 9 days before the one just cited. By this, any and every sign of public honor, asterisk cultus asterisk, to those who died in the odor of sanctity was strictly forbidden, unless they had been canonized or had been venerated, either by common consent of the Church or from time immemorial, or were spoken of as saints in the writings of the fathers and holy personages, or had been so honored through ignorance, and with the tolerance during a very long period of the Holy See or of the bishop of the diocese. Though none of these exceptions told explicitly in favor of the honors paid to Saint Alonso, it was considered that the new decree did not hold in our saint's regard, owing to the subsequent decrees of the same year, authorizing the prosecution of the cause. In the December of the very same year, 1625, Urban Chapter 8 signed the commission for the introduction of the cause by which our saint obtained the title of asterisk venerable. In the October of the following year, 1626, the good news of the authorization of the 2 apostolic processes reached the cities of Palma and Segovia. The cause was concluded in Majorca on August 23, 1628, and that of Segovia on July 14, 1630. In 1631, the fathers of the College of Montesión began a stately chapel, to the left of the nave, as a place where Holy Communion could be given on days when sermons were going on in the church. But its ultimate destination was to be the sanctuary to which the relics of Saint Alonso were to be translated as soon as his beatification, which then seemed so near at hand, should be proclaimed. Money flowed in so abundantly that the building grew in dimensions and richness far beyond the intentions of those who had commenced it. The numerous wonders wrought in answer to the saint's intercession fully realized the promise made to him during life, and from far and near, offerings were sent for the erection of the chapel. 2 years later, in 1633, the Council General of Majorca, by a solemn and public act, chose Alonso as one of the special patrons of their city and island. A solemn annual festival was decreed in his honor, and for 200 years the Majorcans faithfully celebrated it, through days of war as in days of peace, until the triumph of the revolutionary principles and the suppression of the religious houses in 1835 allowed the memory of St. Alonso to be almost forgotten in the island. To the deep disappointment of all concerned, a new decree of Urban Chapter 8, in 1634, forbade the Congregation of Rites to proceed with any causes of canonization and beatification until 50 years had elapsed after the death of the candidate for the Church's honors. This would have delayed the examination of the cause of St. Alonso till 1667. There was, however, a saving clause in the decree, by which those processes which had been introduced previous to its publication might be resumed before the time specified, but this could only be done by express permission of the Pope. This permission was obtained. New difficulties, however, arose. A fresh brief, insisting on the faithful carrying out of his former orders, was published by Urban Chapter 8. On June 5, 1634, as to the cessation of all signs of honor to deceased persons, however holy had been their life. In consequence of this, the bishop, Fray John de Santander, published a pastoral letter, in which he complained that the order had not been strictly obeyed with regard to St. Alonso. The Fathers of Montesión respectfully defended their conduct, but promptly obeyed the orders of the Pope. Many years of delay ensued in consequence. But at length, in 1673, the customary preliminary of a commission to inquire into the non-cultus asterisk was issued to the then Bishop of Majorca. The members of the commission were able to give a favorable answer, and accordingly Innocent Chapter 11, in 1684, signed the order for a commission to take up the cause afresh. In 1695, the memorial containing St. Alonso's accounts of conscience or description of what had passed in his spiritual life, which has been so constantly cited in this work, and 15 years later, all the other writings of St. Alonso were submitted to the searching scrutiny of the official examiners. It was only in 1717 that Clement Chapter 11 gave his solemn approval to the decision of the Congregation of Rites, which declared that nothing was to be found in our saint's works which would hinder his beatification. The slow and regular process then began in earnest. Congregation followed congregation, and finally, in 1760, Clement Chapter 13 published the decree that the virtues of the Venerable Alonso were proved to be of heroic degree. Nothing now practically stood in the way of the solemn decree of beatification, and the announcement was received with great enthusiasm at Majorca, where the faith was then bright and undimmed. The news reached Palma on the morning of June 21st, and was made known by the voice of every church bell in the city. And a Te Deum was chanted that very evening in the Church of Montesión, in presence of the authorities of the city, as well as in the Church of St. Eulalia, within whose parish the saint had lived for 47 years. That night the whole of Palma was illuminated. And a still more solemn service of thanksgiving was celebrated on the following Sunday in the splendid cathedral, the Bishop Don Lawrence de Spuig officiating. But the storm, which had long been lowering, broke very shortly after, and the members of the Society of Jesus were expelled by Charles III from the entire Spanish dominions. While in 1773, the suppression of the order put a stop for an indefinite time to the progress of the cause of our saint. When at length Pius Chapter 7 gave back to the Church the Society of Jesus, and the Fathers had returned in 1816 to their old home at Montesión, the cause of its holy porter was again resumed. But the second expulsion of the Fathers, in 1820, again delayed its progress. Restored once more, in 1823, the religious rejoiced, together with the faithful people of Majorca, to learn that the two miracles, which had been long and carefully investigated as a necessary condition of the beatification, had at last been approved by the Congregation of Rites. And they learned, too, that the Pontiff, Leo Chapter 12, on the 31st of July, 1824, after hearing Mass in the Jesuit asterisk. The church wherein repose the relics of Saint Ignatius Loyola had solemnly published, in the adjacent hall of the Congregation of Gentlemen, the approval of the decree of the congregation. In alluding to the choice of Saint Ignatius' feast for this declaration, the Holy Father said, "We choose that day to show, by new and marvelous proofs, that the holiness of that order, founded by Saint Ignatius, and now again reconstituted for the glory of God, the benefit of the Church, for the propagation and defense of the Church, for the education of Christian youth and the restoring of piety, is every day growing and increasing with fresh youth and vigor." At last, the decree of beatification was finally published on May 20th, 1825, and the celebration of the beatification was fixed to take place in St. Peter's on the 12th of June, the same year. As far back as 1656, to prevent any signs of special honor, the remains of St. Alonso had been removed from the chapel of Our Lady and buried underground in the sanctuary, between the communion rails and the splendid tomb of Fray Very, the founder of the college. In 1722, it was feared lest the dampness of the soil would utterly destroy the relics, and they were accordingly taken up on the 9th of June, in presence of Father Sierra, the visitor, of the rector and the community, and were carried by them reverently in the old coffins, to the room in which he died, in the lower passage, next to the muniment room. On being opened, the two external wooden coffins, and even the leaden case within, were found to have suffered greatly from the damp, while the bones were covered with slime and with the remains of the winding sheet. The skeleton was then almost entire. On the 11th of the same month, the precious remains were placed in a new leaden case, lined with green silk, and reverently deposited in a stone vault fashioned in the floor of the room in which St. Alonso had died. On the expulsion of the Fathers of the Society from Spain in 1767, at the strong representations of the City Council, the Marquis d'Uelos, the government commissioner for the property of the Jesuits, determined, with the approval of Don Garrido de la Vega, the Bishop of Majorca, to entrust the relics of Saint Alonso to the rector of the new university, which was to occupy the College of Montesión. An exact list of all the manuscripts and other properties of the saint was drawn up, and it is owing to this precaution that, during the many violent changes through which Spain has passed since that time, everything has been most safely preserved. A fresh list was drawn up during the French War, when in 1812 the College of Montesión was turned into barracks. 2 years after, when, on the restoration of the society, the college and church were handed over to the members of the revived society, the precious treasure, the body of the saint, with all its accompanying relics, came once again into the hands of his brethren. The Fathers, after having been expelled for a third time, in 1820, as we have already seen, were again restored by royal decree 3 years later, and a fresh inspection of the relics took place on the 24th of September, 1825, with a view to the approaching beatification. The bones were then arranged in their natural order, and, as is often the case with the remains of saints, the skull and the bones were enclosed in a waxen effigy. On the day fixed by Leo chapter 12, the 12th of June, 1825, the faithful of the Eternal City were invited to take part in the magnificent ceremonial of the beatification in the Basilica of St. Peter. Over the central entrance of the portico, there was a large painting, representing St. Alonso on the slopes of Belver when Our Lady wiped his brows, while over the chair of St. Peter, surrounded by rays of glory, was a veiled picture of the saint. When, in the presence of the cardinals and consultors of the Congregation of Rites, and the crowds there present, the brief of the beatification was read, the curtain dropped and disclosed the painting, representing the humble lay brother in glory, while the chant of a solemn Te Deum rose up in thanksgiving. The guns of Saint Angelo gave the signal of his new honors, and every bell in Rome answered with its notes of congratulation. That afternoon, as is the custom on such solemnities, the Holy Father, with some 17 cardinals and a number of the prelates of his court, went to St. Peter's to venerate the new Beato and to receive from the hands of Father Fortis, the general of the Society of Jesus, the usual offering of a relic and life of our saint. The news of the decree of beatification reached Palma late on the 23rd of July in the same year, and was greeted by ringing the college bells, while an inscription, *Beto Alonso Rodriguez, gleamed out from the facade of the church. 2 days later, on the feast of St. James, the birthday of our saint, a solemn Te Deum was sung in the great cathedral church. In the magnificent chapel which had been erected in the Church of Montesión, a precious resting place had been begun immediately on the definite announcement of the beatification. Upon a lofty circular base of polished jasper, in which Majorca is so rich, rises a graceful temple of 6 fluted Corinthian columns of white marble, supporting a dome, which serves as a canopy over the shrine of the saint. High above the altar, which is quite detached and stands some way off the base, and resting upon a massive black marble pedestal, is a rich sarcophagus, within which, and seen through a large plate of glass, lies the recumbent figure, containing the relics of St. Alonso. A white marble slab, let into the face of the pedestal, bears in letters of gilt bronze the name of the saint. The figure is robed in a habit of rich black silk velvet, and a silver crown is upon its head, with rays of silver around it. The body was translated to this its present resting place on the 21st of October in that year. On the 23rd, the monument was publicly unveiled, and for the next 3 days, a series of magnificent services were celebrated in the Church of Montesión. Besides the rich decorations, paintings, and inscriptions of the church, the portiera, the scene of so large a portion of our saint's life, received its share of honor. Over the inner lintel of the second door, in a niche, was placed the old statue of our saint, which had been for some 2 centuries and more in the room where he died, and which is now in the chapel of the saint. Segovia did not forget the saint to which it had given birth, and on the 30th of October it celebrated the beatification of its townsmen by magnificent religious functions, both in the cathedral and in the church of the Episcopal Seminary, which had formerly belonged to the Society of Jesus, and where the remains of the 2 sisters of the saint still lie buried. King Ferdinand Chapter 7, with the royal family, took part in the solemnities. 10 years after these celebrations, a decree of the Queen Regent, Maria Cristina, in July 1835, drove the Fathers of Montesión, for a 3rd time, from their venerated home and from the shrine of their saint. Some years later they returned again, only to be a 4th time expelled by the revolution which drove the Bourbons from the throne in 1868. A number of miracles, which are recorded in the pages of the Bollandists, and the growing devotion to our saint which was their result, caused steps to be taken very shortly afterwards to obtain for St. Alonso the highest honors of the Church. Accordingly, in 1831, a petition was presented to the Congregation of Rites begging for an inquiry into these miracles. In 1838, the city of Palma was attacked with smallpox. 2 daughters of Don Joaquim Roca y Rayo, a gentleman of that city, were seized with the malady. Both of them recovered, but one of them, named Jochina, for a whole year afterwards was afflicted by chronic headaches of the most acute description, accompanied with convulsions and delirium. Nor did the prescriptions of her medical men prove of much value, owing, in no small part, to the unwillingness of the invalid to follow their directions in the intervals between the seizures. Added to all this, in the beginning of 1839, an internal tumor began rapidly to form. Her body became swollen, she was unable to retain any food, and was at last given up by the doctors. On the morning of the 27th of July, Jochina appeared to be in her agony. For 6 days previous nothing of any sort had passed her lips. Her extremities were already cold, and she had almost lost her speech. A priest and one of the maid servants of the family, who were near her bedside, with difficulty divined the words which she uttered, "Blessed Alonso." The servant at once brought her a picture of the saint and placed it, as best she could, in her hands. The lips of the dying girl still moved, but for a long time it was impossible to understand what she said. At last they made out the words, "Father Vice-Rector knows." Father Sancho, the superior of Montesión, of whom she spoke, had been by her bedside the whole night through, and as he left her at 5 o'clock to say Mass, he asked her in whose honor she would wish him to offer up the holy sacrifice. Jochina had answered, "In honor of blessed Alonso Rodriguez." Just at this moment, this father had returned to the house, and was trying to console the parents of the girl for their loss, which seemed imminent. The servant went in search of him, and when he came, he made out with difficulty the following words of the dying girl. "He has told me that they must go to Montesión and bring me some of his dust, and put it into my broth, and then I shall not vomit." He gathered that Jochina referred to some heavenly message from Saint Alonso, and at once sent the lay brother who was with him for some dust from the coffin of the saint. As soon as it arrived, Father Sancho put it into a teaspoonful of broth, and while he and all those around offered up an Our Father, a Hail Mary, and a Glory be to the Father, in honor of Saint Alonso, to ask for the girl's recovery, she began to sip the broth. Instantly she regained her voice, her face resumed its natural color, the rash which covered her disappeared, and she begged to be allowed to take all the contents of the plate. The doctor, who was present, hesitated to grant her request, but 3 or 4 minutes afterwards, seeing that the girl was perfectly cured, he gave her the soup plate, and she greedily emptied its contents at one draught. No vestige of the large tumor was left. The whole case was examined into juridically 3 years later, and Jochina Rea was then, and had been from the time of her cure, perfectly well. When the canonization of 5 saints, which took place in the reign of Gregory the XVI, on the 26th of May, 1839, was approaching, an effort was made to add Saint Alonso to the 5, and the extraordinary character of this miracle was urged as a motive for accepting it as a double miracle. But, in spite of the favor with which the request was received by the Holy Father, the Congregation of Rites declined to agree to the proposition. Sister Mary Alphonsa Gallies, the portress of the Coltines of Antwerp, fell grievously ill in 1863. She was then 30 years old. After much suffering, which had kept her awake night after night, she soon became unable to take any solid food. There could be no doubt about the nature of the disease. Her father had died of cancer, and her brother was suffering from the same disease. Her tortures rapidly increased. The smallest quantity of liquid caused her most fearful suffering. For the last 3 months of her illness, sleep was impossible to her. She had the most acute pain in the back and stomach, with an utter nausea of any nourishment, and she lay on her bed more like a corpse than a living being. The community, seeing that the doctors gave no hope of cure, turned to Saint Alonso for help. They begged the poor sufferer to join them in a novena to our saint. She hesitated a little at first, but finally consented, though all that she could do was to say an Our Father and Hail Mary each day. The 8th day of the novena arrived, nor was there the slightest sign of change for the better. On the following day, Saturday, the 5th of December, Sister Mary Alphonsa had received Holy Communion, when, before she had recited the prayers of the novena, about 7 or 7:30 in the morning, she felt suddenly, in her whole frame, a new life, and found herself perfectly well. She did not, however, get up, but waited for her superior to come as usual to give her a blessing. As soon as she entered the cell, the portress exclaimed, "I feel quite well, I shall get up at once and go to the chapel?" "Very good, thank God, and be of good courage, but you must not get up," was the quiet reply of the mother abbess. In vain, the sister sent the infirmarian to her superior to ask a second time for leave to rise. It was evident that the superior gave no credit to her statement. At 10 o'clock, however, the bell rang for the nuns to assemble in the chapel to prepare for confession. As Sister Alphonsa regarded this as an order binding on all those who were well, she leaped from her bed, turned up the mattress, put on her sandals and her mantle, and ran down the corridor. One can picture the amazement of all the community as the sister entered the choir. There she waited her turn for confession, and from that moment resumed in every detail the austere life of the community. The doctor, who came 3 days later, was perfectly astounded to see her at the grate, looking so well and stout. Up to this very day, though far advanced in years, she is still strong and in excellent health, and is able to follow all the severity of her most severe rule. The convent has become quite a center of devotion to Saint Alonso. The immediate result of this new miracle was to obtain from Rome remissorial letters for the opening of an apostolic process for the juridical examination of this cure. The miracle was finally approved at Rome on February the 4th, 1871. It was not, however, until the January of 1885 that under the new pontiff, Leo chapter 13, the cause was resumed. The final congregation in presence of His Holiness took place on the 6th of September, 1887. The sacerdotal jubilee of Leo chapter 13. which was hailed by peoples and princes with such respectful enthusiasm, was a fitting occasion to glorify the servants of God whose canonization had been decreed. The 7 founders of the Order of Servites, with the 3 saints of the Society of Jesus, Peter the missioner, John the student, and Alonso the lay brother, were the 10 whose honors were to add to the joys of a worldwide festivity. On January 15, 1888, the humble porter, with the other 9, received the highest honors the Church can award. To them, however, the misfortune of the times denied the accustomed splendors of a canonization in St. Peter's, and, as in the previous honors given to the saints, the ceremony took place in the comparatively narrow and confined space of the hall over the vestibule of St. Peter. Otherwise, every detail of the magnificent rite was carried out in all its majestic fullness. The long and lofty hall was fresh from the hand of the architect, under whose direction it had been magnificently and permanently decorated as a papal chapel. The great windows of the hall were draped, and the softened light of day mingled with that of thousands of lamps and of candles. After the asterisk Veni Creator asterisk, and the usual petitions from the Cardinal Procurator of the cause, Leo chapter 13, read from his throne the decree of canonization. To the honor of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, to the exaltation of the Catholic faith, and the increase of the Christian religion, by the authority of our Lord Jesus Christ, of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, and by our own authority. After mature deliberation and after frequently imploring the aid of God, and with the advice of our venerable brethren, the cardinals of the Holy Roman Church of the patriarchs, archbishops, and bishops living in Rome, we declare and define that the blessed confessors Benfiglio Monaldi, Buonagente Manetti, Manetto del Antilla, Amadeo Amidei, Agucciani Aguccioni, Ricovero Lippi, Sostegno Sostegni, Alessio Falconieri, Peter Claver, John Birchmans, and Alonso Rodriguez are saints. And we inscribe them on the roll of saints. We determine that their festivals are to be kept with devout reverence by the whole Church, of blessed Benfiglio and his companions, on February 11th, of Peter Claver on September 9th, of John Birchmans on August 13th, and of Alonso Rodriguez on October 30th. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. A blast of silver trumpets told to the eternal city the infallible word of Peter speaking through Leo, and the bells of St. Peter caught up the good tidings, and they were repeated from every campanile of Rome, while the Te Deum leapt up like a mighty flame with its full song of praise. During the Mass which followed, after the Gospel, His Holiness spoke the praises of the new saints in an eloquent homily. At Segovia and at Majorca, the echoes of the final triumph of Alonso Rodriguez were heard in the solemn festivities in both cities. Those of Majorca were especially magnificent. The Church of Montesión, the scene of so many events in his life, was decorated with great splendor, and the relics of the saint were transferred to a new shrine, which was placed over the high altar, and a solemn mass was sung at the expense of the municipality. One most impressive portion of these asterisk fiestas was when, in solemn procession, the relics were borne through the streets of the city, down which the holy old man had so often passed in lifetime, to the cathedral by the sea, and so back by another route to Montesión. On the second day, the chapter of the cathedral celebrated a solemn service in his honor, while on the third and last the fathers of the Society of Jesus paid their share of honor to their brother. And in ever-widening circles, through his native Spain, through Europe, in Protestant as in Catholic lands, through the New World, as through the Old to the farthest islands of Australasia, spread these festivals of thanksgiving for the glory of him, in whom for all eternity will be fulfilled the promise. Qui si humiliat exaltabiter asterisk. Sermon on Saint Ignatius de Loyola, by Saint Alonso asterisk. Rodriguez, v. page 143. Vias tuas damine demonstramihi, Psalm chapter 24, 4. Show, O Lord, thy ways to me. It is written of the daughter of Pharaoh, how once, on walking with her maidens by the banks of the river Nile, she cast her eyes upon it and saw floating in the stream a little wicker basket, and how, when at her command it was brought to her, she found in it a very beautiful boy, and how she had the boy taken out and brought up, and she grew exceedingly fond of the child. The daughter of the king is a type or figure of the Blessed Virgin Mary, daughter of the Eternal Father, mother of God, spouse of the Holy Ghost. And as this lady, whilst in the midst of her handmaidens, the virgins, was looking, with the glance of her exalted judgment on the banks of the river Nile, that is to say, on this world, she cast from heaven her most merciful gaze on the river of this world, and saw in it a most beautiful boy. This lady drew him thence, had him brought up, and she loved him tenderly. This boy was Father Ignatius, who was engulfed in this world. Our Lady took him out of it, for whilst he was engulfed in the world, he was indeed but a boy in virtue, but when he was taken out of it by this Our Lady, and instructed, and converted to his God by means of her prayers, he ceased to be a child and became a man. Those only can be called men who quit the world. Those who do not, cannot be called anything but children. God indeed wrought great things by him through the intercession of Our Lady. And that we may be able to speak somehow of the greatness of Saint Ignatius, let us beg Our Lady to obtain for us grace to do so, and the more to induce her, let us say the Hail Mary. Vias tuas domine demonstra mihi. We are told in Holy Scripture of Moses that when he saw an Egyptian oppressing God's chosen people, moved with zeal on behalf of his countrymen, he killed this man, and then left the house of the king and of the king's daughter, and went to the desert to tend sheep. Saint Ignatius is here represented to us, for, urged by God, as he was a man of valor, like another Moses, by his great diligence, and by the grace of God, he killed a man, because by his sins he was inflicting injuries on God's people and on God himself. But the man Saint Ignatius killed was not like the one whom Moses killed. For Moses killed a man other than himself, and this is no very brave deed. But Ignatius killed and overcame his own self, and this is a feat, the greatest that any man can perform in this life. Bidi mortui qui in domino morienter. Moreover, he was not content with being dead to self by mortification, but he also killed the devil and the world, by conquering them and bringing them to his feet. To do this ought to be our care, as it was the care of Saint Ignatius. And this he so strongly enjoins us in his rules, when he says that we must follow Christ, as he is the way that leads men to life. This consists in ever seeking our own abnegation and continual mortification. This ought to be our care, this we ought to study day and night. Instead of indulging ourselves, we ought to persecute ourselves as becomes truly humble men. This spirit ought to be found in our prayers, for a prayer which does not draw from it a spirit of mortification is to be suspected. Let us look to this point which Saint Ignatius so much valued, lest at the end of our lives we may find that we have plenty of leaves, but very little fruit. As the first Moses fled in fright to the desert, and abandoned all the favors he had in the king's house, so this second Moses took flight and went to the desert of solitude to converse with God, leaving all the favors and pleasures he had in the world, and exchanging them for solitude, where he bitterly wept over his sins and changed his life into a better one, spending his time there in long and fervent prayers, in penance, and in mortification. Vias tuas domine demonstra mihi. There the path to heaven was shown to him. There he wrote the exercises which were revealed to him by God, that by means of them he might also be of profit to others. And as Moses in the desert tending his flock saw one day a bush, which though green was burning and yet not consumed. And as, whilst he was desiring to go and see this mystery, God told him not to approach the place without taking off his shoes. This bush which burnt and was not consumed is a type of God made man. So in like manner our Holy Father, like another Moses, took off the shoes, not of his feet, but of all inordinate affections of this life, so that he was well prepared to approach the bush of prayer. And in this bush Christ is represented, and in the flame arising from it, the most holy Godhead as it is perfect unity. And so it was that this most brave captain was a man of great prayer, both to the divinity and to the humanity of our Lord Jesus Christ. For we see that he had a great devotion to the most blessed Trinity, from the special communications which he received from it, and also to the humanity of Christ our Lord. For our Lord himself appeared to him, and promised him that he would be propitious to him at Rome. And as, when Moses was conversing with God, he saw that he was a man of valor, and he spoke to him and asked him to be the leader and captain of his people, though he refused this through humility. So it happened with this saintly man, our Father. For as God saw that he had great capabilities, He chose him as the leader of his people to fight against the heretics for his glory, as indeed he did. God told Moses to take off his shoes, by which is meant all earthly and carnal affection, in order to speak to him. For it is certain that for so high a dignity as that of speaking to God, it is necessary that the soul should have no savor of the world, but should live in the greatest purity and be like to an angel. And to this state our Father arrived, for he took off the shoes of affections to this life, and left all for God, and thus his spirit of prayer was so great. Again did Moses speak with God, and this our Master sent him as captain of his people against Pharaoh, and so Moses, working wonders with the help of God, overcame Pharaoh and released his own people from captivity. He outwitted Pharaoh and all his people, and they and Pharaoh were lost in the Red Sea. And thus freedom was restored to the people of God, so that they all made great rejoicings and festivities, and gave thanks and praise to God for having delivered them from their enemies. The same, in his own way, did God with our father Ignatius. For God took him out of the world to make him the captain and defender of his own people, so great a number of whom were in slavery, that Ignatius might free them from the bondage of the heretics and of Satan, who already held many prisoners in his power. And he, through the favor of God, by his teaching and holy life, delivered them from this bondage. And when they were free, they sang the praises of God who had delivered them from the captivity of Satan. And just as God gave to his own people, after he had freed them, the manna of heaven and sustained